Yifeng, you have awakened Inscrayed top-tier wind ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. The homeroom teacher stared at the awakening stone, unable to believe the power Yifeng had just awakened. It was not only the homeroom teacher who was stunned, even Yifeng himself found it hard to believe. Gazing at the awakening stone and the talent imprinted upon it, waves surged within his heart. I am a transmigrator, and right at the beginning, I actually awakened Inscrayed ability. No, this isn't right. In the novels I read on Earth in my previous life, the protagonist always started with Inscrayed ability and was mocked by everyone. Remembering the novels he had read before transmigrating, such thoughts rose unbidden in Yifeng's heart. Yifeng was a transmigrator crossing over from Earth into the body of someone who bore the same name as him. The world he had transmigrated into resembled Earth in some respects, yet differed greatly in many others. This world was called Tianlan Star, where spiritual energy had revived, and everyone could become powerful through cultivation. One could say that Tianlan Star was a world of urban high martial prowess. Here, when people reached a certain age, specifically about 2 weeks before the senior year martial examination, schools would uniformly arrange for them to awaken their innate abilities. The abilities each person awakened were ranked from low to high as grade, a grade, 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 a grade, grade, S grade, and SS grade. S grade and SS grade abilities existed almost solely in legend. In this world, scarcely anyone had ever awakened an S grade or SS grade ability. Likewise, grade abilities were exceedingly difficult to awaken. Those who could awaken Inscrayed ability were prodigies who appeared perhaps once in a million people. Most people commonly awakened only a grade or F-grade innate abilities. Before his transmigration, Yifeng had read countless urban high martial novels and knew that transmigrators almost always started by awakening the lowest F-grade ability. Then they would be ridiculed by many classmates only to begin their cheat-like rise afterward. Yet Yifeng had never imagined that after transmigrating, he would immediately awaken Inscrayed top-tier wind ability that might appear once in a million people. At that moment, the homeroom teacher Wang Bo, who stood beside Lin Luo, could no longer contain his excitement and spoke to Yifeng. "Ha, Yifeng, you are truly remarkable. You should know that at Jingyang No 3 High School, it has already been 10 years since any student last awakened Inscrayed ability. In fact, across all 10 high schools in Jingyang City last year, not a single student awakened Inscrayed ability. That alone showed how scarce Inscrayed abilities truly were." Hearing this, Yifeng glanced at his homeroom teacher Wang Bo, who was flushed with excitement, and nodded slightly. Wang Bo hurriedly added, "I'll go report your Inscrayed awakening to the school leadership and the principal immediately. Yifeng, since you've awakened the top-tier Inscrayed wind ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, the school leadership will surely value you immensely and will grant you many rewards." Hearing Wang Bo's words, Yifeng could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. After speaking, the homeroom teacher hurried out to report Yifeng's awakening to the school authorities. Once he left, the classroom instantly erupted. "Damn! Yifeng actually awakened Inscrayed innate ability. Seriously, why him? His grades aren't top-notch, his family isn't wealthy, and although he's handsome, does being handsome let you awaken higher grade abilities?" Many classmates began to discuss heatedly. Our class monitor Wu Zihao, who ranks first in the class, only awakened upgrade ability. Compared to Yifeng's grade ability, the gap is enormous. Hearing his classmates compare him with Yifeng, class monitor Wu Zihao could not help but frown slightly. At that moment, a chubby boy walked up to Yifeng. This was Zhang Hao, Yifeng's sworn brother. Zhang Hao glanced at the awakening stone showing Yifeng's talent and exclaimed, "Feng Gu, you're insanely off. I originally thought you would awaken the same grade ability as I did, but you actually awakened Inscrayed ability. That's beyond amazing." As he spoke, Zhang Hao gave Yifeng a big thumbs up. Yifeng listened to him, smiled, and said, "How's he awakening a grade ability is already very good. Most classmates could only awaken grade or a grade abilities, and even grade abilities were relatively rare. Thus, Zhang Hao's grade innate ability was already quite decent." Hearing Yifeng's words, Zhang Hao scratched his head and chuckled. "Feng Gu, I'm indeed very satisfied with my grade ability. It's just that your grade ability is simply too extraordinary. Feng Gu, I have this feeling that you're going to become a great figure." Hearing this, Yifeng patted Zhang Hao's shoulder, smiled, and did not say much more. At that moment, many classmates came over to Yifeng, excitedly offering their congratulations. "Yifeng, congratulations on awakening Inscrayed ability. Truly impressive." "Yes, congratulations, Yifeng. When you make it big in the future, don't forget your old classmates. Inscrayed ability. This is something I wouldn't dare to dream of. Yet you actually awakened it. You're outstanding." Looking at the classmates who were congratulating him, Yifeng smiled and said, "Thank you." Many classmates offered their congratulations, and the gazes they cast toward Yifeng were heavy with envy. Of course, there were also those who did not congratulate him, instead whispering among themselves as they looked at Yifeng from a distance. Yifeng really lucked out actually awakening Inscrayed ability. Damn it, his luck is too good. Why wasn't it me who awakened the Inscrayed top-tier ability? A few classmates stared at Yifeng from afar, wondering why the one who awakened this grade top-tier ability wasn't them, intense jealousy flickering in their eyes. At that moment, the class monitor's deskmate spoke to him. "Ziheo, aren't you going to congratulate Yifeng? Ordinarily, you're regarded as the good guy in the class." Wu Ziheo looked toward Yifeng in the distance, his expression calm. "When Yifeng was being mocked, I did not join in. Now that he has awakened a top-tier grade ability and is about to soar, I have no need to flatter him. There's no reason to step on others in their low moments, nor is there any need to fawn over them at their peak." He continued, gazing at Yifeng from a distance. "Besides, even though Yifeng has awakened a top-tier grade ability, my future achievements as Wu Ziheo may not necessarily be inferior to his." Hearing this, Wu Ziheo's deskmate looked thoughtfully toward Yifeng, who was surrounded by classmates. Some of the girls in the class, upon learning that Yifeng had awakened a top-tier grade ability, began planning to buy gifts and pursue him. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. "Ding, congratulations to the host system bound. Host, in your previous life, you were a good person, so the system shall repay you, allowing you to remain invincible and enjoy yourself without limit in this high martial world." Yifeng fell silent. "Next, host, you will awaken your second top-tier innate ability of a different attribute." Hearing this, Yifeng could not help but be suddenly startled. In his heart, he murmured, "System, a second top-tier superpower." "Yes, host. Host, please be advised to go to an open area, for the awakening of your second top-tier superpower will unleash tremendous power." Hearing this, Lin Luo's heart trembled violently. Soon news of Yifeng awakening and strength top-tier superpower spread through Zhengyang No. 3 high school passed from one classmate to another until everyone was talking about it. After school, Yifeng went to the Zhengyang Mountains, preparing to awaken his second top-tier superpower. The Zhengyang Mountains were a towering range on the outskirts of Zhengyang City. After observing his surroundings and confirming that there were neither people nor demonic beasts nearby, Yifeng decided to awaken his second top-tier superpower. He sat cross-legged in a cultivation posture, and with a thought he called out in his heart, "System, awaken my second top-tier superpower." Acknowledged, host. Suddenly, from the previously cloudless sunlit sky came a deafening peal of thunder. Above Yifeng's head there had been not a single cloud, only the blazing sun hanging high. Yet now a vast mass of dark clouds gathered overhead. In no time, dense clouds blanketed the sky above him, and daylight dimmed into gloom. Seeing this, Yifeng involuntarily widened his eyes. Next, Yifeng saw bolts of immensely powerful lightning flickering again and again in the sky above it. Suddenly, arcs of purple, terrifying lightning struck down toward Yifeng. However, those incomparably powerful bolts crashed into the trees surrounding him instead. In an instant, the trees around Yifeng were charred black. Some were even smashed to pieces. Witnessing this, Yifeng was violently shocked. If such lightning were to strike his body, he would surely be blasted to pieces. After all, Yifeng's current strength was only slightly above that of an ordinary person. Just then, the myriad bolts of lightning in the sky converged, forming a black-violet thunder dragon that radiated a terrifying pressure. At the same time, the heavenly phenomenon around Yifeng had already been noticed by many people in Zhengyang City. Many residents of Zhengyang City lifted their heads toward the thunder dragon looming above the distant Zhengyang Mountains, their eyes widening. What the hell? A gigantic thunder dragon is actually appearing over there in broad daylight. Yeah. The sky over the Zhengyang Mountains looks dark now, and that thunder dragon's presence is terrifying. I feel the same. Such a massive thunder dragon looks like it could swallow me whole. For a moment, countless people in Zhengyang City stared up at the thunder dragon above Yifeng, their pupils contracting sharply. Many people hurriedly took out their phones to snap photos. You don't get to see a heavenly phenomenon like this every day. We have to capture it while we can. That terrifying thunder dragon is probably a once-in-a-century spectacle. We must record it. Exactly. If we post that thunder dragon on our feeds, we'll definitely get a ton of likes. Thus, countless people in Zhengyang City treated the thunder dragon Yifeng had summoned as a rare once-in-a-century sight and scrambled to record it. Ordinary people were busy recording, but many powerful experts in Zhengyang City reacted very differently as they gazed at the thunder dragon above Yifeng. Those experts stared at the thunder dragon in Yifeng's direction and were greatly alarmed. One of them could not help but say, "A heavenly phenomenon, a thunder dragon descending. Could it be that some great treasure is about to emerge in the Zhengyang Mountains?" Another expert also watching the thunder dragon muttered in speculation, "For over 100 years Zhengyang City has never seen such a powerful heavenly phenomenon. Could some great opportunity be about to reveal itself?" Many experts in Zhengyang City concluded that the commotion Yifeng had stirred up in the Zhengyang Mountains indicated a great opportunity, or perhaps a precious treasure, about to appear there. In an instant, numerous experts from Linyang City rushed toward Yifeng's location. Meanwhile, Yifeng, alone beneath the thunder dragon in the sky, felt a faint fear as he gazed up at it. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from that thunder dragon above his head. The dragon roared. Suddenly, Yifeng saw a burst of extremely intense blue light erupt from the thunder dragon's eyes. With a boom. In the next instant, within Yifeng's widened pupils, that terrifying thunder dragon in the sky dove straight. Moments later, the fearsome thunder dragon vanished into Yifeng's body. Feeling the dragon enter him, Yifeng was utterly aghast. He hurriedly tried to think of a way to expel the thunder dragon from his body. Yet suddenly a wave of excruciating pain flooded him. Yifeng could not help but cry out in pain. Crackling sounds rang out as the bones within his body began fracturing layer by layer. Arcs of violent lightning rampaged through Yifeng's body, surging wildly within him. At this moment, all he could feel was pain, nothing but pain. His handsome face twisted with agony, and he eventually blacked out. After a long while, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He discovered that he was lying on the ground. Hastily getting to his feet and looking around, his pupils constricted sharply, for a massive crater had appeared around him. Yifeng guessed that this crater must have been formed when he had just awakened his second innate superpower. At that moment, the system's voice rang out in Yifeng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have just awakened a lightning-type S-rank top-tier superpower, Chaos Demon Thunder. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart trembled violently. S-rank. A lightning-type top-tier superpower. Yifeng was shaken beyond words. S-rank superpowers were supposed to exist only in legend. Moreover, he had never imagined that the S-rank superpower he awakened would be lightning, one of the most lethal and penetrating forces of all. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng decided to leave immediately. He could clearly sense that the commotion from his awakening had been tremendously loud. That meant it would inevitably draw both human experts and powerful demonic beasts. Without delay, Yifeng climbed out of the massive crater, intending to leave at once. Yet after only a few steps, his eyes widened. All around him, numerous demonic beasts had already gathered, staring at Yifeng with predatory eyes. Seeing this, Yifeng was startled. In this world, demonic beasts roamed rampant, and many humans had perished in their jaws. One could say that on Tianlan Star, this modern high martial world, demonic beasts were humanity's natural enemies. Facing the demonic beasts before him, Yifeng's face turned slightly pale. His current cultivation was only at the early stage of martial artist. Fortunately, however, he now possessed two top-tier superpowers of different attributes. Yifeng gazed at the beast before him, his eyes sharpening with resolve. Previously, he was merely at the initial stage of a martial artist, and could not hope to slay such a creature. The beast opposing him was quite large, nearly matching his height. Not only that, but the beast was covered in crimson fur. Its limbs bore razor-sharp claws. Simultaneously, its pupils shone with a blue light. This was a mid-stage martial artist beast, the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf was not only a mid-stage martial artist beast, but it also possessed a pack mentality. Thus, what Yifeng faced was not just one demon wolf, but a whole pack of them. Yifeng counted the number of Crimson Flame Demon Wolves before him, and realized there were 11 in total. Given his initial stage martial artist strength, facing even a single demon wolf was already pushing his limits. In fact, in his previous state, as an initial stage martial artist, he couldn't even defeat one Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Whoa! Suddenly, one of the demon wolves lunged toward him. Bang! The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf appeared before Yifeng, its sharp claw thrusting directly at him. Seeing this, Yifeng wasted no time and swiftly dodged. Swish! Yifeng's right fist charged with energy and struck the neck of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Instantly, he felt pain. The wolf's neck was far too hard. Roar! The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf abruptly turned its head, baring its sharp fangs and lunging at Yifeng. Its incredibly sharp fangs would undoubtedly kill a human if they made contact. Without hesitation, Yifeng unleashed his S-level innate ability, S-level Chaos Thunder. Roar! Instantly, a black-purple thunder dragon coiled around him. This black-purple thunder dragon was the second innate ability he awakened, Chaos Thunder. The appearance of the Chaos Thunder dragon exuded a formidable pressure. Roar! The Chaos Thunder dragon unleashed by Yifeng opened its mighty jaws and devoured the attacking Crimson Flame Demon Wolf. Whoa! Zing! The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf attempted to resist, but was swiftly consumed by the Chaos Thunder dragon unleashed by Yifeng. The 10 surrounding Chaos Demon Wolves were momentarily stunned by this turn of events. Suddenly, Yifeng received a reward notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have just used your S-level ability to slay a Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, rewarding you with 100 enhancement points. Yifeng was taken aback. At that moment, a system prompt echoed. Notice to the host, in this world, demon beasts run rampant, and countless lives have been lost because of them. Slaying demon beasts may save others, so rewards will be given for such actions. Yifeng felt a surge of motivation. He then glanced at the 10 stunned Chaos Demon Wolves opposite him, a dangerous smile creeping across his lips. Chaos Thunder Dragon. Kill! The powerful black-purple Chaos Thunder Dragon, which had just consumed a Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, sensed Yifeng's intent and suddenly charged at the 10 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Swish! Roar! The Chaos Thunder Dragon lunged at the 10 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves and attacked. A woo-woo. The 10 Crimson Flame Demon Wolves, seeing the Chaos Thunder Dragon attacking them, wasted no time in launching a counterattack. Yifeng watched from a distance as the moment a Crimson Flame Demon Wolf made contact with the Chaos Thunder, it was ensnared by the terrifying lightning and utterly annihilated. Yifeng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. No wonder it's an S-level ability. This attack is incredibly powerful. The system chimed in, host, your current strength is too weak. If you become stronger, your abilities will also grow more powerful. Yifeng felt a deep yearning for strength. At that moment, while his S-level ultimate lightning ability, Chaos Thunder, was battling the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves, a powerful figure had already arrived above Yifeng. Simultaneously, this figure set up a barrier preventing other powerful beings from locating Yifeng. This formidable presence radiated integrity, standing tall with short hair, and appeared to be middle-aged. However, seeing him hover in midair and exuding a powerful aura indicated that he was indeed a strong warrior. He was Jin Zheng, the head of the largest martial arts school in Zhengyang City. Jin Zheng gazed down at Yifeng, then at the Chaos Thunder he unleashed, and his pupils jolted in shock. This is an S-level ability, even stronger than S-level. How can that be? In the history of Zhengyang City, spanning hundreds of years, no one has ever awakened an S-level ability. This little fellow has actually awakened an S-level ultimate lightning ability, a lightning power, with formidable lethality and penetration. Jin Zheng marveled at Yifeng's Chaos Thunder in astonishment. Below, Yifeng's Chaos Thunder relentlessly struck down the Crimson Flame Demon Wolves. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have once again used your S-level lightning ability to slay a Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, rewarding you with 100 enhancement points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have slain another Crimson Flame Demon Wolf, rewarding 100 enhancement points. 2 minutes passed, and the original pack of Crimson Flame Demon Wolves was completely annihilated by Yifeng's S-level Chaos Thunder. Yifeng also accumulated 1,000 enhancement points, and with the additional 100 points he originally had, he now had a total of 1,100 enhancement points. Thus he pondered, system, can I use these enhancement points to grow stronger? Host is clever. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a surge of joy and instantly became alert. For not far in front of him stood a powerful figure, the very Jin Zheng, who had been observing Yifeng's chaos. Yifeng looked at Jin Zheng, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. Jin Zheng smiled gently at Yifeng and said, little brother, are you from Zhengyang City? Was the ability you just demonstrated S-level? Did the heavenly phenomenon arise because you awakened an S-level ultimate lightning ability? Yifeng's heart jolted at Jin Zheng's words, and he chose not to respond. He was contemplating whether Jin Zheng might pose a threat to him. Seeing Yifeng's silence, Jin Zheng chuckled and said, hello, I am Jin Zheng, the founder of Zhengyang Martial Arts School. Yifeng was taken aback. He knew of Zhengyang Martial Arts School. After all, it was the largest martial arts school in Zhengyang City, and many of his classmates from Zhengyang know. 3 high school dreamed of working there after graduation. Yifeng realized why the person before him seemed familiar. Jin Zheng's massive posters adorned many tall buildings in Zhengyang City. Moreover, his teachers often said that Jin Zheng was a very righteous strongman. Yifeng looked up at Jin Zheng and said, I am Yifeng, a student from Zhengyang No. 3 High School. I just awakened my S-level ultimate lightning ability, which indeed caused a heavenly phenomenon. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jin Zheng's heart trembled. At that moment, a reward notification suddenly echoed in Yifeng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you possess another extremely powerful innate ability that has yet to awaken. Yifeng was shocked to hear that he had yet another top-tier ability yet to be awakened. Oh my! He already possessed 2 top-tier abilities. These were the Wind System S-Class Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and the Thunder System SS-Class Chaos Demon Thunder. To be honest, awakening these 2 top-tier abilities had already made Yifeng feel that he could stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. However, Yifeng never imagined that he had a 3rd top-tier ability yet to be awakened. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, host, the 3rd top-tier ability you have yet to awaken is incredibly strong and terrifying. The natural phenomenon it will trigger is even more terrifying than the first 2. The system advises you to find a very hidden place to awaken your 3rd top-tier ability. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was taken aback. He himself had not expected that this 3rd top-tier ability would be even more terrifying than the first 2. In an instant, Yifeng's confidence surged. However, with the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School in front of him, Yifeng could not afford to appear overly excited, so his expression gradually returned to calm. At this moment, the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School felt a wave of joy upon hearing Yifeng's words. He looked at Yifeng and said with a smile, I didn't expect you Yifeng to be from Zhengyang City. What surprised me even more is that you are a student of Zhengyang No. Free High School. Coincidentally, my daughter also attends Zhengyang No. Free High School. Yifeng nodded upon hearing Jin Zheng's words. I know Director Zheng, your daughter, is named Xin Yueshi. Jin Zheng, surprised, yet somewhat pleased by Yifeng's reply, asked, so you know my daughter? However, Yifeng's next words poured cold water on him. I don't know her. Jin Zheng was puzzled. Then how do you know my daughter is Xin Yueshi? In that instant, Jin Zheng became wary of Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School and said, Director, your daughter is the school belle of Zhengyang No. Free High School, so I naturally know. Moreover, almost everyone at school knows that the school belle Xin Yuexi's father is the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School. Speaking of which, I do know Xin Yueshi, but she doesn't know me. Jin Zheng, the master. He couldn't help but scrutinize Yifeng up and down, then said with a gentle smile, Yifeng, you're just joking. You're so handsome and have awakened an SS class ability. My daughter must know you. Who knows, my daughter might even have a crush on you. Jin Zheng couldn't believe that his daughter didn't know Yifeng. He thought Yifeng was so outstanding, and since his daughter was in Zhengyang No. Free High School, she would definitely know him. Subsequently, Jin Zheng immediately extended an invitation to Yifeng. Yifeng, I want to invite you to join our Zhengyang Martial Arts School. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was somewhat surprised. If this were before, he would have chosen to join without hesitation. After all, many martial artists in Lingyang City dreamed of joining the largest martial arts school, Zhengyang Martial Arts School. But now it was different. Yifeng had awakened 2 different top-tier abilities and had another even more terrifying top-tier ability yet to be awakened. Yifeng now felt that since he had crossed into this urban high martial world, he should dominate the globe. He shook his head at the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School and smiled. Sorry, I don't want to join yet. Jin Zheng smiled and said, I understand. However, a glint of something unusual flashed in Jin Zheng's eyes, which Yifeng caught and filled him with vigilance. Next, the master of the largest martial arts school in Zhengyang warmly escorted Yifeng back home. Jin Zheng looked at the dilapidated neighborhood where Yifeng lived, somewhat astonished. After returning, the master of the Zhengyang Martial Arts School immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate all information about Yifeng. Moreover, Jin Zheng called back his 2 beautiful school belle daughters because of Yifeng. Yifeng's neighborhood was an old, crumbling place. 3 years ago, his parents were killed by a demon beast while working away from home, so life had been quite tough. Over the years, he had been surviving on the relief funds from his deceased parents' social media. Yifeng stood in a small room looking at the portraits of his deceased parents, murmuring, Dad, Mom, I have crossed over yet. I have also felt your love over the years. You were killed by demon beasts, and I had no power. But from now on, I will grow stronger, and I will definitely slay all the demon beasts to avenge you. Saying this, Yifeng bowed to his parents who had been killed by the demon beasts. Yifeng's heart was resolute, his goals clear. He wanted to avenge his parents by killing demon beasts, and at the same time, he aimed to dominate the globe. Yifeng glanced at the yellowed, peeling walls and at the small room where he had lived for many years. He understood that to live well in this global high martial world, he must possess strength. Therefore, Yifeng immediately sat cross-legged and said, System, do I have an attribute panel? I want to see my various stats. Host, you do. Whoosh. Before Yifeng appeared a white panel visible only to him. Name: Yifeng. Cultivation level: Early Warrior. Awakened Cultivation Talent Abilities: S-Class Hurricane, Obliteration, Dragon. SS Class Chaos, Demon, Thunder. Physical Characteristics: Ordinary. Strength 60, Body Strength 40. Martial Arts: D-Class Leopard Fist. Beginner Appearance: Handsome. Enhancement Points: 1100 Upgrade Points. Upon seeing this, Yifeng realized that his cultivation strength was much weaker than he had imagined. So he immediately thought, System, how many enhancement points do I need to improve my cultivation? Host: to upgrade from Early Warrior to Mid Warrior, 300 enhancement points are needed. From Mid Warrior to Late Warrior, 500 enhancement points. And from Late Warrior to Early General, 1000 enhancement points. Yifeng understood upon hearing this. Then, he looked at the enhancement points and other data on the attribute panel and immediately chose to enhance himself. Use 800 enhancement points to upgrade from Early Warrior to Mid Warrior, then from Mid Warrior to Late Warrior. Received. Host. Boom. A massive energy erupted from Yifeng's body, instantly enveloping him. Due to Yifeng's previously poor physical condition, this time the system took 10 full days to solidify his physical foundation. When Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, he was astonished to discover that his cultivation aura had risen from Early Warrior to Late Warrior. Yifeng's strength had also increased tenfold, reaching 600. It is known that an average Late Warrior has a strength of around 200. Even more terrifying, Yifeng's body strength had also increased tenfold. Body strength is the hardest to enhance, and his body strength had now reached 600, while the average Late Warrior's body strength is about 100. Yifeng's current body strength and power far surpassed that of other warriors of the same level. To leap 2 cultivation realms in 10 days would surely lead many to question their lives if it got out, because many people take several years to go from early warrior to late warrior. At this moment, Yifeng checked the time on his phone and was instantly taken aback. What shocked him was not the time, but that there were many messages sent to him, with several classmates actively reaching out. Previously, aside from friends, almost no classmates would message him, but now several girls from his class were privately messaging him, and many boys congratulated him. Moreover, there were many friend requests. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, his door was knocked, and the class teacher's voice came through. Yifeng, the school leaders are greatly shocked by your awakening of the S-class ability. Now hurry and come with me to school. They have decided to reward you. Yifeng initially intended to find a place to awaken his third, even more terrifying top-tier extraordinary ability. However, at this moment, the homeroom teacher approached him, stating that the school wanted to commend him. Thus, Yifeng could only accompany the homeroom teacher to the school to receive his reward. Creak. Yifeng opened the door, and Wangbo appeared. Upon seeing Yifeng, his homeroom teacher's expression brightened. Wangbo looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, you finally showed up. I sent you a message 3 days ago, and you didn't respond. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this. He had been using strengthening points from defeating monsters to enhance his cultivation and had naturally had no time to check his phone. Yifeng replied to Wangbo, teacher, I'm sorry. I've been focusing on my cultivation breakthrough these past few days and didn't have time to look at my phone. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the homeroom teacher was immediately struck by the aura of Yifeng's latest stage warrior cultivation, leaving him in shock. He stared at Yifeng wide-eyed and said, Yifeng, I remember you were still at the early stage of a warrior 10 days ago. How could you have advanced to the late stage so quickly? Did you take drugs? Yifeng. Subsequently, Yifeng casually fabricated a reason, saying, teacher, I might have awakened a top-tier extraordinary ability, so my progress has been rapid. Wangbo, hearing Yifeng's words, expressed skepticism, but Yifeng, your progress is just too fast. You must know that many people take years to progress from the early to the late stage of a warrior. Yet you, Yifeng, have moved from the early to the late warrior stage in just a few days. Is that reasonable? Wangbo once again sensed the aura of Yifeng's latest stage warrior cultivation, and the astonishment in his eyes could not be erased. Yifeng observed the astonished expression on his homeroom teacher's face, somewhat surprised, as this was only the second time in 3 years of high school that he had seen such a look of shock on his teacher's face. The first time was when Yifeng awakened his S-level talent extraordinary ability. Wangbo seemed to notice the look in Yifeng's eyes, and quickly regained his composure, awkwardly clearing his throat to him. Yifeng, because you awakened an S-level extraordinary ability that hasn't been seen at our school for over a decade, the school leadership wants to reward you. Yifeng followed his homeroom teacher Wangbo to the teacher's meeting room at Xingyang Free Middle School. As soon as he entered the meeting room, he became the center of attention. Many teachers looked at Yifeng and nodded, stating, no wonder he is a student who awakened an S-level extraordinary ability. He is truly impressive. Indeed, this child is bound to become extraordinary in the future. Many teachers looked at Yifeng with admiration. At this moment, a teacher noticed Yifeng's cultivation and exclaimed, Yifeng, he has already reached the late stage of a warrior. Didn't Wangbo say that Yifeng's usual grades were only average, and that his cultivation level was only at the early stage of a warrior? Old Wang is not being honest. He actually has such an outstanding student hidden away. The homeroom teacher beside Yifeng felt his face flush upon hearing the words of the other teachers. Who the hell knew that Yifeng could break through the realms that others took years to achieve in just 10 days? Wangbo secretly cursed inwardly. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair and wearing silver-rimmed glasses exuding a strong aura appeared. His arrival instantly silenced the school meeting room. All the teachers in the meeting room looked at him with awe. He was the school's principal, Owen Hao. Owen Hao quickly approached Yifeng, a smile on his face, and said, Yifeng, congratulations on awakening your S-level extraordinary ability. It has been over a decade since anyone at our school has awakened an S-level top-tier extraordinary ability. Yifeng, you truly bring honor to Xingyang Free Middle School. You are truly outstanding. As he spoke, he looked at Yifeng, his face full of warmth and satisfaction. Yifeng smiled at Owen Hao's words and said, Principal, you flatter me. The teachers and homeroom teachers from various classes looked astonished at how warm and enthusiastic the principal was toward Yifeng. This was because the principal usually maintained a stern and serious demeanor toward everyone. At this moment, the principal said to Yifeng earnestly, Yifeng, with your S-level extraordinary ability, you can already be guaranteed enrollment in some top martial arts universities in China. Of course, if you participate in the martial arts exam, you can still be guaranteed admission to good schools, and if your exam results are excellent, you can even get into the top martial arts universities in China. Do you wish to participate in the martial arts exam or not? Yifeng pondered for a moment and replied, Principal, I heard that the main content of the martial arts exam is to have students hunt some monsters. The principal nodded exactly. Yifeng replied, then I will participate. The principal and the teachers were taken aback and exchanged glances at Yifeng's response. Generally, students of Yifeng's age typically do not want to face monsters. With a chance of guaranteed admission, no student would choose to take the exam. Originally, they thought Yifeng would also choose guaranteed admission and avoid facing monsters, but Yifeng's answer completely surprised them. The principal quickly regained his composure, patted Yifeng on the shoulder, and laughed, ha, good, not fearing the danger of monsters. You truly are the only student in our school in nearly a decade to awaken and level top-tier extraordinary ability. In reality, Yifeng merely wanted to enhance his strength. The area for the martial arts exam involving monsters would surely undergo official scrutiny and be set up considering the circumstances of most candidates. Thus, for Yifeng, the martial arts exam area would definitely be both safe and provide plenty of strengthening points. The key is the better he performs, the more resources he can obtain. At this moment, Owen Hao took out a delicate jade box and handed it to Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, this is your first reward for awakening and level top-tier extraordinary ability from the school. Yifeng curiously took the jade box, opened it, and inside lay a beautifully crafted and expensive yellow jade ring. The ring was quite wide, and it was engraved with a vividly lifelike tiger head. The principal smiled at Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, this is the yellow tiger jade ring, which has a space of 2 cubic meters. Yifeng looked at the yellow tiger jade ring in his hand, astonished. A 1 cubic meter storage ring costs 1.0 yuan, while a 2 cubic meter one costs 3.0. It must be known that the old Yifeng could never afford such things. He had never spent as much as 3.0 in his life. Thus Yifeng put on the yellow tiger jade ring. Next, the principal took out a scroll of martial skills and handed it to Yifeng, smiling, Yifeng, this is also a martial skill reward from the school for you. Clever martial skill, Songxiong Liland Fist. Yifeng shook with excitement upon hearing this. Previously, students could only learn level martial skills, which reportedly cost 1.500 for one. Level martial skills were even more expensive, costing a full 5.000. If this had been the old Yifeng, it would have taken him decades of hard work to afford it. Yifeng accepted the clever martial skill, Songxiong Liland Fist. He said to the principal, thank you, principal. The principal waved his hand and smiled, Yifeng, this is what you deserve. To be honest, I originally thought you would avoid facing dangerous monsters and directly choose guaranteed admission after awakening and level top-tier extraordinary ability. Yifeng, you have great courage. If you perform well, the school will reward you even more. Yifeng wore the Huanghu jade ring he had obtained and held the martial arts scroll of Songxiong Lai Di Quan as he bid farewell to the principal and others. For the past 10 days, Yifeng had not attended classes, fully focusing on his training. He had no intention of attending classes in the next 4 days either. As he walked along the campus path, several senior students pointed at him and commented, look, that's Yifeng, the student from our school who awakened and level top-tier ability. Wow, that's Yifeng, he's quite handsome. I agree, the point is even the school beauty hasn't awakened a top-tier ability, yet Yifeng has. This is simply a limitless future, alright. At this moment, many classmates looked at Yifeng with a hint of envy. Some girls eagerly approached Yifeng enthusiastically, saying, congratulations, Yifeng, on awakening your level top-tier ability. Yifeng, you're really impressive being able to awaken and level ability, that's amazing. Yifeng, let's exchange contact information, we can train together and share insights. Yifeng looked at the girls surrounding him, their enthusiastic smiles causing him to feel a bit dazed. He remembered being a minor presence at school before. He never expected that after awakening and level ability, he would become so popular. If his classmates knew that he had also awakened an S-level ability, it would definitely cause a sensation. Many boys also took the initiative to befriend Yifeng, saying, congratulations on awakening your level ability, let's be friends. Do you have time this afternoon, Yifeng? Let me treat you to a meal. Awakening and level top-tier ability made Yifeng's future seem incredibly bright in the eyes of many classmates. At this moment, the news of Yifeng awakening his level top-tier ability had spread throughout Xinjiang 3 middle school over the past 10 days. Yifeng, once a minor presence at his previous school, had now become a sensation throughout Xinjiang 3 middle school. At this time, Yifeng looked up and noticed a very beautiful girl staring at him from a distance. The girl was tall with an exquisitely shaped oval face. Her features were delicate, her complexion fair, with a high ponytail that exuded youthful vitality. This was the school beauty of Xinjiang 3 middle school, Shin Yueshi. She gazed at Yifeng several times, frowned slightly, and was about to leave. At this moment, Shin Yuexi's best friend, a charming girl named Zhang Chuchu, called out to her. Yueshi, aren't you going to greet that Yifeng who awakened and level top-tier ability? Zhang Chuchu was Shin Yuexi's best friend. Shin Yueshi looked at Zhang Chuchu, then glanced at Yifeng, who was surrounded by classmates, shook her head, and said coldly, there's no need. I didn't know him before, I can't just rush to fawn over him, because he awakened S-level ability. That would only make others look down on me. It's more important for us to enhance our own strength. In this high martial world, strength is fundamental. With that, Shin Yuex's gaze turned resolute as she turned to leave. Zhang Chuchu heard her friend's words and winked at Yifeng in the distance, then hurriedly caught up with Shin Yueshi, unable to help but say with a smile, Yueshi, after all, that's S-level top-tier ability. With your beauty and top-tier training talent, who knows, just a little wave of your hand, and Yifeng might become your admirer. Shin Yueshi replied indifferently, is S-level ability really that strong? Though I awakened an A-level ability, I will definitely be stronger than that Yifeng who awakened S-level ability. Yifeng watched Shin Yueshi and her friend walk away, not paying much attention. He and this cool genius school beauty had no connection anyway. Next, Yifeng invited his best friend Zhang Hao to go out for a meal. Zhang Hao noticed that Yifeng had reached the late stage of a martial artist and widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. Wow, Feng Gu, you've actually reached the late stage of a martial artist. It's only been 10 days since we last met. Your progress is astonishingly rapid. Zhang Hao exclaimed while looking at Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Zhang Hao and smiled. Am I impressive, or what? Zhang Hao rolled his eyes. Impressive, Feng Gu, you're really impressive. With that, Zhang Hao couldn't help but grin at Yifeng, saying, Yifeng Gu, ever since you awakened your S-level top-tier ability, you've really become famous in school. I'm telling you, Feng Gu, in the past few days, many girls from our class and other classes have come to ask for my contact information, inquiring about you. Wow. You have no idea, Feng Gu, I've never experienced this feeling of being cared for before. Yifeng rolled his eyes at Zhang Hao's words. He looked at Zhang Hao, half smiling. Howsy, you wouldn't sell me out, would you? Zhang Hao feigned righteousness and replied, how could that be? Ego-I Zhang Hao, am definitely not that kind of person. Saying this, he recalled how he had informed a few good-looking classmates from other classes about Yifeng's various feats yesterday, feeling a cold sweat break out. After having a meal with Zhang Hao, Yifeng said a few words to his homeroom teacher and headed back. The homeroom teacher did not stop Yifeng from taking leave, he only reminded him to pay attention to safety. Other students like Wang Bo were not allowed to take leave, but Yifeng was different. After all, he had awakened a top-tier S-level ability and had become the focus of the school, so special circumstances warranted special treatment. After Yifeng returned, he did not go home. He was going to awaken his third top-tier ability. Meanwhile, in a huge villa in Zhenyang City, the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School, Jin Zheng, was discussing something with his two daughters, Shin Yueshi and Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Zheng had two daughters. Shin Yueshi took her mother's surname, while Jin Yuanyuan took her father's surname. Jin Yuanyuan was also a great beauty and the school beauty of Zhenyang No. 1 high school. However, Jin Yuanyuan and Shin Yueshi had completely different personalities. At this moment, Jin Zheng looked at Shin Yueshi and said, Xiaoxi, have you heard of a student named Yifeng who recently appeared in your school? Shin Yueshi nodded in response to her father's words, saying, I know he awakened S-level wind-type ability. Jin Zheng was shocked upon hearing his daughter's words. Then the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School recalled seeing Yifeng unleash his S-level ability and suddenly realized wind-type, S-level lightning-type S-level. This Yifeng is a top-tier dual type. As his thoughts turned, the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School felt a drastic change inside. This Yifeng, a dual-type top-tier. He is so exceptionally gifted. How terrifying will his future achievements be? Jin Yuanyuan beside him exclaimed in surprise, there's even a student at Zhenyang No. 3 Middle School who awakened S-level ability this year. Yueshi, your Zhenyang No. 3 Middle School is doing quite well this year. Shin Yueshi shook her head, saying that has nothing to do with me. Jin Zheng immediately responded, no, it's related. Shin Yueshi and Jin Yuanyuan both looked at Jin Zheng. Meanwhile, Yifeng arrived at the Zhenyang Grand Canyon. He had carefully searched for a place near Zhenyang City that was less frequented by people and had fewer demon beasts. Thus, Yifeng came to this vast canyon located outside Zhenyang City. Looking at the Zhenyang Grand Canyon, he thought, system is the ability I'm about to awaken very strong. Host, the ability you are about to awaken is an SS-level ability, Devour. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing those words. He asked again with certainty, SS-level ability. Yes, host. Yifeng's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that this third ability would be SS. It is important to note that S-level abilities are already incredibly powerful, existing mostly in Legends. SS-level abilities are even more terrifying, the most fearsome existence in Legends. For a moment, Yifeng was a bit dazed. Is it really this insane? At this moment, the system's notification sound rang again. Notice the awakening of the SS-level ability by the host will cause a strong disturbance, advising the host to avoid being above the canyon and to go below it instead. Yifeng glanced at the bottom of the canyon and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This great canyon is bottomless. With my current strength, jumping down would surely mean certain death. The system seemed to sense Yifeng's emotions and prompted again. Host, jumping down immediately might indeed lead to death, but others cannot go down. You are different. Yifeng replied immediately, what makes me different? Host, you previously awakened and level wind type top ability. The top wind ability can easily take you down. Yifeng came back to his senses and thought for a moment, then focused his thoughts level. Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Boom. The ground beneath Yifeng was littered with broken stones, and the surrounding trees rustled immediately. At this moment, a gigantic emerald green hurricane dragon with terrifying winds appeared around Yifeng. This was the level top wind ability that Yifeng had awakened. Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. The Hurricane Annihilation Dragon stared at Yifeng, and its eyes suddenly shone with a bright green light. Bang! Suddenly, the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon knelt down before Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, feeling the immense power of the wind within its body. He had a feeling that if he were to attack with this Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, its wind power could easily shred opponents. Next, Yifeng stepped onto the extremely powerful Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Roar! The Hurricane Annihilation Dragon let out a furious roar, and under Yifeng's command surged towards the bottom of the bottomless canyon. Swish, 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 swish. The fierce winds howled past Yifeng's ears. The Hurricane Annihilation Dragon dispersed the intense winds, protecting Yifeng. After about 10 minutes, Yifeng, riding his level top wind ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, arrived at the unknown terrifying bottom of the canyon. Bang! Yifeng landed at the bottom of the canyon, which was devoid of mud and sand. However, there were many broken stones at the canyon's bottom. Moreover, the bottom of the canyon was mostly pitch black with sunlight unable to reach here. The gusts of cold wind howled by, and the surroundings' darkness created a deeply oppressive feeling. What was even more troubling was that there were numerous corpses at the canyon's bottom, some of which belonged to animals and others to humans. The dark surroundings and the howling winds gave one a chilling sensation. Yifeng looked around at the environment, and his expression became grave. Next, Yifeng nervously and seriously surveyed everything around him carefully. When he noticed that there were only bones and no signs of human presence, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So he stacked some stones to create a massive platform. Yifeng sat on it, closed his eyes, and focused inward, immediately thinking, System, I want to awaken the next SS level top ability. Received host. Boom. A surge of intense energy suddenly rushed into Yifeng's heart, causing him pain. Boom, boom, boom. A massive vortex appeared in the sky above his head. Within this gigantic vortex, a dense cloud of black mist surged forth. Inside this enormous black mist vortex, it rapidly became pitch black, as if it possessed nothing yet seemed to have everything. Above the Xinjiang Great Canyon, the gigantic black vortex created by Yifeng resembled a black hole. This gigantic black hole vortex seemed capable of swallowing everything. At this moment, far away from Yifeng in Xinjiang City, many people gazed at the super black hole vortex above the canyon that could devour everything. Stunned. Look quickly, there is a terrifying vortex above the Great Canyon. Oh no, is the end of the world coming? Many people looked up in shock at the black hole above Xinjiang Great Canyon, their faces clearly showing their astonishment. Naturally, what was more evident was the fear reflected on many faces. In an instant, many important figures from Xinjiang City hurried toward the Great Canyon outside the city. However, many powerful individuals who arrived at the Great Canyon's vicinity did not dare to go down. This is because those powerful individuals from Xinjiang City sensed a strong aura of destruction emanating from the gigantic black hole vortex summoned by Yifeng. At this moment, many powerful individuals from Xinjiang City looked at the massive swallowing black hole in the sky, their eyes reflecting deep apprehension. The creator of this massive swallowing black hole, Yifeng, was currently fully focused on awakening his third talent ability. He had no idea of the colossal phenomenon he had created. Just then, several monstrous beasts appeared around Yifeng. These beasts lived at the bottom of the canyon and had come running from the other side, attracted by the celestial phenomenon created by Yifeng. Roar, 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 roar. These beasts roared angrily at Yifeng. Whoosh. At this moment, a black illusory figure appeared around Yifeng. This illusory figure was a gluttonous beast capable of devouring. The enormous gluttonous beast had a massive mouth, sharp fangs, and its copper bell-like pupils emitted a fierce, bloody glare. This was Yifeng's awakened SS level top ability, Devouring Glutton. The gigantic shadow of the gluttonous beast opened its mouth wide and suddenly inhaled. Pong, pong, pong. The surrounding broken stones and bones instantly collided and surged into its mouth. In an instant, this illusory black shadow gluttonous beast devoured them all. The beasts that had originally gathered together, attracted by Yifeng's celestial phenomenon, suddenly scattered. However, boom, 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 boom. These beasts attempted to flee, but were instantly trapped by Yifeng's summoned SS level top ability, Devouring Glutton. Roar, 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 roar. These beasts seemed to realize their predicament and struggled angrily. However, their roars were in vain as they were completely devoured by Yifeng's SS-level Devouring. Suddenly a notification sound rang in Yifeng's ears. Ding, congratulations host, your awakened SS-level top Devouring ability has completely devoured the dozens of beasts that came, annihilating them. You are rewarded with 1,500 upgrade points. Suddenly Yifeng attracted a great commotion, drawing the attention of an unparalleled powerhouse, the Empress. The Empress gazed down at Yifeng, who had awakened the SS-level Devouring ability, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She stared at him for a long time, murmuring to herself, this little fellow has awakened the Devouring ability. This ability which only exists in legends. At this moment the Empress felt a slight trembling within her own abilities. The Empress awakened the ability of S-level Ice System ability Ice Phoenix Slaughter. However, the only ability that could cause such a tremor was one of a higher rank, the SS-level ability. The Empress looked down at Yifeng, who was enveloped by the SS-level Devouring Anti-Projection, unable to disguise her shock. She looked at Yifeng below and murmured, I never expected that this time I would encounter the legendary SS-level ability. The Empress looked at Yifeng, her beautiful eyes glimmering. At that moment Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, the massive Devouring Anti-Projection instantly merged into his being. At this point, the enormous devouring black hole above the Xinjiang Grand Canyon also began to dissipate rapidly. However, Yifeng below was reaping immense rewards. He had awakened the legendary SS-level ability, and it was the terrifying devouring power. Yifeng looked at the additional 1,800 enhancement points and couldn't help but feel delighted. This was a pleasant surprise from awakening the SS-level devouring ability. He hadn't expected that during his awakening he would devour everything around him. Yifeng looked at his attribute panel, realizing his power had surged from 60 in the early martial artist stage to 200 in the late martial artist stage. However, when he first awakened the devouring ability, he had also absorbed part of the power of the demon beasts. Although Yifeng was in the late martial artist stage, his power had astonishingly skyrocketed to 600. Yifeng was astonished and thought to himself, is this the true power of the devouring ability? It can actually absorb the power of demon beasts for my own use. The system prompt echoed in his mind. Reminder host, your SS-level devouring ability can not only absorb the power of demon beasts, but also the power of humans. Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. At this moment the system prompt sounded again. Moreover, host, you can also absorb their bodily strength. Yifeng's eyes widened as he quickly checked the bodily strength on his attribute panel. Originally, his bodily strength in the early martial artist stage was 40, and after advancing to the late martial artist stage, it directly reached 100. However, now Yifeng discovered that his bodily strength had reached a terrifying 600. This meant that his bodily strength had easily surpassed the martial general level, exceeding that of a martial artist. In fact, Yifeng's bodily strength had surpassed that of most martial generals. Seeing this, a flicker of joy appeared in Yifeng's eyes. The surprises brought by this devouring ability were simply overwhelming. Suddenly, Yifeng looked up startled. Before him stood an unparalleled beauty. Though he could not see her features clearly, Yifeng sensed her extraordinary beauty. She was none other than the peerless Empress who had been observing him from the air. Yifeng could not feel her cultivation, yet he could sense the overwhelming aura radiating from the Empress. This oppressive feeling was unlike anything he had ever experienced. At that moment, Yifeng felt as if he were a drop of water compared to the vast ocean before this stunning Empress. Instantly, his expression grew more serious. At this time, the Empress looked at Yifeng and spoke in a melodious voice. What is your name? Where are you from? What is your current identity? Yifeng, upon hearing this, became vigilant. Just as he was about to speak, the Empress' enchanting voice echoed in his ears again. You cannot lie. If you do, this Empress might accidentally kill you. As she spoke, the Empress flicked her finger, and a beam of white light instantly entered Yifeng's body. Yifeng was taken aback. He quickly examined himself, but found nothing unusual. Seeing this, Yifeng could only truthfully explain his identity to the Empress. After hearing him, the Empress looked at Yifeng and spoke again in her pleasing voice. I will need you in the future. We will meet again soon. With that, the Empress transformed into a flurry of petals and vanished. Yifeng was startled at this sight. After observing his surroundings, he found nothing. Yifeng immediately focused his thoughts. System, what was that white light the powerful woman just injected into me? Will it pose any threat to my body? Reminder to the host, that powerful woman is an imperial-level powerhouse. Her cultivation has reached the martial emperor level. Yifeng's heart stirred at this revelation. He had not expected that the woman was actually a martial emperor. In an instant, Yifeng's desire to grow stronger intensified. Yifeng returned to Xinjiang City and arrived at his dilapidated apartment. Suddenly, just as he was about to enter the apartment, a luxurious car pulled up beside him. Yifeng looked over and saw a beautiful girl in a white dress stepping out from the car. Yifeng was somewhat surprised by this beautiful girl. For this beautiful girl was none other than their school's goddess Shin. Shin Yueshi walked over to Yifeng and handed him a box, her voice cold as she said, "Yifeng, my father sent me to deliver money to you." Yifeng, upon hearing this, was immediately perplexed. What? Shin Yueshi looked at Yifeng with a frosty expression as she opened the box to reveal stacks of cash. Yifeng exclaimed, "For me?" Shin Yueshi nodded and said, "Yes, he saw that you awakened a top-level ability, so he wants to befriend you." Yifeng recalled his awakening of the S-level Chaos Demon Thunder and the gold he had received. He waved his hand and said, "No need, you can take it back, Shin Yueshi. It's unnecessary." Shin Yueshi was taken aback by Yifeng's words. Then she came to her senses and said to Yifeng, "I understand you want more." Yifeng remained silent. Then Shin Yueshi placed a box of money in front of Yifeng and took out a scroll of martial skills to hand to him. "This level martial skill was also sent by my father for you." Yifeng understood anyone who saw someone awakening the legendary S-level ability with such high potential would want to befriend them. At this moment, Shin Yueshi looked at Yifeng and slowly said, "I understand my father's actions. Yifeng, you have awakened a top-level ability, and I hope you won't waste it. I do not like my father's actions. Similarly, Yifeng, I do not like you. I believe I will definitely be stronger than you in the future." Yifeng, after a brief shock, calmly replied, "Shin Yueshi, if you want to be stronger than me, that's impossible." Shin Yuexi's beautiful eyes fixed on Yifeng. The school beauty looked at Yifeng, her voice cold as she said, "If I remember correctly, I have always been the top student in school, while you couldn't even make it into the top 100. Hearing Shin Yuexi's words, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. He then looked at Shin Yueshi and said, "That was indeed the case in the past, but it won't be like that anymore." Shin Yueshi, upon hearing Yifeng's words, looked at him and said, "Yifeng, you have awakened an S-level top-tier ability, and you are already getting a bit arrogant. An S-level ability does not make you instantly strong, it merely indicates the immense potential you possess. If you participate in the martial arts examination, you will understand the gap between us." After saying that, Shin Yueshi left the money her father had given to Yifeng along with the martial arts manual and departed. Yifeng saw this and said nothing, simply putting the box of money and the martial arts manual into his storage ring. The martial arts examination. Yifeng was determined to make a stunning impression. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yifeng returned home and immediately began to strengthen himself. At that moment, Yifeng had acquired 3 martial arts techniques. The first technique was the level martial art Leopard Fist that they learned in high school. Yifeng had spent 3 years practicing this technique to a beginner's level. In their class, the student with the best martial arts results, Wu Zihao, had mastered the Leopard Fist to a greater extent. Meanwhile, the top student Shin Yueshi had perfected the Leopard Fist within 3 years. At this time, Yifeng had just reached the beginner level of the Leopard Fist. Thus, he took out the martial arts scroll for the level Leopard Fist issued by the school and thought to himself, "System, how many enhancement points do I need to perfect the Leopard Fist?" "Host, you need 300 enhancement points." Yifeng, upon hearing this, focused his thoughts. System, immediately used 300 enhancement points to perfect the Leopard Fist. Received. Host. Whoosh. The Leopard Fist scroll in Yifeng's hand suddenly burst forth with a beam of white light that entered his mind. Yifeng felt his consciousness clear. 3 hours passed, and Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, he had perfected the Leopard Fist, which normally would take others 3 years to achieve in just. Yifeng had awakened an SS-level Devouring ability today, which was quite exhausting. Coupled with perfecting the Leopard Fist, he felt a bit fatigued and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Yifeng began to practice martial arts once again. He took out the martial art Sanxiong Liati Fist and prepared to enhance it. System, how many enhancement points do I need to perfect the level martial art Sanxiong Liati Fist? Host, you need 1,000 enhancement points. Hearing this, Yifeng felt a bit pained, but still decided to proceed. System, add 1,000 enhancement points to perfect the martial art Sanxiong Liati Fist. Received. Host. Whoosh. Suddenly, a burst of yellow light erupted from the Sanxiong Liati Fist martial art in Yifeng's hands. Whoosh. This yellow light from the Sanxiong Liati Fist instantly entered Yifeng's brow. A day passed. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his gaze. At that moment, a hint of joy appeared on Yifeng's face. After a day, Yifeng had perfected the Sanxiong Liati Fist. If people outside knew, they would surely be shocked to the point of questioning their lives. It is important to note that generally a martial artist with good comprehension would take 3 to 5 years to master a level martial art from the beginner level to perfection. However, Yifeng had managed to perfect the level martial art in less than a day. This illustrates just how rapid Yifeng's cultivation speed was. Crackling. Yifeng got up to stretch his muscles. In just nearly a day, he had perfected 2 major. Such a cultivation speed was incredibly fast, and many would likely question their lives upon learning of it. Next, Yifeng checked his attribute panel and found that he still had 500 enhancement points left. Thus, Yifeng opened the martial arts technique given to him by the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall, and his eyes widened. This scroll of martial art was not a clever technique, but a level 1. For a moment, Yifeng was somewhat shocked. It is important to understand that a level martial art is valued at. Moreover, many martial artists in society, including many student martial artists, may never possess a level martial art in their lifetime. Yifeng opened the level martial art scroll, and the first thing to catch his eye were the bold characters, level martial art, Vajra Shattering Mountain Palm. Yifeng examined this Vajra Shattering Mountain Palm for a long time. To be honest, he couldn't understand it very well. After all, this was a level martial art, which is not something that can be easily comprehended. Thus, Yifeng focused his thoughts. System, how many enhancement points do I need to cultivate this Vajra Shattering Mountain Palm, from beginner to perfection? Host, you need 2,000 enhancement points to cultivate the Vajra Shattering Mountain Palm, from beginner to perfection. Hearing this, Yifeng realized that he only had 500 enhancement points. This means that Yifeng needed an additional 1,500 enhancement points to perfect the Vajra Shattering Mountain Palm. Suddenly at that moment a scream rang out, "Help!" Upon hearing this cry for help, Yifeng immediately got up. He discovered that the cry was coming from downstairs. Yifeng rushed to the balcony and looked down, instantly widening his pupils. Below, several people lay in pools of blood. Some had even lost their life force. Nearby, 2 or 3 individuals sat on the ground, their faces covered in blood. Facing them were demon beasts, and these 2 or 3 individuals were looking at the demon beasts in horror. There were a total of 5 demon beasts facing them. These 5 demon beasts had sharp horns on their heads, and those horns were currently stained with blood. Without a doubt, it was the blood of those fallen individuals. They had the heads of leopards, and were quite large, almost the size of a human. These were the latest stage warrior demon beasts, unicorn leopard demons. Yifeng looked at this scene with a cold expression. The danger in this world is like this. Even a rundown apartment complex could have demon beasts intruding. Moreover, many individuals with inadequate strength could easily be killed by the demon beasts. Yifeng observed that most of the adults lying on the ground who had been killed were at the early warrior stage. If this were before, Yifeng would also have been at the early warrior stage. However, Yifeng was no longer at that level. With that, Yifeng leaped directly from the balcony. Living on the 5th floor with his current latest stage warrior cultivation, he had no issues at all. Boom. Yifeng jumped from the 5th floor, landing on the back of one of the unicorn leopard demons. Boom. The unicorn leopard demon he landed on immediately stumbled and fell to the ground. Roar. The unicorn leopard demon roared angrily at Yifeng, frantically trying to shake him off and kill him. Boom. Yifeng seemed to ignore the fury of the unicorn leopard demon as he unleashed all his strength, delivering a powerful punch directly onto the demon's head. Yifeng struck the horned leopard demon with a single punch, instantly receiving a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have killed a latest stage martial artist horned leopard demon with 1 punch, rewarding you with 500 enhancement points. Yifeng's current strength far exceeded that of other latest stage martial artists of the same realm. It should be noted that the strength of a latest stage martial artist of the same realm is only between 100 and 200. However, Yifeng's strength had already reached 600. Thus, even a latest stage martial artist horned leopard demon could not withstand such a punch. The 2 or 3 people lying on the ground in fear watched Yifeng appear out of nowhere. When they saw Yifeng kill the horned leopard demon with a single punch, their eyes widened in disbelief. He actually killed the horned leopard demon with 1 punch. How could a latest stage martial artist possibly defeat a horned leopard demon? Yes, he killed a horned leopard demon with 1 punch. His strength must be incredibly immense. At that moment, the 2 people lying on the ground looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with disbelief. In their understanding, the horned leopard demon was a beast of latest stage martial artist level, and the combat power of beasts of the same realm far exceeded that of humans. Yifeng glanced at the 4 horned leopard demons opposite him, who were also staring fiercely at Yifeng. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, the 4 horned leopard demons charged at Yifeng, evidently seeking revenge for their comrade. Seeing this, Yifeng wasted no time and launched an attack. Perfect level leopard form fist. Instantly, a massive fist imprint resembling a leopard's head containing immense power formed before Yifeng. Swoosh. At that moment, 2 horned leopard demons arrived right in front of Yifeng, directly using their sharp horns to stab at him. However, Pong. Yifeng unleashed the perfect level leopard form fist, and the gigantic leopard head fist imprint smashed down onto the 2 horned leopard demons. With Yifeng's strength far surpassing that of the same realm combined with the perfect leopard form fist, the power was immense. Crack, crack. In an instant, the bones of the 2 horned leopard demons attacking Yifeng could not withstand his immense power and the perfect level leopard form fist, and they shattered layer by layer. Bang! The two horned leopard demons, unable to withstand Yifeng's strength and the perfect level leopard form fist, collapsed to the ground lifeless. Din, congratulations host, you have killed two horned leopard demons, with a perfect level leopard form fist rewarding you with 1000 enhancement points. Swoosh. Before Yifeng could think further, he was suddenly stabbed in the waist by the horn of a horned leopard demon. However, Yifeng's body strength had already reached 500. It should be noted that the body strength of an average late-stage martial artist is around 100, while Yifeng's body strength is 5 times that of an average late-stage martial artist. Thus, even if this horned leopard demon exerted all its strength, it could not pierce through Yifeng's body strength. Bang! Yifeng turned around and delivered a powerful kick, sending that horned leopard demon flying. Boom! Following that, Yifeng launched a fierce punch at the last horned leopard demon that attacked him. The last horned leopard demon's sharp horn stabbed into Yifeng's shoulder, tearing his clothing, but it did not pierce through his body strength. Bang! Yifeng unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on its head. Crack! Bang! The last horned leopard demon was knocked to the ground by Yifeng's punch. Crack! Yifeng decisively twisted the neck of this horned leopard demon. Congratulations host, you have killed another horned leopard demon, rewarding you with 500 enhancement points. Yifeng then approached the horned leopard demon he had just kicked away. Due to Yifeng's immense strength, the horned leopard demon he had just kicked flew directly to the ground, losing its ability to move. However, Yifeng did not hear the system's reward sound, so he understood that the horned leopard demon was not dead yet. Crack! Yifeng stepped forward and crushed the neck of the horned leopard demon. Din, congratulations host, you have killed another horned leopard demon, rewarding you with 500 enhancement points. Yifeng, hearing this, looked at the 5 horned leopard demons lying on the ground and suddenly gained a clearer understanding of his current combat power. However, Yifeng had only used a small amount of strength this time to kill 5 horned leopard demons. The 2 or 3 people who were previously terrified of the horned leopard demons, the same ones who had shouted for help, were now wide-eyed staring at Yifeng. They exclaimed, "Did all 5 horned leopard demons die? All killed by him, a latest-stage martial artist? My goodness! The horned leopard demon is also at the latest-stage martial artist level. How could he so easily kill 5 beasts of the same level?" The 3 of them looked at Yifeng, recalling how he had just killed the horned leopard demons, their astonishment impossible to conceal. They exchanged glances and said, "It's my first time seeing such a powerful latest-stage martial artist. Me too, he's too strong." At that moment, the 3 of them looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with reverence for such a powerful figure. The 3 of them hurriedly crawled to Yifeng, saying, "Thank you, just now. Without you we would have been killed by the horned leopard demons. Thank you very much, you are truly impressive." The 3 of them bowed deeply to Yifeng, their eyes filled with deep gratitude. Seeing this, Yifeng waved his hand and said, "No need, I was able to handle the horned leopard demons, so I intervened. If I were to encounter a beast that was too strong, I would probably just leave without intervening." The 3 of them were taken aback by Yifeng's words. This handsome, strong man must be saying this to avoid burdening us. Instantly, their impression of Yifeng improved even further. Then Yifeng looked around at the several people severely injured or even dead due to the horned leopard demons, and a wave of sadness surged within him. In this world, although everyone can cultivate and grow stronger, many people are killed by beasts before they can become powerful, which is truly tragic. Thus, Yifeng realized that he must become extremely strong. Otherwise, he could very well be killed by beasts at any moment. Soon after, some family members from the community and other people rushed to thank Yifeng. After bidding farewell to the families from the community, Yifeng returned to his room. He discovered that his enhancement points had risen from 500 to 3,000. He had just killed 5 horned leopard demons, earning him 2,500 enhancement points. Thus, Yifeng directly opened the grade martial skill scroll, Diamond Shattering Palm. He looked at the martial skill scroll for the Diamond Shattering Palm and thought, system, add 2,000 enhancement points to cultivate the Diamond Shattering Palm to perfection. Received host whoosh. The knowledge contained within the Diamond Shattering Palm martial skill scroll transformed into a burst of red light and entered Yifeng's mind. 2 days later, Yifeng had cultivated the grade Diamond Shattering Palm to perfection. At this point, Yifeng had mastered 3 martial skills, including grade and grade martial skills. Just in time for the martial arts examination, Yifeng could not help but reveal a smile. He was ready to showcase his skills and amaze everyone. Yifeng returned to school. Today was the day of the martial arts examination. All the students of Zhengyang No. 3 middle school gathered on the playground before heading to the examination venue together. The examination venue was located in a forest area on the outskirts of Zhengyang City. The martial arts examination was not exclusive to students from Zhengyang No. 3 middle school. Rather, it involved over 10 high schools in Zhengyang City, with more than 10,000 graduating seniors participating. Yifeng boarded the class bus, sitting next to his close friend Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but say, Brother Feng, why does it feel like you've become stronger again? I sense an increasing pressure coming from you. Yi Feng looked surprised at Zhang Hao's words. He smiled and replied, Haozi, I have indeed become stronger. Zhang Hao couldn't help but grin at Yi Feng and said, Brother Feng, you must make a stunning impression in this martial arts examination. As your brother, if you awakened in strength ability and still managed to impress, I would be honored. Yi Feng smiled at Zhang Hao's words, saying, I will do my best. Soon they arrived outside the examination venue. The city of Xinjiang was unusually quiet today, with official armed police escorting the candidates. The higher-ups in Xinjiang City placed great importance on the students' martial arts examination. After all, this was a crucial opportunity for countless ordinary families to see their children succeed. Performing well in the examination could lead to admission into prestigious martial arts universities and access to valuable cultivation resources. For children from ordinary families with limited cultivation resources, this was an incredibly important opportunity. Even wealthy families with resources in the area placed significant emphasis on their children's martial arts examination. Today, Xinjiang City was particularly quiet and many students' parents felt quite anxious. Heaven bless, please ensure my child performs well in the martial arts examination and gains admission to a good martial arts university. Child, this may be your only chance to turn your life around. You must work hard. Many parents silently prayed in their hearts for their children to gain admission to a good martial arts university. Yi Feng, meanwhile, arrived outside the martial arts examination venue with his class bus. As he got off the bus, he was greeted by a sea of candidates. These candidates were from Xinjiang City's 10 high schools totaling around 10,000. Soon they formed small groups based on their schools and classes. These candidates were from Xinjiang City's 10 high schools totaling around 10,000. Soon they formed small groups based on their school. Look, that's Li Yizhou, the top student from Xinjiang now. One high school. It's said that he has awakened and shrank top-tier fire ability. Moreover, his cultivation level has already reached that of a martial general. Many students focused their attention on a handsome tall boy. Li Yizhou is truly impressive. I heard about him back in my freshman year at our school, and our teacher even encouraged us to learn from him. The key is that he has placed first in almost every unified examination among Xinjiang's 10 high schools. Yes, I feel that in this martial arts examination Li Yizhou is most likely to take first place. Many students, even from other schools, held Li Yizhou in high regard. Hearing the discussions about him, Li Yizhou remained indifferent, gazing into the distance. Quickly, many students' attention shifted to a beautiful girl from Xinjiang now. One high school, unable to help but exclaimed, look, that's Jin Yuan, who can usually compete for the top spot with Li Yizhou. It's said that she has also awakened in strength ability. No wonder she's the daughter of the director of Xinjiang Martial Academy. Truly impressive. Exactly. Jin Yuan is not only stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly powerful. She's the perfect goddess. Jin Yuan heard the discussions around her, but paid no mind as her gaze searched among the students from Xinjiang No. Free Middle School. Finally, she spotted Yi Feng, and her eyes lit up. Soon many students noticed another tall and robust male student, and couldn't help but discuss, look, that's Zhang Chang, the top student from Xinjiang No. 6 High School. It's said that he awakened in a rank earth ability and has already reached the level of a martial general. It is said that Zhang Chang's combat abilities are extremely formidable. We should be cautious. Many students discussed Zhang Chang, who was not far away. At that moment, Zhang Chang glanced at those students, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Next, many students looked towards Shun Yueshi and said that beautiful and aloof girl is Shun Yueshi, the school flower of Xinjiang No. Free High School. Although she hasn't awakened in strength ability, she does possess an rank ability, and it's said that she has also elevated her cultivation to the level of a martial general. Shun Yuexi's strength is quite formidable. We should pay attention to her. At this moment, Shun Yueshi wasn't in the mood to listen to the discussions around her. Her gaze occasionally fixated on Yi Feng. This was because Shun Yueshi had noticed that her father seemed to place great importance on Yi Feng, even wanting her to get closer to him. For a time, Shun Yueshi observed Yi Feng from time to time. Eventually, many students turned their gazes towards Yi Feng, unable to help but say, look, that's Yi Feng from Xinjiang No. 3 High School, who awakened in strength ability. Shun Yueshi hasn't awakened hers, yet he has. It's truly surprising. I'm not clear about the news surrounding Yi Feng. He was previously unknown, but being able to awaken in strength ability surely indicates he is no ordinary person. Many students analyzed Yi Feng, saying Yi Feng gives off a vibe of someone pretending to be weak. He was previously unnoticed, yet suddenly awakened in strength top-tier wind ability. He is definitely not simple. Yi Feng heard their discussions as he observed Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, Shun Yueshi, and Zhang Chang analyzing their strengths. However, Jin Yuan had been staring at Yi Feng, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. He noticed the beautiful school flower of Xinjiang No. 1 High School, Jin Yuan gazing at him as if attempting to see through him. In her heart, Jin Yuan was filled with confusion. Li Yizhou has also awakened in strength ability, but why does my father place such importance on the previously obscure Yi Feng from Zhengyang No. 3 High School? Li Yizhou has always ranked first among the top martial schools and has directly awakened in strength ability. But why? Why has my father been so focused on Yi Feng these past few days, and even urged my sister to get In fact, the director of Zhenyang Martial Academy had been mentioning Yi Feng frequently in front of his 2 daughters, hoping both of them would interact with him. This made Xin Yueshi quite resentful towards Yi Feng, while Jin Yuan was filled with curiosity and doubt about him. Among the students of Zhenyang No. 1 High School, Li Yizhou was also watching Yi Feng. Li Yizhou was an exceptionally talented prodigy renowned throughout Zhenyang since his freshman year, consistently defeating opponents well above his level. However, this remarkably talented individual focused his gaze on Yi Feng, thinking to himself, this student, named Yi Feng, was previously unknown in high school, yet he awakened in strength top-tier wind ability just before the martial arts examination. He is definitely someone who conceals his true strength and should not be underestimated. Li Yizhou regarded Yi Feng with great importance. Many believed that this time Li Yizhou would be the one to secure the first place in the martial arts examination. However, Li Yizhou's intuition told him that Yi Feng, who was once obscure, would pose the greatest threat to his quest for the top position in the martial arts examination. The head teachers of each class soon counted the number of students and reported to the school leadership. Before long, all the candidates for this martial arts examination had gathered. Many students participating in the examination wore expressions filled with intense anxiety. This anxiety stemmed from their awareness that the martial arts examination was not only significant, but also perilous. Its significance lay in the fact that excelling could grant them excellent cultivation resources. The danger arose from the fact that the participants would face not humans, but those exceedingly dangerous demonic beasts. Soon the chief examiner responsible for the martial arts examination arrived. The chief examiner was a bald man wearing a black t-shirt and tall and thin in stature. However, the aura of oppression emanating from him was exceptionally strong. The chief examiner looked at the students below and said solemnly, "Today is an extremely important day in your lives. The martial arts examination concerns your future cultivation. The martial arts examination carries the hopes of your entire family and embodies your future, so please." Finally, the chief examiner added one last remark to all the students below. "Since you are participating in the martial arts examination, you must pay attention to safety. The demonic beasts here are very dangerous." Many students felt a wave of anxiety upon hearing the chief examiner's words. Some turned pale as soon as they heard him mention danger. Next, a fleet of large trucks arrived at the students' gathering place. Soon the trucks stopped in front of the crowd, and a team of staff members disembarked. These trucks contained the supplies needed for the martial arts examination. The staff soon distributed the necessary materials to each student. Yi Feng also received a package. Upon opening it, he found a smart wristband to record the points for slaying demonic beasts, and 3 high-energy corn bars for replenishing energy. The last item was a safety ball that would automatically form an energy shield and teleport the student out of the examination area when their life was in danger. However, activating the safety ball meant losing the qualifications for the martial arts examination. Yi Feng put these items away. At this moment, his classmates came over to greet Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, do you want to team up during the examination? We can look out for each other." "Yes. Yi Feng, let's form a team for the examination to showcase your grade top-tier ability. When we encounter demonic beasts, you can take the lead in slaying them to earn points." Many classmates gazed at Yi Feng eagerly. Since Yi Feng awakened his grade top-tier ability, many students had sought to befriend him. Hearing their invitation, Yi Feng shook his head and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll manage on my own." The classmates who invited him felt a bit disappointed upon hearing his refusal. However, they quickly adjusted their attitudes and said to Yi Feng, "Then Yi Feng, good luck in the examination. If you encounter any demonic beasts that you can't handle, just call us. We will definitely help you." Feeling warm in his heart, Yi Feng replied, "Thank you." At that moment, Xin Yueshi approached him and coldly stated, "Yi Feng, my father has high hopes for you, but I don't see anything special about you. In this martial arts examination, I will suppress you with absolute results so my father can see that I am better than you." Zhang Hao was taken aback upon hearing Xin Yuexi's words. The head of Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy highly regards Feng Ge. While the head of Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy is a big shot, such a significant figure actually has high hopes for Feng Ge. I also have high hopes for Feng Ge. If the head of Zhenyang Martial Arts Academy does too, doesn't that mean I am equivalent to him? Zhang Hao thought to himself. Fortunately, he kept it to himself. If he had spoken it out loud, Xin Yueshi would likely have killed him. Yi Feng calmly shook his head and said, "Xin Yueshi, although you are a martial general, I am still in the later stages of martial artist. You are being a bit too arrogant. You always think that I only have great abilities. You are gravely mistaken. Yi Feng continued, the gap between us is so vast that even without this great ability, you are still far from me. Xin Yueshi was taken aback by Yi Feng's words. Zhang Hao, who was nearby, felt a glimmer of admiration and gave Yi Feng a thumbs up. Feng Ge, that was really cool. Following this, all the supplies were distributed, and the leaders of each school and class teachers organized the students to line up and enter the examination area through the teleportation array. Yi Feng also lined up with Zhang Hao. While queuing, Zhang Hao seemed to have something he wanted to say to Yi Feng, but couldn't find the words. Noticing this, Yi Feng took the initiative to ask him, "What's wrong, Haozi? Are you feeling unwell, or something?" Zhang Hao replied, "Feng Ge, once we enter the examination area, let's split up and hunt demonic beasts separately." Yi Feng was surprised by Zhang Hao's words and said, "Haozi, a month ago, didn't you say we would team up to hunt demonic beasts for the examination?" Zhang Hao chuckled and said, "Feng Ge, that's because a month ago we were roughly at the same level, both at the early stages of martial artist. But now it's different. You, Feng Ge, have become much stronger, and I think you should aim for a higher score in the examination. If you were to hunt demonic beasts alongside me, I might hold you back." Yi Feng frowned at Zhang Hao's words and said, "Haozi, even if you hunt together with me, you wouldn't hold me back. With my current strength, I can easily support you." Zhang Hao shook his head and said, "Feng Ge, trust me, I can achieve a good score on my own in the examination too. Feng Ge, although I think you might not perform as well as Li Yizhou and Jin Yuan, who also awakens grade top-tier abilities, and may even fall short compared to the highly capable Zhang Chang. However, Feng Ge, I believe with your current strength, securing a spot in the top 10 of the examination shouldn't be a problem." Yi Feng. As he spoke, Zhang Hao patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Feng Ge, go for it, aim for the..." Yi Feng responded, "All right. Haozi, make sure to stay safe." Zhang Hao nodded with a smile and said, "Feng Ge, don't worry, I will definitely be careful." Soon Yi Feng entered the examination area through the teleportation array, holding his examination permit. Looking around at the lush green forest and the crystal-clear stream, he was surprised to find himself transported to a picturesque and relatively quiet place. Suddenly he spotted a Qingyun breaking tear grass not far away, and his breathing quickened. Yi Feng looked at the Qingyun breaking stage herb not far away and was instantly filled with excitement. There by the stream stood a one-metal blue plant. Its blue trunk shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. This plant also had 5 large blue leaves. It emanated a strong herbal fragrance. This was an incredibly precious medicinal herb known as the Qingyun breaking stage herb. Furthermore, based on the fragrance, this herb was already mature. The effects of the Qingyun breaking stage herb were miraculous, allowing martial artists to unconditionally break through a boundary. Yi Feng had previously read about the Qingyun breaking stage herb in his high school textbooks. He never expected to encounter the Qingyun breaking stage herb in person. Yi Feng carefully observed the surroundings of the Qingyun breaking stage herb, raising his vigilance and preparing to act at any moment. Since Yi Feng had read in books that the Qingyun breaking stage herb was indeed a rare treasure, it was often guarded by ferocious beasts. However, after observing the surroundings for a while, Yi Feng did not discover any beasts near the Qingyun breaking stage herb. Thus he decided to approach it, as he intended to obtain it since he had found it. Nevertheless, Yi Feng moved cautiously, remaining alert for any sudden attacks from powerful beasts. Soon he arrived in front of the Qingyun breaking stage herb and widened his eyes in surprise. He saw that behind the Qingyun breaking stage herb lay 2 beast corpses. The bodies of those beasts were covered in claw marks. They lay motionless in the water, and Yi Feng felt that they seemed to be dead. From the claw marks and wounds on the 2 beast corpses along with the nearby Qingyun breaking stage herb, Yi Feng deduced these 2 beasts must have fought fiercely over the herb, resulting in their mutual demise. Yi Feng was somewhat astonished that he could obtain this precious Qingyun breaking stage herb without having to kill a single beast. Yi Feng bent down and directly pulled the precious Qingyun breaking stage herb from the clear stream. Immediately a rich herbal fragrance wafted towards him. Yi Feng looked at the Qingyun breaking stage herb in his hand, surprised that obtaining it was so easy. It was known that many cultivators had exerted great effort in search of a single Qingyun breaking stage herb. Many cultivators had even fought over it, causing rivers of blood. Even beasts had fought to the death over a Qingyun breaking stage herb. Yet Yi Feng had obtained it without break. Yi Feng placed the Qingyun breaking stage herb in the stream to wash it. Then he looked around the stream bank, and seeing no one or beasts, he ate the herb. The moment Yi Feng consumed the Qingyun breaking stage herb, a refreshing and cooling sensation instantly swept through his entire body. Time had already reached evening. Boom. Yi Feng opened his eyes, his newly powerful aura causing the surrounding grass to tremble slightly. At this moment, Yi Feng's cultivation level had risen from the late martial artist stage to the martial general stage. It was known that among the tens of thousands participating in the martial examination in Jingyang City, only Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, and Shun Yueshi had achieved the martial general level. These three had been raised with abundant resources from a young age, employing many formidable mentors for guidance. After more than 10 years of effort, they had progressed from ordinary people to martial artists, and then to martial generals. However, Yifeng accomplished all of this in just about a day. If those martial examination geniuses were to learn that he had acquired a Qin Yun breaking stage herb and completed his breakthrough upon entering, they would be left in shock, doubting their lives. Yet Yifeng quickly suppressed the pride of just breaking through to martial general. Because he was now in the martial examination and points were the most important. He raised his hand to check his smart wristband. Name Yifeng, School Xingyang No. 3 Middle School, Student ID 203045.0. Ranking 10566 last place. In this day, Yifeng had made a breakthrough in cultivation. However, he had not hunted any beasts, so his martial examination points were still 0. Meanwhile, Li Yijo, who topped the points chart, looked at Yifeng, who was in last place with a furrowed brow. Isn't that Yifeng supposed to have awakened in class ability? Even if he used his class ability to hunt beasts, it shouldn't be possible for him to have 0 points. Could it be that I'm overthinking? Is he not pretending to be incompetent, but genuinely unable? In just one day, Li Yijo had already killed several beasts, and his points had reached 699. The second highest in points was Jin Yuan, who had also killed numerous beasts, accumulating 623 points. At this moment, Jin Yuan was more concerned about Yifeng's points. What the heck? Yifeng still has 0. Was he kidnapped by beasts? Is this really someone who awakened in class ability? What exactly does his father value in him? The third in points was Zhang Chang, whose points had reached 620. This meant that Zhang Chang's points were getting closer and closer to the third place. Zhang Chang was also drawn to Yifeng's 0 points. That 0 points is from the student who awakened in class ability. No way, how could it still be 0 points after almost a day? Zhang Chang knew that Yifeng had awakened in class ability, and at this moment he couldn't help but find it hard to believe that he still had 0 points. The fourth in points was the top student from Xingyang No. 2 Middle School, Yu Wenjun, who was still battling beasts with great excitement, eager to claim the first place. The fifth was Xun Yueshi, the school beauty from Xingyang No. 3 Middle School, whose points had reached 500. Looking at Yifeng's points being 0, and in last place, Xun Yueshi frowned. Yifeng, how could his points be 0? Can't even deal with a single beast. No, it's impossible. Yifeng must be planning something big. Yifeng, on the other hand, walked toward the center of the martial examination forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yifeng encountered a group of beasts. The beasts on the opposite side were about half his height. They were covered in gray scales, had sharp tusks, and gray demonic eyes. These were mid-level martial beasts, the gray-scaled lynx. Upon seeing this group of gray-scaled lynx, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Although there were quite a number of them, at least 100. If other students, including talents like Li Yijo, encountered them, they would likely avoid them directly. However, Yifeng's class wind ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Suddenly, a giant green wind dragon appeared, instantly coiling around Yifeng. The surrounding trees were directly torn apart by Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. The debris was swept into the sky by the wind dragon. At this moment, Yifeng resembled a dominator in the wind. The group of gray-scaled lynx also noticed Yifeng roaring at him. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this, Yifeng suddenly attacked the gray-scaled lynx. Yifeng was surrounded by a whirlwind-like dragon, with several gray-scaled raccoon demons charging towards him. Whoosh. However, these gray-scaled raccoon demons were thwarted by Yifeng's whirlwind dragon. Bang bang bang. Subsequently, several gray-scaled raccoon demons, even before they could reach Yifeng, were sent flying by the whirlwind dragon, surrounding him, crashing into the trees. The surrounding trees had already been torn apart by the whirlwind dragon. Those gray-scaled raccoon demons that had attacked were directly toppled and smashed against the trees by Yifeng's whirlwind dragon. It was not over yet. With a thought, Yifeng looked up. The massive whirlwind dragon around him suddenly opened its mouth wide, devouring dozens of gray-scaled raccoon demons. Roar, roar, roar. The gray-scaled raccoon demons, swallowed by Yifeng's whirlwind dragon, screamed in agony. Seeing this, Yifeng raised his hand into a fist. Roar. The whirlwind dragon heard Yifeng's command and let out an angry roar. Crack, crack. The dozen gray-scaled raccoon demons devoured by the whirlwind dragon were instantly torn apart and annihilated. At that moment, a notification sound rang in Yifeng's ears. Ding, congratulations, host, you have used Strength Wind ability to instantly shred and annihilate 11 gray-scaled raccoon demons, rewarding you with 2,200 enhancement points. Yifeng was surprised and glanced at his smart wristband. He saw the data on his smart wristband rapidly changing, finally settling at 2,200. Yifeng's ranking swiftly climbed from last place to first. Suddenly, the roar of the gray-scaled raccoon demons pulled Yifeng back to reality. He noticed that the group of gray-scaled raccoon demons turned their eyes red upon seeing more than 10 of their companions killed by Yifeng. They sought revenge for their fallen companions, charging towards Yifeng one after another. However, the whirlwind dragon coiling around Yifeng was truly terrifying. One by one, the gray-scaled raccoon demons were sent flying by the powerful wind pressure of the whirlwind dragon. They exerted all their strength, but could not get close to Yifeng. Consequently, many gray-scaled raccoon demons hurriedly got up. Seeing that they and their companions could not get close to Yifeng, they had no choice but to turn and flee. Seeing them attempt to escape, Yifeng's eyes narrowed. S-rank Chaos Thunder. Boom. Instantly, a terrifying black thunder dragon appeared around Yifeng. Around Yifeng, multiple thunders appeared continuously. Moreover, strong winds also emerged around him. At this moment, Yifeng resembled the master of wind and thunder. Gazing at the black thunder dragon, he raised his head, his thoughts commanding, "Go kill them." Immediately, the Chaos Thunder Dragon roared and charged at the fleeing gray-scaled raccoon demons. Sizzle. One gray-scaled raccoon demon was struck by the Chaos Thunder and instantly turned to ashes. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. Soon after, several fleeing gray-scaled raccoon demons were hit by successive terrifying Chaos Thunders. Thus, one after another gray-scaled raccoon demons were instantly killed, turning to ashes by Yifeng's Chaos Thunder. Even the stones on the ground struck by the Chaos Thunder shattered into dust. Yifeng looked at the destructive power of the Chaos Thunder, marveling. As expected, it is the Thunder system with the strongest penetrating power for slaughter. Suddenly, he saw not far away the Chaos Thunder Dragon was instantly devouring more than 20 gray-scaled raccoon demons. Roar, roar, roar. The gray-scaled raccoon demons engulfed by the Chaos Thunder roared in terror. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. However, their roars did not mean Yifeng would let them go. With a thought, those gray-scaled raccoon demons instantly turned to ashes, quickly vanishing. Yifeng's ears were constantly filled with the sounds of rewards for killing gray-scaled raccoon demons. Ding, congratulations host, you just used S-rank Chaos Thunder to kill 3 gray-scaled raccoon demons, rewarding you with 600 enhancement points. Ding, congratulations host, you just used Chaos Thunder to kill 5 gray-scaled raccoon demons, rewarding you with 1000 enhancement points. Ding, congratulations host, you just used Chaos Thunder to kill 23 gray-scaled raccoon demons, rewarding you with 4600 enhancement points. Ding, congratulations host. The sounds of his rewards for killing gray-scaled raccoon demons kept ringing in Yifeng's ears. Not only that, even the points on his smart wristband were rapidly climbing: 640, 750, 860, 920, 990, 1050. In no time, Yifeng, simply standing still, used S-rank Whirlwind Dragon and S-rank Chaos Thunder Dragon to wipe out all the gray-scaled raccoon demons around. Yifeng looked at the enhancement points he had earned from killing gray-scaled raccoon demons and was astonished to find it reached as high as 21,000. He then checked his points, which had also reached 21,000. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes widened. He had no idea that his points would reach 20,000 so quickly. 2,000 points were already within his expectations. 20,000 points, however, were beyond what he anticipated. But then again, others encountered one beast at a time. In contrast, Yifeng faced the most dangerous group of beasts. The key was that the gray-scaled raccoon demons he encountered were not just a dozen. Yifeng faced a group of gray-scaled raccoon demons that numbered over 100. Yet who could have imagined that even when faced with such a terrifying number, Yifeng could still crush them effortlessly? At this moment, Yifeng's points attracted the attention of many students in the examination hall. Many students, upon seeing Yifeng ranked first on the leaderboard, jumped up. What the hell? The first place is not Li Yizhou or Jin Yuanyuan, but Yifeng from Class 3. A nearby student laughed. I heard that Yifeng from Class 3 has awakened in strength ability. That Yifeng is usually not well known, but who would have thought he has awakened in strength ability? I feel like he is the most. Indeed, in our Xingyang High School, the students are all elites. At this time, a student who saw the points hurriedly said, "No, it's just that Yifeng's points are too high." Of course, he is a genius who awakened in strength ability. Even if his points are higher, isn't it normal? Moreover, Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan also awakened strength abilities, so how much higher can Yifeng's points be compared to theirs? Ha ha ha, exactly. At most it's just 1,000 points. 2,000 points. The students around, who were not looking at the points on their smart wristbands, but were diligently searching for beasts, laughed among themselves. In these students' eyes, Yifeng was just like Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan, all having awakened strength abilities. Meanwhile, Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan's points were hovering around 1,000. They thought that even if Yifeng surpassed Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan, it would only be slightly higher, around 1,000 points. However, at that moment, many students who had seen Yifeng's points and confirmed them several times looked at those who had not seen the points with stunned expressions. It's not 1,000 points, nor 2,000 points. Yifeng's points are 21,000. How much? Did you just say that Yifeng from Class 3 has scored 2,000 points? No, is it not 2,000? At once the students who were looking to hunt beasts halted all their activities. This was because the student who had just seen the real-time scores on the smart wristband claimed that Yifeng had indeed reached 200 points, and they found it hard to believe. The student who had seen the score said again, seriously, why would I lie to you? I didn't believe it when I first saw it either. I confirmed it several times before I was sure. The smart wristband shows that Yifeng ranked first on the leaderboard indeed has 200 points. As soon as this student finished speaking, several others quickly raised their hands to check the score ranking on their smart wrist. At that moment, when those students saw Yifeng's score of 200 at the top of the leaderboard, they exclaimed in shock, no way. It really is 200 points. I thought 200 points was already exaggerated, but Yifeng actually got 200 points. How? How did he manage to achieve this? The students stared wide-eyed at the score of Yifeng ranked first, revealing their disbelief. At that moment, throughout the martial arts examination venue, many students scattered in the forest noticed Yifeng's score and ranking. Immediately, many candidates couldn't help but exclaim, with over 200 points, is Yifeng cheating? I think cheating isn't even this extreme. What on earth has Yifeng done to acquire over 200 points so quickly? Yifeng's score in the martial arts examination left many students dumbfounded. I've exerted myself to the limit, and I only have over 300 points now. I'm even worse. I thought having over 200 points was already good, but Yifeng has 100 times my score. It's just unbelievable. We managed to find a few early-stage martial beasts, and now we only have a few dozen points, while Yifeng has 200 points. How can we even compete? Yifeng's score was so high that it quickly caused a stir throughout the martial arts examination venue. Many students widened their eyes, repeatedly counting Yifeng's points to confirm it was indeed 200. But each time they counted, it was still 4 zeros, while the vast majority of students only had 2 zeros. This result left many students filled with shock. On the side of Li Yizhou, he had just killed a latest-stage martial beast. At this moment, he was resting on a rock, holding a sharp sword. I finally killed a latest-stage martial beast, and my points should have surpassed 100 now. I wonder if Jin Yuanyuan has surpassed 100 points. She probably hasn't, or I've been searching and hunting beasts without taking much of a break. Thinking of this, Li Yizhou murmured to himself, Jin Yuanyuan shouldn't be able to surpass me. That Shun Yueshi and Zhang Chang are quite far behind me. That Yifeng, who awakened in class ability, shouldn't still be at 0 points, right? After all, he awakened a top-tier ability. If nothing unexpected happens, I should still be first. Li Yizhou opened his smart wristband and smiled in satisfaction when he saw that his points had reached 1 to 5. However, when he saw the word second in the ranking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be Jin Yuanyuan? Or Li Yizhou opened the score ranking and his eyes widened in disbelief. Yifeng. It's that Yifeng from class 3 who awakened in class ability. Next, Li Yizhou looked again at Yifeng's score. His eyes widened like saucers. 200. No, it's still 200. Is this really 200 points? Li Yizhou exclaimed, repeatedly checking Yifeng's score, unable to believe it. How did he do it? 200 points. Is that even a score a person can achieve? Li Yizhou was stunned, his mind completely blank. That Yifeng, even if he's pretending to be weak, he's hidden it too well. At that moment, Li Yizhou recalled Yifeng's face among the crowd from class 3 before the martial arts examination. Li Yizhou's face turned blue and purple. He felt he had encountered a disaster this time. Meanwhile, on Jin Yuanyuan's side, roar. She was still hunting beasts as one beast after another attacked her. However, Jin Yuanyuan remained unfazed, her movements extremely agile. Bang, bang. She kept darting around, killing one latest-stage martial beast after another. Few after killing 6 latest-stage martial beasts, she had exhausted herself. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan leaned against a tree to rest, opening her smart wristband. When she saw that her points had reached 1500 and had already surpassed Li Yizhou, she couldn't help but feel delighted. But soon Jin Yuanyuan noticed that her ranking had dropped to 3rd, and she frowned slightly. So she opened the score leaderboard, and what caught her eye was ranked first Yifeng, 200 points. Jin Yuanyuan's heart jolted. The Yifeng my father values actually ranked first. Wait, Yifeng's score. Suddenly Jin Yuanyuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yifeng's score. What the? 200 points. No, how can it be that high? How many beasts did he have to kill to achieve that? I can't believe it. How did Yifeng manage to do it? At this moment, the campus belle Jin Yuanyuan couldn't suppress her shock at Yifeng's score. Suddenly, she raised the high-tech weapon in her hand, quickly finding her way, wanting to seek out Yifeng to ask how he managed to score 200 points. Zhang Chang, who ranked first in Zhenyang's 6th high, looked at Yifeng's score and jumped up. Is it reasonable for Yifeng from Zhenyang 3rd high to have 200 points? It's completely unreasonable. My current score is 965 points, and he's already over 1000. What the hell? Is the machine broken? Many were paying attention to Yifeng's results, but there were also top students who didn't care much about Yifeng's score. For example, Lin Yuqiang, the top student from Zhenyang 4th High. Lin Yuqiang's score was already in the top 5 in real-time rankings. However, he didn't even glance at the scores and rankings on the smart wristband, including his own, as he felt that watching those scores and rankings would only affect his performance in the martial arts examination. Thus, the top student from Zhenyang 4th High kept searching for beasts to hunt, oblivious to the happenings around him. In a certain forest area of the martial examination venue, the campus belle Xin Yueshi from Zhenyang 3rd High had just finished hunting a beast and was eating an energy corn stick, preparing to hunt beasts again. At this moment, Xin Yuex's points had reached 1280. Beep beep. At that moment, Xin Yuex's phone rang, and she frowned, wondering who was messaging her during the martial examination. She looked, and it was her sister. She opened the message to read, "Sister Jean Yuanyuan Xiaoxi Yifeng from your school is currently ranked 1st, and that's not all. His score has reached 200 points. Xiaoxi, you heard me right, 200 points. Since you are from the same school, do you know how Yifeng managed to achieve?" The 3 school beauties stared in shock at Yifeng's 200 points. How is that possible? Yifeng actually obtained 200 points. I've been hunting beasts for a long time, and I barely have over 100 points. But how did Yifeng reach 200 points so quickly? What did he do? At this moment, Xin Yueshi fixed her gaze on Yifeng's points, her mind filled with confusion. Then Xin Yueshi recalled what she had said to Yifeng before the martial arts exam. "I will definitely surpass you, Yifeng. Even if I awaken an A-level ability, it will definitely not be inferior to your S-level ability." As she recalled her words to Yifeng, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She quickly checked the scores of Li Yizhou and Jean Yuanyuan. Xin Yueshi calmed down and analyzed. "My sister and Li Yizhou both awakened S-level abilities, yet my points are not far from theirs. Both of them have awakened S-level abilities, but their scores are still far from Yifeng's. Therefore, Yifeng's high score indicates that he must possess more than just S-level abilities." As Xin Yueshi analyzed, she was taken aback by her own deductions. Suddenly, she remembered her father had shown no interest in Li Yizhou, who also awakened in S-level ability and was more renowned than Yifeng. Instead, their father constantly spoke highly of Yifeng, emphasizing how much he valued him. Thinking of this, Xin Yuex's eyes sparkled as she thought, "Father must be hiding something from me and my sister. The fact that Yifeng has gained his favor must mean there's more to him than just awakening and S-level wind ability. What else could Yifeng have?" In a moment, Xin Yueshi became curious about Yifeng. And thus a day passed. Yifeng's points reached 22550. Initially, he had incredible luck encountering the Qingyun breaking tier herb, and shortly after, a nest of gray-scaled lynx demons. Throughout the day, Yifeng encountered many classmates, some from his own school, while most were from other schools. Among the many classmates he met, numerous invited him to form a team. However, he declined all their invitations. Yifeng ate an energy bar and found a tall tree, took out the sleeping bag provided by the school, and fell into a deep sleep. While Yifeng was sleeping, many classmates were too afraid to rest and continued searching for beasts to hunt for. For many students, the martial arts exam was an opportunity to change their fate. Thus, they did not want to rest, but aimed to hunt weaker beasts, because even a few extra points could mean surpassing hundreds or even thousands of competitors. This is the cruel reality of the martial arts exam. The next morning, after Yifeng woke up and freshened up quickly, he continued hunting beasts. Along the way, he met several classmates who enthusiastically greeted him. "Good morning, Yifeng. You're amazing. Your points have already reached 22000. Yifeng, how did you manage that? Your score is terrifying." Hearing their words, Yifeng smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I just casually hunted over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, many classmates were shocked. One exclaimed, "Wait, over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons? Are you serious? Is that for real? The gray-scaled lynx demons are mid-stage beasts. Even as a mid-stage warrior, I can't handle them. Let alone 100 of them. I'd be terrified if I encountered that many." Many classmates looked at Yifeng and began to discuss among themselves. At that moment, a brave female classmate gathered her courage to ask Yifeng again, "Yifeng, did you really say you killed over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons?" "That's over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons. Are you sure you have the strength for that?" Yifeng heard their words and smiled, saying, "It's just over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons. With a wave of my hand, I can turn them to dust." The classmates who heard Yifeng's words were left speechless. However, many looked at Yifeng's 200 points and did not refute him. Yet some classmates privately thought Yifeng was boasting. This Yifeng is definitely bragging. How could he possibly kill over 100 gray-scaled lynx demons? Exactly, I bet he cheated. The teachers and school leaders outside, as well as the serious examiners, are always monitoring our exam situation. If this Yifeng gets caught cheating, he will definitely be disqualified from the exam. Many classmates were discussing privately, not believing Yifeng's claims or that he could achieve over 200 points. At that moment, several classmates invited Yifeng enthusiastically. Yifeng, do you want to join us? Yifeng, we can hunt beasts together. Yifeng shook his head with a smile. Sorry, I have no plans to team up. At that moment, a bold and somewhat attractive girl approached Yifeng, pretending to be pitiful, and said, Yifeng, I'm so scared in this forest. Can you take me with you? Can we hunt beasts together? Yifeng, I brought a lot of snacks. We can eat together. Yifeng, don't I look like I would make a good girlfriend? Yifeng. After rejecting all the classmates, he gradually made his way deeper into the forest of the exam site. The further he ventured into the depths of the exam site forest, the stronger the beasts he encountered became. However, for Yifeng at this moment, he needed even stronger beasts. Yifeng arrived at a quiet place where the surrounding trees were 2 to 3 times taller than the previous ones. The lush and towering trees completely blocked the sunlight. At this moment, a cool breeze blew by, and Yifeng immediately heightened his vigilance. At that instant, a very beautiful girl appeared behind Yifeng. This girl had features similar to Shun Yueshi with a high ponytail and dressed in a pure white tracksuit. She had a fair complexion and exquisite features radiating youthful vitality. She was the goddess in the hearts of many boys from Zhengyang. One high school, the school beauty Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan initially did not want to come here because it was extremely dangerous. She felt that she could not handle the beasts here. However, she was very curious about how Yifeng achieved 200 points, so she used some high-tech means to track him down. Jin Yuanyuan watched Yifeng's back, observing him. Did this Yifeng reach the rank of a warrior? Wasn't he a late-stage warrior before? Previously, Jin Yuanyuan had reviewed Yifeng's information and clearly remembered that his cultivation was at the late stage of a warrior. At this moment, feeling Yifeng's cultivation had reached the warrior rank, she was taken aback. Suddenly, a towering beast appeared. The towering beast had well-developed limbs and was clad in silver-gray armor with 4 sharp, thick claws. This was the prestige warrior beast, earth-splitting silver-armored bear. Jin Yuanyuan looked at the suddenly appearing earth-splitting silver-armored bear and anxiously exclaimed, Yifeng is in trouble. He actually encountered a prestige warrior beast. However, the earth-splitting silver-armored bear did not attack Yifeng. The target of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear's attack was not Yifeng, but Jin Yuanyuan. Bang bang. The ground trembled slightly with each step the earth-shattering silver-armored bear took. Yifeng turned his head and also spotted the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Along with it, he noticed Jin Yuanyuan, who had been following him. Before his eyes, the fierce, earth-shattering silver-armored bear, a mid-level martial general, suddenly lunged at Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This earth-shattering silver-armored bear, its target is not Yifeng, but me. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan felt utterly bewildered. She had never anticipated that the earth-shattering silver-armored bear would directly attack her. Originally, Jin Yuanyuan thought that the earth-shattering silver-armored bear's target was Yifeng. However, Jin Yuanyuan quickly regained her composure. She looked at the earth-shattering silver-armored bear charging at her and immediately unleashed her top-tier ability, Shrank Water ability, Water Feather Sword. Instantly, a sharp water sword took form. Jin Yuanyuan utilized her martial general's power, combining it with the Water Feather Sword, and directly thrust it toward the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Roar! At this moment, the earth-shattering silver-armored bear raised its heavy, massive claw, covered in armor, suddenly swiping down at Jin Yuanyuan. Bang! Jin Yuanyuan's Water Feather Sword collided fiercely with the bear's massive paw. In an instant, the bear's paw was pierced by Jin Yuanyuan's Water Feather Sword. Roar! The earth-shattering silver-armored bear howled in anger, its paw drenched in blood. However, Jin Yuanyuan's top-tier water ability was also shattered by the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Seeing this, Jin Yuanyuan wanted to unleash her Shrank top-tier ability again. However, the earth-shattering silver-armored bear would not give her another chance to use her Shrank ability. The earth-shattering silver-armored bear suddenly lunged at Jin Yuanyuan. Just as her second Water Feather Sword took shape, it was instantly dispersed. At this moment, the earth-shattering silver-armored bear opened its other paw with sharp claws, directly clawing at Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan, seeing this, widened her eyes and quickly drew a sword to stab at it. Clang! The sword in Jin Yuanyuan's hand was instantly knocked away by the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. However, this bought Jin Yuanyuan some time. Whoosh! Jin Yuanyuan immediately dodged from her original position. In an instant, she unleashed her martial skill, Clevel Perfect Technique, Wind Feather Palm. Instantly, a powerful palm technique surged toward the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Boom! The bear jumped high, avoiding Jin Yuanyuan's Clevel Perfect Technique. Pong! Crack! Jin Yuanyuan's Clevel Technique broke the trees beside her. Bang! The earth-shattering silver-armored bear landed on the ground, causing an even stronger tremor. At this moment, a fierce glint flashed in the demon eyes of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear as it gazed at Jin Yuanyuan. Seeing this, Jin Yuanyuan hurriedly called out to Yifeng not far away, "Yifeng, save me." Yifeng did not respond. The earth-shattering silver-armored bear glanced at him, noticing he did not move. Therefore it lunged fiercely at Jin Yuanyuan. Seeing this, Jin Yuanyuan quickly moved to evade the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. However, she slightly underestimated the bear. Even as Jin Yuanyuan dodged to the side, she still could not escape the attack range of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Roar! The bear's massive paw with sharp claws swiped violently toward Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan watched as the earth-shattering silver-armored bear approached closer, her face turning pale. Not far away, Yifeng saw the bear wholeheartedly attacking Jin Yuanyuan. Without hesitation, he unleashed his attack. Clever perfect technique, Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist. Whoosh! Instantly, a giant paw print resembling a great bear formed before Yifeng. Bang! Yifeng moved suddenly and instantly appeared behind the earth-shattering silver-armored bear, slamming the perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist down. This was the first time he used the Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist after perfecting it. Bang! Yifeng's perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist landed solidly on the back of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Pong! Instantly, the silver armor on the back of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear exploded. Immediately after, blood splattered from its back. Roar! The bear, which was originally going to attack Jin Yuanyuan, let out a painful roar. Jin Yuanyuan was stunned at the sight. At this moment, the earth-shattering silver-armored bear suddenly turned to attack Yifeng. However, Yifeng was already prepared. Perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist. Bang! As the bear turned, Yifeng once again struck a perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist onto its face. Pong! Blood splattered from the bear's face. Crack crack! Its skull shattered suddenly. Bang! The earth-shattering silver-armored bear suddenly fell backward, crashing to the ground. Instantly, the ground cracked open, dust flying as the bear lay motionless on the ground. Yifeng was about to launch another attack when a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. "Ding, congratulations to the host, you have just used 2 perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fists to directly kill the mid-level Martial General Earth-Shattering Silver-Armored Bear, rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points." Hearing this, Yifeng stopped his attack. Thus, this powerful mid-level Martial General Earth-Shattering Silver-Armored Bear was directly killed by Yifeng's perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist. Jin Yuanyuan looked at the fallen Earth-Shattering Silver-Armored Bear, her beautiful eyes widened. She never expected that she had exhausted all her means and strength against the mid-level Martial General. Yet Yifeng had so easily killed the mid-level Martial General Earth-Shattering Silver-Armored Bear. Jin Yuanyuan looked up at Yifeng, her eyes reflecting a sense of awe. Yifeng seemed to notice Jin Yuanyuan's gaze, and looked up. Jin Yuanyuan, realizing Yifeng was looking at her, suddenly came back to her senses. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say, "Yifeng, thank you for saving me just now." Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan and said, "You are so beautiful. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shun Yux's sister, the campus belle of Zhengyangno. One high school." Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan was taken aback by Yifeng's words, and a blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan stared at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, I remember the information about you stated that you had only mastered the Leopard Fist to the entry level. Yet the martial skill you just displayed is clearly a level higher than the Leopard Fist. You must have perfected that." Jin Yuanyuan recalled the perfect Great Bear Earth-Splitting Fist Yifeng had just showcased, affirming her thought. Yifeng, hearing her words, smiled and said, "Indeed, it is already perfected, but it's not just that martial skill that is perfected. Jin Yuanyuan, the Leopard Fist you mentioned I have also perfected." Jin Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes widened at Yifeng's revelation. The campus belle of Zhengyangno, one high school with captivating eyes, was closely watching Yifeng. Jin Yuanyuan still had some doubts, as she believed that a high school student could not possibly cultivate 2 martial arts to perfection simultaneously. Thus, she could not help but ask Yifeng, "Yifeng, are you saying that you have truly cultivated both martial arts to perfection?" Yifeng nodded upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, and said, "To be precise, I have actually cultivated 3 martial arts to perfection. The 3rd martial art is a grade technique which your father had your sister give to me a few days ago." Jin Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yifeng's words, then rolled her eyes at him. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng earnestly, and said, "Yifeng, do not lie or boast." Yifeng turned to Jin Yuanyuan, stating that he was merely speaking the truth, and not boasting. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan earnestly addressed Yifeng. "A few days ago, my sister just handed you a grade martial art, and that is indeed a great skill. For many martial artists, it takes around 10 years, or even longer, to cultivate a grade martial art to perfect." As she spoke, Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng with a strange expression, and said, Yifeng, honestly, you just received the grade technique, Vajra Crushing Mountain Palm, from my sister a few days ago. To be honest, you wouldn't even be able to reach the entry level of the Vajra Crushing Mountain Palm in just a few days. As she said this, Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng, and the good impression she had initially gained from his powerful abilities vanished in an instant. At this moment, her only evaluation of Yifeng was a boastful braggart. She believed that it was absolutely impossible for Yifeng to cultivate a grade martial art to perfection in just a few days, not even to the entry level. Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by Jin Yuanyuan's words. Then he looked at Jin Yuanyuan and smiled faintly. However, at this moment, Jin Yuanyuan still bowed and thanked him. Yifeng, thank you for killing the early-stage martial general's earth-shattering silver armor bear and saving me. One thing is one thing. Although Jin Yuanyuan thought Yifeng was boastful, he did indeed save her from the earth-shattering silver armor bear just now. Thus, at this moment, Jin Yuanyuan felt grateful for Yifeng's life-saving grace. Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan across from him and slowly said, since I saved you, you should at least offer me something in return. Jin Yuanyuan was taken aback by Yifeng's words. Immediately, she replied earnestly to Yifeng, I don't have anything valuable with me for the martial arts exam. Once we get out, I will give you a precious gift to repay your life-saving grace. Yifeng nodded and then asked Jin Yuanyuan, what are you doing here? Are you following me? Jin Yuanyuan's expression tightened upon hearing Yifeng's words. Then she looked at Yifeng and pointed to the smart wristband on her hand, saying, mainly because your score of 200 points is too high, I wanted to see how you achieved 200 points. To be honest, I have never seen anyone earn 200 points on the first day of the martial arts exam. Yifeng, you are the first one. As she spoke, Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng with eyes full of curiosity. Yifeng understood upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words. He glanced at the scores on the smart wristband. The top 10 were all around 1,000 to 2,000 points. Only Yifeng in first place had a score of 2,000 points. The gap between them and Yifeng was indeed vast. Yifeng looked at the curious Jin Yuanyuan and slowly said, I encountered a group of gray-scaled lizard demons earlier and killed them all, thus earning around 2,000 points. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng in confusion and said, the gray-scaled lizard demons are mid-stage beasts among martial artists. Even if you killed them, it would only be a few hundred to 1,000 points. That group of gray-scaled lizard demons had over 100 in total, who I killed them all. Yifeng felt there was no need to hide it, as the exam conditions would be recorded by special cameras set up by the teachers outside and the chief examiner. Almost every corner of the martial arts exam venue had cameras set up by the chief examiner. This was done partly to prevent students from encountering exceptionally powerful beasts and facing any danger. On the other hand, it was to prevent students from harming each other. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan was startled by Yifeng's words and quickly exclaimed, over 100 gray-scaled lizard demons. You killed them all. Yifeng nodded and said, of course. Jin Yuanyuan looked him up and down and shook her head, saying, impossible, Yifeng, you don't even have a scratch on you. Even if I am at the early stage of martial general with the same cultivation as you, encountering over 100 gray-scaled lizard demons would make me run. Though I am at the early stage of martial general, facing over 100 gray-scaled lizard demons attacking me simultaneously would force me to flee to survive. As she spoke, the campus bell of Zhengyangno, one high school, looked at Yifeng earnestly and said, Yifeng, can you speak some truth and stop boasting? Yifeng felt speechless. He was telling the truth, yet no one believed him due to his overwhelming strength. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes behind Yifeng and Jin Yuanyuan. Both of them they saw three figures emerge from behind them: Li Yizhou, Shen Yueshi, and Zhang Chong. Among the strongest individuals in this martial arts exam aside from Yifeng and Jin Yuanyuan. Jin Yuanyuan looked at the few who had appeared and exclaimed in surprise, why are you all here? What are you doing? She then asked her sister, why are you here? Shen Yueshi remained silent, gazing fixedly at Yifeng. At this moment, the top student from Zhengyangno, 6, Li Yizhou, also looked at Yifeng. Li Yizhou could not help but say, Yifeng, my intuition was right. You really are playing the part of a pig to eat the tiger. I just wanted to see how you managed to score 2,000 points in just one day. At this moment, the top student from Zhengyangno, 6, Zhang Chong, also looked at Yifeng and said, sorry Yifeng, I am just too curious about how you achieved 2,000 points in one day. So, I wanted to come and see how you did it. Jin Yuanyuan spoke, but her gaze also indicated that she was very curious about how Yifeng managed to achieve this. Yifeng looked at the three who had appeared, glanced at Shen Yueshi, and then at the two talented students across from him, realizing that his score of 2,000 points was indeed extraordinarily high. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan glanced at Yifeng and immediately told the three talented students, Yifeng just said he single-handedly killed over 100 gray-scaled lizard demons. The three talented students, upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, suddenly turned to Yi Feng and scrutinized him, saying, "Absolutely impossible." Yi Feng. He felt a bit speechless as he spoke the truth, yet no one believed him. At that moment, Zhang Chang said seriously to Yi Feng, "Classmate, Yi Feng, that's 100 grayscaled raccoon demons." To be honest, although the grayscaled raccoon demons are only mid-level beasts, even 100 of them would be too much for us to handle even if we work together. Even if you let us face 100 grayscaled raccoon demons, we would end up severely injured, if not dead. Li Yizhou also said to Yi Feng, "Classmate Yi Feng, to be honest, no student can handle 100 grayscaled raccoon demons. Even the examiners outside the exam hall would struggle against them, right?" Xin Yueshi looked at Yi Feng, a hint of doubt showing in her eyes. Jin Yuanyuan, seeing the expressions of the others, looked at Yi Feng, her expression seemingly conveying, "See, it's not that I don't believe you, even they don't believe you." Yi Feng sighed as he looked at their doubtful and disbelieving gazes. "You are still too weak." The surrounding talented students. At that moment, Xin Yueshi noticed Yi Feng's cultivation level, her eyes widening. "Yi Feng, you are already at the early stage of a martial general." "Wait, when I heard about you, you were at the early stage of a martial artist. Just a few days ago when I saw you, you were at the late stage of a martial artist. Now you're already at the early stage of a martial general." Li Yizhou, Jin Yuanyuan, and Zhang Chang were suddenly shocked upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words. Li Yizhou suddenly remembered that when they gathered outside earlier, he looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but say, "Classmate Yi Feng, I clearly remember that your cultivation was at the late stage of a martial artist when we gathered outside, right? How did you reach the early stage of a martial general so quickly?" Li Yizhou's words immediately awakened Jin Yuanyuan and Zhang Chang, who also remembered that before they entered the martial exam, they felt Yi Feng's cultivation was at the late stage of a martial artist. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yi Feng and said, "Classmate Yi Feng, before you entered the martial exam, your cultivation level was still at the late stage of a martial artist, right? I remember I sensed your cultivation back then, and it was indeed at the late stage of a martial artist." At this moment, Zhang Chang affirmed, "That's right, the cultivation I sensed from classmate Yi Feng was indeed at the late stage of a martial artist. How is it that now in the exam hall your cultivation has already reached the early stage of a martial general?" Xin Yueshi looked at Yi Feng and said, "Yi Feng, did you use some artifact to conceal your cultivation?" Upon hearing their words, Yi Feng immediately said, "I did not use any artifact to conceal my cultivation, nor did I hide my cultivation. Before entering the exam hall, my cultivation was indeed only at the late stage of a martial artist, not yet at the martial general stage." Hearing Yi Feng's words, the others looked at him with confusion. Yi Feng slowly explained, "When I came in, I happened to encounter a clear essence breaking grass. Then I consumed the clear essence breaking grass, and my cultivation jumped from the late stage of a martial artist to the early stage of a martial general." Jin Yuanyuan and the others widened their eyes upon hearing Yi Feng's words. The clear essence breaking grass is a very precious heavenly material and treasure. It is said that on the market the price for clear essence breaking grass has skyrocketed to over $1 million per stock, yet it is still hard to find. Many people search for it, but cannot find it. At this moment, Li Yizhou suddenly recalled that previously Yi Feng had a period of 0 points during the martial exam and was ranked last. So Li Yizhou asked Yi Feng, "Classmate Yi Feng, during that period when you had 0 points in the martial exam, did you perhaps consume the clear essence breaking grass to break through?" At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan, Shun Yueshi, and Zhang Chang also recalled that they had seen Yi Feng at the bottom of the rankings, and they found it hard to believe. At that time, they had been closely watching Yi Feng because he had awakened and level top tier ability. Yi Feng nodded upon hearing Li Yizhou's words. Seeing this, Jin Yuanyuan and the others fell silent. Zhang Chang looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but say, "Classmate Yi Feng, you are really lucky. My father wanted to buy a stock of clear essence breaking grass for a few million, but couldn't find one. The clear essence breaking grass is too precious. Even if there is a price, it's hard to find in the market." As he spoke, Zhang Chang looked at Yi Feng, his eyes filled with deep envy. Li Yizhou also said enviously to Yi Feng, "Classmate Yi Feng, I really envy your luck for encountering such a precious herb like the clear essence breaking grass. To be honest, if I could encounter such a miraculous heavenly material and treasure like the clear essence breaking grass, I wouldn't mind being stuck at 0 for a couple of days." Jin Yuanyuan sighed, "Clear essence breaking grass, classmate Yi Feng, you have truly struck it rich in this martial exam." Xin Yueshi stood by silently looking at Yi Feng without saying a word. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly the furious roar of a beast erupted. Li Yizhou and the others changed their expressions dramatically upon hearing the roar of the beast. Yi Feng also became alert. Bang, 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 bang. Several trees around them snapped. Li Yizhou, Jin Yuanyuan, and the others quickly looked around. They saw 5 earth-splitting silver-armored bears appear where everyone's gaze fell. Zhang Chang's face changed dramatically upon seeing the earth-splitting silver-armored bears. "Oh no, these are early-stage martial generals, earth-splitting silver-armored bears. According to the data, these earth-splitting silver-armored bears are incredibly difficult to deal with. It seems we've kicked a steel plate this time. Zhang Chong looked at the earth-splitting silver-armored bears across from him, his expression serious. Xin Yueshi looked at the earth-splitting silver-armored bears, her delicate face suddenly becoming grave. An early-stage martial general earth-splitting silver-armored bear would not necessarily be a match for a mid-stage martial general. And there are 5 of them. We're in trouble. Li Yizhou looked at the suddenly appearing earth-splitting silver-armored bears and said seriously, I can only handle 1 earth-splitting silver-armored bear at my full strength, but there are 5 here. If 2 of them come after me, I won't have the strength to deal with them. As he spoke, Li Yizhou's expression turned ugly. What terrible luck to encounter 2 earth-splitting silver-armored. Jin Yuanyuan, however, remained relatively calm and said these 5 earth-splitting silver-armored bears are likely here seeking revenge for their companions. As she spoke, she pointed to the earth-splitting silver-armored bear lying not far away. Just now, all your attention was on classmate Yifeng. Actually, the earth-splitting silver-armored bear that collapsed not far away was killed by classmate Yifeng. The other 3 immediately turned to look at what Jin Yuanyuan mentioned, their eyes widening. They saw the earth-splitting silver-armored bear lying not far away. Previously, the 3 of them had not noticed it as their attention was entirely on Yifeng. Jin Yuanyuan added, you didn't see it, but classmate Yifeng knocked out an earth-splitting silver-armored bear with just 2 punches. Li Yizhou and the others, hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, turned to Yifeng in disbelief. So strong, you killed a mid-stage martial general earth-splitting silver-armored bear with just 2 punches. Roar, 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 roar. Suddenly, the 5 earth-splitting silver-armored bears charged at the group. Yifeng looked at the 5 earth-shattering silver-armored bears charging at him, unfazed. However, the other 4, including Li Yizhou, were in a panic. Li Yizhou shouted to the other 4, I will exert all my strength to deal with one of them. The remaining 4. Saying this, Li Yizhou raised his sword and launched an attack. S-class ability, Earth Abyss Star Flame. Immediately, a strong black flame surged from Li Yizhou's sword. Jin Yuanyuan, upon seeing this, instantly unleashed her S-class ability, S-class water ability, Water Feather Sword. In an instant, a powerful sword formed from water abilities. Xin Yueshi, seeing this, immediately displayed her ultimate technique, C-class mastery martial skill, Frost Wind Palm. A-class ability, Icebreaker Stab. This school beauty from class 3 unleashed her own ability and ultimate technique. Zhang Chong also exerted all his strength to unleash his A-class ability and ultimate technique, A-class Earth ability, Explosive Earth Escape. D-class Perfect Martial Skill, Earth Explosion Fist. At once, the 4 geniuses unleashed their ultimate techniques and abilities to combat the 4 earth-shattering silver-armored bears. Meanwhile, 1 earth-shattering silver-armored bear charged towards Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate to attack B-class martial skill Diamond Shattering Palm. Whoosh. In an instant, a massive transparent palm print infused with immense energy formed before Yifeng. Yifeng gazed at the massive transparent palm print that had suddenly appeared, his heart jolting. At this moment, the giant palm print before him contained far greater power than the previous perfect-level leopard-shaped fist print and the perfect-level bear-shaped fist print. Moreover, this transparent perfect-level diamond-shattering palm was twice the size of the leopard-shaped and bear-shaped fist prints he had previously unleashed. Roar. Boom. At this moment, an earth-shattering silver-armored bear had reached Yifeng and swiped its giant paw down at him. In the face of this massive paw, Yifeng felt no panic. Perfect-level diamond-shattering palm. Instantly, he unleashed the transparent palm infused with enormous power. Bang! The bear paw collided with the diamond-shattering palm print. A miraculous scene unfolded. Roar. Palm. The earth-shattering silver-armored bear attacking Yifeng let out a furious roar as its paw was battered by Yifeng's perfect-level diamond-shattering palm, causing it to bleed profusely and explode. Not only that, after shattering the bear's paw, Yifeng's diamond-shattering palm directly struck its body. Pong pong. The silver armor on the back of the earth-shattering silver-armored bear shattered into pieces. Bang. Before Yifeng could attack again, the bear, covered in blood, collapsed to the ground. The ground trembled slightly. Soon the earth-shattering silver-armored bear that had fallen struggled a few times before ceasing its movements. In Yifeng's ears, the reward notification for using the perfect-level B-class martial skill to kill the earth-shattering silver-armored bear sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have just used the perfect-level diamond-shattering palm to kill the earth-shattering silver-armored bear, rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points. Yifeng was somewhat astonished by the power of the diamond-shattering palm. He himself had not expected the power of the diamond-shattering palm to be so terrifying. After all, he had just struck once and directly killed the formidable beast, the earth-shattering silver-armored bear, at the early stage of a martial general. Ding ding! At this moment, Yifeng's smart wristband beeped. He looked, and his points had increased by 30. Yifeng looked at the increased 3,000 points and then towards the remaining 4 earth-shattering silver-armored bears in the arena. Bang Pong Bay. However, the other 4 were not as easy as Yifeng. Li Yizhou was evenly matched with the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Both sides were equally strong. Nearby Jin Yuan was slightly at a disadvantage, but the earth-shattering silver-armored bear could not do anything to her in the short term. What surprised Yifeng the most was Shun Yueshi. He had not expected her to be on par with the earth-shattering silver. Lastly, there was Zhang Chong, who seemed to be completely at a disadvantage, being directly suppressed and attacked by the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. However, Zhang Chong was also quite strong, as Yifeng could sense that even though Zhang Chong was only at the late stage of a martial artist, he could still withstand several attacks from the earth-shattering silver-armored bear, which was already quite impressive. Seeing this, Yifeng looked in Zhang Chong's direction and immediately unleashed SS-class Chaos Thunder. Instantly, a massive thunder dragon infused with black thunder coiled around Yifeng. Yifeng pointed at the earth-shattering silver-armored bear in front of Zhang Chong, focusing his thoughts kill it. The Chaos Thunder Dragon responded to Yifeng's call and suddenly lunged toward Zhang Chong, swallowing the earth-shattering silver-armored bear whole. Roar! The earth-shattering silver-armored bear, in despair, cried out for help from its companions. The 3 other attacking earth-shattering silver-armored bears immediately stopped attacking Jin Yuan, Li Yizhou, and Shun Yueshi. At the same time, the 3 earth-shattering silver-armored bears suddenly turned to look at the one that had been devoured, their pupils narrowing in shock. Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, and Shun Yueshi also turned to look, their pupils widening in surprise. What kind of thunder dragon is that? What a terrifying thunder dragon! I feel my abilities trembling. At this moment, Li Yizhou and Jin Yuan felt their S-class abilities trembling under the might of Yifeng's Chaos Thunder. Instantly, these 2 talented students who had awakened S-class abilities and possessed exceptional training talent were taken aback. Zhang Chong looked at the suddenly appearing Chaos Thunder dragon, his expression changing drastically. What a powerful thunder dragon. He then looked towards Yifeng in confusion. Is this terrifying thunder dragon unleashed by classmate Yifeng? But wasn't classmate Yifeng's awakened ability a top-tier wind ability? How could it be a thunder ability? At this moment, Zhang Chong was shocked and puzzled. The school beauty of Yifeng's academy, Shun Yueshi, looked at the fallen earth-shattering silver-armored bear beside Yifeng, her pupils jolting. Has Yifeng's strength already reached this level? At this moment, Shun Yueshi had not expected that. She thought Yifeng was only relying on the suddenly awakened S-class top-tier ability. But now she realized she was somewhat mistaken. Suddenly, Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, Shun Yueshi, and Zhang Chong saw Yifeng raise his hand and press down. Pong! The earth-shattering silver-armored bear in front of Zhang Chong was directly electrocuted into pieces by Yifeng's Chaos Thunder. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have used SS-class top-tier thunder ability to kill an earth-shattering silver-armored bear, rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points. Roar, roar, roar. The other 3 earth-shattering silver-armored bears went berserk, all charging towards Yifeng. Did Yifeng really just unleash that terrifying thunder dragon to directly kill the earth-splitting silver-armored bear? Zhang Chong, the top student of No. 6 Middle School, exclaimed, his eyes wide open. He witnessed the earth-splitting silver-armored bear before him being instantly electrocuted by the terrifying thunder dragon conjured by Yifeng. Zhang Chong bore the claw marks left by the bear on his arms and body. Even as the top student of Zhengyang No. 6 Middle School, Zhang Chong had just been overpowered by the earth-splitting silver-armored bear. Thus, he was keenly aware of the bear's strength. However, it was precisely because he understood the bear's power that he grasped the sheer terror of Yifeng's ability to kill it in an instant with the chaotic demon thunder. Not only Zhang Chong, but also Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, and Shun Yueshi beside him were frozen in place, staring blankly at Yifeng. Suddenly, the remaining 3 earth-splitting silver-armored bears, seeing their companion killed, rushed towards Yifeng with fierce aggression. Roar, 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 bang, bang, bang. The 3 earth-splitting silver-armored bears approached Yifeng with heavy steps. Yet Yifeng felt no fear in the presence of these 3 bears. Chaotic Demon Thunder Dragon. Attack! Immediately, the Thunder Dragon, which had just killed an earth-splitting silver-armored bear, responded to Yifeng's command and darted towards one of the bears that had already lunged at him. Roar! Another earth-splitting silver-armored bear was struck by Yifeng's Thunder Dragon. Zizzes! In an instant, another bear was directly killed by the Thunder Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have once again killed an earth-splitting silver-armored bear, with Chaotic Demon Thunder rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points. The other 2 earth-splitting silver-armored bears attacked Yifeng fiercely. Yifeng immediately executed perfect level diamond breaking mountain palm. Palm. Just as the earth-splitting silver-armored bear was about to strike him, he delivered a perfect level diamond breaking mountain palm, crashing down onto the bear. Puff! This earth-splitting silver armored bear could not withstand Yifeng's palm and spat out a mouth. Afterward, its silver armor and bones could not endure the impact of Yifeng's perfect level diamond-breaking mountain palm and broke apart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have once again used the perfect level diamond-breaking mountain palm to kill an earth-splitting silver armored bear, rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points. At the same time, Yifeng swiftly dodged the last earth-splitting silver armored bear's attack. Level top-tier ability Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Roar! A vibrant green top-tier wind dragon, filled with powerful wind energy, appeared. Its emergence caused a drastic change in expression for Li Yizhou, the top student of No. 1 Middle School, the 2 school beauties, and Zhang Chong from No. 6 Middle School. Without hesitation, Yifeng commanded the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon to attack the earth-splitting silver armored bear. Pong! The Hurricane Annihilation Dragon unleashed by Yifeng collided with the last earth-splitting silver armored bear. The bear was struck and spat out blood. Roar! Instantly, the immense wind force of the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon enveloped the bear. Roar! The powerful wind pressure violently attacked the last earth-splitting silver armored bear. Pong! Finally, the last earth-splitting silver armored bear could not withstand the lethal wind energy unleashed by Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon and was torn to shreds. A sound of reward echoed in Yifeng's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Hurricane Annihilation Dragon has torn the last earth-splitting silver armored bear to pieces, rewarding you with 2,000 enhancement points. Yifeng recalled the S-level abilities displayed by Jin Yuan and Li Yizhou earlier and couldn't help but feel puzzled. System, I don't understand. I awakened in S-level top-tier wind ability, while Jin Yuan and Li Yizhou also awakened S-level top-tier abilities. But why can't Li Yizhou's fire-type S-level top-tier ability and Jin Yuan's water-type S-level top-tier ability even kill a single earth-splitting silver armored bear? The key point is both Jin Yuan and Li Yizhou have the same cultivation level as me, which is early-stage martial general. Yifeng was quite puzzled. Even with S-level top-tier abilities, he could easily kill an earth-splitting silver armor. Yet Li Yizhou and Jin Yuan, despite having the same S-level abilities, couldn't kill a single earth-splitting silver armored bear on their own. Hearing Yifeng's question, the system immediately responded, "Host, your physical strength and power are several times greater than those of other warriors at the same level. Moreover, you currently possess 3 top-tier abilities, 2 of which are legendary S-level and SS level. These 2 top-tier abilities indirectly enhance your S-level ability, making it even more lethal. Given all these enhancements, your S-level ability far surpasses that of others." Yifeng understood now. Indeed, his S-level ability was significantly stronger than others. At this moment, he looked at Li Yizhou, Jin Yuan, Shun Yueshi, and Zhang Chong. He noticed that these 4 talented students were staring at him with blank expressions. At this moment, Zhang Chong looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say, "Yifeng actually just displayed 2 abilities. Moreover, both of his abilities can directly kill an earth-splitting silver armored bear. It's simply outrageous. The information about Yifeng that my teacher told me is completely wrong." Li Yizhou also couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed. I initially thought Yifeng only awakened an S-level top-tier ability like us. However, I never expected that his wind-type top-tier ability would be this powerful, able to directly kill an earth-splitting silver armored bear." As the top student of No. 1 Middle School who was highly favored to retain his position, Li Yizhou gazed at Yifeng, his face revealing a deep sense of apprehension. Li Yizhou couldn't help but say, "So a single student can actually awaken 2 abilities. What's more, Yifeng awakened 2 top-tier abilities. Is that even reasonable?" At this moment, Shin Yueshi, one of the school beauties from No. 3 Middle School, looked at Yifeng in shock, her eyes wide open. Yifeng actually possesses 2 top-tier abilities, one being a wind-type top-tier ability, and another being a top-tier lightning-type ability. Yifeng, he must be a monster. As she spoke, Shin Yueshi glanced at her sister, and Li Yizhou, her expression odd. Why is it that Yifeng's S-level top-tier ability is so much stronger than yours, even though they are both S-level top-tier abilities? Her words immediately made her sister Jin Yuan and Li Yizhou's hearts tremble. At this moment, Jin Yuan, hearing her sister's words, suddenly came back to her senses. The school beauty from No. 1 Middle School recalled the abilities and martial skills Yifeng had just demonstrated, her heart jolting. Yifeng, the martial skill he just used was the level martial skill diamond-breaking mountain palm that our father had given to my sister a few days ago. Wait, the diamond-breaking mountain palm Yifeng just executed has already reached perfection. At this moment, Jin Yuan, the top student of the first high school who had awakened an S-level top-tier ability, revealed an expression of disbelief as she recalled Yifeng's recent battle. Jin Yuan hurriedly approached Yifeng and looked at him, saying immediately, "Yifeng, the martial technique you just demonstrated should be the Vajra shattered mountain palm that my father had my younger sister bring to you a few days ago, right?" Yifeng nodded, and Jin Yuan asked him, So did you already master the Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm to perfection? Yifeng nodded again and replied yes. Jin Yuanyuan quickly asked, then before my father gave you the Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm, had you learned this martial technique? Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan and said, Jin Yuanyuan, how could I learn it? The Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm is a martial technique from your Zhenyang martial arts school. My family was very poor before, where could I learn it? As he spoke, Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan and slowly said, Jin Yuanyuan, I already told you that I have mastered the Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm to perfection. You just didn't believe me. Hearing Yifeng's words, Jin Yuanyuan's pupils trembled slightly. At this moment she recalled that Yifeng had told her earlier that he had mastered the Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm to perfection, but she did not believe him. Now thinking back to the scene where Yifeng demonstrated the perfected Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm, Jin Yuanyuan realized that everything Yifeng said was true. Yifeng, he is simply too monstrous. Jin Yuanyuan thought to herself as she looked at Yifeng. Suddenly Jin Yuanyuan was jolted. That lightning dragon just now resembled the one that appeared during the celestial phenomenon in Tianjin City. At that time my father went to check it out, and when he returned he was very satisfied. My sister, and I thought it seems that the person who caused the celestial phenomenon was Yifeng. He has awakened another top-tier lightning ability, and my father knows all of this. At this moment Jin Yuanyuan suddenly understood why their father did not view Li Yizhou, who had only awakened an S-level top-tier ability, with much favor, yet highly valued Yifeng. Jin Yuanyuan realized, so my father knows that Yifeng has awakened two top-tier abilities at the same time. This is why my father wanted my sister to get close to Yifeng. With two top-tier abilities, Yifeng's future is set. Jin Yuanyuan fixed her gaze on Yifeng, who also noticed her stare. Yifeng then asked her, Jin Yuanyuan, why are you looking at me like that? Jin Yuanyuan snapped back to reality upon hearing Yifeng's words, and smiled sweetly at him. Of course I'm looking at how handsome you are, Yifeng. Yifeng, you were amazing just now. Let's exchange contact information so we can keep in touch. I can give you many precious items. As she spoke, the school beauty playfully winked at Yifeng. Yifeng. Then Jin Yuanyuan quickly took out her phone and asked Yifeng to add her contact. When Yifeng heard that Jin Yuanyuan could give him many precious items, he immediately added her contact information. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng's contact information on her phone, then glanced up at him and her younger sister Xinyueshi. She couldn't help but think, Yifeng is so outstanding and my father is truly biased wanting my sister to be with Yifeng. No, a guy as exceptional as Yifeng, Jin Yuanyuan must have him. With dual top-tier abilities, Yifeng will definitely be a supreme powerhouse, and I will be the wife of a supreme powerhouse. At this moment Xinyueshi also approached Yifeng. Unbeknownst to her about her sister's thoughts, she recalled the scene of Yifeng's battle and began to understand why her father valued Yifeng so highly. If it were her mastering a martial technique to perfection so quickly, and possessing dual top-tier abilities, she would also place great importance on Yifeng. Xinyueshi looked at Yifeng and bowed, saying, Yifeng, I'm sorry for what happened earlier. I thought you only awakened an S-level top-tier ability and were otherwise useless. Yifeng was somewhat surprised this third high school's cold and aloof school beauty actually apologized for previously looking down on him. At this moment Xinyueshi continued, Yifeng, you are very impressive, having awakened two top-tier abilities and possessing such high comprehension. You are indeed outstanding. Yifeng replied to Xinyueshi, thank you for the compliment. Xinyueshi looked at Yifeng and thought to herself, Yifeng was just an ordinary student before, yet now he has awakened two top-tier abilities and has upgraded his martial technique to perfection so quickly. There must be some mysterious thing about Yifeng. If I could obtain that thing, could I also have two top-tier abilities? Even more, I could have top comprehension and quickly cultivate martial techniques to perfection. At this moment Xinyueshi looked at Yifeng, her wisdom laced with intense ambition. At this time Zhang Chang approached Yifeng and cupped his fists in thanks, saying sincerely, Yifeng, thank you for earlier. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have been able to handle the earth-shattering silver-armored bear. You are really strong. You'll soon be able to kill an earth-shattering silver-armored bear. Zhang Chang, the top student of the 6th high school, looked at Yifeng with a mix of gratitude and respect in his eyes. Yifeng shook his head and replied, no need to thank me, I was also doing it for the credits. There was one more thing Yifeng didn't mention, which was for the enhancement points. After hearing Yifeng's words, Zhang Chang had an even better impression of him. At this moment Li Yizhou, who had often been referred to as the other people's child since childhood, approached Yifeng and looked at him with admiration, saying, Yifeng, before the martial arts exam, I thought you were quite extraordinary. Moreover, I sensed before the martial arts exam that you would be my biggest rival. It seems my intuition was... Yifeng looked at Li Yizhou and smiled. You think so highly of me. Li Yizhou, hearing Yifeng's words, couldn't help but sigh yes. Because I believe that a student who usually hides their strength and has no reputation suddenly awakening in S-level ability is definitely not a coincidence. I believe you have hidden your strength, but I didn't expect Yifeng that you have hidden so much. This top student from the first high school who had consistently ranked first in citywide examinations recalled Yifeng's recent battle and couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Yifeng, you've awakened 2 top-tier abilities and have perfected the level martial art Vajra Shattered Mountain Palm from Zhenyang Martial Arts School. As he spoke, Li Yijo took a deep breath and scolded Yifeng. You are truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. How can anyone live in this world, damn it? In a corner of the martial arts examination venue, Lin Yuqiang, who ranked 4th in Zhenyang 4th High School, had already raised his points to 3rd place. Lin Yuqiang's teammates exclaimed at this moment. Yuqiang, that Yifeng from the 3rd High School has already reached 3-0 points. That's incredible. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuqiang was briefly surprised, but immediately went back to searching for opportunities to kill demon beasts. His companion was puzzled. Yuqiang, aren't you shocked? Lin Yuqiang shook his head and said, no matter how strong Yifeng is, it has nothing to do with me. This is the martial arts exam, I just need to do my best. As he spoke, he glanced at his companion and continued, there's no need to worry about others. It's most important to improve myself and raise my current points. Yifeng's score has now reached 30000. It can be said that the points he has earned have overwhelmingly surpassed all his classmates in the martial arts examination. This is because as strong as Li Yijo and others are, their scores are still only close to 300. In other words, even for Li Yijo, who is favored by many as the top contender, his score is nearly 10 times lower than that of Yifeng. Outside the examination hall, the teachers from various schools and the university officials who have been closely monitoring the students' scores have all erupted in chaos. Inside a huge conference hall. This conference hall is currently filled with senior teachers from 10 high schools in Zhenyang, as well as the school leaders from these institutions. At the front, there are also powerful chief examiners and several other examiners. However, the atmosphere that was once lively and cheerful in the conference hall suddenly turned quiet. At this moment, all the teachers, school leaders, and examiners present raised their heads to look at the large electronic screen at the front. On the large electronic screen at the front of the conference hall, the real-time scores and rankings of the students participating in the martial arts examination are displayed. At this moment, the eyes of the teachers, school leaders, and examiners present were all drawn to the first place on the scoreboard, which is Yifeng's score. The conference hall was eerily silent. However, it quickly became a hubbub. Look, the student ranked first on the scoreboard is from Zhenyang No. 3 High School, named Yifeng. I never expected this. I thought it would be Li Yijo from No. 1 High School, who often ranks first. This Yifeng, if I'm not mistaken, should be the student from Zhenyang No. 3 High School who awakened and scraped top-tier ability this year. I didn't expect that Zhenyang No. 3 High School would have such an outstanding student this year, Yifeng. I had never heard of him before. Many teachers stared wide-eyed at Yifeng's score. Heavens! This student named Yifeng has actually reached over 300 points. Wait, over 300 points. Is this a score that a student can achieve? Look at Li Yijo, Jin Yuan, and Shin Yueshi. Their scores don't even reach a fraction of what Yifeng has. Many teachers exclaimed, what on earth did this Yifeng do? How could one person have such a high score? I remember that in previous years' martial arts examinations in Zhenyang, no student managed to surpass 800 points. I recall that the highest record in Zhenyang's martial arts examination was set 7 years ago by a girl named Hong Sheng, who scored 7650 points. At this moment, many teachers and school leaders recalled a genius senior who had gained fame in Zhenyang's high schools 7 years ago. Many school leaders looked up at Yifeng's score on the screen, still in disbelief. This student named Yifeng not only broke 100 points, but also directly surpassed 200 and 300. How is it possible to have such a high score, 300 points? How many magical beasts must this student named Yifeng have killed to achieve this? I really want to see what this student from Zhenyang No. 3 High School named Yifeng actually did in the examination. Many teachers and school leaders displayed expressions of disbelief. While feeling incredulous, many teachers and school leaders in Zhenyang were very curious about what Yifeng did during the martial arts examination to achieve over 300 points. Among all the students who participated in the martial arts examination in Zhenyang over the years, the highest score before Yifeng was merely 7650 points. However, Yifeng not only surpassed 100 points, but also directly exceeded 200 and 300, breaking everyone's understanding. The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School looked at Yifeng's score on the screen and couldn't help but exclaim, is this student from our school? Is this student named Yifeng the one that teacher Wang reported to me about, who awakened and scraped top-tier ability? Was he hiding it so well? We haven't had such a talented student in the history of Zhenyang No. 3 High School, have we? The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School looked at the scoreboard and felt a bit of existential doubt. We haven't had such a talented student in the history of Zhenyang No. 3 High School have we? The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School looked at the scoreboard and felt a bit of wait, Yifeng was never this impressive in class. Is Yifeng really a student I could teach? Am I that impressive? Wangbo struggled to recall Yifeng's usual behavior in class. The more he remembered, the more he doubted himself. At this moment, the shock and disbelief were not only from the school leaders and teachers in Zhenyang, but also from the chief examiner and other examiners. Other examiners couldn't help but discuss. This student named Yifeng actually broke 300 points. It's truly hard to believe. To be honest, this 300 points must not be that easy to achieve. We should see how he did it. Or has he sustained serious injuries to earn such a high score? The chief examiner raised his head upon hearing the discussions of the other examiners. At this moment, a teacher and some school leaders stood up and questioned. I believe it is absolutely impossible for one student to score over 300 points. I think this student named Yifeng has cheated. Chief examiner, I suggest a thorough investigation into this student named Yifeng. In the past, the highest scores were only around 700 points. And for this Yifeng to reach 300 points is too exaggerated. It is absolutely impossible. Many teachers and school leaders fell silent upon hearing this. They also felt that Yifeng's score was too exaggerated and unlikely. At this moment, Yifeng's homeroom teacher Wang Bo stood up and said seriously, I believe in Yifeng, he has this strength. The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School also stood up and said, Yifeng is an outstanding student of ours and I believe in him too. However, the faces of most teachers and school leaders were filled with skepticism. The chief examiner glanced around and spoke with conviction. This student, named Yifeng from Zhenyang No. 3 High School, has scored over 300 points. This is an unprecedented occurrence in the entire history of Xinjiang's martial arts examinations. To be honest, I have been supervising martial arts examinations for many years and have never encountered a student with such an astounding score. Many school leaders and teachers present nodded in agreement. They had never seen a student score so high in an exam as Yifeng did. The chief examiner then addressed all the teachers and school leaders. Next, let's watch the recording of Yifeng's martial arts examination and see what he did to earn such high scores. Soon the chief examiner instructed the staff to locate Yifeng's student ID and pinpoint his smart wristband. Then they played the recording of Yifeng's examination. Inside the hall, many teachers and school leaders held their breath and began to watch carefully. They all wanted to see how Yifeng achieved such a high score. At first, when many teachers and professors saw Yifeng obtain the clear essence-breaking stage herb, they couldn't help but envy. Yifeng is so lucky to have encountered such a rare treasure. Indeed, I had to exhaust my savings to buy one, but couldn't find it. He obtained it so easily. His luck is really exceptional. Many teachers and school leaders displayed expressions of envy as they watched Yifeng elevate his cultivation with the clear essence-breaking stage herb. Next, the teachers and school leaders saw Yifeng encounter over 100 grayscaled raccoon demons. At this moment, they all felt a wave of anxiety for Yifeng. If it were them, they would have run away long ago. Suddenly, they saw Yifeng unleash 2 top-tier abilities, causing their pupils to constrict in shock. The scene of Yifeng unleashing 2 top-tier extraordinary abilities suddenly appeared before the eyes of. Inside the entire conference hall, many teachers were stunned. I can't believe this student Yifeng has awakened its class top-tier wind ability. How come in the video Yifeng has also awakened a lightning ability? Moreover, when facing those grayscaled raccoon demons, the power of his lightning ability is completely on par with the top-tier wind ability. Could this lightning ability also be of class caliber? Many teachers and school leaders were intently analyzing the video where Yifeng showcased his Hurricane Annihilation Dragon and Chaotic Thunder Dragon. At this moment, the teachers from Zhenyang No. 3 Middle School were also bewildered, all looking towards Yifeng's homeroom teacher Wang Bo. At this moment, Mr. Wang Bo, seeing Yifeng using 2 top-tier abilities in the video, couldn't help but be taken aback. Even the principal of Zhenyang No. 3 looked at Wang Bo, saying meaningfully, Mr. Wang, your student, Yifeng, has concealed his true potential quite deeply. Upon hearing the principal's words, Wang Bo immediately regained his composure. He looked at the teachers and school leaders of No. 3 Middle School, glanced at the principal, and forced a smile. Principal, if you ask me, I don't know either. I thought Yifeng only awakened this class top-tier wind ability. But I never expected that he also awakened a lightning ability that is equally formidable as the wind ability. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, the principal and others nodded. The principal of No. 3 Middle School looked at the video where Yifeng used 2 top-tier abilities to defeat the grayscaled raccoon demons, his expression serious. The vice principal beside him noticed the principal's grave expression and couldn't help but ask, Principal, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The principal of No. 3 Middle School looked up at Yifeng in the martial arts examination video and sighed, the rewards we gave to Yifeng are still too few. The teachers and school leaders of No. 3 Middle School The principal of No. 3 Middle School said to all the teachers and leaders, "Let's immediately hold a meeting to discuss how to give Yifeng a satisfactory reward." Throughout the conference hall, teachers and school leaders from other schools watched the video of Yifeng's martial arts examination, their faces filled with astonishment. The vice principal of No. 5 Middle School couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect that this student Yifeng from No. 3 Middle School has awakened two top-tier abilities, both wind and lightning." Indeed, for an ordinary student, awakening a single-class top-tier ability is already incredibly talented. But this student named Yifeng has awakened two. He is no longer just talented, but a genius of extraordinary caliber. The principal of No. 9 Middle School looked at Yifeng in the video and slowly said, "This student named Yifeng has awakened two top-tier abilities, and no wonder he can defeat so many grayscaled raccoon demons." With two top-tier abilities, this student Yifeng is truly destined for greatness. At this moment, the principal of No. 1 Middle School stood up looking at Yifeng in the video, adjusting his glasses, and slowly said, "Our school's genius Li Yijo could have ranked first this year, and his achievements could far surpass those of other students. However, this student, Yifeng, awakened two top-tier abilities and also obtained the Qingyun Breakthrough Grass to advance to a martial general. His strength must have far exceeded that of Li Yijo and Jin Yuanyuan from the same cohort. It's no injustice for our school's genius Li Yijo and Jin Yuanyuan to lose to Yifeng from No. 3 Middle School." The principal of No. 3 Middle School was somewhat surprised to hear what the principal of No. 1 said. One must know that the principal of No. 1 Middle School had always been very arrogant. In the eyes of this principal, students from other schools were far inferior to those from No. 1 Middle School. The principal of No. 3 Middle School did not expect that the principal of No. 1 would think that his two genius students were not as good as Yifeng. This left the principal of No. 3 Middle School somewhat dazed. At the same time, he looked at Yifeng in the video, his eyes revealing immense satisfaction. The teachers and school leaders from other schools were also astonished looking at the principal of No. 1. They did not expect the usually proud principal of No. 1 to say such words. The principal of No. 4 Middle School said to the principal of No. 3. "Congratulations. Your school has produced such an outstanding student this year, two top-tier abilities, simply excellent." The principal of No. 2 Middle School also said to the principal of No. 3. "Congratulations, No. 3 Middle School. With Yifeng, you are likely to be the true first this year." The principal of No. 3 Middle School unconsciously straightened his back and smiled. "It's all thanks to our student Yifeng who has brought us pride." In his heart, the principal of No. 3 Middle School was contemplating what good rewards to bestow upon Yifeng. The chief examiner watching the video of Yifeng suddenly regained his focus upon hearing the discussions of many teachers and school leaders. He looked at Yifeng in the video and couldn't help but sigh. "I never expected that after monitoring for so many years I would see a student awakening dual top-tier abilities for the first time. Not just students, even in my youth I had never seen any student awaken dual top-tier abilities. This student named Yifeng is truly a genius among geniuses." The chief examiner's sentiments instantly snapped some of the nearby examiners back to reality. These examiners couldn't help but say the chief examiner is right. After monitoring for so many years, we have never encountered a student who can awaken dual top-tier abilities. Chief Examiner, I suggest we report this matter immediately. With dual top-tier ability talents, this student named Yifeng's potential and ceiling will likely be exceedingly vast. I feel that if the higher-ups learn that we have a student with dual top-tier abilities here, they will be utterly astonished. The words of these examiners made the chief examiner's spirit surge. The chief examiner smiled. Indeed, if those powerful individuals know we have a student who awakened dual top-tier abilities, they will surely be unable to resist wanting to recruit him. To be valued by those strong individuals is also a great opportunity for Yifeng. We too will gain rewards because of this student named Yifeng. Thinking of this, the chief examiner couldn't help but show a smile. Immediately, the chief examiner quickly reported to the higher-ups about Yifeng's awakening of dual top-tier abilities. Meanwhile, the video of Yifeng's match continued to play in the entire conference hall. When many teachers and school leaders saw Yifeng easily crush so many grayscaled raccoon demons using his two top-tier abilities, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon and Chaotic Thunder Dragon, they couldn't help but praise this student. Yifeng is truly formidable. Two top-tier class abilities, truly impressive. The teachers and school leaders who previously doubted Yifeng's fairness during the martial arts examination fell silent at this moment, because they knew that once Yifeng unleashed his two top-tier abilities, everything was in his favor. The uproar caused by these two top-tier abilities would be incredibly strong. At this moment, the video footage of Yifeng's martial arts examination was being played in front of the examiner's teachers and school leaders outside the examination hall. Subsequently, these leaders and teachers witnessed Yifeng effortlessly slay the earth-splitting silver-armored bear using his perfected martial techniques, which even Li Yizhou and others could not defeat. The principal of Zhenyang No. 1 high school side. Yifeng's strength has far surpassed that of Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan from our school. I never expected that he would master a grade martial technique and upgrade martial technique to perfection. His grade martial technique seems to be the signature technique of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School. It appears he has some connection with them. The principal of No. 6 high school stood up and could not help but say, this Yifeng from No. 3 high school has already reached a level far beyond that of other students. To be honest, other students are nowhere near as outstanding as Yifeng. Many teachers and school leaders from various schools nodded in agreement. After watching the current footage of Yifeng's martial arts examination, they reached a conclusion: Yifeng's strength is already at a level where he can overwhelmingly crush other students. At this time, many school leaders and teachers looked at the principal of No. 3 high school and remarked, you have produced an unparalleled genius this year. 2 top-tier abilities and 2 perfected martial techniques. Because Yifeng did not display a third ability while defeating other beasts in the examination, the crowd was unaware that he had not yet unleashed his strongest SS-level devouring ability. Meanwhile, they also did not know that Yifeng had another martial technique that had been perfected. The leaders and teachers of No. 3 high school exchanged glances upon hearing the envious remarks from their counterparts at other schools. Primarily, these leaders and teachers from No. 3 high school had no idea how powerful and exceptional Yifeng truly was. Naturally, because Yifeng belonged to No. 3 high school, the leaders and teachers there couldn't help but stand a little taller. The principal of No. 3 high school was staring in shock at Yifeng's martial examination footage. He recalled the scene in the video where Yifeng had just used the Kraid technique, earth-splitting bare fist. This principal of No. 3 high school suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Was the martial technique Yifeng just used in the examination the Kraid, earth-splitting bare fist? And it was perfected. Wait a minute, I only gave Yifeng that technique a few days ago. He should not have qualified to learn it before. We have investigated his family background. It's just an ordinary household. How could Yifeng possibly have perfected the earth-splitting bare fist in such a short time, just a few days? At this moment, the principal of No. 3 high school was filled with confusion and shock. He simply could not understand how Yifeng could achieve such mastery over the earth-splitting bare fist in such a brief period. As he looked at Yifeng, who had already perfected the earth-splitting bare fist, the principal's doubts and astonishment could not be dispelled. Meanwhile, Yifeng was hunting magical beasts separately from the other students in the examination hall. However, after separating from the others, the atmosphere and overall mental state of the students seemed somewhat off. Li Yizhou was still searching for magical beasts to hunt, but his face no longer bore that invincible aura. This top student from Zhenyang No. 1 high school, who had repeatedly topped the school's examinations, could only think of the scene where Yifeng effortlessly killed the earth-splitting silver-armored bear. He turned to look in Yifeng's direction and muttered to himself, how could Yifeng be so terrifyingly strong? He easily defeated the earth-splitting silver-armored bear, which we couldn't even handle. While we can only awaken 1 top-tier ability, Yifeng has awakened 2, and they are both the very best. Even the martial technique Yifeng used has reached perfection. What kind of person is Yifeng? It feels like his strength is already on a completely different level from ours. Could it be that I am truly too weak compared to Yifeng? This top student, recognized as the best among the younger generation in Xinjiang, began to question his own life due to Yifeng. On the other side, after separating Jin Yuanyuan, looking at the points on her smart bracelet, she said to Shun Yueshi beside her, Xiaoxi, Yifeng is really impressive, having scored over 300 points, while we are only around 200 points. The gap between Yifeng and us is just too immense. Shin Yueshi fell silent upon hearing her sister's words. Then Jin Yuanyuan looked at her sister and asked, Xiaoxi, do you like Yifeng? Shin Yueshi looked up at her saying, Sister, you don't like Yifeng, do you? Upon hearing Shin Yuexi's words, a blush appeared on Jin Yuanyuan's face. Shin Yueshi felt a sudden pang in her heart at this scene. Shin Yueshi immediately said to her sister, Sister, I believe that Yifeng has suddenly become so powerful because he obtained some kind of treasure. As long as we possess some treasure that he has, we can also become strong like Yifeng, she said seriously to her sister. Jin Yuanyuan was startled by Shun Yuexi's words. She immediately approached her sister and said earnestly, Xiaoxi, the opportunities of heaven and earth are only truly realized by those who are fated to possess them. We cannot forcibly intervene. If we try to obtain them by force, we might encounter backlash. Shin Yueshi nodded at her sister's advice and replied, Sister, I understand. However, Shin Yuexi's gaze flickered. She truly desired the opportunities that belonged to Yifeng. Meanwhile, her sister Jin Yuanyuan wanted Yifeng himself. On the other hand, Zhang Chong, after witnessing Yifeng's immense strength, did not become disheartened like Li Yizhou. On the contrary, Zhang Chong was very proactive, working hard to find and hunt magical beasts in the examination. At this moment, he thought to himself, Yifeng is so strong that we are completely on different levels, there's no need to compare with him. I must seriously and diligently search for magical beasts. Oh, I will not be weaker than any student except Yifeng. At this time in the vast martial arts examination hall of Xinjiang, many students were actively hunting magic. Many students were striving hard as they knew that the martial examination was the easiest path to rewrite their destinies. Therefore, after eating energy corn sticks on the second day, many students took a short break before getting up to desperately hunt magical beasts for more points. On the third day, all the students were fully focused trying to increase their martial examination scores, and Yifeng was also taking it seriously. Soon at 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the third day, the martial examination officially ended. Yifeng gazed at the martial arts examination results displayed on his smart wristband, a charming smile playing on his lips. The martial arts examination had officially concluded, and the scores and rankings were finalized. Consequently, the rankings for this martial arts examination were officially announced. First place, Yifeng Xinjiang No. 3 High School with a score of 33525. Second place, Lin Yuqiang Xinjiang No. 4 High School score 6230. Third place, Jin Yuan Xinjiang No. 1 High School score 5680. Fourth place, Zhang Chang Xinjiang No. 6 High School score 5350. Fifth place, Li Yizhou Xinjiang No. 1 High School score 5150. Sixth place, Shin Yueshi Xinjiang No. 3 High School score 5000. The 105660H place. Last place, Shin Xiechi score 55. At that moment, many students gazed at the scoreboard after the martial arts examination, their pupils dilating in shock. Many students stared at the scoreboard incredulous, saying, "What the hell? Li Yizhou actually ranked 5th. What's going on?" Li Yizhou is usually the top scorer in our Xinjiang martial arts examinations. Moreover, Li Yizhou has consistently maintained the top score. Many students looked at Li Yizhou, unable to make sense of his 5th place ranking. Because Li Yizhou's usual performance and strength were exceptionally outstanding, many students found it hard to accept. I thought that this time Li Yizhou would be the first in this martial arts examination. Me too, I also thought Li Yizhou would be the first, but I never expected him to be not only not first, but also not second, directly landing in 5th. Many students looked at Li Yizhou's 5th place score in disbelief. At this moment, Yifeng, looking down from the examination hall, was equally astonished to see Li Yizhou ranking 5th. He frowned as he looked at Li Yizhou's ranking and score, mumbling to himself, "This shouldn't be. Li Yizhou's strength should easily surpass that of other students aside from me. How is it that now his score ranks 5th? What Yifeng didn't know was that yesterday Li Yizhou witnessed the awakening of Yifeng's dual top-tier abilities and then experienced his strength. This once top student was deeply affected. Subsequently, Li Yizhou became somewhat negative, which affected his performance in the martial arts examination. Soon many students were teleported out of the examination hall after it ended. Yifeng just happened to be teleported in front of Li Yizhou. Li Yizhou looked at Yifeng surprised, and then felt a wave of inferiority. He forced a smile, and said, "Congratulations, Yifeng, for being the first in the martial arts examination, far ahead of everyone." Yifeng replied to Li Yizhou saying, "Thank you, Li Yizhou. Did you encounter any trouble during the examination? Were you unable to get free from powerful beasts?" Li Yizhou was taken aback by Yifeng's words. However, he quickly understood Yifeng's intent, and forced a smile. "It's fine. After seeing your strength, I started to doubt my own. I was always first. But after meeting you, Yifeng, I realized how laughable my first place was among peers. Your strength has surpassed mine by far. After witnessing your strength yesterday, I realized how weak I am in front of you." As he spoke, the once highly regarded genius student Li Yizhou had a flicker of despondency in his eyes. Originally, he had always thought of himself as the strongest, believing Yifeng was just pretending to be weak. But at that time, even though Li Yizhou thought Yifeng was pretending, he only believed that their strengths were comparable. However, when this top student from Xinjiang realized Yifeng's strength, he understood that they were not on the same. Li Yizhou discovered that Yifeng's strength had completely crushed his own, leaving this once celebrated genius utterly defeated. Yifeng remained silent for a moment after hearing Li Yizhou's words. Clap. Yifeng patted Li Yizhou's shoulder, saying earnestly, "It's not that you are too weak, perhaps it's just that I am too strong now." Li Yizhou was taken aback. Yifeng encouraged him, "Believe in yourself. Although you may not surpass me, you should strive to surpass yourself. One should always compete with oneself." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Li Yizhou's heart suddenly trembled. At that moment, Yifeng's friend Zhang Hao spotted him, his eyes instantly brightening as he rushed over. Yifeng smiled as he saw his friend. He had just checked Zhang Hao's ranking, which was 250th. Yifeng was happy for him, as Zhang Hao's usual strength would not have reached 250. Unexpectedly, during the martial arts examination, he suddenly exploded with power, achieving 250th place. Zhang Hao approached Yifeng, and Yifeng smiled. "Howsy, congratulations on placing 250th. You said before that you would be happy if you could reach around 300. You ranked 250th, which is far better than you expected. Zhang Hao waved his hand excitedly, saying, Brother Feng, that score of yours is too high. What the hell? Brother Feng, how did you hide it so well while hanging out with the brothers? As he spoke, Zhang Hao pretended to be angry and shot Yifeng a glance. Yifeng merely smiled and said nothing more. Then Zhang Hao hurriedly approached Yifeng excitedly, saying, Brother Feng, how are you so amazing, jumping straight to first place? I originally thought that your sudden awakening of Invincible top-tier wind ability would only boost you into the top 10. But I never expected that your strength increased so much that you became first in the martial arts examination. As he spoke, Zhang Hao looked puzzled and asked Yifeng, Brother Feng, I have a question. Since you awakened this level top-tier wind ability and your strength increased so much, why? Yifeng asked, why what? Zhang Hao glanced at Li Yizhou beside him and used his spiritual sense to communicate, why is it that Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan, who also awakened level top-tier abilities, scored so much lower than you? Brother Feng, is it that your level top-tier ability is much more powerful than Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan's? Yifeng looked at his clever friend, surprised by his insight. So Yifeng smiled at Zhang Hao. How's you'll find out soon. Yifeng estimated that during the martial arts examination the performance of him and the others would surely be known by the examiner's teachers and school leaders who would announce it. Suddenly, in the examination hall, many students stared at Yifeng's score displayed on the smart wristbands, feeling excited, confused, and doubtful. Many students from various schools, including those from Zhengyang No. 3 High School, looked at Yifeng's score in disbelief, saying, Is Yifeng's score really 33525? Is that correct? No way. Other students scored in the thousands, while Yifeng scored in the tens of thousands. Is Yifeng's score from the 3rd school a statistical error? Yifeng's score in the martial arts examination was so dazzling that many classmates outside the examination hall began to question it. Is Yifeng's score really 33525 points? It doesn't seem real. Exactly, I feel like this 30,000 points is utterly fake. Look at Lin Yuxiang, Jin Yuanyuan, and Li Yizhou. Their scores are only around 5 to 6,000. This Yifeng's score is far ahead of theirs. I simply don't believe it. At this moment, many classmates looked at Yifeng's score, doubting that he could achieve such a high score. The main reason was that Yifeng's score indeed far surpassed those of the other outstanding students. Outside the martial arts examination hall, many classmates looked at Yifeng with expressions of skepticism. Even classmates from the same class couldn't help but ask Yifeng, Yifeng, is your score of over 300 points real? Why does it feel like your score is a bit fake? Everyone else is in the thousands, yet you have over 300. At this point, even his classmates looked at Yifeng with some disbelief. Zhang Hao stood in front of Yifeng and scolded them, Nonsense. My brother is the best. You must be jealous, which is why you claim my brother's score is fake. Zhang Hao's scolding immediately made many classmates fall silent. However, many classmates still looked at Yifeng with faces full of doubt. At this moment, Li Yizhou approached Yifeng and looked seriously at the questioning classmates. You are mistaken. Yifeng's score is real, because he truly has that strength. My strength, as well as that of everyone present, is far inferior to Yifeng's. Li Yizhou earnestly stated to the group of skeptical classmates. Yifeng looked at Li Yizhou's back in surprise, not expecting this guy to stand up and speak for him. Li Yizhou had just realized something because of Yifeng's words. He understood that there was no need to compare himself to Yifeng, as he could not compete. It was better to compare himself to himself and continue to improve. Many classmates were taken aback upon hearing Li Yizhou's words. They all knew that he was originally recognized as the top student among them. At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan also stood up and looked at the classmates questioning Yifeng, loudly declaring, Yifeng's strength is beyond our comparison. Do you regard Yifeng as someone like us? But I want to tell you that Yifeng's strength has far surpassed all. At this point, when many classmates heard Li Yizhou and Jin Yuanyuan speak about Yifeng's tremendous strength, they couldn't help but feel a shock. However, many classmates had never witnessed Yifeng's strength, so they still questioned his score in the martial arts examination. At this moment, a student in the group said, 30,000 points. Is this something a student can achieve? I certainly don't believe it. Following that, many classmates clamored, yeah, we all don't believe it. It must be thoroughly investigated. The martial arts examination must ensure fairness. 30,000 points are simply too outrageous. A single student could never achieve over 30,000 points, right? The highest record in Xinjiang City was only over 7,000 points. Now suddenly, it's over 30,000 points. Isn't that ridiculous? At this moment, many classmates expressed their dissatisfaction loudly. Many of them did not believe Yifeng could score 30,000 points. To be precise, these classmates did not believe a student could reach 30,000 points. Previously, Xinjiang City's highest score record was only over 7,000, not even breaking 10,000. Silence. Suddenly, a resonant voice sounded as the chief examiner walked out of the conference hall. The chief examiner's aura was strong, and his cultivation level was high. As soon as he appeared, many classmates fell silent. The chief examiner glanced around. Many classmates lowered their heads, some were afraid of him, and dared not make eye contact. Yifeng, however, showed no fear, locking eyes with the chief examiner. The chief examiner lingered on Yifeng for a few seconds, inwardly thinking, no wonder he is a student with dual top-tier abilities. His temperament is quite impressive. At this moment, the chief examiner addressed all the students. Everyone, please be quiet and watch the video of Yifeng's martial arts examination. Many students felt delighted upon hearing the chief examiner's words. They looked at Yifeng. Although there was skepticism, there was more curiosity. These classmates also wanted to know how Yifeng managed to score over 30,000 points. Of course, some classmates were gloating. It must be that Yifeng scored over 30,000 points and the chief examiner thinks it's too outrageous, wanting to publicly punish him. That's natural. How could a student achieve 30,000 points? I feel like this Yifeng can't possibly read. Just wait. He'll probably embarrass himself in front of so many classmates. On the square outside the examination hall, amidst everyone's expectations, a huge projection screen appeared. Even during the day, the projection screen in this high martial arts era could be seen clearly. Soon the video of Yifeng's martial arts examination was played, and the multitude of students in the square gathered to watch. After a while, in the entire square, thousands of students fell silent. After a while, the square became eerily quiet with thousands of students. At this moment, many classmates' faces were filled with shock. Outside the martial arts examination, although there were many students, the square was frighteningly silent. The scene where Yifeng was present could be described as quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Many classmates watched Yifeng's martial arts video, becoming increasingly astonished, their eyes wide open like copper bells. After quite a while, hiss hiss hiss, the square was filled with the sound of students gasping in awe. Many students finally snapped back to reality from their shock, unable to help but exclaim, wow, Yifeng has awakened 2 top-tier abilities. Did you see that? Those grayscaled raccoon demons, over 100 of them, were utterly crushed by his dual abilities. At this moment, many students' exclamations pulled countless others from their shock as they watched Yifeng's martial arts video. What the hell? Is this even human? We can hardly dream of having one class top-tier ability, and Yifeng has 2. Is he really that exceptional? Wow. This life is so unfair. Wow. Jin Yuanyuan, the school beauty of Xinjiang. No. One middle school saw Yifeng's martial arts video for the first time and was left in a daze. Then she couldn't help but recall what Yifeng had said to her the first time they met. Yifeng had told her he killed over 100 grayscaled raccoon demons, and at that time Jin Yuanyuan didn't believe him, thinking he was boasting. Yifeng is not exaggerating. He truly killed over 100 grayscaled Li demon with overwhelming force. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng beside her, her eyes filled with complexity. Li Yizhou, Zhang Chang, Shun Yueshi, and others looked at Yifeng, unable to conceal their astonishment. He actually killed over 100 grayscaled Li demon by himself. Yifeng is simply monstrous. If it were me facing over 100 grayscaled Li demon, I would have no choice but to run. Not only did Yifeng not run, but he also effortlessly killed over 100 grayscaled Li demon. Just how strong must his power be? At this moment, Li Yizhou and Zhang Chang couldn't help but ponder the depth of Yifeng's strength. Shin Yueshi looked at Yifeng, a flicker of unusual interest crossing her eyes. My. Yifeng sensed the unusual glint in Shun Yuexi's eyes and immediately felt a slight increase in wariness towards this school beauty from the 3rd year. Many students after watching the video couldn't help but exclaim, wow, Yifeng has 2 top-tier abilities, it's simply incredible. Exactly. The key is that both of his top-tier abilities are very strong. Those grayscaled Li demon were killed instantly by him. I struggled to kill even one grayscaled Li demon, yet he killed over 100. You're doing better than me. My strength can't compare to the grayscaled Li demon. In other words, Yifeng can easily take down 100 of me. At this moment, many students couldn't help but exclaim. Moreover, Yifeng easily killed the earth-splitting silver-armored bear, which even Li Yizhou and the others couldn't deal with. Yes, that's a beast of the martial general level. Yifeng killed 5 of them in one go. At this moment, many students after watching the video could not hide their shock. At this point, many students couldn't help but say, no wonder Yifeng scored over 300 points. He killed over 100 grayscaled Li demon and also took down the martial general level earth-splitting silver-armored bear. It's only normal for him to score 300 points. At this moment, many students began to find Yifeng's score of 300 points gradually reasonable. The few students who had just questioned Yifeng now dared not to look him in the eye. These students quietly lowered their heads, afraid that Yifeng would notice them. At the same time, they saw the battle power exhibited by Yifeng, fearing he might beat them up. At this moment, they noticed Yifeng's gaze turned towards them, and they trembled all over. Thus, the previously loudest students who had questioned Yifeng mustered their courage and approached him, saying, Yifeng, we apologize for doubting you. Please forgive us for our petty grievances. We were wrong, please forgive us. They quickly bowed and apologized to Yifeng. Now that they saw Yifeng's strength and potential, a trace of fear arose within them. Yifeng shook his head and said, "After all, I scored 3-0 points. You are far from my level, so questioning me is actually normal." The students who had doubted Yifeng shivered at his words, their gazes towards him revealing deep respect. Many students in the square, after watching Yifeng's martial examination video against the demon beasts, found their doubts had completely vanished. When many students saw Yifeng display his two top-tier abilities, their eyes were filled with sheer astonishment. At the same time, many students were also shocked beyond measure when they saw Yifeng easily kill the earth-splitting silver-armored bear using perfected martial skills. Many students looked at Yifeng and the third-year team, unable to help but discuss. Yifeng's strength can be said to be on a totally different level compared to us. Yes, we originally thought Li Yizhou and the others were the best, but we didn't expect Yifeng's strength could easily surpass them. With over 3,000 points, Yifeng's score reflects his sheer strength. Many students looked at Yifeng, their eyes revealing deep admiration. Some students recalling his performance in the martial examination video couldn't help but sigh. "If I had even half of Yifeng's strength, I could have come in first." Haha, if you had a quarter of Yifeng's strength, you'd also be first in previous years. I can't imagine that Yifeng is the same age as us in the same year. He is truly outstanding. At this moment, many students in the entire square looked at Yifeng with utmost reverence. Soon the chief examiner took the stage to speak. After concluding, students boarded buses under the guidance of their teachers from various schools and classes to return home. Many students let out a sigh of relief after the martial examination. Before the exam, many were extremely tense and nervous. Now that the martial examination was over, many students felt a sense of release and began to excitedly engage in lively discussions. However, this time most of the discussions were centered around Yifeng, mainly because Yifeng's performance was too out. It can be said that during this martial examination, Yifeng gained prominence among tens of thousands of students. Many students would even tell their families and friends about him, and it is estimated that soon Yifeng might become a sensation in Zhengyang City. After the martial examination ended, Yifeng intended to leave with his class, but the chief examiner and several examiners quickly called out to him. The chief examiner looked at Yifeng with great appreciation and said, "Yifeng, congratulations on scoring over 3-0 points. This has directly broken the martial examination record for the entire Zhengyang City." Yifeng smiled and replied, "Thank you." The chief examiner, hearing Yifeng's gratitude, smiled and continued, "Not only that, but Yifeng, we have reported your situation to the higher-ups, and just now we also submitted your martial examination video along with it." Yifeng asked, "What does that mean?" The chief examiner enthusiastically replied, "Our Zhengyang Education Bureau will reward you for your outstanding performance in the martial examination. Moreover, due to your two top-tier abilities with different attributes, the rewards you receive will be quite substantial." Yifeng, upon hearing this, instantly became interested. Then the chief examiner continued to speak to Yifeng. "Additionally, we have reported your two different top-tier abilities to our top universities in Huaxia. I believe that soon your performance in the martial examination along with your two top-tier abilities will cause the top universities in Huaxia to offer you very generous conditions to compete for your enrollment." Yifeng was filled with anticipation upon hearing this. Soon after, Yifeng's name stirred up a storm in Zhengyang City. Have you heard? This year, a new student named Yifeng appeared in the martial examination, scoring an astonishing 3,000 points. Wow, that's incredible, 3,000 points. How did he manage that? I heard that this Yifeng awakened two class top-tier abilities. He is truly gifted. Soon news of Yifeng spread wildly across the internet in Zhengyang City. I heard this Yifeng is also a child from an ordinary family. Yes, it's really not easy. This Yifeng is amazing. Ew, I must let my child see what it means to be a dragon among men. I must also ensure my child learns from Yifeng. From now on, my child's goal is to be like Yifeng. 30,000 points and awakening two top-tier abilities is simply too astonishing. Yifeng has become famous throughout Zhengyang City. In the mountain range beside the Zhengyang Grand Canyon, where trees shade the sky, a group of demon beasts. At the forefront was a demon that had reached the level of a martial emperor. However, it was merely a projection, with its true form not located here. It issued commands to the other demon beasts. That human named Yifeng awakened two top-tier abilities. His potential is too great. He must be killed. I am currently restrained by the mayor of Zhengyang City and cannot act. You must kill that Yifeng, otherwise if he grows stronger, the impact on our demon race will be enormous. On another side, in a dark corner, a powerful being sat holding all the information regarding Yifeng. Kakik, it seems that the recent celestial phenomenon in the Zhengyang Mountains and Zhengyang Grand Canyon truly heralds the emergence of a treasure. If nothing goes wrong, that treasure must have been obtained by the kid named Yifeng. Otherwise, how could an ordinary boy with average grades and background suddenly awaken two top-tier abilities and achieve such impressive combat power to score 3 points in the martial examination? Kakik, if I obtain that treasure, Kakik. The results of Yi Feng's martial arts examination along with his display of dual top-tier abilities immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups in Xinjiang City. Although the mayor of Xinjiang City was entangled with the demon beasts outside the city, he was still informed about Yi Feng's situation. Moreover, the mayor issued an order to the higher-ups in Xinjiang City regarding that Yi Feng, who scored 30,000 points in the martial arts examination and awakened two top-tier abilities. You must take this seriously. This Yi Feng is a super genius. We absolutely cannot allow him to be harmed by the demon beasts. Furthermore, in Xinjiang City, anyone who dares to harbor ill intentions towards Yi Feng, I will ensure they face severe punishment. After the mayor's command, the higher-ups in Xinjiang City were left in shock. Meanwhile, many who had ulterior motives regarding Yi Feng began to retreat. The Security Bureau of Xinjiang City, the most powerful place in Xinjiang City. The head of the Security Bureau, after reviewing Yi Feng's information, couldn't help but exclaim, if nothing unexpected occurs, the two celestial phenomena that appeared in the Xinjiang mountain range and the Xinjiang Grand Canyon, the so-called treasures, were all obtained by that student named Yi Feng. That's why that student could awaken two top-tier abilities. At this moment, the assistant to the head of the Security Bureau immediately said, Director, should we have that student named Yi Feng hand over these so-called treasures? The righteous head of the Security Bureau shot a glare at the assistant. Nonsense. The treasures of the celestial phenomena are meant to be obtained by the fated ones. Since that boy Yi Feng has obtained them, they rightfully belong to him. Moreover, he is not a member of the Demon Beast clan, he is one of us humans. What's more, Yi Feng is not only human, but also one of us from Xinjiang City. The assistant hurriedly replied, You are right, Director. The head of the Security Bureau immediately instructed send 3 powerful individuals to protect Yi Feng and ensure he is not harmed by the demon beasts. Yi Feng has awakened 2 strength top-tier abilities. His potential is truly terrifying. If he grows stronger, our humanity will gain another formidable force, and we can slay many demon beasts. The assistant quickly assured, I will arrange for several strong individuals to protect that student Yi Feng. The head of the Security Bureau nodded, and the assistant hurried off to find powerful individuals to protect. 3 days later, Yi Feng was summoned back to Xinjiang No. 3 High School, where the homeroom teacher eagerly called him to the school conference hall. Wang Bo excitedly said to Yi Feng, you're going to make a name for yourself? I didn't expect you to have hidden your talents so deeply. You always seemed so honest, and yet you are the student who has concealed his abilities the most in our class. But it's fine, your performance in the martial arts examination is outstanding, and the school will reward you. As the homeroom teacher spoke to Yi Feng, his expression was filled with excitement, and there was even a hint of gratitude in his eyes. In fact, since Yi Feng performed so well, Wang Bo as his homeroom teacher would also benefit greatly. Yi Feng felt a surge of anticipation upon hearing his homeroom teacher's words. Inside the conference hall of Xinjiang No. 3 High School, as soon as Yi Feng entered, he saw all the teachers and school leaders standing up. Then, amidst the attention of the crowd, the leaders and teachers of Xinjiang No. 3 High School raised their hands and applauded for Yi Feng. Clap, clap, clap. The atmosphere in the entire conference hall was extremely enthusiastic, with teachers and school leaders applauding vigorously for Yi Feng. After a while, the applause gradually subsided. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised. Usually it was the students who applauded when the school leaders spoke. He did not expect that today it would be the school leaders leading all the teachers in applauding for him. At this moment, the principal, dressed formally, approached Yi Feng. Beside him was the female head of the Academic Affairs Office, who held a bouquet of flowers and presented it to Yi Feng with enthusiasm. Yi Feng, this is a bouquet we prepared for you. The female head of the Academic Affairs Office handed the flowers to Yi Feng with both hands while also showing a smile. Looking at the smile of the female head of the Academic Affairs Office, Yi Feng felt a chill run down his spine. In his impression, this female head of the Academic Affairs Office was very strict and often punished many students who violated school regulations. As a result, many students in the school were quite afraid of this female head of the Academic Affairs Office. Because she was stern and unsmiling, the students referred to her as the Heartless Master. At this moment, the Heartless Master presented the flowers to Yi Feng with great enthusiasm, leaving him feeling, thank you. Yi Feng accepted the bouquet prepared by the school. At this time, the principal, extremely excited, said to Yi Feng, you have truly brought great fame to our school has decided to reward you with 1 million yuan and a set of housing in the school district. Of course, most importantly, we will also reward you with the best martial arts techniques we possess. As soon as the principal finished speaking, the expressions of the teachers and leaders from Xinjiang No. 3 High School, they did not expect that the rewards the principal intended to give Yi Feng would be so many and so generous. At this moment, the head of the academic affairs office, who had just presented flowers to Yifeng, hurriedly conveyed to the principal, "Do you think the rewards we are offering to Yifeng are a bit too much? Principal, even if you cut the rewards in half, what we are offering Yifeng would still far exceed the rewards given to the first place in previous martial arts examinations." Another school leader also communicated with the principal, "There's really no need. The rewards you're providing are several times more than what was given to the first place in previous martial arts examinations." In response, the principal merely shot them a glare and did not reply. Seeing the principal glare at them, the two school leaders quickly shrank their necks and dared not speak further. Many teachers could not help but think to themselves, such rewards, even if we teach for decades, we have never received. The rewards that Yifeng has received are truly enticing. Yifeng felt a stir in his heart upon hearing the principal's words. He asked, "Principal, the top universities in Huaxia?" The principal immediately replied, "Yes, Yifeng, there are 4 in total: the Capital Martial Arts University, the Magic City Martial Arts University, the South Wilderness Martial Arts University, and the Zhanghai Martial Arts University." Yifeng looked at the principal and asked, "Will they compete for me?" The principal laughed at Yifeng's words, saying, "You have awakened dual top-tier abilities and scored a remarkable 300 in the martial arts exam. Even the 4 top martial arts universities in Huaxia will surely compete for you." Yifeng pondered for a moment after hearing the principal, and then asked, "Principal, what kind of conditions will these 4 top martial arts universities offer to compete for me?" The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School was momentarily taken aback by Yifeng's question. Then the principal gave Yifeng a wry smile and said, "Yifeng, I'm not too sure about that, as no student from our school has ever been admitted to the top 4 martial arts universities in Huaxia." Yifeng was quite surprised to hear that these 4 top martial arts universities were so difficult to get into. The principal said seriously to Yifeng, "Yifeng, these 4 top martial arts universities are the strongest among the 500 martial arts universities in Huaxia. It is said that those who can get into these 4 top martial arts universities are all the most outstanding talents from various places, and even some exceptionally talented students may not qualify to attend." As he spoke, the principal patted Yifeng on the shoulder and said, "You have awakened 2 top-tier abilities and scored 300 in the martial arts exam. When you go to one of these top martial arts universities, you should be able to see a lot of the world." Yifeng nodded and said earnestly, "I will work hard. I also want to see the world." Suddenly, at this moment, officials from the Zhenyang Education Bureau arrived, and they had come specifically for Yifeng. 3 leaders from the Zhenyang Education Bureau came, and Yifeng could clearly sense that their auras were even more powerful than those of the teachers present. In fact, the aura of the leading person was even stronger than that of the principal. Yifeng noticed that the teachers present showed great respect upon seeing the officials from the Zhenyang Education Bureau. The leading man was dressed in a very stylish suit and wore a pair of silver glasses. At the same time, he exuded an elegant demeanor. This man was Gao Jingyu, the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau. Upon seeing Gao Jingyu's arrival, many teachers present quickly stood up. Even the principal hurriedly approached Gao Jingyu and in shock said, "Director, why have you personally come to our No. 3 High School? I'm sorry, we didn't know you would be coming and didn't come to greet you." The principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School looked somewhat flattered at seeing Gao Jingyu. The director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau rarely visited their school. However, the principal quickly realized that the reason the Education Bureau director came to their Zhenyang No. 3 High School was undoubtedly because of Yifeng. The teachers at Zhenyang No. 3 High School were also taken aback by the unexpected visit of the director from the Zhenyang Education Bureau. Indeed, Gao Jingyu, upon hearing the principal's words, casually remarked, "Xiaozhang, I came here specifically." Saying this, Gao Jingyu then noticed Yifeng not far behind the principal, and his eyes lit up. The director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau ignored the leaders from Zhenyang No. 3 High School and quickly approached Yifeng, smiling. "You must be Yifeng, right? I've watched your martial arts exam footage, and it truly amazed me." Yifeng looked at the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau with a calm expression, nodded, and said, "Hello." Gao Jingyu sensed Yifeng's calm confidence and revealed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Thus, the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau praised Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, your performance in the martial arts exam was simply perfect. I've seen many excellent students' exam footage before, but none of them come close to your level. The students I watched before fought against beasts, only managing to hold their own or counterattack when at a disadvantage. That was acceptable. However, after watching your martial arts exam footage, Yifeng, you left a deep impression on me. When facing the beasts, it was not an even match, but an absolute crushing victory." The director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau recalled his astonishment when he first watched Yifeng's martial arts exam footage. It was truly impressive. As he spoke, the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau added, "The key is that Yifeng, you not only have formidable combat abilities, but also possess 2 top-tier abilities. Top-tier level abilities. It's already remarkable for an outstanding person to possess one top-tier ability, yet you Yifeng possess two top-tier level abilities. Yifeng, you are truly exceptional. Even in my many years in Zhengyang City, I have never seen a student as outstanding as you. The evaluation from the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau for Yifeng was exceedingly high, causing even the two other leaders who accompanied him to be taken aback. This was the first time these two leaders from the Zhengyang Education Bureau had heard the director praise someone so highly, especially a student. At this moment, Gao Jingyu couldn't help but glance at the principal of Zhengyang No. 3 High School, saying lightly, "Xiao Zhang, with a student as outstanding as Yifeng, why didn't you report this earlier?" Principal Zhang's expression turned bitter upon hearing the words of the director of the Education Bureau. He glanced at Yifeng and quickly replied to Gao Jingyu, "Director, it's not that we didn't report it, but Yifeng is usually too low-key, and we had no idea he possessed two top-tier abilities. Moreover, Yifeng has always been very low-key and has not shown even a hint of his combat abilities." The director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau nodded calmly, while Principal Zhang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At this moment, the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau looked at Yifeng and smiled, praising, "Yifeng, you possess such great strength, yet remain so humble. This is truly an admirable quality. Indeed, with beasts rampaging today, if you reveal too much potential, you might attract the attention of beasts or even demons." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart immediately grew vigilant. At this point, the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau took out an exquisite wooden box for Yifeng, which contained a very precious martial arts scroll. Gao Jingyu handed it to Yifeng with both hands, smiling. "Yifeng, this is a reward from our Zhengyang Education Bureau for your outstanding performance in the martial arts exam. Inside there is an 11 martial arts scroll called the Thunderbolt /. The principal and teachers at Zhengyang No. 3 High School were immediately astonished. This was actually a very precious 11 martial arts. Yifeng was also taken aback. He never expected that the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau would actually grant him an A-class martial skill. A-class martial skills were worth significantly more than B-class martial skills. To put it into perspective, B-class martial skills are valued at over 1 million. Every high school among the 10 in Zhengyang almost possesses a B-class martial skill. Of course, students are not qualified to cultivate B-class martial skills, but exceptional students like Yifeng are exceptions. As for A-class martial skills, none of the 10 high schools in Zhengyang possess such a skill. This is because A-class martial skills are valued at over 10 million, and even if there is a price, they are not guaranteed to be available. At that moment, many teachers from Zhengyang No. 3 High School had their eyes wide open, staring at the scroll of the A-class martial skill. The rewards given to student Yifeng by our city's Education Bureau are indeed excessive. This is an A-class martial skill, something we could never hope to cultivate in our lifetimes. So our city's Education Bureau holds student Yifeng in such high regard. It seems that student Yifeng possesses tremendous potential. He is truly fortunate to have such a precious A-class martial skill. At this moment, many teachers from Zhengyang No. 3 High School looked at Yifeng with a mixture of shock and the principal of Zhengyang No. 3 High School was stunned, watching as the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau handed a priceless scroll of A-class martial skill to Yifeng. I never expected the principal to value Yifeng so highly, giving him such a precious A-class martial skill directly. Isn't that a bit too much? At that moment, the principal of Zhengyang No. 3 High School stared at the scroll of A-class martial skill in amazement. Yifeng received the A-class martial skill solemnly handed to him by the director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau and said earnestly, "Thank you." Gao Jingyu felt a sense of joy as he saw Yifeng accept the A-class martial skill he had given. Meanwhile, the other two leaders from the Zhengyang Education Bureau widened their eyes at the scene. "Director, he actually took out the only A-class martial skill we have in our bureau and gifted it to this young man named Yifeng. Is this young man named Yifeng truly that terrifyingly talented?" At this moment, the two leaders from the Zhengyang Education Bureau exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. The director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau then smiled at Yifeng and said, "Student Yifeng, your performance in this martial arts examination and the potential you demonstrated are all well-deserved rewards. To be honest, this scroll of the explosive lightning blade is the only A-class martial skill our Education Bureau possesses. Originally, we wouldn't have brought out such a precious martial skill, but your performance in the martial arts examination was simply outstanding, Yifeng. Moreover, you awakened two top-tier extraordinary abilities, and your combat strength is formidable. The excellence you showcased during this examination is unprecedented, which is why we are granting you our only A-class martial skill." Hearing Gao Jingyu's words, Yifeng replied earnestly, "Thank you." The director of the Zhengyang Education Bureau waved his hand at Yifeng and said, "Actually, there's no need to thank me. If you hadn't performed so excellently in the martial arts examination, we wouldn't have given you these rewards. Yifeng nodded, understanding that if he had been hiding his true strength and only shown himself to be slightly better than his classmates, and had not displayed dual S-class extraordinary abilities, the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau would not have granted him such a precious A-class martial skill. Because these rewards are akin to investing in Yifeng's future, the stronger the potential he demonstrates, the greater the investment he will receive. After all, the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau and Yifeng's principal believed that based on the potential Yifeng displayed during the martial arts examination, his future achievements would undoubtedly make him a world-class powerhouse. In this world of global martial arts, befriending a future unrivaled powerhouse is a worthwhile endeavor. At this point, Gao Jingyu said to Yifeng, "However, student Yifeng, this A-class martial skill is extremely difficult to cultivate. I practiced it before, and after 10 years from the beginning of my training, I have only reached the entry level." Yifeng smiled upon hearing this, saying, "Thanks for the reminder, I am confident." After bidding farewell to the senior leaders of the school, Yifeng returned to his dilapidated small house with the martial skills and the monetary rewards. He did not move into the better accommodations provided by the school. It wasn't due to distrust, it was mainly because he had grown accustomed to living in his current place, and moving now would be somewhat uncomfortable. Yifeng planned to enjoy a hearty meal before returning to elevate his strength. After all, Yifeng understood that the reason why the principal of Zhenyang No. 3 High School and the school leaders treated him cordially today, as well as the rewards given by the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau, stemmed from his displayed strength and immense potential. If Yifeng were merely an ordinary student, those so-called prominent figures of Zhenyang would likely not even glance at him today, let alone any rewards. Therefore, Yifeng knew that strengthening himself and improving his capabilities was the right path. Thus, Yifeng opened his attribute panel and saw that his enhancement points had already reached over 360. Yifeng immediately focused his thoughts. System, I am currently at the early stage of a martial general. How many enhancement points do I need to reach the mid-stage of a martial general? Host, you need 1000 enhancement points. Yifeng continued focusing his thoughts. What about if I want to elevate my cultivation to the late stage of a martial general? Host, you need 3000 enhancement points. Upon hearing this, Yifeng contemplated for a moment and said, System, immediately use 300 enhancement points to raise my cultivation from the early stage of a martial general to the mid-stage, and then to the late stage. Received. Host. Just as Yifeng was elevating his cultivation, his martial arts examination video had already reached the admissions office of the top martial arts university. After watching Yifeng's martial arts examination video, the teachers at the admissions office of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University were astonished. This examinee, named Yifeng, possesses 2 top-tier S-class extraordinary abilities, 2 perfected-level martial skills. Quickly notify the professors to hold a meeting. We must secure this examinee, named Yifeng, for Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. The teachers at the admissions office of the Magic City Martial Arts University were shocked for a long time after watching Yifeng's martial arts examination video and scores. No wonder this martial arts examinee, Yifeng, scored 300 points. Both of his top-tier extraordinary abilities reached at least S-class, and they are of the lightning and wind elements. Right now, immediately go to Zhenyang, thousands of miles away. We must secure Yifeng from Magic City Martial Arts University before Imperial Capital Martial Arts University arrives. The admissions office of the Southern Wilderness Martial Arts University, after watching Yifeng's martial arts examination video, exclaimed, Wow! This is amazing. This year we actually have a student with dual extraordinary abilities. Both martial skills have reached perfected levels, and his comprehension is astonishing. We must head to Zhenyang immediately at any cost to ensure that we recruit this genius named Yifeng before Magic City Martial Arts University and Imperial Capital Martial Arts University arrive. 2 days later, Yifeng officially broke through. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through from the early stage of a martial general to the mid-stage, and then directly to the late stage of a martial general. Yifeng's cultivation has already reached the late stage of a martial general. At this moment, he looked at his current attribute panel. Yifeng discovered that his strength had increased from 2,000 at the early stage of a martial general to now 5,000. It is known that an average latest-stage martial general has a strength of around 1,000. Yifeng's strength is 5 times that of an ordinary latest-stage martial general. But that's not all. Yifeng also found that his body strength had reached 3,000. It is worth noting that an average latest-stage martial general has a body strength typically between 500 and 600. Now Yifeng's body strength is also 5 to 6 times that of his peers. The key is that he is still just a high school graduate and has already reached the late stage of a martial general. It should be noted that most students in Yifeng's school are still at the mid or early stage of a martial artist. Yet Yifeng has already far surpassed all his classmates in cultivation, even those from the same cohort in Zhengyang City. However, Yifeng still wanted to test his current strength. Pong. Yifeng suddenly threw a punch using all his 5,000 strength, directly smashing into the neck of the Xian Yin Black Wolf. Kacha. A cracking sound echoed as the neck of the Xian Yin Black Wolf was brutally shattered by Yifeng's strike. This Xian Yin Black Wolf is a mid-stage martial general beast which ordinary late-stage martial general humans cannot compete against. However, Yifeng had only used one punch to break the neck of the Xian Yin Black Wolf, which surprised even him. Yifeng did not expect that his current strength was so powerful that he could actually shatter the neck of the Xian Yin Black Wolf. Bang! The Xian Yin Black Wolf couldn't even attack Yifeng before being directly crushed and killed. In Yifeng's ears, the reward sound for killing the Xian Yin Black Wolf suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have just killed the Xian Yin Black Wolf, with a single punch rewarding you with 3,000 enhancement points. Yifeng was surprised by his current strength as he looked at the Xian Yin Black Wolf lying on the ground. It is known that based on strength alone, a latest-stage martial general would definitely not be a match for a Xian Yin Black Wolf. This is because the strength of the Xian Yin Black Wolf has already reached 1,500, surpassing that of an average latest-stage martial general. However, Yifeng is not an ordinary latest-stage martial general. His strength has already far exceeded that of an average latest-stage martial artist. Thus, relying solely on strength, Yifeng was able to kill the Xian Yin Black Wolf directly. Suddenly, after Yifeng had just killed the Xian Yin Black Wolf, several more appeared nearby. The suddenly appeared Xian Yin Black Wolves roared at Yifeng. Yifeng looked and saw 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves. These 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves were large, almost as tall as Yifeng. Their wolf heads were very sharp with pointed fangs. Additionally, these Xian Yin Black Wolves were covered in black fur, while their heads were fiery in color. They emanated a powerful sense of oppression. Moreover, the gaze of the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves that appeared was filled with intense killing intent directed at Yifeng. Yifeng also sensed the strong killing intent coming from the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves. The combat power possessed by the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves could easily kill 2 mid-stage martial general warriors and could also easily kill 1 latest-stage martial general warrior. After all, the Xian Yin Black Wolf not only has extremely powerful attack power, but also possesses incredible speed. However, as a latest-stage martial general, Yifeng was not afraid of these Xian Yin Black Wolves at all. Boom! Suddenly, the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves fiercely attacked Yifeng. Roar! In an instant, the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves rushed in front of Yifeng and launched their attacks. Seeing this, Yifeng remained calm and showed no intention of dodging. He raised his hand, and a gigantic black hole suddenly appeared behind him. Ping ping pong. Many fragments of stones and fallen branches around him were instantly sucked into the black hole behind Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves that were about to attack him. Roar! At this moment, they had already opened their massive jaws aiming to bite Yifeng. Yifeng pulled up his hand and calmly said, SS level ability Devour. Roar! The Xian Yin Black Wolf about to attack Yifeng was suddenly startled and let out a furious roar. Swish! Instantly, the Xian Yin Black Wolf, which was about to attack Yifeng, was sucked into the black hole behind him. Roar! The other 2 Xian Yin Black Wolves howled angrily at Yifeng. However, the 2 Xian Yin Black Wolves roaring at Yifeng could not escape the devouring black hole behind him. Swish swish! With a thought, 2 more Xian Yin Black Wolves were directly sucked into the devouring black hole behind him. Roar roar roar! Inside the devouring black hole behind Yifeng, the 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves made their final roars. Tear pong! In an instant, the devouring black hole of Yifeng directly tore apart the 3 powerful Xian Yin Black Wolves capable of easily killing a latest-stage martial general. In Yifeng's ears, the sound of him receiving rewards for killing 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves rang. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have just used the SS level ability Devour, and in an instant shredded 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves, rewarding you with 9,000 enhancement points. Yifeng was surprised and gained a greater understanding of his SS level ability. But that's not all. Swish! A surge of energy suddenly poured from the devouring black hole behind Yifeng, quickly entering his body. This energy came from the Xian Yin Black Wolves that he had just devoured using the SS level devouring ability. Yifeng noticed that his strength had increased by 1,000 and his body strength had grown by 500. Seeing this, Yifeng's eyes flickered. Originally, he had no intention of engaging in a simple fight with those 3 Xian Yin Black Wolves. Having easily killed 1 Xian Yin Black Wolf using his own strength, he already had a grasp of his own power. So moving forward, Yifeng deemed it unnecessary to understand further and directly used his SS level ability to. Moreover, Yifeng discovered that as his own cultivation strength improved the devouring black hole, he conjured became even more powerful. Now, Yifeng's expectations of his strength against enemies were not about being evenly matched, or what he desired was absolute suppression. After dining out, Yifeng returned home and immediately noticed a very suspicious individual. This person was dressed in a black trench coat, had short hair, and wore sunglasses. The aura of this man was extremely strong. Yifeng estimated that he had probably reached the Martial King level. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately turned around, preparing to return to his district near the 3rd middle school. He decided to approach a Martial King level powerhouse with utmost caution. However, just as Yifeng turned around and took a few steps, the Martial King level figure in black blocked his path. Yifeng became even more vigilant. Suddenly, the Martial King in black, who blocked Yifeng's path, revealed a broad smile. "Hello Yifeng, I come from the Southern Wilderness Martial Arts University, and we would like to invite you." Yifeng was somewhat surprised to hear the words of the person before him, who hailed from the prestigious Martial Arts University in Huaxia Nanwang Martial University. He looked at the black-cloaked Martial King before him, and feeling more vigilant said, "Shouldn't your university's representatives invite me through my school?" Previously, Yifeng had heard from the principal of his school that those from top martial arts universities would notify him. The black-cloaked Martial King shook his head with a smile and replied, "Classmate Yifeng, if I didn't personally seek you out, you might have been snatched away by another martial school." Yifeng remained silent. At that moment, the black-cloaked Martial King introduced himself. "Hello classmate Yifeng, my name is Yuan Jia. I come from Nanwang Martial University, and I am here to invite you on behalf of the university." Yifeng continued to regard Yuan Jia with unwavering caution. Seeing this, Yuan Jia chuckled. He then produced documents to prove that he was indeed a professor from Nanwang Martial. If it were an ordinary student, Yuan Jia would have been too lazy to engage. However, with Yifeng, he had to. After all, Yifeng had displayed exceptional talent and potential during the martial examination. Upon seeing the documents, Yifeng realized that the man before him was indeed a recruitment officer from Nanwang Martial University. Yuan Jia smiled at Yifeng and said, "Classmate Yifeng, the dual top-tier abilities you showcased during the martial exam truly astonished our professors at Nanwang Martial University. To be honest, after working in the education sector of martial arts universities for so many years, this is the first time I, Yuan Jia, have encountered a student who awakened two class top-tier abilities. Moreover, in the martial examination footage, your displayed combat prowess was incredibly strong, almost overwhelming the demonic beasts." Yuan Jia was momentarily taken aback when he sensed that Yifeng's cultivation was at the late stage of the martial general realm. This was surprising because the information Yuan Jia had gathered indicated that Yifeng was at the early stage of the martial general realm. However, he quickly regained his composure as he was more concerned about Yifeng's dual top-tier abilities. After saying this, Yuan Jia directly addressed Yifeng. "Classmate Yifeng, our Nanwang Martial University has always been eager for geniuses, and we believe you are an extraordinary talent. Therefore, classmate Yifeng, we invite you to join us at Nanwang Martial University." Yifeng was unfazed by Yuan Jia's words. Although Yuan Jia spoke eloquently, Yifeng was more concerned about what benefits he could gain from this situation. Yifeng looked at Yuan Jia and asked, "Nanwang Martial University is an exceptionally outstanding martial arts university, but if I were to join, what preferential treatment would I receive?" Yuan Jia, upon hearing Yifeng's words, smirked and said, "I originally thought you would be flattered by I didn't expect you to be so focused on conditions. You must know countless students across Huaxia want to enroll in our Nanwang Martial University." Yifeng shrugged and replied, "There's no way around it, Professor Yuan. I'm just too poor, yet somewhat exceptional. There are many martial arts universities that want me to join. Alas, I can only join the one that offers me the best conditions." Yuan Jia was momentarily stunned by Yifeng's words. He gazed at Yifeng and slowly said, "Classmate Yifeng, you are very wise." Yifeng looked back at Yuan Jia and replied, "Thank you." Without further ado, Yuan Jia immediately presented Yifeng with the conditions. "Classmate Yifeng, as long as you join our Nanwang Martial University, we can waive your utilities tuition and all miscellaneous fees while you are at school." Yifeng shook his head at Yuan Jia's words, saying, "That's still not enough." Although he didn't have much money now, he was not particularly in need of it at the moment. He wanted to become stronger. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, as long as he became strong, he could demand as much money as he wanted. Hearing Yifeng's words, the professor from Nanwang Martial University immediately took out a scroll of martial techniques from his storage ring. Grade martial technique. Yuan Jia looked at Yifeng and said, "Our Nanwang Martial University also offers you a free grade martial technique." Anyone familiar with Nanwang Martial University would be shocked to hear this. Nanwang Martial University is a highly powerful martial arts university with exceptional overall strength. Many students would do anything to get into Nanwang Martial University. However, at this moment the admissions officer from Nanwang Martial University was offering Yi Feng excellent conditions to persuade him to enroll. Yi Feng shook his head and replied, "Sorry, this isn't enough for me." Yu Wenjie once again said to Yi Feng, "Classmate Yi Feng, as long as you join our Nanwang Martial University, we are also willing to provide you with a set of Kraid battle armor. Kraid battle armor is worth over 1 million. It is very precious." Yi Feng, upon hearing Yu Wenjie's words, was curious to see what Kraid battle armor looked like. Suddenly, a solemn female voice rang out, "Classmate Yi Feng, don't agree to join Nanwang Martial University. Oh, join our Modu Martial University instead." Yi Feng turned to see a woman clad in a black professional suit appearing. The woman was fair-skinned and had a delicate appearance, and her aura reached the peak of the Martial King realm. Yi Feng knew from her earlier words that she was from Modu Martial University. Yu Wenjie looked at the woman who had appeared, his expression souring. "Lu Jiming, why are you here?" Lu Jiming glanced at Yu Wenjie upon hearing his words and calmly replied, "Yu Wenjie, you from Nanwang Martial University are too eager. Shouldn't classmate Yi Feng choose his martial arts university through his own school? How is it that you didn't go through his school, but instead came directly to his doorstep to wait for him?" Yu Wenjie chuckled at Lu Jiming's words. "Haha, Lu Jiming, if I had followed the proper procedures and waited for classmate Yi Feng at his school, he might have already been invited away by your Modu Martial University. I didn't expect you from Modu Martial University to also disregard the rules and come directly to invite classmate Yi Feng at home." Lu Jiming sneered at Yu Wenjie's remarks, and after glancing at him, she focused her attention on Yi Feng and said earnestly, "Because classmate Yi Feng awakened 2 top-tier abilities, our Modu Martial University is willing to offer him even more generous conditions. Classmate Yi Feng, I would like to invite you to join our Modu Martial University. Not only can we waive all your expenses while attending the Martial Arts University, but we are also willing to grant you an annual scholarship of 1 million. Yi Feng was somewhat astonished to hear Lu Jiming's words. Continuing, Lu Jiming cast a sidelong glance at Yu Wenjie and earnestly said to Yi Feng, "Classmate Yi Feng, our Modu Martial University is willing to provide you with a grade martial technique, a set of Kraid battle armor, and a Kraid weapon." Yu Wenjie, upon hearing Lu Jiming's words, had a drastic change in his expression, looking rather grim. Yi Feng nodded, realizing that the conditions offered by Modu Martial University were indeed more generous than those from Nanwang Martial University. Suddenly, another discordant voice echoed, "Yi Feng, I would like to invite you to join our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University." An elder, tall and clad in a gray long robe, appeared at the corner of the staircase outside Yi Feng's door. This elder had graying hair and a youthful middle-aged face. Do not underestimate him. His cultivation had reached the Martial Emperor level. This Martial Emperor was the representative from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, Xiao Chuan. When Yu Wenjie and Lu Jiming saw Xiao Chuan suddenly appear, their expressions changed. The two exchanged glances, both surprised. They did not expect Xiao Chuan to break the norm and come directly to Yi Feng. Looked at the three with a strange expression. He had previously heard the principal and leaders from the Xinjiang Education Bureau mention that representatives from top universities would first visit the school or the Education Bureau to recruit him. However, now representatives from these 3 top martial arts universities in Huaxia were not following the usual protocol and had come directly to his home. It seemed that Yi Feng's performance in the martial arts examination was indeed astonishing. Thus, the admission teachers from these prestigious universities hurried to his home, offering him generous conditions, fearing he might be snatched away by another school. At that moment, Xiao Chuan approached Yi Feng and glanced at the 2 representatives from the Martial Arts University, Lu Jiming and Yu Wenjie, saying with a smile, "It seems that Yi Feng's performance has been outstanding. You 2 representatives from the martial arts universities couldn't wait any longer." Lu Jiming, hearing Xiao Chuan's words, involuntarily displayed a professional smile. "Xiao Lao, you're too modest. I didn't expect you from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University to be so eager, coming directly to recruit Yi Feng at his residence." Xiao Chuan chuckled amiably. Yi Feng's performance in the martial arts examination was so exceptional, with 2 top-tier abilities. If I had arrived a moment later, I might have been outmaneuvered by you from South Wilderness Martial Arts University and Magic City Martial Arts University. After all, having 2 top-tier abilities is incredibly enticing with such immense potential. Yu Wenjie nodded in agreement. Xiao Chuan looked at Yi Feng seriously and said, "Yi Feng, our Imperial Capital Martial Arts University sincerely invites you to join us. We have been ranked first in martial arts universities for many years." Lu Jiming and Yu Wenjie fell silent. This was undeniable. Although there are 4 top martial arts universities in Huaxia, Imperial Capital Martial Arts University indeed holds the first position year after year. Yi Feng asked Xiao Chuan, "How sincere is this?" Xiao Chuan was momentarily taken aback by Yi Feng was like this. He didn't care much about reputation. He was more concerned with tangible benefits. The admission representative from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University replied earnestly, "As long as you join us, we will not only cover your tuition and living expenses. Furthermore, we will also provide you with an A-level martial skill and a clever battle armor." The expressions of the other two representatives from the martial arts universities Yu Wenjie and Lu Jiming changed instantly upon hearing this. Yu Wenjie couldn't help but say, "Xiao Lao, the rewards you are offering Yi Feng exceed those for last year's national top scorer." Lu Jiming from Magic City Martial Arts University added, "Actually, Yi Feng's martial arts examination score of over 3.0 points already qualifies him as this year's national top scorer in the martial arts examination." Moreover, the key point is that Yi Feng has awakened two different attributes of top-tier abilities. Xiao Chuan nodded. Looking at Yi Feng, he slowly said, "We have seen your performance in the martial arts examination, and it can be said to be outstanding, showcasing exceptionally high combat power. The key point is that you have awakened two level top-tier abilities simultaneously, so the conditions we offer you at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University far exceed those for last year's national top scorer." Yi Feng nodded at Xiao Chuan's words and said, "Thank you." Lu Jiming promptly interjected, "Yi Feng, hold on before agreeing. If you join us at Magic City Martial Arts University, we can offer you a scholarship of 3 million every year. We at Magic City Martial Arts University also sincerely invite you to join us." Xiao Chuan was somewhat astonished. It was his first time witnessing Magic City Martial Arts University being so generous. Suddenly, the representative from South Wilderness Martial Arts University, Yu Wenjie, stood up again. Yu Wenjie looked at Yi Feng and said earnestly, "Yi Feng, I sincerely want to invite you to join us at South Wilderness Martial Arts University, and thus we can offer even better conditions. We at South Wilderness Martial Arts University are also willing to provide you with a level body refinement martial art. Body refinement martial arts are even more precious than martial skills. A level martial skill can be worth hundreds of thousands to millions. However, a level body refinement martial art is valued at over 20 million. Xiao Chuan from Imperial Capital Martial Arts University looked at Yu Wenjie, his expression suddenly changing. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Has your South Wilderness Martial Arts University gone mad this year? How could you offer a level martial art?" Lu Jiming also couldn't help but say, "A level body refinement martial art, how incredibly precious." Yu Wenjie, undeterred by their words, looked at Yi Feng earnestly. "Yi Feng, you deserve such an excellent body refinement martial art." Yi Feng was also shaken internally. He did not expect South Wilderness Martial Arts University to offer such favorable conditions. At that moment, Yi Feng felt fortunate that he had showcased two top-tier abilities during the martial arts examination. Otherwise, he might have only received some average rewards. Suddenly, Yi Feng realized that there was one martial arts university that had not yet come to invite him. That university was Zhonghai Martial Arts University. As one of the 4 top martial arts universities in Huaxiao, the other 3 top martial arts universities had come to invite him. Yet Zhonghai Martial Arts University had not, leaving Yi Feng filled with confusion. Yi Feng couldn't help but think, could it be that Zhonghai Martial Arts University will not come to invite me? No, that shouldn't be the case. Could Zhonghai Martial Arts University be waiting for me at the school? At this moment, Yi Feng contemplated whether he should go to the school to take a look. After all, it's best to compare the benefits. However, at this moment, the other 3 martial arts universities had already offered him quite generous conditions. Yi Feng looked at the admission representatives from the 3 top martial arts universities and said earnestly, "Thank you for your appreciation." Just as Yi Feng was about to say something else, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in the corridor where Yi Feng was. As soon as she appeared, the representatives from the other 3 top martial arts universities widened their eyes in shock and hurriedly bowed to her. "We greet the Empress. We greet the Empress. We greet the Empress." Yi Feng looked over and his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized this Empress. Yi Feng gazed at the Empress, who appeared in an instant. Though her face was veiled in a thin gauze obscuring her features, she radiated an unparalleled beauty. This was the Empress who emerged at the moment he awakened his 3rd extraordinary ability in the Xinjiang Grand Canyon, the SS-level Devouring ability. He glanced at the representatives from the 3 top martial arts universities around him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. At this moment, the representatives of the 3 top martial arts universities had bowed their heads deeply, not daring to look up at the Empress. These 3 powerful figures from the secular world appeared extremely respectful in front of the Empress, feeling incredibly small. At this time, the 3 representatives of the top martial arts universities were internally shaken. Why is the Empress here? With 2 level top abilities, although the potential is formidable, it shouldn't warrant the Empress' direct descent here, right? Could it be that this Yi Feng possesses some extraordinary secret? At this moment, the 3 representatives from the top martial arts universities were profoundly shocked by the appearance of the Empress. The Empress looked at Yifeng, her voice cold, yet with an ethereal quality. Yifeng, are you willing to join my Jianghai Martial Arts University? The Empress' words caused the other three representatives of the top martial arts universities to feel a sudden weight in their hearts. Yifeng was taken aback. Could it be that the Empress is from Jianghai Martial Arts University? However, Yifeng quickly regained his composure. The Empress, as a peerless powerhouse of the martial emperor level, was indeed fearsome. Yet no matter how powerful she was, it had nothing to do with him at present. Yifeng would not simply join her martial arts university just because she was a martial emperor. For Yifeng, the tangible benefits he could obtain now were the most practical and useful. Thus Yifeng looked at the Empress and said, thank you for your appreciation, but Empress, the other three top martial arts universities have offered me very generous rewards. I prefer generous rewards. The more they offer, the more I like it. Whichever martial arts university gives me the greatest reward, that's where I will go. Hearing Yifeng's words, the representatives of the other three top martial arts universities silently gave Yifeng a big thumbs up. They were genuinely afraid of Yifeng, as one word from the Empress could lead him directly to Jianghai Martial Arts University. However, when the Empress heard Yifeng's words, she did not get angry. On the contrary, she looked at Yifeng and slowly said, Yifeng, you are a wise person. Saying this, the Empress looked at Yifeng again and continued, as long as you join Jianghai Martial Arts University, we will waive all your tuition and living expenses. Additionally, we at Jianghai Martial Arts University are willing to offer you a scholarship of 300,000 a year. Furthermore, we are prepared to provide you with an A-level martial skill. As she spoke, the Empress looked at Yifeng and said slowly, finally, we at Jianghai Martial Arts University are willing to give you a set of level battle armor. Yifeng was suddenly shaken by the Empress' words. The conditions she offered were already far beyond the generous offers from the other three top martial arts universities. The representatives from the other three top martial arts universities were also shocked by the Empress' words. Xiao Chuan and the others never expected that the Empress would personally come to recruit Yifeng. Moreover, the generous conditions the Empress offered, Yifeng surpassed theirs by such a large margin. In their impression, Jianghai Martial Arts University had always been the one offering the least conditions among the four top martial arts universities. Yet this time to recruit Yifeng, Jianghai Martial Arts University actually turned the tables. For a moment, the three representatives from the top martial arts universities were frozen in place. Xiao Chuan, Lu Jiming, and Yu Wenjie were inwardly astonished. Could it be that this Yifeng is far more monstrous than we imagined? He awakened two top abilities, and we already deemed him incredibly monstrous. It turns out, he is even more so than we thought, with the Empress personally appearing. At this moment, Yifeng looked around and saw that the representatives from the other three top martial arts universities were all standing there in shock. Then Yifeng noticed Xiao Chuan and the others showing him a wry smile. Thus Yifeng, seeing this, pondered for a moment and said, I am willing to join Jianghai Martial Arts University. He was very clear that Jianghai Martial Arts University had offered him the most favorable conditions. Moreover, it was the Empress of Jianghai Martial Arts University, this martial emperor-level powerhouse, who personally came to recruit him. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the teachers from the other three top martial arts universities immediately congratulated him, saying, congratulations, Yifeng, on joining Jianghai Martial Arts University. Xiao Chuan and the others understood clearly that the Empress personally came to recruit him, and that the conditions offered were already beyond those of their three top martial arts universities. If it were them, they would certainly choose Jianghai Martial Arts University. Yifeng looked at Xiao Chuan and the others and said thank you. At that moment, Xiao Chuan and the others immediately bowed to the Empress respectfully, saying, congratulations, Empress, on acquiring a genius student. The Empress nodded and then said to Xiao Chuan and the others, you may leave now. Go back and inform your leaders that Yifeng has joined our Jianghai Martial Arts University. Xiao Chuan and the others exchanged glances and quickly replied, all right. Then they hurriedly bowed again to the Empress and rushed off. Swish! The Empress took Yifeng to a secluded place in an instant. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings, immediately heightening his vigilance. For Yifeng was no longer in the city. All around him were trees, and the sky had darkened with a very bright moon hanging above. At this moment, the Empress, standing under the moonlight, was stunningly beautiful. The Empress turned to look at Yifeng, her voice still cold, yet melodious. Yifeng, I didn't expect you to awaken three extraordinary abilities. That SS-level Devouring ability is just one of them. Upon hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng quickly understood that she was already aware of his awakening of the other two extraordinary abilities. In fact, even if Yifeng had not awakened the other two abilities, he would have still been recruited by Jianghai Martial Arts University. Because after the Empress witnessed Yifeng demonstrate the SS-level Devouring ability, she returned and informed the admissions office of Jianghai Martial Arts University that they must recruit Yifeng. Upon hearing the Empress request, the admissions office of Zhanghai Martial Arts University immediately investigated all information regarding Yifeng. Soon after, when the admissions office of Zhanghai Martial Arts University saw the footage of Yifeng's martial arts examination, they quickly reported back to the Empress. Worried that other martial arts universities might intercept him, the Empress came personally to recruit Yifeng. Yifeng looked at the Empress and nodded. Seeing this, the Empress did not say much, but told him, "You are far more outstanding than I had imagined. I need your help, and likewise I will provide you with assistance." Yifeng asked Empress, "What about the generous conditions you offered me?" The Empress replied, "Once you arrive at the school, there will be someone specifically to deliver them to you along with some enrollment matters." Saying this, the Empress looked at Yifeng and remarked, "You are progressing rapidly, much stronger than before. It seems that having 3 top abilities has allowed you to advance far beyond ordinary people." Yifeng replied, "Ding, reminder to the host, what you possess may not just be 3 top abilities." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yifeng was suddenly taken aback. Yifeng's heart immediately questioned, "Can I awaken a 4th ability?" The system's prompt sounded again, causing Yifeng's heart to tremble. At this moment, Yifeng's mind stirred. "System, what must I do to awaken the 4th ability again?" "You can awaken the 4th ability when you reach the rank of Martial King." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's mind suddenly filled with thoughts. At this time, the Empress looked at Yifeng, who appeared distracted, and asked, "What is wrong with you?" Yifeng, startled by the Empress' voice, suddenly regained his senses. He immediately replied, "It's nothing." The Empress observed Yifeng and slowly said, "After some time, a special person will come to find you and guide you regarding the enrollment matters." Yifeng nodded, and the Empress gestured with her hand. With a wave, a portal of void appeared before Yifeng. Yifeng was astonished by this scene. The Empress could actually open a void. Seeing Yifeng's shocked expression, the Empress slowly remarked, "Yifeng, you are not strong enough yet. In the future, when you become powerful, you too will be able to open space at will." Yifeng felt a yearning for the day when he could open space himself. Then Yifeng and the Empress stepped into the space she had opened, and she brought Yifeng back home. Afterward, the Empress left. Yifeng returned home, gazing at the familiar, dilapidated little house, a faint smile gracing his lips as his vigilance relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, Yifeng's outstanding performance and the brilliance of his 2 top abilities would bring him many opportunities while also exposing him to numerous dangers. After a night of rest, Yifeng awoke to the noisy sounds from downstairs. He opened the window and looked down at the balcony, instantly widening his eyes. Below Yifeng's house lay several demon beasts. These beasts were massive, larger than many humans. Their bodies were covered in greenish-blue scales, and their limbs were robust. Any one of them was stronger than 2 human arms combined. But that was not the main issue. The most prominent feature was their greenish-blue tiger heads adorned with sharp spines. They were the demon beasts of the late martial general stage, the Nether Tiger demons. On the ground lay a total of 6 Nether Tiger demons, and upon seeing this, Yifeng's pupils dilated. Nearby, many people gathered to watch the 6 fallen Nether Tiger demons, discussing amongst themselves, "God, how could such terrifying beasts appear in our community? Exactly, these are beasts as powerful as martial generals. We can't possibly deal with these beasts. How could they appear here?" At this moment, many people in the community watching the 6 Nether Tiger demons on the ground turned pale with fear. "Our community is so dilapidated. The beasts we occasionally encounter are only at the martial artist level. Why are we encountering such terrifying Nether Tiger demons now?" The people downstairs looked at the lying Nether Tiger demons, utterly terrified. Standing on the balcony of his room, Yifeng looked at the fallen Nether Tiger demons below and felt puzzled. Logically, even if our community is dilapidated and has poor security, it should only attract beasts of the martial artist level. Why today are there actually martial general level beasts and furthermore late-stage Nether Tiger demons? Yifeng not only had these doubts, but he was also more curious about who had killed the Nether Tiger demons lying on. It should be noted that the strongest person in this community was Yifeng himself, apart from a martial artist level uncle who lived on the 3rd floor. However, Yifeng had not laid a hand on the fallen Nether Tiger demons, and even if that uncle had attacked, Yifeng knew that the uncle was even weaker than most martial artists of the same level. Therefore, if that uncle took action, he would likely be devoured by the Nether Tiger demons. Yifeng gazed at the injured and barely breathing Nether Tiger demons lying below, lost in thought. Suddenly, Yifeng's heart jolted. He thought of a possibility, that the Nether Tiger demons downstairs had come to kill him. It should be noted that all 6 Nether Tiger demons were at the late martial general level, just like Yifeng. Moreover, there had never been an attack by martial general beasts in this community. The appearance of such beasts, especially those at the late stage, made Yifeng involuntarily think of himself. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a series of knocks echoed from within Yifeng's house. This knocking jolted Yifeng back to reality. Before Yifeng could ask anything, a voice came from outside. "Yifeng, are you alright? We were sent from above specifically to protect you." "Who sent you for my protection?" Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, the person outside replied, "Seriously, we are from the Security Bureau of Zhenyang City. Your outstanding performance in the martial assessment has made the director worry that you may be harmed by the beasts, so we were sent to protect you." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart stirred. He opened the door and saw 3 people standing outside. Each of them wore a sharp suit, had crew cuts, and possessed striking features. Most importantly, the aura emanating from these 3 was at the level of martial spirit. Yifeng looked at these 3 martial spirit experts who saluted him. The leading martial spirit expert addressed Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, we have been ordered from above to protect you these past few days. Because you performed exceptionally well in the martial assessment, some beasts may see you as a threat and come to kill you." As he spoke, the leading martial spirit pointed to the 6 nether tiger demons lying downstairs and continued, "Those 6 nether tiger demons sneaked into your community last night, intending to kill you. After we discovered them, we immediately engaged in a fierce battle with them. Therefore, we have severely injured them, so you need not worry." Upon hearing the words of the martial spirit expert, Yifeng understood. However, he remained vigilant. Then the leading martial spirit expert showed Yifeng their identification. After Yifeng checked their credentials and made a phone call to confirm that they were indeed sent to protect him, he sincerely thanked the 3 martial spirit experts, saying, "Thank you for protecting me." The 3 martial spirit experts felt warm inside at Yifeng's words and quickly waved their hands, saying, "No need to thank us, Yifeng." Suddenly, Yifeng thought of something. He immediately asked the 3 martial spirits, "The nether tiger demons downstairs haven't died yet, right?" The leading martial spirit misunderstood and replied to Yifeng, "Don't worry, Yifeng, that nether tiger demon. Yifeng, although those few nether tigers are not dead, yet they have been heavily injured and lost their ability to move, so you need not worry." The leading martial spirit expert quickly replied to Yifeng. Upon hearing the leader's words, Yifeng realized he had misunderstood. However, Yifeng still said to the leading martial spirit expert, "I want to go down and take a look at those few nether tigers. Is that okay?" The leading martial spirit expert and the 2 nearby martial spirit experts were momentarily taken aback by Yifeng's request. Nevertheless, the 3 martial spirit experts brought Yifeng down. Instantly, the crowd below felt the oppressive aura from the 3 martial spirit experts and the pressure emanating from Yifeng, causing them to cease their discussions. Moreover, the residents observing from the surrounding areas sensed the oppressive presence from Yifeng and the others and hurriedly left respectfully. Although Yifeng had lived here for a long time, most of the people in the community kept to themselves and no one knew each other. Most of the people in the community were ordinary folk, with only a few being martial practitioners. Below, Yifeng saw the 6 nether tigers lying on the ground. At this moment, the few nether tigers had already been battered and bruised by the 3 martial spirit experts beside Yifeng. Among them, Yifeng noticed 1 nether tiger was already dead, but 5 of the nether tigers were only heavily injured and still alive. Thus, Yifeng's eyes lit up as he walked towards the 5 that had not yet perished. Seeing this, the 3 martial spirit experts were somewhat puzzled about what Yifeng was going to do. However, recalling their superior's instructions, they hurriedly followed, Yifeng fearing he might get hurt. Crack! Yifeng stood before the first injured but alive nether tiger and stomped down, breaking its neck with a single kick. In an instant, 1 nether tiger was easily killed by Yifeng with that single blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have easily killed a nether tiger, rewarding you with 5,000 enhancement points. Yifeng's eyes suddenly brightened at the announcement. He hadn't expected this to actually be useful. Initially, he just wanted to see if he would gain anything from killing an injured beast. To his astonishment, with just a simple kick, Yifeng had obtained 5,000 enhancement points. The 3 martial spirit experts behind him were perplexed by Yifeng's actions. Crack! However, before the 3 martial spirit experts could regain their senses, Yifeng effortlessly killed another nearby nether tiger. As expected, he received another reward for killing the nether tiger. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have again easily killed a nether tiger, so you have gained another 5,000 enhancement points. Yifeng couldn't help but feel delighted that this method of obtaining enhancement points was the easiest he'd ever experienced. At that moment, the leading martial spirit approached Yifeng and asked in confusion, "Yifeng, what are you doing? These nether tigers have already lost their ability to move. You don't need to take action. We will handle it ourselves." Upon hearing this, Yifeng patted the leader's shoulder and said earnestly, "There's no need for you to intervene. Since these nether tigers attempted to kill me, I must eliminate them. You all have spent considerable energy fighting the nether tigers already. You've worked hard to let me take care of the rest." Hearing Yifeng's words, the 3 martial spirit experts felt a warm feeling in their hearts. As Yifeng spoke, he continued delivering the final blows to the remaining 3 nether tigers. Crack, crack, crack. Just like that, the remaining 3 nether tigers were easily dispatched by Yifeng's effortless final strikes. With this, Yifeng easily received the reward for killing 3 nether tigers. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have easily killed 3 nether tigers, rewarding you with 15,000 enhancement points. Yifeng was delighted by the effortless enhancement points he had just acquired. The three martial spirit experts beside him were moved, feeling that Yifeng truly understood their difficulties. At that moment, Yifeng approached the leading martial spirit expert earnestly and said, "You all have worked hard. Could you please let me deliver the final blow next time you encounter any beast?" The leading martial spirit expert was taken aback and asked why. "Yifeng, do you want to deal the final blow to the beasts?" Yifeng replied, "Because I can easily kill them without exerting much effort." The three martial spirit experts were speechless. However, the three martial spirit experts didn't question Yifeng further. They had been instructed from above to simply protect Yifeng and not ask too many questions. At that moment, the leading expert couldn't help but suggest to Yifeng, "Yifeng, why don't you move to a new neighbor? If you move into a new community, given your current martial exam performance, you would surely be able to live in a neighborhood with excellent security and beasts would not attack you there." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart jolted. If the beasts did not attack him, he would not have to spend a lot of time and energy finding and killing them for enhancement points. Thus, Yifeng earnestly replied to the leading martial spirit, "Thank you for your suggestion and kindness. I've lived here for too long. Although it is shabby, this house holds the memories of my family who have passed away, so I do not wish to move." The leading expert was taken aback by Yifeng's words and quickly apologized. "Yifeng, I'm sorry, I did not mean to offend your family. Yifeng, you are truly a filial and sentimental person." Instantly, the three martial spirit experts held Yifeng in even higher regard. Yifeng waved his hand and said, "It's fine, you were only looking out for me." The leading martial spirit felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Yifeng's words. This Yifeng has potential and talent. Such an outstanding person is also so polite. He is truly a pride of Zhengyang City. The leading martial spirit looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but reflect. Thus he immediately assured Yifeng, "Yifeng, you can rest assured, we will definitely protect you well. In this community where you grew up with your family, you can stay as long as you wish. We will ensure that beasts do not attack you." Yifeng cupped his hands toward the three martial spirit experts and said earnestly, "Thank you." Afterwards, Yifeng returned to his room. He looked at the enhancement points. He had gained a total of 43,200 enhancement points. Next, Yifeng planned to quickly enhance his strength. He took out a scroll of martial skills, the one the school had given him, and looking at the words, "Flame Sun Fiery Punch," he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After looking at the scroll of the best martial skills from Zhengyang No. 3 Middle School, Yifeng was astonished to find that he could understand part of it. What was going on? Yifeng remembered that he had previously been unable to comprehend those martial skill scrolls. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, "Host, you have now mastered 3 complete martial skills. The core concepts of martial skills are almost identical. The more martial skills you master, the higher your comprehension of them will be." Yifeng was enlightened by this and immediately planned to enhance himself. Suddenly, Yifeng received a call from the school beauty Shin Yueshi. "Yifeng, would you like to be my boyfriend?" Yifeng heard Shin Yuex's call and couldn't help but say, "Shin Yueshi, are you sick?" He remembered that he and Shin Yueshi did not have a close relationship. In fact, Yifeng even believed that he and Shin Yueshi would not have much interaction in the future. Shin Yueshi, hearing Yifeng's words, was momentarily stunned and said, "Yifeng, I'm serious. Would you like to be my boyfriend?" Yifeng replied, "No." Upon hearing Yifeng's response, Shin Yueshi was taken aback and immediately asked. Yifeng replied, "Shin Yueshi, you are very beautiful, but I can tell that you don't like me. Since you don't like me and still want me to be your boyfriend, are you out of your mind? Shin Yueshi, are you trying to get something from me?" Shin Yueshi was suddenly taken aback by Yifeng's words. She exclaimed in surprise, "Yifeng, you can see that. Then do you like me?" Yifeng answered, "No." Shin Yueshi said, "Yifeng, you're lying. I am so beautiful, come from a good family, and have decent cultivation talent. How could you not like me?" Yifeng was somewhat surprised that Shin Yueshi was so narcissistic. As she spoke, Shin Yueshi earnestly said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, you must have some kind of treasure, right? Because you have some kind of treasure, that's why you possess 2 top-level abilities." Yifeng immediately became alert upon hearing Shin Yuex's words. She was quite clever. Then Shin Yueshi seriously told him, "Yifeng, as long as you give me that treasure that allows you to awaken 2 top-level abilities, I, Shin Yueshi, can be your girlfriend. Moreover, I, Shin Yueshi, can support you for life. I have plenty of money." As Shin Yueshi spoke, there was a hint of arrogance in her voice. Yifeng was astonished by her words. Was this something a normal person would say? Yifeng said to Shin Yueshi, "Shin Yueshi, I have already awakened 2 top-level abilities. Will I still lack money in the future? As for you, you are quite beautiful, but if you want to be with me, you haven't earned that right." Shin Yueshi on the other end of the call thought that Yifeng wouldn't refuse, but when she heard his words, she was immediately stunned. Shin Yueshi coldly said, "Yifeng, are you saying I am not worthy of you? I have been pursued by many boys since I was young. I come from a prominent family, am beautiful, and have countless riches. How could you say that I, Shin Yueshi, am not worthy of you?" As for you Yifeng, you just suddenly obtained some treasure, which granted you 2 top-level abilities. Before that you were just a poor boy, and no girl liked you, right? At this moment Shin Yueshi was furious and scolded Yifeng. Yifeng, after hearing her words, thought for a moment, and said seriously, Shin Yueshi, to be honest, the person I like is your sister. Don't contact me anymore, I'm afraid your sister will misunderstand. Shin Yueshi. The other end of the call suddenly fell silent. This popular school beauty from Zhengyang No. 3 Middle School was left dumbfounded by Yifeng's words. Click. Although she was beautiful, Yifeng didn't indulge her and directly hung up the phone. Yifeng deeply understood that in this world of high martial arts, as long as he became powerful, what couldn't he obtain? He could obtain anything. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on Yifeng's door. Yifeng, hearing the knocking, asked, "Who is it?" Outside, a slightly gentle voice responded, "Yifeng, it's me, Jin Yuanyuan." Yifeng was startled upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's voice and murmured, "No way. Is it this coincidental?" Creak. Yifeng opened the door and indeed saw Shin Yuex's sister, the school beauty from No. 1 High School, Jin Yuanyuan. At that moment, Jin Yuanyuan was not wearing a school uniform. She was dressed in a pink dress exuding youthful charm and was extremely beautiful. Yifeng looked at the stunning Jin Yuanyuan, feeling somewhat dazed. Jin Yuanyuan noticed Yifeng's gaze and jokingly said, "Am I beautiful, Yifeng?" Yifeng replied, "More beautiful than your sister, Jin Yuanyuan." Subsequently, Yifeng invited Jin Yuanyuan into his place. Jin Yuanyuan looked around Yifeng's living space and couldn't help but frown. Yifeng's place was even larger than her family's bathroom. Thus Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng seriously and said, "Yifeng, how about I get you a villa?" Yifeng, hearing Jin Yuanyuan's sudden suggestion, smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Jin Yuanyuan, but there's no need for you to give me one. The school has already provided me with a house. Moreover, the money I currently have is enough to easily buy a house. However, the house I live in now holds warm memories with my family, and I don't want to move." Jin Yuanyuan was suddenly taken aback by Yifeng's words. "I apologize for being presumptuous," she said apologetically. Yifeng shook his head at Jin Yuanyuan and said, "It's not your fault, you just wanted to help." Jin Yuanyuan felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing Yifeng's words. Soon after this, school beauty from No. 1 High School looked at Yifeng's handsome face with even more fondness. Jin Yuanyuan entered the room, sat on the sofa, and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I'm here to repay the life-saving grace you showed me during the martial arts exam." As she spoke, Jin Yuanyuan handed Yifeng a card, saying, "Yifeng, this card contains 5 million, all of my pocket money saved up since childhood, and it's all yours. Oh, and the password is set to the date you saved me during the martial arts exam." Yifeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Jin Yuanyuan had 5 million in pocket money saved up since childhood. That was a bit extravagant. An ordinary person wouldn't earn as much as Jin Yuanyuan had in pocket money throughout their life. Yifeng accepted the card from Jin Yuanyuan and put it away. Yifeng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he saved someone's life without expecting anything in return, who would dare to risk their life to save others in the future? Accepting her money is doing a good deed. Yifeng couldn't help but persuade himself. Jin Yuanyuan smiled gently upon seeing Yifeng accept the card. Then Jin Yuanyuan took out an ancient iron box from her storage ring. Yifeng looked at the ancient iron box she brought out and instantly became interested, asking, "What is this?" Jin Yuanyuan, hearing Yifeng's question, opened the iron box and placed it in front of Yifeng, smiling. "Yifeng, this is a gift from my father for you for the martial arts exam." Yifeng, upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, looked into the ancient iron box and discovered that it contained a remarkably sharp sword. The sword had ancient patterns on its blade resembling thunder. At the same time, its edge emitted a chilling clang. Yifeng picked up the sword and a sharp ringing sound echoed. He could feel the sword radiating a fierce sharpness. What a good sword! The more Yifeng looked at it, the more he liked it. At that moment, he noticed a line of words on the sword, Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword. Upon seeing this, Yifeng's heart trembled. Holding the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword, he felt a surge of it. For some reason, he felt like he wanted to slash something. Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan, and noticing Yifeng holding the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword, while looking at her, she unconsciously took a step back. Seeing this, Yifeng smiled and immediately put away the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword. He said earnestly to this school beauty from No. 1 High School, "Thank you, I really like the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword you gave me." Jin Yuanyuan's face brightened with a flower-like smile upon hearing Yifeng's words. Afterward, Jin Yuanyuan and Yifeng went out to eat some snacks. Yifeng was somewhat surprised that this young lady from a prominent family actually enjoyed eating at roadside stalls. Originally, Yifeng planned to treat Jin Yuanyuan to a fancy meal, but Jin Yuanyuan insisted on eating at roadside stalls with him. "Thank you for eating at the roadside stall with me, and my family usually doesn't allow me to eat this. I feel very happy eating with you." As Jin Yuanyuan ate, her smile was radiant and beautiful. Yifeng looked at her and couldn't help but smile as well. This Jin Yuanyuan was quite nice. After parting ways with Yifeng, Jin Yuanyuan returned home, and Shun Yueshi immediately approached her saying, "Sister, let me tell you about that Yifeng Sister, let me tell you, Yifeng just told me on the phone that he likes you." Shun Yueshi eagerly approached her sister Jin Yuanyuan, who had just returned home. Jin Yuanyuan returned home in a good mood after eating at a roadside stall with Yifeng. As a result, upon hearing her sister's words, the school bell of the first high school paused. At this moment, even the master of Zhenyang martial arts, who was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, put down the newspaper in surprise. Jin Zheng turned his head to Shun Yueshi and asked, "Xiaoxi, is what you just said true? Did Yifeng really say he likes you, sis?" At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan suddenly came to her senses and looked at her sister, nervously asking, "Sister, did Yifeng really say on the phone that he likes me?" Shun Yueshi was startled by the sudden reactions of her father and sister. At this time, the school bell of the third high school noticed her father's and sister's intense gazes on her and nervously said, "Yifeng did indeed say on the phone that he likes my sister." Upon hearing her sister's words, Jin Yuanyuan's heart trembled. Even Jin Zheng, the master of Zhenyang martial arts, was taken aback by this news. At this moment, Shun Yueshi said to her father, "Father, that Yifeng is too despicable. He even said I was sick. Father, since Yifeng has insulted me like this, don't think about me getting close to him anymore." Shun Yueshi approached Jin Zheng and playfully complained. Hearing his daughter's words, Jin Zheng suddenly came to his senses. Instantly, the master of Zhenyang martial arts felt a surge of joy in his heart. Jin Zheng patted Shun Yueshi on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Xiaoxi, it was wrong of me as a father. I know you don't like Yifeng." Shun Yueshi nodded repeatedly upon hearing her father's words. "Definitely, I could never like someone like Yifeng." Jin Zheng smiled and said, "Good. Alright, I won't let you get in touch with Yifeng anymore. Xiaoxi, why don't you go rest for a while? Your sister and I still have something to discuss." Hearing her father's words, Shun Yuexi's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Jin Zheng and suddenly reacted, unable to help but ask, "Father, you aren't planning to let my sister get in touch with that Yifeng, are you? Know that Yifeng is not a good person. Father, let's not have anything to do with him anymore, okay?" Jin Zheng, hearing his youngest daughter's words, spoke earnestly, "Xiaoxi, if you don't like someone, you shouldn't slander. Besides, your sister might not necessarily like Yifeng either." Shun Yueshi shook her head immediately and said, "Impossible, Father. My sister was from Zhenyang First High School. How could she like Yifeng? Moreover, isn't there someone named Li Yizhou who is even more outstanding than Yifeng at Zhenyang First High School?" Jin Zheng shook his head at Shun Yuexi's words and said, "Xiaoxi, that Li Yizhou is not as outstanding as Yifeng and far inferior to him." At this moment, Shun Yueshi rushed to Jin Yuanyuan and asked eagerly, "Sister, you absolutely don't like that Yifeng, right? That Yifeng is not a good person. A sister, keep your distance from him." Jin Yuanyuan, upon hearing her sister's words, suddenly came to her senses and looked at her sister seriously. "Sister, how can you speak ill of Yifeng? Yifeng doesn't like you, but you shouldn't slander him. I actually think Yifeng is far superior to Li Yizhou." Shun Yueshi. Meanwhile, Jin Zheng wore a satisfied smile on his face. After a brief moment of surprise, Shun Yueshi immediately said to her sister, "Sister, do you like Yifeng?" Jin Yuanyuan looked at her sister and said seriously, "Sister, isn't it normal to like someone as outstanding?" Shun Yueshi was taken aback upon hearing her sister's words. Meanwhile, Jin Zheng became even more excited upon hearing his eldest daughter's words. At this moment, Jin Zheng patted Shun Yuexi's shoulder and smiled. "Yueshi, you don't need to get close to Yifeng anymore. You are right, you don't like him, and I shouldn't force you to get close to him. That would be unfair to you." Saying this, Jin Zheng hurriedly approached Jin Yuanyuan and smiled. "Yuanyuan, I didn't expect that you like someone as outstanding as Yifeng. Coincidentally, I have a rare treasure that I want to give to Yifeng. Can you help me deliver it to him?" Jin Yuanyuan smiled at her father's words, saying, "Sure, father." As she spoke, the father and daughter went to fetch the rare treasure to give to Yifeng. Meanwhile, Shun Yueshi was left astonished and lost in thought. After sending Jin Yuanyuan back home, Yifeng suddenly recalled Shun Yuexi's words and was taken aback. "If Shun Yueshi can think that I might have a treasure, she must not be the only one in Zhenyang City. There should be plenty of human powerhouses who can figure it out. Could it be that some human powerhouses in Zhenyang City want to seize the so-called treasure and target me? There's a possibility. I must be prepared in case someone tries to rob me." Thinking of this, Yifeng's expression grew serious. At that moment, the martial spirit protectors who had previously protected Yifeng approached him. 3 martial spirit protectors arrived at Yifeng's residence. Yifeng looked at them and was momentarily. These 3 martial spirit protectors did not appear as composed as the last time Yifeng saw them. He could clearly see that their clothes were somewhat tattered. Moreover, the 3 martial spirit protectors were covered in bloodstains. One of them even looked pale, and evidently these 3 martial spirit protectors had just gone through a fierce battle. Seeing this, Yifeng asked the 3 of them, "Did you just experience a battle?" Looking at your torn clothes and the bloodstains, it's obvious that your opponent was quite strong. Saying this, Lin Luo looked at the pale and weak one among them and asked, "Do you need to go to the hospital for a check?" The leading martial spirit protector looked at Yifeng and smiled. "Yifeng, just now a few early-stage blood-eyed demon panthers attempted to attack you. But don't worry, we put in our all to deal with them." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's heart trembled. Blood-eyed demon panther. He knew that even among the demon beasts, the blood-eyed demon panther was not a weak existence. The demon beasts actually sent several blood-eyed demon panthers to kill him, a latest-stage martial general. This shows that the demon beasts truly valued him. However, for now, Yifeng still deeply bowed his thanks to the three martial spirit protectors. "Thank you for protecting me and fending off the blood-eyed demon panthers. However, I still think you three should go to the hospital first." The three martial spirit protectors felt warmth in their hearts upon hearing Yifeng's concern, feeling that they had not protected the wrong person. The leading protector said to Yifeng earnestly, "Yifeng, we have already treated our injuries briefly, though our current task is to protect you. You are a student who has awakened 2 top-tier abilities, and your future is far more important than ours." Yifeng's heart trembled upon hearing this. At this moment, the leading martial spirit protector said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, according to your previous instructions, we did not kill those blood-eyed demon panthers, leaving them for you to deal with." Hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up. He planned to use his SS-level ability, Devour, to kill the blood-eyed demon panthers and gain energy. Yifeng, accompanied by 3 powerful martial spirits protecting him, arrived at an abandoned warehouse. As he stepped inside, he saw 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards lying on the ground. The blood-eyed demonic leopards had crimson pupils, and their heads were larger than those of ordinary leopards. Moreover, their speed was incredibly fast when they ran. Thus, these blood-eyed demonic leopards had limbs that were several times thicker than human arms. Yifeng cautiously approached the blood-eyed demonic leopards, looking down at them from a height. Roar, roar. At that moment, the blood-eyed demonic leopards lying on the ground seemed to have noticed Yifeng and roared at him angrily. However, both leopards were covered in blood. Yifeng could even see the wounds on the 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards, with blood seeping out from numerous. Blood-eyed demonic leopards were powerful among martial spirits, easily killing early-stage human Furthermore, they could effortlessly kill latest-stage human martial artists. Of course, Yifeng was not just any latest-stage martial general. Upon seeing the 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards lying on the ground, Yifeng understood that the 3 martial spirits protecting him were definitely not ordinary martial spirits. Because typically an ordinary martial spirit, let alone 3, would not be able to contend with 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards. He turned back to the injured martial spirits and said, "Thank you." At this moment, Yifeng remembered something and said to the 3 martial spirits, "Could you please guard the entrance for me? I want to kill these 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards." 2 of the martial spirits hesitated, but the leader quickly assured Yifeng, "Don't worry, Yifeng, we will." Saying this, the leader introduced the 3 of them to Yifeng. "Oh, by the way, I am Lin Gang, he is Zhang Kai, and he is Wang Bao." Lin Gang's intention was to make Yifeng remember them. Hearing this, Yifeng looked deeply at Lin Gang and said, "Then I will trouble Uncle Lin, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Wang." The 3 of them were putting in their utmost effort to protect him and had even injured themselves while fighting off the beasts attacking him, so it was only right for him to call them uncle. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Gang, Zhang Kai, and Wang Bao quickly replied, "Yifeng, you're too polite, just call us by our names. Rest assured, with us guarding the entrance, no one can come in. Yifeng, feel free to do as you wish with the blood-eyed demonic leopards." With that, the 3 of them bowed to Yifeng and shut the iron door, standing guard outside. Seeing them guarding for him, Yifeng inspected the surroundings again, but found no one. Thus, Yifeng approached the 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards lying on the ground on the verge of death. With a Yifeng looked at the 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards, and with a thought activated his ability, SS-level ability Devour. Instantly, a devouring black hole appeared behind him. The 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards, which had been lying there unresponsive, suddenly widened their eyes in fear at the sight of the devouring black hole behind Yifeng. As they looked at the devouring black hole Yifeng had summoned, a rare hint of fear flickered in their eyes. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the 2 sizable blood-eyed demonic leopards lying on the ground were uncontrollably sucked into the devouring black hole behind Yifeng. Roar, roar. The 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards let out their final desperate roars. Outside the door, Zhang Kai and Wang Bao looked at Lin Gang in confusion and asked, "Gongzi, are we being too flattering to this classmate Yifeng? We are martial spirits. He is just a latest-stage martial general. Although he is impressive for reaching latest-stage martial general at his age, we are stronger than he is." Lin Gang looked at the 2 and shook his head, saying, "Zhang Kai, Wang Bao, we have merely awakened level abilities and practiced for several decades. We are not afraid of death and are willing to fight, which is why we became martial spirits. When we were Yifeng's age, we were only latest-stage martial artists." You must understand the director has only awakened a level abilities while our city mayor has awakened level abilities. Saying this, Lin Gang turned to glance in Yifeng's direction, saying to the two, I've checked the records. Yifeng has awakened 2 level abilities. This indicates that his future strength will never be lower than that of the mayor. Perhaps this classmate Yifeng is the only significant figure we will encounter in the future. We should protect him well and listen to him. And if we please him well, when he becomes an extraordinary powerhouse, a single word from him could elevate us. Upon hearing Lin Gang's words, Wang Bao and Zhang Kai suddenly realized that makes sense. At this time, Lin Luo had already used his SS-level Devouring ability to kill and devour the 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have easily devoured and killed 2 blood-eyed demonic leopards using your SS-level ability, rewarding you with 1/0 enhancement points. Suddenly, from within Yifeng's devouring black hole, a surge of intense light erupted and entered his body. Yifeng immediately felt his physical strength significantly increase along with the power within him. He glanced at his attribute panel and found that his physical strength had increased by 1/0, while his power had increased by 2/0. This was the energy he gained from devouring the blood-eyed demonic leopards. Afterward, Yifeng sent Lin Gang and the others who were protecting him to the hospital for proper bandaging, which deeply moved them. Subsequently, Yifeng returned home, originally planning to focus on thoroughly practicing a martial skill. However, after devouring and killing the blood-eyed demonic leopards, his enhancement points had risen from over 4/0 to over 5/0. This meant that Yifeng could once again elevate his cultivation. Because previously he had asked the system, and it required 5/0 enhancement points to advance from latest-stage martial general to martial spirit. Therefore, Yifeng immediately sat down cross-legged and thought, system, use my 5/0 enhancement points to elevate my cultivation immediately. Received host. Boom. Suddenly a surge of energy erupted within Yifeng. 5 days later, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, and his cultivation had directly advanced from latest-stage martial general to martial spirit. Yifeng smiled faintly, knowing that he had reached martial spirit so quickly while his classmates were still only martial artists. Yifeng directly crossed 2 realms to reach martial spirit. Ding ding ding, suddenly a ringing sound echoed. Yifeng picked up his phone. It was an unfamiliar number, and he frowned slightly before answering the call. Immediately, a pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Yifeng. I am from Shanghai Martial University, and your admission notice has arrived. Yifeng was somewhat surprised to hear the melodious female voice. Where are you? I'm here to pick up the admission notice. The woman on the other end of the phone replied seriously, I'm right at your doorstep. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately got up and went to the door. He opened it, and his eyes widened in surprise. Standing at the entrance were 4 people, 3 of whom were Lin Gang and his team, who were responsible for protecting him. The other person was the woman who had just called Yifeng. She was about 1.7 meters tall with an exceptionally delicate appearance and shoulder-length short hair. She wore a white shirt and a pair of black jeans. This graceful woman looked quite attractive with a hint of heroism in her brows. She appeared to be quite young, around 25 or 26 years old. The woman looked at Yifeng, extended her slender hand, and politely said, Hello, my name is Ouyang Jing. I am a teacher from Shanghai Martial Arts University, here to deliver your admission notice. Yifeng, seeing Ouyang Jing's serious and earnest demeanor, politely extended his hand and replied, Hello, I am Yifeng. At this moment, Lin Gang and his team remained vigilant, watching Ouyang Jing closely. They feared that she might suddenly attack Yifeng. Suddenly, Lin Gang looked at Yifeng, and sensing his cultivation level, widened his eyes in shock. Martial spirit. At that moment, Lin Gang, who was also a martial spirit, was stunned. He clearly remembered that Yifeng had been a martial general before. How could he have reached martial spirit so quickly? It should be noted that Lin Gang, along with his friends Zhang Kai and Wang Bao, had trained for decades to progress from martial artist to martial general and now to martial spirit. Lin Gang stared intently at Yifeng and couldn't help but ask, Yifeng, have you already reached martial spirit? As soon as Lin Gang finished speaking, his companions Wang Bao and Zhang Kai, who were also martial spirits, suddenly turned to look at Yifeng. Martial spirit. This is definitely the aura of a martial spirit. Wang Bao and Zhang Kai looked at Yifeng, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yifeng, hearing Lin Gang's words, looked at him and smiled, saying, I just had an epiphany, so I fortuitously broke through. Lin Gang was suddenly startled by Yifeng's statement. His 2 friends Zhang Kai and Wang Bao couldn't help but twitch their mouths. We have trained for decades to reach martial spirit with great difficulty, and this Yifeng has just graduated from high school and already reached it. Wait, awakening 2 top-tier class abilities, could it really be that powerful? This Yifeng is simply too monstrous. At this moment, Lin Gang, Wang Bao, and Zhang Kai couldn't help but think this way. Even Ouyang Jing, who was nearby, was taken aback by Yi Feng's cultivation aura. It says here that Yi Feng's cultivation has already reached the late stage of martial general. I didn't expect he would actually be a martial spirit. Is this the legendary simultaneous awakening of two top-tier class abilities? Unknowingly, Ouyang Jing's gaze towards Yi Feng softened a bit. Yi Feng and Ouyang Jing entered the room, while Lin Gang and his team waited by the door. Lin Gang and his team had not yet recovered from the shock of Yi Feng's advancement to martial spirit. Beside them, Wang Bao, regaining his composure, couldn't help but say to Lin Gang and Zhang Kai, "This Yi Feng is just too monstrous. He just graduated from high school and has already reached martial spirit. A few days ago, he was only at the late stage of martial general. When we learned about him, he was still at the early stage of martial general." Wang Bao's words suddenly jolted Lin Gang and Zhang Kai back to reality. Zhang Kai also couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. We spent decades to reach martial spirit and to get to where we are now. But this Yi Feng, I feel like he achieved what took us decades in less than a month." Lin Gang sighed. "Actually, you don't need to feel that way. Yi Feng's progress is just too fast. I didn't expect that he would reach martial spirit so quickly. I originally thought that even if he was a genius, he would need to study in university for about 2 years before breaking through to martial spirit. But I didn't expect that after we started protecting him, Yi Feng would break through to martial spirit so quickly. Simultaneously awakening two top-tier class abilities, his talent for cultivation is terrifying. No wonder the higher-ups instructed us to protect him well." At this moment, Lin Gang couldn't help but express his feelings. At this time, Wang Bao and Zhang Kai couldn't help but say to Lin Gang, "Gongzi, weren't we not diligent enough towards Yi Feng before? Yes, I think we can still flatter Yi Feng a bit more." "Lin Gang," suddenly Wang Bao said, "do you remember Yi Feng used to enjoy killing those dying beasts that weren't quite dead yet?" Zhang Kai's eyes lit up at this, and he quickly said to the two, "Yes, we can definitely find some beasts, then beat them to the brink of death, incapacitate them, and then send them to Yi Feng to kill." Lin Gang, upon hearing his friend's words, thought for a moment and nodded, saying to them, "I think you both make a good. We've all seen Yi Feng's potential. In such a short time, he reached the results of our decades of hard training. The key is he also possesses dual top-tier abilities, and he will definitely become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future." Wang Bao solemnly added, "We still have a chance to please him." Zhang Kai also nodded seriously, saying, "Yes. Now that we have the opportunity to flatter Yi Feng, if we wait until later, we might completely lose the chance." As they spoke, the three exchanged glances and immediately took action. "Let's go find some beasts to injure and then send them to Yi Feng." Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Ouyang Jing were inside the house. Ouyang Jing looked around at Yi Feng's living conditions and couldn't help but say, "Yi Feng, do you usually live in places like this? Isn't this a bit too shabby? Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." Yi Feng, hearing Ouyang Jing's words, shook his head and smiled, saying, "It's fine if this is where I've lived since childhood. My parents are ordinary people, and I find this place quite cozy." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Ouyang Jing's heart suddenly shook. Subsequently, this seemingly calm and composed female teacher raised her evaluation of Yi Feng even further. Originally, Ouyang Jing thought that since Yi Feng could awaken two top-tier abilities, he must come from a very affluent family. After all, in this world, those who awaken top-tier abilities are invariably from privileged backgrounds with parents willing to invest significant resources in their upbringing to lay a strong foundation. Meeting someone like Yi Feng who awakened two top-tier abilities yet came from an ordinary family was a first for Ouyang Jing. Reflecting on this, the serious-looking female teacher couldn't help but show a hint of warmth in her smile. Then this elegant and attractive female teacher took out a beautifully crafted admission notice and handed it to Yi Feng, saying sternly, "Yi Feng, I would like to invite you to Jianghai Martial Arts University immediately." "Yi Feng, so soon?" Ouyang Jing looked at Yi Feng, nodded earnestly, and said, "Yi Feng, we hope you can go to Jianghai Martial Arts University as soon as possible. Moreover, I will escort you to Jianghai Martial Arts University." Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Yi Feng's expression became serious. He looked at Ouyang Jing and asked, "Will?" Ouyang Jing nodded and said, "Indeed they will. Not only beasts, but also humans." Yi Feng looked at Ouyang Jing and inquired why. Ouyang Jing replied seriously, "Classmate Yi Feng, because you have awakened two class top abilities." Yi Feng was a bit surprised. As a teacher at Jianghai Martial Arts University, even Ouyang Jing thought his second awakened ability was merely class. But it made sense considering that only Jin Zheng, the head of Zhenyang Martial Arts School, had seriously witnessed his awakened lightning ability. He had analyzed that Yi Feng's awakened lightning ability was S-class. Jin Yuan Li, Izhou Zhangchang, and Shun Yueshi had also seen him awaken his abilities. However, these four did not believe they had witnessed an S-class top ability. At that time, they were all stunned and did not consider the possibility of it being S-class because it was too astonishing to even think about. At this moment, Ouyang Jing's voice echoed in Yifeng's ear once again. Classmate Yifeng, I think you can guess that since you have awakened 2 class top abilities, it means someone may think you have obtained and possess some kind of supreme treasure. Precisely because you have obtained and possess some kind of supreme treasure, there will be unscrupulous people trying to seize it. Yifeng, upon hearing this, calmly nodded. He had already thought about this when he decided to use 2 top abilities during the martial arts exam recording. Ouyang Jing continued earnestly, Classmate Yifeng, you are exceptionally gifted, and indeed many strong individuals will want to invest in you. However, there are also many strong individuals who wish to gain opportunities from you. Suddenly, before Yifeng could respond to Ouyang Jing, the wall of his room exploded. Pong! The west wall of the room was directly shattered. Bang bang bang. Instantly, debris flew everywhere along with a lot of dust. Ouyang Jing saw this and rushed in front of Yifeng. To be precise, Ouyang Jing stood in front of Yifeng. Boom! Suddenly, a massive fist print appeared in front of Ouyang Jing and Yifeng. This enormous fist print was originally aimed at Yifeng. However, since Ouyang Jing stood in front of him, the massive fist print was now directed at Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing snorted coldly and then wielded a sharp sword, slicing through. Slice! In an instant, the huge fist print split in 2. Swish! Ouyang Jing dashed forward and pierced through the figure hidden in the dust with her sword. Puff! A masked person was exposed amidst the dust. Yifeng could clearly sense that this masked person had already reached the later stage of martial spirit. The masked person stared at Ouyang Jing in front of Yifeng, eyes wide. Martial King. Indeed, the Ouyang Jing from Jianghai Martial Arts University was a true Martial King powerhouse. Without saying a word, Ouyang Jing unleashed her Martial King power, and a fierce sword energy surged forth. Slice! With a swift swing of her sword, the previously mentioned masked martial spirit warrior was cleaved in half, dead beyond recovery. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, 5 more masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit suddenly emerged from the dust, launching an attack on Ouyang Jing. However, Ouyang Jing showed no signs of panic against these 5 masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit. A class ability, Water Light Shadow. Class perfected martial skill, Water Wave Palm. Instantly, Ouyang Jing unleashed her martial techniques and her class ability almost simultaneously. Pong pong. 2 of the masked later stage martialists were simultaneously obliterated by Ouyang Jing's martial skills and abilities. The simultaneous use of abilities and martial techniques proved to be incredibly effective. Yifeng observed this scene and contemplated whether his own abilities and martial techniques, if used simultaneously like Ouyang Jing's, would yield even greater power. However, he quickly snapped back to reality. At this moment, 6 masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit had already attacked him. If they were ordinary martial spirits, he might have died countless times. Thinking of this, Yifeng's expression turned cold. It seemed these people still wanted his life. Just then, 2 more masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit suddenly appeared and charged directly at Yifeng. And that's not all. After the appearance of these 2 masked warriors, even a martial king level masked figure showed. Upon the appearance of the martial king level masked figure, he immediately approached Ouyang Jing. He addressed the 3 remaining masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit around Ouyang Jing, saying, "Ill handle this, you 5 need to subdue," that Yifeng immediately make him surrender the supreme treasure associated with his 2 awakened top abilities. If he doesn't comply, kill him and search his body. The treasure must be with him. The 3 remaining individuals hurriedly replied, "Understood, boss, don't worry." Swish, swish, swish. Around Yifeng, 3 more masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit appeared. Adding these 2 to the previous ones, there were now 5 masked warriors surrounding Yifeng. Seeing this, Ouyang Jing suddenly rushed towards Yifeng, wanting to help him. "Ha, I didn't expect you would send a martial king to protect Yifeng. As a fellow martial king, let's see what you've got." Saying this, the masked martial king launched an attack on Clearly, this masked martial king did not intend to allow Ouyang Jing to aid Yifeng. Clang! Ouyang Jing immediately engaged in battle with this masked black-clad powerhouse. She urgently shouted to Yifeng, "Classmate, Yifeng, those are 5 later stage martial spirit warriors. You must escape quickly. He'll deal with this martial king and come to save you. He 5 stronger warriors than him are attacking. You can't save him." The masked martial king sneered at Ouyang Jing. Upon hearing the words of the masked martial king, Ouyang Jing's heart began to fill with murderous intent. On Yifeng's side, 5 masked warriors at the later stage of martial spirit surrounded him. One of the masked later stage martial spirit warriors stared at Yifeng and said, "I didn't expect you to break through from martial general to martial spirit, but you still can't escape the fate of being slain by us." One of the other masked later stage martial spirit warriors focused on the storage ring on Yifeng's hand and said to his companions that supreme treasure must be in his storage ring. "If we kill him, we can take the treasure from the ring. The other masked later-stage martial spirit warriors exchanged glances, nodded, and revealed a murderous intent towards Yifeng. Yifeng, however, showed no signs of panic. Instead, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Clang! Yifeng immediately drew the Xuanxin Thunderblade. The 5 masked black-clad warriors around him, all at the late stage of the martial spirit realm, suddenly launched an attack towards him. Swish! 2 masked black-clad warriors at the late stage of the martial spirit realm, wielding sharp blades, fiercely lunged at Yifeng with their full power. Swish! Yifeng dodged one of the masked black-clad warriors wielding a long sword. Slash! He then unleashed all his strength, thrusting his sword towards another masked black-clad warrior at the late stage of the martial spirit realm. Hiss! In an instant, Yifeng's sword moved too quickly, piercing through the body of a masked black-clad warrior at the late stage of the martial spirit realm. Immediately, the pierced masked black-clad man spat out a mouthful of blood. However, before he could react, Yifeng withdrew his sword. He cried out in pain. Hiss! Taking advantage of his cry, Yifeng, holding the Xuanxin Thunderblade, suddenly pierced through his throat. The first masked black-clad warrior at the late stage of the martial spirit realm was thus killed by Yifeng with lightning speed. Slash! One of the masked black-clad warriors thrust a spear into Yifeng's shoulder. However, Yifeng's clothes were merely torn. The masked black-clad warrior did not pierce his shoulder. Is this the physical strength of a martial spirit? The masked black-clad warrior at the late stage of the martial spirit realm was suddenly shocked. He never expected Yifeng's physical strength to be so formidable. His previous full-force thrust could penetrate almost all martial spirit warriors. Yet his previous full-force thrust was unable to break through Yifeng's physical strength. Yifeng's physical strength had already reached 6,000 at the late stage of the martial artist realm. Now Yifeng was at the early stage of the martial spirit realm, and his physical strength had significantly increased to 1,000. It is worth noting that most martial spirit warriors have physical strength around 2,000 to 2,500. Yifeng's physical strength far exceeded that of most martial spirits. At this moment, swish! Yifeng wasted no time and fiercely slashed down at the masked black-clad warrior who had just stabbed him. Clang! The long spear that had just pierced Yifeng's body was hurriedly retracted by the masked warrior, who quickly blocked Yifeng's descending Xuanxin Thunderblade. Crack! In an instant, with Yifeng's strength combined with the sharpness of the Xuanxin Thunderblade, he directly sliced the masked black-clad warrior's long spear into 2 pieces. Slash! Yifeng's Xuanxin Thunderblade not only severed his long spear, but also split the masked black-clad warrior in half amidst intense shock. Yet another masked warrior at the late stage of the martial spirit realm was slain by Yifeng. It is known that Yifeng's strength was already several times that of his peers before he even broke through to the martial spirit realm. After Yifeng's breakthrough to the martial spirit realm, his strength remained several times greater than that of his peers. Yifeng's current strength at the early stage of the martial spirit realm had already reached 2,000. The strength of other early-stage martial spirits is only about 2,000, while that of latest-stage martial spirits is around 4,000. Thus, with Yifeng's strength and the sharpness of the Xuanxin Thunderblade, his overall combat power could easily annihilate opponents of the same rank, and even effortlessly slay those of higher rank. In less than 30 seconds, Yifeng at the early stage of the martial spirit realm directly killed 2 latest-stage martial spirit warriors. The remaining 3 masked black-clad latest-stage martial spirit warriors, witnessing this, immediately dropped their weapons. The 3 masked black-clad latest-stage martial spirit warriors looked at Yifeng with sheer shock in their eyes. They had originally thought that only one latest-stage martial spirit warrior with a higher realm than Yifeng could kill him. However, after witnessing Yifeng kill 2 of their companions in less than 30 seconds, the 3 latest-stage martial spirit warriors finally panicked. The 3 latest-stage black-clad warriors quickly snapped back to reality from their shock, and they immediately unleashed their special abilities: rank ability, Earth Spike; a rank ability, Abyssal Fire; a rank ability, Thunder Wave. Instantly, 3 different elemental abilities were activated. Even the intact walls of Yifeng's room developed numerous cracks. The 3 latest-stage black-clad martial spirit warriors aimed these 3 abilities at Yifeng, preparing to launch their strongest attack against him. However, Yifeng looked at their 3 elemental abilities and said indifferently, "Your abilities are simply pathetic. Let me show you what real abilities are." After saying this, Yifeng concentrated his mind. Chaos Magic Thunder. Roar. A black-purple thunder dragon, even stronger than the last time, coiled around Yifeng. Pong. Pong. The 2 walls beside Yifeng instantly shattered. Bang bang bang. The table in Yifeng's room could not withstand the might of his chaos magic thunder and shattered completely. At this moment, the 3 latest-stage martial spirit warriors, using their 3 abilities, clearly felt their powers trembling before Yifeng's ability. His ability. Is this rank? How could there be such a terrifying ability? I find my ability trembling beneath Yi Feng's ability. At this moment, the three masked black-clad latest-stage martial spirit warriors looked at the ability. Yi Feng unleashed. Their pupils suddenly shuddered. Yi Feng also sensed that as his cultivation improved, his abilities were becoming increasingly stronger. He looked at the three masked black-clad latest-stage martial spirit warriors and said calmly, "Kill them." The Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon, upon hearing Yi Feng's command, rushed towards the three masked black-clad warriors without hesitation. Roar! The three latest-stage martial spirit warriors were astonished to see Yi Feng's Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon approaching. Go! The three masked black-clad warriors hurriedly unleashed their abilities, attempting to counter Yi Feng's power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the three different elemental abilities of the masked black-clad warriors were completely shattered before Yi Feng's Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. The assault was not yet over. Yi Feng's Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon fiercely charged at the three latest-stage martial spirit warriors. At this moment, the three latest-stage warriors' pupils widened as they fixed their gaze on Yi Feng's Thunder Dragon. Oh no! Boom! In an instant, Yi Feng's Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon directly engulfed the three latest-stage martial spirit warriors. Boss, save me! At this moment, the three latest-stage warriors cried out in despair. Yi Feng raised his hand and clenched it. Okay. Immediately, the three black-clad masked latest-stage martial spirit warriors were completely devoured by the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon unleashed by Yi Feng. Their cries for help came too late. Yi Feng's killing strike was simply too swift. Just like that, Yi Feng directly crushed and killed five latest-stage martial spirit warriors with his early-stage martial spirit cultivation. At this moment, Yi Feng glanced at Ouyang Jing and the black-clad masked martial king beside her, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Yi Feng saw that Ouyang Jing had already slain the masked black-clad martial king. He saw that lying before Ouyang Jing was a black-clad martial king. However, the black-clad martial king lying there had already breathed his last. Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise at this scene. He did not expect that this martial king from Jianghai Martial Arts University could kill the masked black-clad martial king so quickly. This indicated that Ouyang Jing, who had returned from Jianghai Martial Arts University, possessed great strength. Ouyang Jing held a Tang Dao, and the black-clad martial king lying on the ground had several cuts on his body. However, the martial king Ouyang Jing, who had come to pick up Yi Feng, was completely unharmed. It could be said that the black-clad martial king who attacked Yi Feng was utterly dominated by Ouyang Jing. Yet at this moment, Ouyang Jing's gaze was fixed on Yi Feng. This martial king from Jianghai Martial Arts University looked at Yi Feng with wide round eyes. Ouyang Jing could hardly comprehend everything that had just happened. She quickly approached Yi Feng, and seeing him unscathed, and even quite relaxed, let out a sigh of relief. Then, recalling what Yi Feng had just done, she looked at him seriously and said, "Yi Feng, I did not expect that those five black-clad individuals in the late stages of martial spirit could be killed by you so quickly. Yi Feng, your cultivation is only in the early stages of martial spirit, yet you can so easily kill five latest-stage martial spirit masters. It seems, Yi Feng, that your combat power is even more formidable than I imagined." Ouyang Jing recalled the earlier scene and felt deeply shocked. Yi Feng smiled at Ouyang Jing's words and replied, "It's not that impressive." Originally, Ouyang Jing had wanted to quickly eliminate the martial king in black, who was blocking her. This way she could go save Yi Feng. For Ouyang Jing, Yi Feng had just reached the early stages of martial spirit and would not be a match for those in the late stages. Moreover, there were five latest-stage martial spirit masters on the opposing side. However, Ouyang Jing had never thought that Yi Feng could easily and quickly kill five opponents of a higher cultivation level. Ouyang Jing looked at Yi Feng again and said seriously, "Yi Feng, no wonder the higher-ups at our school offered you such generous terms for enrollment. To be honest, over the years, I have never seen a student whom the higher-ups at our school would recruit with such high conditions. Yi Feng, you are the first." Saying this, Ouyang Jing recalled how Yi Feng had effortlessly defeated several latest-stage martial spirit masters and couldn't help but exclaim, "I just don't understand why you could receive such favorable treatment. However, just now, after you easily killed those latest-stage martial spirit masters, I think I understand." Yi Feng responded to Ouyang Jing's words, saying, "I did not expect that you were so strong to have killed that black-clad martial king so quickly." Ouyang Jing shook her head and said, "That's different. My cultivation level and his are both at the mid-level of martial king, so it is normal for me to kill him. But Yi Feng, your cultivation is at the early stage of martial spirit, yet you can directly kill five latest-stage martial spirit masters. And the key is that I could feel that when you killed those five opponents, you not only had no pressure, but you were also quite relaxed." Ouyang Jing patted Yi Feng on the shoulder and affirmed, "You are truly impressive." Yi Feng smiled, but when he looked around, he felt a bit sad. At this moment, three walls of the room surrounding Yi Feng were completely gone. The other walls were filled with, on the ground, the sofa, tables, and chairs were all destroyed. At this time the wind from the outside blew in through the broken walls, causing some of the wallpaper in the house to rustle. In other words, the room where Yifeng was currently staying could no longer be inhabited. For some reason, Yifeng still felt a sense of sadness. Although it was shabby and small, he had lived here with his deceased parents for many years. He looked at the corpses of the black-clad individuals on the ground, and a hint of killing intent arose in his heart. Soon the head of the Zhenyang martial arts school arrived, and Yifeng asked him to help investigate the origin of these black-clad martial artists' bodies. Yifeng wanted to deal with those who sought to kill him. Yifeng's close friend Zhang Hao's house. Zhang Hao's house was much larger than Yifeng's place, even newer. Yifeng bought many gifts and went to Zhang Hao's house. After all, Zhang Hao's parents had always taken good care of Yifeng, often sending Zhang Hao to bring him lots of food. Moreover, Zhang Hao's parents had given Yifeng quite a bit of pocket money in the past. Zhang Hao's parents were a humble couple working on a construction site. His father had messy hair and was very tanned, but his honesty shone through. Zhang Hao's mother too was wrinkled and dark-skinned, clearly someone who worked very hard. Today when Zhang Hao's parents saw Yifeng, they were both surprised and delighted. Zhang Hao's father looked at Yifeng excitedly, exclaiming, "Xiaofeng, what brings you here? You should have let us know you were coming so we could go buy some vegetables at the market and prepare a feast for you." Zhang Hao's mother looked at Yifeng and praised Xiaofeng, "You are quite accomplished now. I've heard that you are the top student in our Zhenyang city. I never expected that. While I thought you were just like our Zhang Hao, you have now surpassed him by so much." Zhang Hao's father couldn't help but say to Yifeng, "Indeed, Xiaofeng, you are too outstanding, the #1 in the city." Zhang Hao was not present. He was in the kitchen preparing something to eat for Yifeng. However, when Zhang Hao heard his parents praising Yifeng and belittling themselves, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Yifeng looked at Zhang Hao's parents and smiled, saying, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, thank you for your kind words. I came to say goodbye. I am going to school to Jianhai Martial Arts University." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the two were momentarily stunned. Then Zhang Hao's mother quickly said, "I'll go ask the foreman for leave now and go to the market to buy some good food for." Zhang Hao's father also hurriedly said, "All right, I'll ask for leave now too, and we'll prepare some good food for Xiao." Even Zhang Hao, who was busy in the kitchen, quickly came out, staring at Yifeng in surprise and saying, "You're leaving now? Aren't there still several months before school starts? I wanted to invite you to go hiking together." Yifeng looked at Zhang Hao, and after a moment of silence he said, "Yes, the school hopes I can get there as soon as possible." Originally, Yifeng did not want to go to Jianhai Martial Arts University so quickly. However, the incident with the black-clad martial king and the latest martial spirit masters attacking him served as a wake-up call. Going to Jianhai Martial Arts, now he could become stronger. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, Zhang Hao mentioned to me before that you still owe about 300 on your mortgage." Yifeng handed this card to Zhang Hao's parents, saying, "This card contains 300,000 yuan. You can pay off the mortgage, and then your life will be a bit." Zhang Hao's parents were momentarily stunned when they saw Yifeng handing over the card. Hearing Yifeng's words, they turned to glare at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was also somewhat taken aback. He had only said it casually and did not expect that his good brother would actually give his family 300 to pay off the mortgage. At that moment, Zhang Hao's father quickly said to Yifeng, "Xiaofeng, thank you for your kindness, but you should keep this money for yourself. We still owe 28120 on the mortgage. We need to pay it off ourselves." Zhang Hao's mother hurriedly said to Yifeng, "That's right, Xiaofeng, you need a lot of money for Martial Arts University. What if it's not enough? We will repay this mortgage ourselves. You should keep your money for future needs." Hearing Zhang Hao's parents, Yifeng smiled and said to them, "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Li, you don't need to worry. Jianhai Martial Arts University not only waived my tuition, but also gives me a lot of money every year for living expenses. I won't have to worry about money while attending Martial Arts University in the future." Zhang Hao's parents were instantly dumbfounded. They did not expect that Yifeng would have his tuition and living expenses waived and even receive money from the school. In their view, attending Martial Arts University was very expensive and they had to pay the school a lot. Immediately, Zhang Hao's parents looked at Zhang Hao, glared at him, and scolded, "Look at Yifeng, he goes to school, and the school pays him. And then look at yourself going to Martial Arts University. The annual tuition, living expenses, and training resources we give you cost several tens of thousands." Zhang Hao felt somewhat wronged upon hearing his parents scolding. Zhang Hao never imagined that one day his good brother Yifeng would also become the other people's child in his parents' eyes. In the end, under Yifeng's insistence, Zhang Hao's parents accepted the money Yifeng offered to pay off the mortgage. However, the two kept insisting that they would repay Yifeng in the future. Yifeng didn't mind. He had heard Zhang Hao complain about how his parents worked hard to repay the mortgage, being scolded, not daring to take a break, and working tirelessly at the construction site, feeling great mental pressure. So Yifeng came to his good brother's home, this time specifically to help them pay off the mortgage. After all, he truly wasn't short on money now, with an annual scholarship of 3 million and even more. Today, Yifeng and Zhang Hao's family had a warm meal together. Although the food wasn't great, it was very clean and quite warm. Zhang Hao walked Yifeng out feeling somewhat silent. Noticing this, Yifeng asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Hao took a deep breath looking at Yifeng, unable to help but say, "I just can't understand. We had equal grades back then. How did you end up at one of the top universities in Huaxia, Jiang, High Martial Arts University, ranked 3rd in the country? And I, Zhang Hao, such an amazing person. How did I end up at the 898th ranked Jin Bei Martial Arts University?" Yifeng couldn't help but roll his eyes at his buddy's words. Zhang Hao walked Yifeng to the intersection, hesitating to say something. Noticing this, Yifeng asked, "How's he? What's wrong?" Zhang Hao shook his head and said nothing. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, "How's he? I'm leaving. University life will be smooth sailing. If you need money, just let me know. I have plenty." Zhang Hao nodded firmly and said, "Brother Feng, you underestimate me. I want to earn my own money from Martial Arts University." Yifeng fell silent upon hearing this. The reason he hadn't given Zhang Hao money before was because he understood his buddy's character. At this moment, Zhang Hao raised his head seriously, saying to Yifeng, "Brother Feng, be careful outside. Today, thank you for helping my family pay off the mortgage." Zhang Hao looked at Yifeng, his eyes filled with gratitude that couldn't be suppressed. Yifeng patted his shoulder and disappeared into the night. Yifeng had now changed his place of residence to the Zhenyang Hotel. The Zhenyang Hotel is the best hotel in Zhenyang City and also the only 5-star hotel in the city. Yifeng and Ouyang Jing were invited here by the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School. Moreover, the owner of the Zhenyang Martial Arts School, Jin Zheng, had arranged the best presidential suite for Yifeng. At the same time, Jin Zheng was also investigating the identities of the black-clad experts who had attacked Yifeng. At this time, after Lin Gang and the others returned, they learned about Yifeng's attack. Immediately, the three of them hurried to find Yifeng to apologize. "Yifeng, we are sorry. We brothers did not protect you well." In front of Yifeng, Lin Gang and the others bowed in apology. Yifeng looked at Lin Gang and the others shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you. I am already very grateful that you came to protect me before." Yifeng spoke sincerely. He was already very grateful for Lin Gang and the others who had been protecting him outside. Hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Gang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the three of them felt a bit guilty towards Yifeng. Yifeng had no intention of blaming Lin Gang and the others. Those black-clad experts who attacked him were beyond their capability to deal with. At this moment, Yifeng noticed that Lin Gang and the others' clothes had been scratched by the claws of demonic beasts. Moreover, their arms and clothes were splattered with a lot of blood. Seeing this, Yifeng pondered for a moment and asked, "You guys were also attacked by them. How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Lin Gang and the others heard Yifeng's words, and Wang Bo quickly replied, "Yifeng, we weren't attacked by anyone. These injuries are from when we just went out to catch demonic beasts." Hearing this, Yifeng asked in confusion, "What were you doing out catching demonic beasts at this hour?" The leader Lin Gang quickly replied, "Because you like to hunt severely injured demonic beasts before Yifeng. So we wanted to catch some severely injured demonic beasts to bring back for you to kill." Yifeng felt a shock in his heart upon hearing this. At this moment, Zhang Kai quickly stepped forward and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, we have captured several demonic beasts, and they are currently severely injured. We specifically returned to bring them to you." Yifeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Afterwards, Yifeng, Ouyang Jing, and Lin Gang and the others went to a warehouse. Ouyang Jing insisted on protecting Yifeng and refused to leave his side. Thus, Yifeng let Ouyang Jing and Lin Gang guard the entrance for him. Yifeng looked at the 6 demonic beasts lying on the ground, his eyes brightening. These 6 demonic beasts were large in size, covered in green scales. Moreover, their claws were extremely sharp, and they could also spit out blue flames. These were the demonic beasts of the early stage of martial spirit, the blue flame green-scaled demonic beasts. Yifeng never expected that he wouldn't even need to kill the demonic beasts himself, if someone would deliver them right to his door. Without further thought, Yifeng saw that no one was around, and immediately used SS-level Devour. Behind Yifeng, a devouring black hole suddenly appeared. As Yifeng's cultivation reached martial spirit, the devouring black hole behind him grew significantly larger. This was because as his cultivation increased, the devouring black hole behind Yifeng also expanded, enhancing its ability to devour. On the ground, 6 severely injured Qingyan Qinglin demons were instantly sucked into the devouring black hole created by Yifeng. At this moment, the 6 Qingyan Qinglin demons who had their eyes closed suddenly opened their eyes as they sensed the immense energy within Yifeng's devouring black hole. Roar, roar, roar. Some of the Qingyan Qinglin demons let out desperate, fearful roars. However, their desperate and fearful cries were utterly useless. Crack, crack, crack. Yifeng's devouring black hole crushed the bodies of the 6 Qingyan Qinglin demons. Soon these 6 powerful Qingyan Qinglin demons were completely devoured by Yifeng's black hole. A rewarding voice suddenly echoed in Yifeng's ears. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have just used the SS level Devouring ability to completely devour the 6 Qingyan Qinglin demons, awarding you 2 enhancement points. Hearing this, a smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's mouth. Whoosh. The devouring black hole behind Yifeng slowly disappeared. Whoosh. At that moment, a pure ball of energy emerged from the nearly vanished devouring black hole. This pure ball of energy instantly entered Yifeng's body. In an instant, Yifeng felt an additional surge of energy within him. Quickly, this pure ball of energy surged towards Yifeng's limbs. Before long, Yifeng felt his strength and body strength significantly enhanced. Thus, after glancing at his attribute panel, he discovered that his strength had increased by 300. Yifeng also found that his body strength had increased by 200. Such an enhancement was simply terrifying. It should be noted that many martial artists after years of cultivation could only increase their strength by 100 and their body strength by a few hundred. However, in just a moment, Yifeng's strength had risen by 300 and his body strength had also increased by 200. Such an enhancement was already several hundred to 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. At this moment, Yifeng felt increasingly that his third ability, this third SS level Devouring ability, would become even more terrifying as his strength increased. Suddenly, at this time, Yifeng also discovered that his cultivation had actually improved. Indeed, before using the SS level Devouring ability to devour those severely injured Qingyan Qinglin demons, Yifeng found that his cultivation was still in the early stage of martial spirit. Now he realized that his cultivation aura had ascended a level reaching the mid-stage of martial spirit. At this moment, he realized that he could enhance his cultivation not only through enhancement points, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, but also through his third SS level Devouring ability to absorb energy from demon beasts. Yifeng surveyed his surroundings, ensured nothing was left behind, and then walked outside. At this moment, outside, Lin Gang and the other two stood respectfully to the side, as Ouyang Jing's aura was very strong. Furthermore, Lin Gang and the others could clearly sense that Ouyang Jing's aura was even higher than that of their superior. Their superior was also a martial king powerhouse, but their aura was not as powerful as Ouyang Jing's. Ouyang Jing looked into the distance, yet her heart was filled with confusion. What does Yifeng want with those severely injured Qingyan Qinglin demons? Why doesn't he let us stand by and watch? What is he hiding? With Ouyang Jing's doubts, the warehouse door slowly. Yifeng walked out of the warehouse door. Upon seeing Yifeng emerge, Lin Gang and the other two were overjoyed and hurried forward. In an instant, Lin Gang and the others felt Yifeng's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of martial spirit, and their hearts trembled. How could Yifeng improve so quickly? He was just in the early stage of martial spirit, and now he's at the mid. Could it be that those severely injured and dying demon beasts can enhance cultivation? No, that's impossible. Using severely injured demon beasts to enhance cultivation is simply a fantasy. At this moment, Lin Gang and the others were undoubtedly shocked. However, they did not think too much about it. Considering Yifeng's potential, they quickly congratulated him. Congratulations, Yifeng, on achieving the mid-stage of martial spirit. Your cultivation speed exceeds us by hundreds, even thousands of times. At this moment, Lin Gang and the others looked at Yifeng with admiration in their eyes. Hearing their words, Yifeng nodded and said, "Thanks to the three of you for providing me with the 6 Qingyan Qinglin demons." Hearing Yifeng's words, Lin Gang and the others waved their hands, saying, "Not at all, it's our honor to serve a super genius like you, Yifeng." At this moment, Lin Gang and the others were even more convinced that pleasing Yifeng was the right choice. At this time, Ouyang Jing approached Yifeng. She couldn't help but lean in to look inside the warehouse and found that there were no longer any Qingyan Qinglin demons on the ground, only a pool of blood left behind. For a moment, Ouyang Jing's heart was even more puzzled. However, Ouyang Jing did not dare to ask too much because during her time at Jianhai Martial Arts University, she was warned not to ask too many questions, prioritizing the protection of Yifeng and following his orders. This martial king, Ouyang Jing, sensed that Yifeng had reached the mid-stage of martial spirit, and her heart couldn't help but be shocked. Currently, many freshmen in our school are still in the late stage of martial artist and early stage of martial general. Yet this Yifeng's cultivation aura has surpassed those in the late stage of martial artist and early stage of martial general, having already reached the mid-stage of martial spirit. Then Ouyang Jing recalled that Yifeng, who was still in the early stage of martial spirit, had single-handedly slain 5 martial artists in the late stage who were stronger than him, and she couldn't help but think the key is that Yifeng's strength is far greater than his cultivation level. Now that his cultivation has improved, his strength must have increased significantly as well. Our Jianhai Martial Arts University has indeed recruited a prodigy this time. Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, revealing a faint smile, and asked, "Yifeng, are you all right?" Yifeng shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. Afterward, Yifeng returned to his room, and at that moment Jin Zheng, the owner of Zhengyang Martial Hall, also came to find him. He was there to inform Yifeng about the group of black-clad experts that had attempted to assassinate him. Yifeng looked at the head of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Institute and couldn't help but ask, Master, where did those black-clad experts who came to assassinate me come from? Jin Zheng, upon hearing Yifeng's words, immediately shared his findings from the investigation. Yifeng, those black-clad experts who came to assassinate you, the ones whose bodies remain, are from the local black market. They usually engage in settling scores for others. Yifeng nodded at the words of the head of the Zhengyang Martial. He could guess that normally those who wanted to commit such crimes would never expose themselves to danger, so they would only pay others to do it. At this moment, Yifeng asked Jin Zheng again, Master, do those people have any connections with anyone? Has anyone witnessed them interacting with anyone? And do they have any financial transactions in their accounts? The head of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Institute, upon hearing Yifeng's questions, replied, Yifeng, your thinking is very thorough, but we have already investigated their accounts and found no money transfers whatsoever. While speaking, Jin Zheng added, we also investigated those who are usually familiar with them. It is said that the person who approached them at that time was someone wearing a mask and using a voice modulator. The key point is that according to their friends, the person who came to attack you was wearing thick gloves, leaving not a single fingerprint behind. Yifeng was taken aback. He did not expect the assailants to be so well-equipped, not only hiding their faces, but also using a voice modulator to disguise their voice. Moreover, they wrapped their hands so tightly that not a trace of fingerprints was left. Yifeng was somewhat astonished. Those who wanted to assassinate him were indeed overly cautious. Jin Zheng's expression was serious as he said to Yifeng, Yifeng, we have already uncovered the details about those who came to assassinate you. However, regarding who hired them to attack you, they may not even know themselves. They should be involved in cash transactions, and the person who hired them has also not shown their face, leaving behind no voice or fingerprint information. Yifeng nodded upon hearing this. After all, they were not fools. When they sought someone to assassinate him, they probably anticipated the worst possible outcome. He understood that to confront others, one must not underestimate them, as they were certainly very clever individuals. Yifeng looked at Jin Zheng earnestly and said, Thank you for your investigation. Jin Zheng shook his head at Yifeng's words, saying, I'm sorry, I couldn't be of more help. I can only say that the other party is too cunning. Yifeng shook his head and said, Master, you have proactively helped me investigate, which is already a great assistance. I am very grateful for your efforts. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jin Zheng felt a warmth in his heart. He knew that Yifeng was a person who understood gratitude. Jin Zheng smiled at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, my daughter Jin Yuan is waiting for you outside. She wants to meet you. Yifeng was taken aback. What was Jin Yuan coming for? Suddenly he realized that he had previously mentioned to Shun Yueshi that he liked her sister to provoke her. Instantly, Yifeng couldn't help but think that Shun Yueshi must have told Jin Yuan about what he said. The likelihood of that was quite high. Yifeng glanced at the head of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Institute beside him and saw a hint of expectation in his eyes, along with a sense of ambiguity between his daughter and Yifeng. Soon Yifeng and Jin Yuan went to the dining hall of the Zhengyang Grand Hotel to have a meal. Today, Jin Yuan looked somewhat different from what Yifeng had seen before. She was wearing a purple evening dress. Moreover, Jin Yuan had styled her hair in an elegant updo paired with her exquisite features, making her look extraordinarily beautiful. Today, many wealthy individuals dining at the Zhengyang Grand Hotel, or those who came from outside, glanced at Jin Yuan from time to time. It was mainly because Jin Yuan was indeed stunningly beautiful. Who is that girl? She's really pretty. Indeed, I've never seen anyone this beautiful in Zhengyang City before. However, she looks a bit like the eldest daughter of the head of the Zhengyang Martial Arts Institute. At this moment, many people were unconsciously captivated by Jin Yuan's beauty. Several handsome young men wanted to approach her, but they lacked the courage. For some reason, when they saw Jin Yuan, they felt a sense of inferiority. Not only was Jin Yuan extraordinarily beautiful, but she also exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Thus, some women present who were not bad-looking felt a twinge of inferiority when looking at Jin Yuan. At this moment, Yifeng arrived in front of Jin Yuan, and upon seeing him, Jin Yuan's eyes lit up. Yifeng was taken aback at the sight of Jin Yuan. Today, Jin Yuan looked quite mature and beautiful. At this time, Jin Yuan looked at Yifeng and smiled. Yifeng, you look really handsome today. Yifeng. He hadn't even dressed up and had come without washing his hair. Yifeng looked at Jin Yuan and smiled. I've never seen you like this before. You're truly beautiful. Upon hearing Yifeng's compliment, Jin Yuan felt a surge of joy. Not far away, many men looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but envy. That beautiful girl was actually waiting for that guy. But that girl is dressed so formally while that guy is dressed rather casually. I don't think so. I feel that although that guy is dressed casually, he looks genuine and natural, which is great. I really envy that guy being able to have dinner with such a beautiful girl, and she even dressed so formally to wait. At this moment, many people's gazes in the hall of the Xinjiang Grand Hotel revealed a hint of envy towards Yifeng. Soon Jin Yuanyuan ordered a large table of exquisite dishes for Yifeng. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng and said with a smile, "Today, I'm treating you. Yifeng, do you like what I'm wearing? It's my first time dressing like this." Yifeng smiled slightly upon hearing this. "It looks good, but I prefer your usual look, wearing your school uniform and tying your hair in a high ponytail." Jin Yuanyuan laughed at Yifeng's words, saying, "Then he'll dress like that more often in the future. To be honest, I don't quite feel comfortable in this outfit tonight. It feels a bit strange. Yifeng, your casual attire is actually the most handsome." Upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's praise, Yifeng nodded, "Thank you." Jin Yuanyuan said to Yifeng, "I want to go to Modu Martial University. I originally had no chance, but after awakening my level ability and performing well in the martial arts exam, I can now attend Modu Martial University." Yifeng responded, "I am going to Shanghai Martial University and will be leaving tomorrow." Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng in shock, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. "So soon?" Yifeng nodded, and seeing this, Jin Yuanyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, along with a touch of sadness. Soon Jin Yuanyuan raised her hand and looked at Yifeng, saying, "Yifeng, I want to give you a Spirit Ice Phoenix mysterious herb." Yifeng was taken aback by Jin Yuanyuan's words. He looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "What is this Lingbing Huangxian grass?" Jin Yuanyuan immediately explained to Yifeng, "Lingbing Huangxian grass is a precious natural treasure that can enhance a person's comprehension. It is said that a single Lingbing Huangxian grass can increase a person's comprehension by 50%. Yifeng couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He looked at Jin Yuanyuan and exclaimed, "It can actually increase a person's comprehension by that much?" Jin Yuanyuan, seeing Yifeng's surprised expression, couldn't help but smile charmingly. She said to Yifeng, "Actually, the Lingbing Huangxian grass was originally meant for me to enhance my own comprehension. My father went through a lot of trouble to obtain this Lingbing Huangxian grass. However, I want to give this Lingbing Huangxian grass to you, Yifeng." Yifeng's heart trembled at Jin Yuanyuan's words. In a world where everyone can grow stronger through cultivation, a person's comprehension is the hardest to improve. It is known that comprehension is not only innate. Even postnatal training is extremely difficult. Thus, wanting to enhance comprehension is quite arduous. The fact that the Lingbing Huangxian grass can improve comprehension shows its preciousness. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of desire for the Lingbing Huangxian grass. However, he suddenly remembered the help he had received from the Jinzheng family lately and decided not to accept it. Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan earnestly and said, "Since Lingbing Huangxian grass can enhance a person's comprehension, it must be very valuable." "Thank you, Jin Yuanyuan, but you should keep this Lingbing Huangxian grass for yourself. You don't need to give it to me. Your family has already been very kind to me, and I am very grateful." Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan with sincerity in his eyes. What he said was true. From the very beginning, Jin Zheng, the master of Zhenyang martial arts, had given him martial skills and many gifts. Jin Yuanyuan had also given him a lot of money a few days ago and provided him with high-quality weapons. Even though Shun Yueshi didn't like him, she hadn't done anything excessive to Yifeng. Therefore, in Yifeng's eyes, the help from the Jin Zheng family was already considerable. He also thought that once he gained more power than Jin Zheng, he could repay them. After all, the Jinzheng family gave Yifeng a very warm feeling and provided him with a lot of help. Jin Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yifeng's words. The school beauty of Zhenyang. No. One high school never expected that Yifeng would refuse the Lingbing Huangxian grass so easily. After all, this Lingbing Huangxian grass is a very precious natural treasure. However, Yifeng's words left Jin Yuanyuan both shocked and feeling a hint of sincerity. Instantly, the beautiful school beauty looked at Yifeng and her fondness for him intensified. Jin Yuanyuan said seriously to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I think you are more suited to take this Lingbing Huangxian grass. To be honest, I used to think I had exceptional talent for cultivation, far exceeding the vast majority of my peers." Yifeng nodded. "That is indeed true. In the entire Xinjiang city, Jin Yuanyuan's awakened ability, her cultivation speed, her family background, and even her appearance are all the best." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jin Yuanyuan looked at him seriously and said, "But Yifeng, ever since I encountered you during the martial arts examination and witnessed your awakened ability and combat strength, I believe I am far inferior to you. I am still a distance away from being the top genius. Moreover, in terms of martial skills, I am even less than you." Yifeng, my father watched the footage of your martial arts examination, and after hearing me talk about your performance, he was very shocked. I have never seen such a shocked expression on my father's face. I even questioned my life regarding the perfect martial skills you continuously displayed to the point of self-doubt. Yifeng, I believe you not only awakened two top-tier abilities, but your comprehension is also top-tier. Throughout my life, I have never seen a peer as outstanding as you. Jin Yuanyuan looked at Yifeng, her eyes filled with admiration. Yifeng, upon hearing Jin Yuanyuan's words, replied earnestly, "Thank you for your affirmation." Bang! At this moment, Jin Yuanyuan took out a delicate jade box from her storage ring. Yifeng was a bit surprised at this. Jin Yuanyuan pushed the jade box in front of Yifeng and said seriously, "Yifeng, I am not as excellent as you. I am far from being as excellent as you. I feel that using this Lingbing Huangxian grass would be a waste of its value. I think it would be better for you, Yifeng." Yifeng was shaken by Jin Yuanyuan's words. He looked at her serious expression and accepted the Lingbing Huangxian grass she gifted him. There were too many people around. It was inconvenient to open it now. He could only wait until he returned to open it. Seeing Yifeng accepted it, Jin Yuanyuan revealed a charming smile. Yifeng looked at Jin Yuanyuan and said, "Thank you, I will remember this kindness." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jin Yuanyuan's heart trembled and warmth flowed through her. If it were anyone else, no matter how excellent, she would never give them the Lingbing Huangxian grass. But Yifeng was different, as she felt that Yifeng was very important to her. The Jin family. Jin Zheng, the master of Zhengyang martial arts, widened his eyes upon hearing that Jin Yuanyuan had given the Lingbing Huangxian grass to Yifeng. Jin Zheng said sternly to Jin Yuanyuan, "Yuanyuan, that Lingbing Huangxian grass was something your father went through great effort to obtain, meant to improve your comprehension. Yuanyuan, how could you give it away? Even if that person is Yifeng, even if he has the greatest potential, you are more important in my eyes." Jin Yuanyuan, hearing her father Jin Zheng's words and seeing his serious expression, quickly replied, "Father, I know you mean well, but I believe giving that Lingbing Huangxian grass to Yifeng is more suitable than keeping it myself." Jin Zheng, hearing his daughter's words, looked at Jin Yuanyuan and suddenly realized something, his expression becoming complex. This Lingbing Huangxian grass was prepared by the master of Zhengyang martial arts for his daughter, yet his daughter gave it to Yifeng. Yifeng returned to the presidential suite in the hotel and immediately took out the jade box Jin Yuanyuan had given him. Upon opening it, a Lingbing Huangxian grass entirely milky white, with 3 transparent leaves and a strong medicinal fragrance appeared. Yifeng took out the Lingbing Huangxian grass, searched online for its usage, and then swallowed it directly. As the Lingbing Huangxian grass was swallowed by Yifeng, it melted instantly, and a pure energy began to spread within Yifeng's body. At this moment, Yifeng felt a cool energy surging towards his mind. A day passed, and Yi slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his comprehension had increased significantly. Thus Yifeng took out the scroll of the Yinyang Liyan Fist, martial skill, and immediately thought, "System, how long will it take to cultivate the Yinyang Liyan Fist, now that my comprehension has improved, eh?" Post, before you consume the Lingbing Huangxian grass, it would take 200 enhancement points to cultivate the Yinyang Liyan Fist, requiring about 10 days to achieve perfection. Now that you have consumed the Lingbing Huangxian grass and enhanced your comprehension, it only requires 200 enhancement points to cultivate the Yinyang Liyan Fist, taking just 2 days. Yifeng was astonished upon hearing this. The improvement in comprehension had drastically shortened the time required. Immediately, Yifeng sent a message to Ouyang Jing telling her they would set off for Zhanghai Martial University in 2 days. He was eager to test his improved comprehension and said, "Use 200 enhancement points and immediately cultivate the Yinyang Liyan Fist." Received, host. 2 days later. Congratulations, host, for perfecting the Yinyang Liyan Fist. Yifeng heard the voice and realized that he had perfected the Flame Sun Fiery Fist. He slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment his mind was filled with all the knowledge about the Flame Sun Fiery Fist. The Flame Sun Fiery Fist was the best martial art at his high school, Zhengyang No. 3 Middle School. It is known that the school leaders of Zhengyang No. 3 had spent many years practicing the Flame Sun Fiery Fist without success. The principal of Zhengyang No. 3 Middle School took 9 years to achieve minor success with the Flame Sun Fiery Fist. The director of teaching took 6 years just to grasp the basics. As for ordinary teachers, they had no right to practice the Flame Sun Fiery Fist if they hadn't been teaching for at least 15 years. However, Yifeng only needed 2 days to practice this technique. That's right. Yifeng's practice time for the Flame Sun Fiery Fist was exceptionally short. Moreover, in just 2 days, Yifeng didn't merely grasp the basics, but actually perfected the Flame Sun Fiery Fist. Many martial artists would struggle to even understand the Flame Sun Fiery Fist in just 2 days. If the principal and others from Zhengyang No. 3 knew that Yifeng had perfected the technique in 2 days, they would deeply question their life choices. Previously, when Yifeng perfected the Tsang Xiong Li Di Fist, given to him by the principal of Zhengyang No. 3 and demonstrated it during the martial arts examination, it had already shocked them to the point of questioning their existence. Even Yifeng was somewhat surprised after consuming the Spirit Ice Phoenix mystical grass his comprehension had indeed improved significantly. Now having perfected this powerful martial art, the Flame Sunfiery Fist, Yifeng had gained a formidable trump card. Next he took out a scroll of martial arts technique, which was in a grade martial art called Explosive Thunder Flow Slash, given to him by the director of the Zhenyang Education Bureau. Yifeng stared at the martial arts scroll for the Explosive Thunder Flow Slash and pondered for a long time. He realized that he had previously looked at many martial arts scrolls with a blank expression. However, this time, even though the Explosive Thunder Flow Slash was in a grade martial art that was exceptionally difficult to learn, Yifeng found that he could completely understand it. Yifeng speculated that this was likely due to the significant increase in his comprehension after consuming the Spirit Ice Phoenix mystical grass 2 days ago. If it were most martial artists, they wouldn't even be able to understand a grade martial arts. In fact, many martial artists wanting to practice martial arts, not to mention a grade, even grade martial arts, often need a teacher by their side to guide them before they can learn. Because the vast majority of martial artists cannot comprehend grade martial arts or higher. Thus, Yifeng's current level of comprehension indeed surpassed that of most martial artists. Then, after studying this scroll of martial arts, Yifeng also understood if he wanted to perfect this a grade martial art Explosive Thunder Flow Slash through natural practice, it would take him at least several years. Is this even humanly possible? Many martial artists cannot even understand a grade martial arts, and even if some have instructors, it would take them decades to learn. After all, while a grade martial arts are complex, their power is significantly greater than grade or grade martial arts. However, with Yifeng's current level of comprehension, he only needed a few years to achieve perfection. However, Yifeng was not entirely satisfied. Looking at the Explosive Thunder Flow Slash in his hand, he murmured to himself, "Indeed, it's faster to enhance my comprehension with reinforcement points." Having gained this experience of quickly perfecting the Flame Sunfiery Fist, more ideas began to form in Yifeng's mind. Just then a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Outside, a voice pulled Yifeng back to reality. "Yifeng, it's about time. We should head to Jianghai Martial University." This voice belonged to teacher Ouyang Jing from Jianghai Martial University. At that moment, Yifeng recalled that 2 days ago he had told teacher Ouyang Jing that he would finish his practice in 2 days. With a swish, Yifeng opened the door and saw teacher Ouyang Jing waiting outside dressed in a formal suit. Even in professional attire, she still appeared elegant and beautiful. Yifeng smiled at Ouyang Jing, saying, "Teacher Ouyang, sorry to keep you waiting. I just need to tidy up a bit, and then we can set off." Ouyang Jing, upon hearing Yifeng's words, looked at his smile and revealed a charming smile of her own. "It's fine, Yifeng, take your time to organize, I'll wait for you." About half an hour later, Yifeng was ready. Then he left with Ouyang Jing to Jianghai Martial University. Ouyang Jing drove a tall SUV, taking Yifeng out of the Zhenyang city limits. Yifeng and Ouyang Jing stood on a hillside outside Zhenyang city, where they could overlook the entire city. As Yifeng gazed at the cityscape of Zhenyang, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness wash over him. This city where he had lived for so many years was now a place he had to leave. His heart felt so reluctant. Beside him, Ouyang Jing silently stood by Yifeng's side, saying nothing. Yifeng continued to look at Zhenyang, particularly in the direction of Zhenyang No. 3. In that moment, Yifeng remembered his close friend Zhang, how he recalled the times they skipped class together, arrived late, and were punished by teachers for not turning in assignments. He also remembered the scenes during the sports meeting where his results were not as outstanding as others, and how his classmates comforted him. Looking at the direction of Zhenyang No. 3, Yifeng recalled the moments when he discussed life aspirations with many classmates in school. At that time, he never expected that they would soon go their separate ways, nor did he think that he would be parting from them so quickly. Originally, he had thought there would still be class reunions, that he could still talk about the future with everyone. For some unknown reason, recalling the various moments of youth from yesterday, tears unconsciously streamed down Yifeng's face. Ouyang Jing noticed the sadness on Yifeng's face and the tears in his eyes, and her heart trembled. Ouyang Jing asked Yifeng, "Would you like to say goodbye to your friends and classmates?" Upon hearing her question, Yifeng snapped back to reality. However, Yifeng looked towards Zhenyang No. 3, thinking of the various painful memories of the past. He shook his head, saying, "Forget it, saying goodbye face-to-face will only make the sadness deeper. Leaving quietly is better for everyone." After hearing this, Ouyang Jing fell silent. Afterwards, Yifeng left with Ouyang Jing, but he still sent messages to his close friends and some classmates he got along well with. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude to the head of the Zhenyang Martial Arts Hall who had cared for him during this time. Soon, Yifeng and Ouyang Jing drove far away from Zhenyang City. Along the way, Yifeng adjusted his mindset and looked towards Jianghai Martial University, unable to help but say, "This trip to Jianghai Martial University is just in time to broaden my horizons." Teacher Ouyang Jing, who was driving, found Yifeng's words somewhat peculiar. Yifeng, I think it's you who can show them what the world is like. Yifeng was somewhat surprised as he looked at the teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University after hearing Ouyang Jing's words. Yifeng questioned Ouyang Jing. Teacher Ouyang, isn't Jianghai Martial Arts University one of the top 4 martial arts universities in all of Huaxia? I have always heard teachers say that even the top student from our school would be at the bottom when going to one of the top 4 martial arts universities in Huaxia. In fact, our school's top student would be at the tail end in any of the top 4 martial arts universities in Huaxia. Ouyang Jing nodded after hearing Yifeng's words. She said to Yifeng, Yifeng, what your teacher said is not wrong. Even an ordinary student from Jianghai Martial Arts University is among the most outstanding talents in various regions. As she spoke, Ouyang Jing turned her face and looked Yifeng up and down, her expression becoming peculiar as she said, But you Yifeng are different. Yifeng asked, What is different? Ouyang Jing replied, Yifeng, you are simply outstanding beyond me. Yifeng was taken aback by Ouyang Jing's words. Suddenly a loud noise erupted from the off-road vehicle they were riding in. Immediately the roof of the off-road vehicle was torn apart. Yifeng and Ouyang Jing exchanged glances, opened the car door, unfastened their seat belts, and jumped out of the vehicle. In less than 3 seconds, the off-road vehicle driven by Ouyang Jing exploded. Pong. Ouyang Jing and Yifeng showed a hint of shock in their eyes. Especially Ouyang Jing, her eyes reflected not only shock, but also a hint of anger. At that moment, an incongruous and completely discordant voice rang in Yifeng and Ouyang Jing's ears. Hee, you actually weren't injured. Yifeng and Ouyang Jing abruptly turned their heads upon hearing that voice. Instantly, Ouyang Jing's pupils constricted as she saw a demon king facing them. Demonic beasts do not speak human language until they reach the status of a demon king. Once they become demon kings, they can speak like humans. A demon king is equivalent to a martial king-level powerhouse among humans. However, due to their long evolution and natural advantages, demon kings are often stronger than most human martial kings. Seeing the demon king before him, Yifeng was somewhat astonished. It was his first encounter with such a powerful demonic beast. Of course, after evolving into a demon king, it had transformed into a demon. The demon king before them was a powerful entity among demon kings, the golden demon tiger king. Its body was 3 times larger than that of Yifeng and Ouyang Jing. It had a massive tiger head and its teeth were even and sharp, yet there was no trace of fangs. Its mouth was covered in blood, as if to tell the world that it was not to be trifled with. Its physique was incredibly robust with distinctly defined muscles adorned with golden tiger stripes. Moreover, the fists of the golden demon tiger king were as large as 5 human hands. The aura emanating from the golden demon tiger king sent shivers down one's spine. Yifeng looked at the demon king before him, his expression turning serious. Ouyang Jing beside him looked at the golden demon tiger king with a grave expression. At that moment, the golden demon tiger king glanced at Ouyang Jing and then fixed its gaze on Yifeng. The golden demon tiger king stared at Yifeng and said indifferently, You are the human kid, Yifeng, who awakened 2 top-level abilities as mentioned by the demon emperor. Ouyang Jing's heart sank upon hearing the words of the golden demon tiger king. She understood that it was here for Yifeng. Yifeng then asked, Is the demon emperor from Zhenyang City? The golden demon tiger king revealed a displeased smile, staring at Yifeng, and said, That day the celestial phenomenon in Zhenyang City was due to a treasure descending from the heavens. If all goes well, that treasure should have been obtained by you, this kid, surnamed Yi. Yifeng replied indifferently, You came for the so-called heavenly phenomenon and treasure. The golden demon tiger king responded, Wrong. The treasure from that celestial phenomenon has already been claimed by our demon beast clan in Zhenyang City. As it spoke, the demon tiger king fixed its gaze on Yifeng, a glint of killing intent flashing in its eyes. Not only do we want that treasure from the celestial phenomenon, but we also want you dead. The demon emperor has stated that you awakened 2 top-level abilities, which poses too much potential. Being human, you must die. Otherwise, if you grow stronger in the future, you will become a great trouble. If it weren't for the demon emperor being tied up with the mayor of Zhenyang City, it would have taken action against you long ago. Yifeng's heart shook upon hearing the words of the golden demon tiger king. He had previously wondered why the highest authority of Zhenyang City, the mayor, had not shown up during his impressive martial arts examination. Now he understood that the mayor was battling the demon emperor of Zhenyang City. At the same time, he realized that the golden demon tiger king appearing today was sent by the demon emperor of Zhenyang City to kill him. The golden demon tiger king came to kill Yifeng not only for the so-called treasure that could awaken 2 top-level abilities, but also out of fear that Yifeng's potential once awakened would pose a threat to their demon beast clan, hence the preemptive strike. At that moment, Yifeng looked at the golden demon tiger king and said calmly, You are indeed overconfident thinking that a mere demon king like you can kill me. In my eyes you are just a small demon king, and you are not qualified to kill me. Ouyang Jing standing beside, Yi Feng was suddenly shocked upon hearing his words. Immediately this teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. Yi Feng, has he always been this brave? This is a demon king. How can Yi Feng, who is just at the martial spirit level, possibly fight against a martial king level golden demon tiger king? Boom. Suddenly the golden demon tiger king snapped back to reality and directly attacked Yi Feng. Humph. Human, if you want to be arrogant, then let me show you the price of arrogance. Swish. Yi Feng did not move, but Ouyang Jing's expression changed upon seeing the golden demon tiger king attacking Yi Feng. Clang. Ouyang Jing, wielding a sharp blade, suddenly slashed at the golden demon tiger king as it charged towards Yi Feng, producing a crisp sound. Roar. The golden demon tiger king unleashed a heavy punch that shattered even the air. Pong. The punch from the golden demon tiger king struck Ouyang Jing's blade, instantly bending it to an 80-degree bang. Even the martial king level powerhouse Ouyang Jing could not withstand the force of the golden demon tiger king and was sent flying. As Ouyang Jing flew backward, she saw that Yi Feng remained unmoved, and her expression changed. She quickly shouted to Yi Feng, run. Suddenly Yi Feng charged forward with all his strength, throwing a punch at the golden demon tiger king, perfection level, Flame Sun Fist. In an instant Yi Feng's right fist charged with power, unleashing all his strength. A powerful punch of flame energy struck towards the golden demon tiger king. The golden demon tiger king sneered. A mere martial spirit dares to confront this king heathen, seeking death. Thus the golden demon tiger king, filled with killing intent, suddenly punched towards Yi Feng's fiery fist. Pong. Bang. The golden demon tiger king was sent flying by Yi Feng's perfectly executed sunfire fist. At the same time, bang. Ouyang Jing was struck by the golden demon tiger king's heavy punch and fell to the ground. At that moment the representative teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University, completely disregarding the fact that the sharp blade in her hand was bent by the golden demon tiger king's strike. She stared wide-eyed at Yi Feng, unable to believe that he could send the golden demon tiger king flying with just Yi Feng, a student at the martial spirit level, actually sent a demon king flying with one punch. Is Yi Feng's strength and physical intensity really that powerful? Ouyang Jing's gaze fell on the bent blade in her hand, and her heart trembled. A single punch from the golden demon tiger king bent this sharp blade in my hand, without inflicting any damage. The physical strength and power of the golden demon tiger king already exceed that of many martial kings. Yet Yi Feng just sent the golden demon tiger king flying with one punch, and he is only at the martial spirit level. Could it be that his strength and physical intensity surpass many human martial kings? Ouyang Jing deduced everything and was shocked. After all, Yi Feng was still at the martial spirit level and had not yet reached the martial king level. In fact, when Yi Feng reached the mid-martial spirit level by devouring the Qingyan green-scaled demon, his strength and physical intensity had already surpassed many strong practitioners of the martial spirit realm. Moreover, Yi Feng's physical intensity and strength were even comparable to some powerful martial kings. If an average mid-martial king were to collide with the golden demon tiger king, the latter could easily crush them with its physical strength. Not only that, an average mid-martial king would be easily defeated by the golden demon tiger king with its strength. However, Yi Feng was not an ordinary mid-martial spirit. His physical strength and power had already reached the next level, which is the martial king level. In fact, many martial kings might not even be his match in terms of physical strength and power. After all, just now Yi Feng sent the demon king, the golden demon tiger king, flying with his physical strength that far exceeded that of his realm, combined with a perfected level fist technique. Bang! After being struck by Yi Feng, the golden demon tiger king crashed down to the ground. Instantly, some of the rubble and larger stones on the ground were shattered by the massive and sturdy body of the golden demon tiger king. At this moment, the golden demon tiger king suddenly rose, glaring at Yi Feng, its crimson pupils shining brightly, and a voice filled with bloodlust escaped its mouth. Kikik, I never expected that this king would be sent flying by a mid-martial spirit human brat with a single punch. Yi Feng, you truly are a human brat who has awakened 2 top-level abilities. Pong pong. Suddenly, as the golden demon tiger king spoke, it clapped its massive fists together and provocatively challenged Yi Feng. Yi Feng, brat, come use your 2 top-level abilities. This king wants to see if they can truly satisfy me. Boom. As it spoke, the golden demon tiger king used its massive body and hard fists to erect a defensive wall, as if it wanted to block Yi Feng's 2 top-level abilities. At that moment, Ouyang Jing approached, Yi Feng examining his recently used right fist. When she discovered that Yi Feng's right fist had not sustained any injuries, she was deeply shocked by his physical strength. Thus Ouyang Jing earnestly said to Yi Feng, Yifeng, how about we team up to defeat the Golden Demon Tiger King? Initially, Ouyang Jing believed that Yifeng at the martial spirit level could never be a match for the Golden Demon Tiger King. But just now she personally witnessed Yifeng single-handedly sending the Golden Demon Tiger King flying. Ouyang Jing also realized that Yifeng's strength had already reached the martial king level. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng smiled and said, "Ouyang teacher, just watch how I deal with the Golden Demon Tiger King. I can handle this Golden Demon Tiger King by myself." The teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University was taken aback upon hearing Yifeng's words. After a brief moment of surprise, Ouyang Jing quickly reminded Yifeng, "Yifeng, don't underestimate it. The Golden Demon Tiger King is incredibly powerful. Really, I think you might not be able to defeat it even when using all your strength. Yifeng, if the Golden Demon Tiger King becomes furious and fights you to the death, I'm concerned that you might sustain serious injuries. So Yifeng, please join me, and together we will kill it." This teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University spoke earnestly to Yifeng. Her task was to protect Yifeng, and she did not wish for anything to happen to him. Upon hearing her words, Yifeng looked at her serious expression, feeling somewhat moved. Thus he replied earnestly to Ouyang Jing, "Ouyang teacher, I want to test my previous idea. If it doesn't work, we can team up. Don't worry, I will protect myself." The Martial King teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University fell silent for a moment, and then said, "All right, just be careful." Yifeng nodded and slowly approached the Golden Demon Tiger King with intense flames erupting from his right hand. Roar! In an instant, a green, terrifyingly majestic wind dragon appeared around Yifeng. This was Yifeng's first awakened top-level ability, the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Ouyang Jing was taken aback upon seeing the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon that Yifeng had awakened. The teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University sensed a sense of destruction emanating from the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon surrounding Yifeng. The Golden Demon Tiger King looked at Yifeng's awakened Hurricane Annihilation Dragon and said with a sneer, "No doubt it is a top-level wind ability, truly terrifying. Brat, unleash your top-level lightning ability." Swish! Yifeng suddenly approached the Golden Demon Tiger King while simultaneously unleashing the Sunfire Fiery Fist. A massive fiery fist imprint instantly formed at Yifeng's right hand. In an instant, Yifeng thought, "Hurricane Annihilation Dragon." Roar! Suddenly, the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon around Yifeng merged with the Sunfire Fiery Fist he unleashed. Without saying a word, Yifeng directly struck towards the Golden Demon Tiger King. The Golden Demon Tiger King widened its monstrous eyes. "What, you actually don't use both top-level abilities?" Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon and the Sunfire Fiery Fist he unleashed suddenly couldn't merge. Then Yifeng's level top-level ability and perfected martial technique exploded right before the Golden Demon Tiger King. Instantly, the defensive wall built by the Golden Demon Tiger King's massive fist imprint and body crumbled to dust. Roar! The Golden Demon Tiger King roared angrily as its fists were shattered by the explosive shockwave. Boom! The colossal shockwave created by Yifeng's Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and the Flame Yang Fist continues to surge. Everything around is momentarily obscured by the blinding light of the explosion. The vision of both humans and animals instantly becomes blurry. Bang bang bang. The shattered stones on the ground explode immediately turned to dust by the explosion. The surrounding trees are utterly obliterated by the immense energy unleashed from Yifeng's powers and martial techniques. Bang, bang. Yifeng and Ouyang Jing are directly thrown away by the shockwave of the explosion. The one suffering the most is the Golden Demon Tiger King, situated at the center of the blast. Roar! The Golden Demon Tiger King roars in pain. The massive shockwave from the explosion has already torn off its two gigantic arms. But it is not over yet. Hiss! The tremendous shockwave generated from the clash of Yifeng's Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and Flame Yang Fist continues to rip apart the Golden Demon Tiger King's body. Rear up! The Golden Demon Tiger King's formidable body could not withstand the shockwave unleashed by the explosion of this top-tier power and martial technique being torn apart. Roar! Roar! The Golden Demon Tiger King howls in agony, its beastly eyes turning a blood red from pain. It seeks to escape the center of the explosion caused by Yifeng's Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and Flame Yang Fist. However, when this Demon King looks down, its eyes widen in disbelief. My legs roar! Where have my legs gone? It turns out that the explosion shockwave from the Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and Flame Yang Fist not only shredded the upper body of the Golden Demon Tiger King, but its lower half was not spared either. Under the shockwave of the recently unleashed top-tier power and perfected grade martial technique, the Golden Demon Tiger King's legs were directly obliterated. At this moment, its demonic eyes are entirely blood red as it howls to the sky. Roar! I will not accept this. This demon king who had dominated Zhenyang City for centuries reveals deep resentment, shock, and immense anger in its demonic eyes. Boom. Then the battered golden demon tiger king is engulfed by the overwhelming energy generated from the explosion of Yifeng's hurricane obliteration dragon and flame yang fist. After a while, the power of the explosion gradually dissipates. A massive pit appears far from Yifeng, and this pit was created by the immense force of the explosion from Yifeng's recently unleashed top-tier power, Hurricane Obliteration Dragon, and grade martial technique Flame Yang Fist. Ouyang Jing and Yifeng quickly get up and approach the edge of the pit. At this moment, Ouyang Jing, the martial king teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University, gazes into the giant pit, her eyes widening in astonishment. In the giant pit lies the remnants of the Golden Demon Tiger King. Indeed, that powerful Golden Demon Tiger King is no longer whole, only fragments of its body remain. Snapping back to reality, even as a teacher from a prestigious institution like Jianghai Martial Arts University, Ouyang Jing cannot help but curse, "Damn I." She then turns sharply to Yifeng, unable to restrain herself. "Yifeng, you are truly amazing." Yifeng. He gazes at the fragments of the Golden Demon Tiger King in the pit, and the enormous crater itself, momentarily stunned. Evidently, Yifeng did not anticipate that the explosive result of combining his top-tier ability Hurricane Obliteration Dragon with the perfected Flame Yang Fist would be so devastating. However, what he did not foresee even more was that he had failed to merge his abilities just as Ouyang Jing had done earlier. At this moment, Yifeng feels somewhat dazed. He had intended to use his great ability Hurricane Obliteration Dragon along with the perfected Flame Yang Fist he had just learned to confront the Golden Demon Tiger King. Yet Yifeng had completely failed to realize that he had failed in the fusion. What Yifeng had not expected at all was that his top-tier wind-based ability and the perfected grade martial technique after failing to merge had inadvertently blown the Golden Demon Tiger King into pieces. At that moment, a system reward notification echoed in Yifeng's mind. "Ding, congratulations host, you have just killed the Demon King Golden Demon Tiger King, with the explosive power generated from the Hurricane Obliteration Dragon and Flame Yang Fist rewarding you with 500 enhancement points." Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing the system's reward notification, 500 enhancement points. Yes, host. Yifeng couldn't help but feel both amused and bewildered. He had inadvertently killed the martial king-level demon Golden Demon Tiger King and was unsure of what to say. At this point, Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say, "Yifeng, the top-tier ability you just used along with that perfected martial technique is simply too strong. I never expected to see a martial spirit directly kill a martial king-level demon. Yifeng, you are just a freshman who has barely started college, yet your combat prowess is terrifyingly powerful." As she spoke, Ouyang Jing, a teacher from Jianghai Martial Arts University, gazed at Yifeng, her eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and wariness. Hearing Ouyang Jing's words, Yifeng looked at her with a mix of surprise and caution in her gaze, smiled, and said nothing more. Moving on. As the off-road vehicle had been destroyed by the Golden Demon Tiger King, Yifeng and Ouyang Jing walked for nearly an hour to reach the nearest bus station. Yifeng looked at the nearest bus station but did not enter. Ouyang Jing, noticing this, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Yifeng glanced around and said, "Fortunately, I did not find any demon beasts." Ouyang Jing was surprised by Yifeng's words and asked, "Are you afraid, Yifeng?" Yifeng shook his head, saying, "I am not afraid of some demon beasts or bad people. I can even kill them. It's just that I fear hurting those defenseless ordinary people who are striving to live." Yifeng sighed. He was once an ordinary person. Now he felt fortunate that he had not taken a crowded train, or else if the Demon King attacked, many ordinary people would be injured, and he would surely feel a sense of guilt. Ouyang Jing's heart trembled upon hearing Yifeng's words and her fondness for him soared. "Yifeng, you are a good person," Ouyang Jing said to Yifeng earnestly. Yifeng. Subsequently, Ouyang Jing and Yifeng checked around to confirm that no demon beasts were following them, then confidently bought tickets and boarded the train to Jianghai Martial Arts University. In the first-class cabin of the train, Ouyang Jing smiled at Yifeng sitting beside her. Then she took out a high-tech device and reported to the higher-ups of Jianghai Martial Arts University about her recent experiences with Yifeng. Ouyang Jing's report also included the recent incident of Yifeng obliterating the Golden Demon Tiger King. 2 hours later, Ouyang Jing received a message from the higher-ups of Jianghai Martial Arts University. Upon arrival at Jianghai Martial Arts University, first take Yifeng to meet the Empress, then bring him to collect his reward. After riding the train for over 3 hours, Yifeng arrived in Jianghai City with Ouyang Jing, the location of Jianghai Martial Arts University. As soon as they stepped off the train and exited the station, a dedicated university vehicle pulled up before them. At that moment, 2 faculty members spotted Ouyang Jing and Yifeng, and their eyes instantly lit up with recognition. Yi Feng was startled. These two unassuming professors were both martial kings. A quiet awe stirred within him. Shanghai Martial Arts University truly teemed with hidden masters. His anticipation for the institution deepened. Teacher Ouyang, thank you for your hard work. The two martial kings greeted her respectfully. Ouyang Jing nodded slightly and introduced, this exceptional student beside me is Yi Feng. She gestured toward Yi Feng. Upon hearing her words, the two martial kings turned their gaze fully upon him. They regarded Yi Feng with profound esteem, not only due to his reputation but also because senior university leadership had issued explicit instructions regarding him. With solemn dignity, they addressed him. Yi Feng, welcome. We are here to escort you to Shanghai Martial Arts University. Yi Feng nodded calmly and replied, thank you for your efforts. He then boarded the university vehicle alongside Ouyang Jing and the two martial kings, bound for Shanghai Martial Arts University. Were any of the university's students to witness this scene, they would be utterly speechless. Ordinarily, new students' arrivals were handled by upperclassmen at the late martial warrior or martial general, and among hundreds of freshmen, only a handful received personal escort. Yet Yi Feng was met not merely by two martial kings, but also accompanied by another martial king acting as his dedicated guardian. Such extraordinary attention spoke volumes about how highly Shanghai Martial Arts University valued Yi Feng. Roughly 20 minutes later, the three martial kings delivered him to the university gates. Shanghai Martial Arts University stood unrivaled as the premier martial academy in Shanghai City, and ranked among the four most elite martial universities across all of China. Situated at the city's very heart, its sprawling campus spanned 10,000 mu and housed the most advanced high-tech cultivation equipment available. Indeed, Shanghai Martial Arts University was not only the dream destination for local Shanghai youth, but for outstanding martial aspirants from every corner of China. As Yi Feng approached the university's main gate, he paused, astonished. Its scale far surpassed anything he had imagined. The entrance itself consisted of two towering mountain peaks, upon which bold, vigorous characters proclaimed Shanghai Martial Arts University. Yi Feng gazed upward, eyes wide with profound awe. This gate dwarfed his former high school's entrance by dozens of times. He stood transfixed. Never before had he conceived that an elite martial academy might mark its threshold with twin mountains. Ouyang Jing and the two martial kings exchanged faint knowing smiles as they observed Yi Feng's. Ouyang Jing smiled gently. I too stood just as awestruck the first time I beheld Shanghai Martial Arts University's gate. Yet what truly sets it apart is China's largest urban lake, nestled right within the campus. Yi Feng's curiosity stirred at the mention of this famed lake. Soon Yi Feng, Ouyang Jing, and the two welcoming martial kings stood at the lakeshore of Shanghai's renowned. It was a vast expanse of sapphire blue water. A gentle breeze stirred the surface as the setting sun hung low on the horizon, casting shimmering golden ripples across the entire lake. Sunlight danced across Yi Feng's profile, accentuating a natural arresting handsomeness. Around the lake bloomed vibrant multicolored flowers. Lush verdant trees lined the shoreline. Yet what captivated Yi Feng most was a row of elegant lakeside villas stretching along the distant shore. He blinked in surprise. Students live here, in lakeside villas. Ouyang Jing and the two martial kings exchanged bewildered glances. One martial king quickly recovered and chuckled. Yi Feng, please don't misunderstand. These villas are reserved exclusively for our most distinguished professors. Though many remain vacant, even numerous faculty lack eligibility to reside there. To date, no student has ever been granted such privilege. Yi Feng studied the villas thoughtfully, then turned to Ouyang Jing and the two martial kings. Do you live? The question caught them off guard. After a beat, they shared rueful smiles. Not yet eligible. Yi Feng's astonishment deepened. If even three martial kings lacked qualification, the professors residing there must possess truly formidable cultivation. The residence of Shanghai's martial sovereign, a three-story lakeside villa nestled along the shore, boasted breathtaking scenery. As Yi Feng entered, he marveled. Rare, priceless flora adorned the interior, valued in the tens of millions. Every table and chair on the ground floor was hand-carved from rare, costly timber. Guided upstairs, Yi Feng ascended to the third floor, and there he encountered a figure both familiar and profoundly unfamiliar, the sovereign herself. Today she wore robes of purest white, like freshly fallen snow. No veil obscured her face. Yi Feng beheld her features clearly flawless, delicate skin luminous as alabaster. Even a man accustomed to beauty stood momentarily entranced. Her eyes, deep and radiant, met his, and her voice rang clear and cool as chimes. Yi Feng, you have arrived. Excellent. Yi Feng snapped back to awareness at her tone. Her voice resonated again. You sought to fuse top-tier wind affinity abilities with fire-based martial techniques to slay the golden demon tiger sovereign. I am already aware. His pulse quickened, then settled. Of course. Ouyang Jing must have reported it immediately. Her gaze held his as she praised. Though you failed, Yifeng, your courage and ingenuity impress me deeply. Indeed, martial techniques and affinities can be fused, persist. Try again and again. Yifeng's heart lifted with sudden elation. He had intended to consult Ouyang Jing on fusion methodology, but now the sovereign affirmed trial and repetition as the path forward. He bowed slightly, grateful for your guidance. She waved a dismissive hand. To reach mid-stage martial spirit so swiftly, you truly embody the power of triple top-tier affinities. This evening a representative will deliver your scholarship and the heaven-girding thunder seal. Tomorrow you shall sit the examination alongside returning students. Additionally, you will receive the meteorite battle armor. Yifeng listened to the Empress' words filled with anticipation for the reward and a hint of confusion. He looked at the Empress and said, Empress, as a new student, am I supposed to participate in the senior examination? I'm still just a freshman. Oh, I should be taking the entrance exam for new students. Besides, Zhonghai Martial University is known for having geniuses everywhere. If I take the senior exam, I might get bullied. Upon hearing this, the Empress looked at Yifeng and said slowly, Yifeng, the other new students are not on the same level as you now. The new students will only arrive in 2 months. Given your speed of improvement, how strong do you think you will be in 2 months? There is no need to compare yourself with them. Yifeng, they are geniuses, but you are the genius among geniuses. Yifeng felt a sudden shock in his heart upon hearing the Empress' words. He had not expected the Empress to hold such high regard for him. Yifeng arrived at his residence, which was a luxurious teacher's apartment. His luxurious teacher's apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. It was fully equipped with a television, refrigerator, sofa, and air conditioning. It was still Ouyang Jing who brought him here. Yifeng noticed the envy written all over Ouyang Jing's face. So Yifeng looked at Ouyang Jing and asked, Teacher, Ouyang, what are you envious of? Don't you have one? Ouyang Jing sighed and replied, When I was studying at Zhonghai Martial University, I only had a dormitory shared by 3 people, far from the conditions you have, Yifeng. Yifeng nodded in response to Ouyang Jing's words and said, So the current students have better conditions, all have single rooms with complete amenities. Ouyang Jing's expression turned strange as she looked at Yifeng and said, Yifeng, you're mistaken. The other students at Zhonghai Martial University do not have your conditions. Yifeng asked, What do you mean? Ouyang Jing replied earnestly, Many of the current students still live in 3-person rooms. Yifeng was surprised and looked at Ouyang Jing asking, Is that true? Ouyang Jing looked at him seriously and said, Of course it's true, Yifeng. Many students at Zhonghai Martial University, including freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, mostly live in 3-person rooms, with only a small number living in 2-person rooms. As she spoke, Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng with envy and said, Only you, Yifeng, are special, coming to school and living in a luxurious single-room teacher's dormitory. Yifeng was taken aback. He looked at Ouyang Jing and asked, Then Teacher Ouyang, why am I special while the other students live in worse conditions? Ouyang Jing pondered Yifeng's question seriously and said, From our journey together, I believe the school arranged for you to stay in a luxurious single-room teacher's dormitory because you are too outstanding. Yifeng, am too outstanding. Ouyang Jing nodded and said, Because you are so powerful, the school is afraid that if you share a dormitory with other students, they might feel inferior. So they assigned you a luxurious single room. Yifeng. At that moment, Yifeng thought of something and asked Ouyang Jing, Teacher Ouyang, the Empress wants me to take the senior exam. How do I take this senior exam? I haven't studied the curriculum, I don't understand. What if I don't know anything? That would be so embarrassing. Ouyang Jing was shaken by Yifeng's words. She looked at Yifeng seriously and said, Yifeng, the Empress truly values you. What do you mean? Yifeng asked. Ouyang Jing did not explain much, but told Yifeng, the senior exam at Zhonghai Martial University is a competition held at the end of the semester where senior students gather to compete for rewards. Yifeng felt a sudden shock in his heart upon hearing Ouyang Jing's words. Then Yifeng looked at Ouyang Jing and said earnestly, As a freshman, how can I spar with seniors? Zhonghai Martial University is one of the top martial universities in the country, and it is said that there are geniuses everywhere. Teacher Ouyang, I won't be bullied by those seniors, right? Ouyang Jing thought of Yifeng's previous effortless defeat of a latest-stage martial artist. At the same time, Ouyang Jing recalled the scene where Yifeng used the top wind-based ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, and the Flame Sun Fiery Fist to explode the Demon King, the Golden Magic Demon Tiger King. For a moment, Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, who was worried about being bullied by senior students and couldn't help but say, Yifeng, as long as you don't bully those seniors, it will be fine. Ouyang Jing tidied up Yifeng's room a bit before leaving. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng's door was knocked again, and he immediately became alert. Who is it? Outside, a gentle voice came in. Yifeng, I was sent by the school to deliver some special rewards for you. Upon hearing this, Yifeng eagerly opened the door and outside stood a middle-aged man in a suit. The man was neatly dressed with a slick-back hairstyle and a black suit. The key point was that his aura reached the peak of the Martial King realm. He looked at Yifeng and smiled. "Hello Yifeng, my name is Wang Jin. I'm here to give you some special rewards." Yifeng smiled and replied, "Okay, thank you." As he spoke, Wang Jin took out a golden card from his storage ring and handed it to Yifeng with both hands. "Yifeng, this is the card the school gave you. The password is 6 6s and your scholarship of 3 million yuan is all in there." Yifeng took the golden card. The school was efficient and he already had a scholarship of 3 million yuan, so Wang Jin smiled and said, "Every year the school will transfer 3 million yuan into this card for you." "Thank you," Yifeng replied. Wang Jin also handed him a meal card, an electricity card, and a water card. Other students needed to recharge their meal cards, electricity cards, and water cards. However, the meal card, electricity card, and water card that Yifeng received were all preloaded with money. The key point was that there were no limits, which meant Jianghai Martial University promised Yifeng free utilities and meals. Wang Jin looked at the 4 cards in Yifeng's hand and sighed. "I really envy you, Yifeng. Not only do you get free room and board, but the school also gives you 3 million every year." Yifeng received the meteorite battle armor that Wang Jin, the Martial King, handed to him with both hands. At this moment, as he looked at the battle armor, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The primary reason was that this meteorite battle armor was simply too captivating. This was also Yifeng's first time obtaining the meteorite battle armor. Wang Jin, the Martial King, looked at Yifeng's meteorite battle armor and couldn't help but say, "Classmate Yifeng, this meteorite battle armor is not something anyone can possess. The school only rewards the meteorite battle armor to students or teachers who have made significant contributions. The vast majority of students or teachers do not have the meteorite battle armor." Saying this, Wang Jin looked at Yifeng earnestly and said, "Classmate Yifeng, you have just enrolled, yet you possess the meteorite battle armor. The leaders above truly regard you highly. This meteorite battle armor, when worn by you, classmate Yifeng, can enhance your defense by 200% and your agility by 150%. Yifeng was somewhat surprised upon hearing Wang Jin's words. He looked at Wang Jin and said, "Thank you." Wang Jin waved his hand and said, "Classmate Yifeng, this was given to you by the school's higher-ups. There's no need to thank me. To be honest, in my years of teaching at Nanjing Martial Arts University, you are the first and only student I have seen who just enrolled and was given such rewards. There is simply no one like you. Classmate Yifeng, I have great expectations for your future. Keep it up, and I wish you great achievements at Jianghai Martial Arts University. Safe travels." As he spoke, Wang Jin looked at Yifeng, his eyes revealing an unmasked envy. This Martial King envied Yifeng for receiving such excellent rewards upon enrollment. Moreover, in Wang Jin's perspective, the school's higher-ups treating Yifeng so well must be due to Yifeng's excellence. Thus, Wang Jin held great hopes for Yifeng's future at Jianghai Martial Arts University. After giving Yifeng a few instructions, he left. After Wang Jin left, Yifeng closed the door and went directly to the floor-to-ceiling window in the bathroom. What he held in his hands was the meteorite battle armor. Since it was his first time obtaining battle armor, Yifeng felt a sense of affection for the armor. Then he grasped the armor in his hand and focused his thoughts. Whoosh! Instantly, this futuristic meteorite battle armor quickly covered Yifeng's entire body. At this moment, under the coverage of the meteorite battle armor, Yifeng's figure appeared exceptionally perfect. Yifeng looked at himself in the mirror, and at that moment he resembled a futuristic interstellar warrior. He took a few steps while wearing the meteorite battle armor, and was surprised to find that his movements were even more agile and his steps lighter. At this moment, Yifeng finally understood what Wang Jin meant by an increase in agility by 150%. At the same time, he felt a bit excited about the prospect of wearing the meteorite battle armor in battle. He had a premonition that wearing the meteorite battle armor would greatly enhance his combat power. Time quickly passed to the next day. After resting for a night, Yifeng struggled to get out of bed. Perhaps it was due to being in a new environment, but Yifeng did not sleep well the previous night. Last night, Yifeng spent the entire day dreaming and constantly fantasizing about the future, so he did not knock. Before Yifeng had washed up, someone knocked on the door. He opened the door and saw Ouyang Jing, who was somewhat familiar. Ouyang Jing looked at the sleepy Yifeng, and her usually serious demeanor revealed a hint of a smile. "It seems our classmate Yifeng did not sleep well last night." Yifeng looked at the familiar Ouyang teacher and felt a sense of warmth. He smiled and said, "Perhaps it's because the school's treatment surprised me a bit, causing me to be too excited to sleep." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Ouyang Jing was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. She smiled at Yifeng and said, "Classmate Yifeng, I will first take you to get familiar with our school cafeteria, and then we will attend the senior exam." Ouyang Jing had been assigned the task by the school's higher-ups to help Yifeng get acquainted with various aspects of Jianghai Martial Arts University. Of course, Ouyang Jing did not mind. On the contrary, throughout this journey, Yi Feng's displayed strength even made her, as his mentor, feel a sense of closeness. After all, people are drawn to the strong, especially in this world of global martial arts where the stronger individuals are, the more popular they become. Ouyang Jing walked into Yi Feng's living quarters, sitting on the sofa in the living room, and smiled at Yi Feng. Classmate Yi Feng, take your time, I'll wait for you. Yi Feng nodded. Sorry to trouble you. Thank you, teacher Ouyang. Soon Yi Feng quickly washed up and went with Ouyang Jing to the cafeteria for breakfast. He was hasty because he was too hungry. The cafeteria at Shanghai Martial Arts University was large and had many options. There were a total of 25 cafeterias across the entire campus. Moreover, each cafeteria offered a wide variety of delicious dishes. Additionally, many of the foods in the cafeteria were much more affordable than those outside, which was a benefit of being a student at Shanghai Martial Arts University. However, other students had to pay quite a bit to eat at the cafeteria. The more they paid, the more they could eat. Yi Feng, on the other hand, had an unlimited meal card that allowed him to eat for free. The school covered the expenses. This meant that Yi Feng could enjoy free king-sized meals at all 25 cafeterias at Shanghai Martial Arts University. Soon Yi Feng and Ouyang Jing indulged in a feast at the nearest school cafeteria to his dorm before heading to the senior final exam location. In the expansive playground of Shanghai Martial Arts University, there were 100 competition platforms. This playground was as large as 20 soccer fields. The competition platforms were built from piled stones, wide and sturdy enough for each student to compete. At this playground, 200 students could compete at once. At this moment, many first, second, third, and fourth-year students were gathered together, their expressions tense. Because the final exam at Shanghai Martial Arts University was related to the allocation of the school's resources. Those who performed well in the final exam would receive rewards from the school. Soon Yi Feng arrived with Ouyang Jing, and to be honest, he felt a bit nervous. After all the students here were older than him, and they were the geniuses from various regions. At this time, the students of Yi Feng's cohort would not enroll until 2 months later after the summer break. This meant that the fourth-year students had not graduated and the first-year students had not advanced to the second year to become seniors. Yi Feng, however, was the future first-year student, and everyone here were his seniors. As Yi Feng walked with Ouyang Jing to this place, he observed his surroundings and had a somewhat peculiar expression. The seniors around him had mostly early-stage martial generals with some even in the late stages of martial artists. The gap between their cultivation levels and Yi Feng's was indeed quite significant. Yi Feng looked around in surprise and said to Ouyang Jing beside him, Teacher Ouyang, their cultivation levels are so much higher than mine. Do these seniors really enjoy pretending to be weak? Ouyang Jing replied. She looked around and said to Yi Feng seriously, Classmate Yi Feng, could it be that you are just too strong? Yi Feng listened to Ouyang Jing's words deep in thought and said, I am not strong enough yet. Ouyang Jing was taken aback by his response. At this moment, many senior students on the sidelines noticed Yi Feng and Ouyang Jing. Many of them looked at Yi Feng beside Ouyang Jing and couldn't help but wonder, who is that boy next to Teacher Ouyang? Is he Teacher Ouyang's brother? No way. The aura emanating from that boy exudes a sense of that boy looks quite young, but his cultivation aura is much stronger than ours. At this time, many seniors who noticed Yi Feng felt a subtle pressure emanating from him, revealing a hint of wariness in their eyes. Soon the arrangements for Yi Feng to participate in the final exams for these senior students were fully set. At this moment, Ouyang Jing approached Yi Feng with a piece of paper that outlined the matches he would participate in today, arranged by the school. Yi Feng looked at the paper brought by Ouyang Jing and revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It showed that he was to participate in a total of 12 matches today. He hadn't expected to have so many matches today. Ouyang Jing, noticing Yi Feng's surprise, explained, Yi Feng, the 12 matches you will participate in today are against 3 students each from the first, second, third, and fourth years. Yi Feng nodded and asked, Isn't that too much? Ouyang Jing, recalling Yi Feng's previous strength, replied slowly, For other students it may indeed be a lot, but for you I believe it's still a little less. Yi Feng. Soon he and Ouyang Jing arrived at the No. 69 competition stage. Yi Feng was about to start his match there. Ouyang Jing encouraged Yi Feng, saying, Go for it, Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded and stepped onto the No. 69 stage. He looked across at his opponent, named Yu, a freshman student. Yi Feng, who was in the current year, had just entered the second year. Yu was quite handsome, tall, and had reached the late stage of a martial artist. Yi Feng looked at Yu solemnly, thinking, Is he pretending to be weak? Or, unbeknownst to him, Yu was also shocked, thinking, Who is this person? Why is the pressure so intense? Thus Yu looked up at Yi Feng and asked earnestly, Hello, which class are you in? Yi Feng shook his head in response, saying, I don't know either. Yu. Nearby, some of Yu's roommates and classmates looked at Yi Feng in confusion, asking, Strange, who is he? I've never seen him before. Have any of you seen this student in school? The students around all shook their heads saying, never seen him. The pressure is so intense. They looked at Yifeng with eyes full of apprehension. At this time a student asked Ouyang Jing, Teacher Ouyang, which class is this student from? Why does he have such a strong aura? I've never seen him before. Ouyang Jing often taught at Jianghai Martial University, so many students there knew her. Moreover, Ouyang Jing, with her graceful demeanor and good looks, had become the goddess in the hearts of many seniors at Jianghai Martial University. Looking at the puzzled students, Ouyang Jing calmly replied, he is your future junior student who just graduated from high school. As soon as Ouyang Jing's words fell, the area around the No. 69 stage suddenly fell silent. The students around were dumbfounded, and after a while one of them came to their senses and asked, Teacher, Ouyang, you must be joking. This student whose aura is stronger than ours is a high school graduate. The other students from Jianghai Martial University were all stunned. Even the judges on the stage and Xuechenyu were taken aback. Ouyang Jing looked at them and said yes. Soon the judge on the stage regained his composure, looked at Yifeng deeply, and said, Yifeng versus Xuechenyu begin. Hearing this, Xuechenyu quickly regained his composure, taking a deep breath. This Yifeng is just a high school graduate. I can definitely defeat him. Surely the pressure he exudes must be fake. The students around Xuechenyu cheered him on. Chenyu, go for it. Defeating a high school graduate should be easy for you. Chenyu, don't lose, think of it as a trial. Yifeng. Xuechenyu was very angry, feeling that being made to fight a high school graduate for the final exam was an insult to him. Whoosh. Thus Xuechenyu launched the first attack on Yifeng, rushing in front of him and throwing a punch. Boom. Boom. Yifeng saw this, and without hesitation threw a punch in return, but he only used 1/3 of his strength. He knew that his power far exceeded that of his peers. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a loud sound. Crack! Xuechenyu's fist suddenly broke, shattering into pieces. Bang! Xuechenyu, unable to withstand Yifeng's immense power, was sent flying and crashed onto the ground below the stage. The entire venue fell silent. The students from Jianghai Martial University widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. What the hell? Is this really a high school graduate? Isn't he too powerful? He knocked Chenyu down with just one punch. At this moment, many onlookers at Jianghai Martial University looked at Yifeng as if he were a monster. Next, at the No. 75 competition stage, Yifeng arrived. His opponent this time was also a freshman, a girl named Sushuero. Sushuero, having witnessed Yifeng's previous match, said to him, Yifeng, although I don't know how a high school graduate can be so strong, I'm not weak either. Yifeng nodded, saying, please guide me. Yifeng versus Sushuero begin. With the judge's command, Sushuero immediately unleashed her ability attack on Yifeng, a level ability, Ice Blade. Instantly an ice sword appeared in front of Sushuero. With a thought, the ice sword fiercely attacked Yifeng. Yifeng, seeing this, unleashed all his power. Boom! Yifeng's full-powered punch compressed the surrounding air and exploded. Pong! Suzuru's ice sword fiercely attacked Yifeng as his heavy punch struck the ice sword. Pong! In an instant, Suzuru's level ability was shattered by Yifeng's punch. Whoosh! Yifeng was unharmed and suddenly appeared in front of Sushuero, throwing a punch at her face. I concede. Sushuero exclaimed hurriedly. Yifeng's fist stopped just a centimeter away from Suzuru's delicate face, her hair flying, her eyes filled with fear. Yifeng, you really don't seem like a high school graduate. You are too strong. Sushuero looked at Yifeng with deep respect. Yifeng smiled. Next, the enormous playground was filled with the unexpected voices of all the students present at Jianghai Martial University. Yifeng versus Shixian, Yifeng wins. Yifeng versus Wang Yanshi, Yifeng wins. Yifeng versus Yifeng wins. The entire playground witnessed Yifeng sweeping through his matches with overwhelming force. The 9 senior students from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th years, even using their powerful martial arts and abilities, were directly crushed by Yifeng with greater strength and physical prowess. Yifeng achieved 9 consecutive victories with overwhelming strength, and together with the initial 2 victories, he claimed a total of 11 consecutive wins. Yifeng's name echoed throughout the playground of Jianghai Martial University. Meanwhile, many students at Jianghai Martial University watched Yifeng's crushing performance, dumbfounded, unable to regain their composure for a long time. Yifeng himself was also shocked, pondering whether this was the strength of the seniors at Jianghai Martial University. Could it be that they were just testing him? Could it be that the school first found some weaker seniors to test me? Yifeng couldn't help but think. However, many seniors on the playground looked at Yifeng in astonishment, thinking, is this a high school graduate? You're joking, right? Where did the school find such a powerhouse? Too strong. At this moment, the seniors who were crushed by Yifeng began to question their lives. Nevertheless, Yifeng's name gained renown among the students of Jianghai Martial University today. Yifeng's 12th opponent was a genius senior named Xiao Chuan who was about to graduate. Xiao Chuan was very strong. At this moment he said to Yifeng seriously, "Yifeng, you have achieved so many victories solely relying on your powerful strength and physical prowess. I Xiao Chuan am strong. Yifeng, can we use abilities in our match? I want to see whether my level ability is more powerful or yours." Hearing this, Yifeng calmly replied, "Sure." More and more students gathered around Jianghai Martial University, a sea of people filled with anticipation for Yifeng's abilities and strength. Around Yifeng, more and more students from Jianghai Martial University were gathering. On Arena No. 1, Yifeng and Xiao Chuan were preparing for their match. At this moment, quite a number of students were gathered in front of Arena No. 1. Many classmates from Jianghai Martial University focused their attention on Yifeng. At this time, Yifeng was no longer an unknown figure within Jianghai Martial University. After 11 previous matches, many senior students were already familiar with Yifeng. Moreover, after some senior students hurriedly asked teacher Ouyang Jing for information about Yifeng, their understanding of him deepened. At this moment, many senior students on the playground were discussing Yifeng. "I saw this classmate Yifeng before. He actually smashed Zhang Kaili's ability with a single punch. Not to mention, just now I saw this classmate Yifeng kick and directly shatter Lu Shuzhou's martial skill, which was a perfected skill. I just saw this classmate Yifeng crush the junior sister Ouyang Chunxiao with absolute power. You have to know junior sister Ouyang Chunxiao is recognized as formidable." At this moment, Ouyang Chunxiao, Lu Shuzhou, and other talented seniors from Jianghai Martial University, who had just been crushed by Yifeng, looked extremely grim. "We were actually defeated by a high school graduate. How could this junior named Yifeng possibly just be a high school? He is so powerful, directly crushing us. We had no power to resist against him." Especially when Ouyang Chunxiao, Lu Shuzhou, and other talented seniors heard that Yifeng was merely a high school graduate, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Not far away, the teachers and professors who had been observing the final matches of Jianghai Martial University also wore looks of astonishment. Several teachers couldn't help but exclaim that student Yifeng, whom the Empress specifically instructed us to take good care of his combat power, is simply too strong. Indeed, I was wondering why that student Yifeng could have such good treatment. I had heard he awakened dual top-tier abilities, but I had no idea that his combat power was so terrifying. At this moment, many teachers from Jianghai Martial University were discussing as they looked at Yifeng not far away on the playground. I had opposed giving that student Yifeng such good treatment. I also opposed it. I thought a high school graduate shouldn't receive such good treatment. However, today, I realized I was wrong. This student Yifeng is not just a simple case of awakening dual top-tier abilities. His combat power can crush many talented students in our school. At this moment, the teachers and professors who previously opposed giving Yifeng generous treatment all felt that he truly deserved it after witnessing his crushing matches. It turned out that when Yifeng initially received such good treatment at Jianghai Martial University, many teachers and professors at the higher levels opposed it. However, the Empress was too powerful. Thus, the opposing voices of those teachers and professors were in vain. These senior teachers and professors of Jianghai Martial University, after watching Yifeng's matches against the talented students of the school, realized how strong Yifeng's combat power was as they observed him quickly crush 11 talented students. Many teachers who previously opposed giving Yifeng such generous treatment sighed this new student named Yifeng has terrifying combat power, almost crushing those older students. Rumor has it that his dual top-tier abilities haven't even been unleashed yet, and his combat power is already so outrageous. For a person of Yifeng's age to possess such combat power combined with the rumored dual top-tier abilities, he indeed deserves the school's generous treatment. No wonder the Empress is an unparalleled powerhouse. Her vision is far beyond ours. At this moment, many professors and teachers from Jianghai Martial University on the distant platform had their gazes fixed on Yifeng. Previously, when they awarded Yifeng with the school's prize of the Martial King, Wang Jin looked at Yifeng in the distance, recalling the scenes of Yifeng's matches, and couldn't help but murmur, "No wonder this freshman, Yifeng, has such high treatment. He is merely a new student who graduated from high school not long ago, yet he forcefully defeated 11 of our Jianghai Martial University's talented classmates with his combat power. This excellent performance of student Yifeng indeed deserves such good treatment." Meanwhile, around Yifeng, the classmates were discussing, "Do you think senior brother Xiao Chuan, who is about to graduate from his 4th year, can defeat classmate Yifeng?" This classmate Yifeng, although he just graduated from high school, just now he quickly crushed and defeated Lu Shuzhou and 11 other talented classmates with a single effort. I don't think senior brother Xiao Chuan can sweep away 11 talented classmates like this Yifeng. Many classmates from Jianghai Martial University were pondering seriously. After Yifeng had just swept away 11 senior students from Jianghai Martial University, the surrounding spectators believed that Yifeng's combat power had already surpassed Xiao Chuan. Even though Xiao Chuan had accumulated considerable reputation over 4 years at Shanghai Martial University, but just now Yifeng's 11 consecutive victories were still overwhelmingly crushing, and the prestige brought by this victory was still substantial. After all, this is a world that respects martial prowess. However, there are still many supporters of Xiao Chuan who believe, although senior brother Xiao Chuan doesn't have 11 consecutive victories, he may not be inferior to this junior Yifeng. Also, junior Yifeng is much younger than senior brother Xiao Chuan. His battle experience must be less than that of senior brother Xiao Chuan. Yes. I believe senior brother Xiao Chuan can definitely defeat junior Yifeng. However, in terms of strength and physical intensity, senior brother Xiao Chuan may not compare to junior Yifeng, but if it comes to ability, senior brother Xiao Chuan must be stronger than junior Yifeng. Many classmates still supported Xiao Chuan, believing he could defeat Yifeng. At this moment, the referee teacher on the stage slowly announced the match between Yifeng and Xiao Chuan begins. Swish! Xiao Chuan immediately launched an ability attack against Yifeng's S-rank ability, Abyss Python Flame. Suddenly, a massive black flame python appeared, staring intently at Yifeng. Xiao Chuan looked at Yifeng and with a thought commanded go. Hiss! Instantly, the black Abyss Python Flame rushed toward Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate to unleash Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Roar! A green wind dragon larger than the black Abyss Python Flame appeared. As Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon emerged, many classmates from Shanghai Martial University felt their abilities tremble. That classmate Yifeng's ability is so strong, my ability is actually afraid of it. Mine too. This wind ability is terrifying. Many classmates widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock, staring intently at Yifeng's ability. Then eat it. Yifeng looked at the S-rank Abyss Python Flame attacking him and casually commanded the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. Roar! Crack! The Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, upon hearing Yifeng's command, did not hesitate to open its mouth wide and directly devoured the Abyss Python Flame that was attacking Yifeng. The Abyss Python Flame struggled violently inside the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, while the green light in the dragon's eyes surged. Immediately after, the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon used its immense wind pressure to crush the Abyss Python Flame. Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon directly crushed Xiao Chuan's Abyss Python Flame. A silence enveloped the surroundings. Many classmates stared wide-eyed at the scene. Xiao Chuan suddenly came to his senses, fixing his gaze on Yifeng as he asked, "What level is your awakened ability, Yifeng?" Xiao Chuan had never encountered such a situation. In the past, his class ability, Abyss Python Flame, was far more powerful than others. Even when facing strong enemies, his class ability could hold its ground against others' top class abilities. However, just now he witnessed his class Abyss Python Flame being crushed by Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, leaving Xiao Chuan bewildered. Yifeng, hearing the words of this fourth-year genius at Shanghai Martial University, said, "My ability is also class, just like yours." Xiao Chuan was shocked by Yifeng's words. He immediately retorted, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If your ability is class, it must be on par with mine." Yifeng smiled at Xiao Chuan's words, saying, "Nothing is impossible." The surrounding classmates also overheard their conversation. Instantly, many classmates gasped, exclaiming, "Wow, Yifeng's class ability actually crushed senior Xiao Chuan's class ability." Yes, even though they are both class abilities, Yifeng's is far more powerful than senior Xiao Chuan's. At this moment, many classmates recalled the earlier scene of the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon devouring the Abyss Python Flame and couldn't help but say, "Xiao Chuan's Abyss Python Flame made my heart race. But Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon truly frightened me." Indeed, when Yifeng unleashed the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, my own abilities trembled. Many students from Shanghai Martial University, remembering Yifeng's top-tier wind ability, expressed their lingering fear. "It's the first time I've seen such a powerful wind ability. What Yifeng demonstrated earlier was terrifying. His strength isn't just in battle prowess, but also in his awakened abilities." At this moment, many students from Shanghai Martial University looked at Yifeng with a mix of shock, fear, and awe. In the distance, teachers and professors watching were equally astonished by Yifeng's Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. I never expected that the student named Yifeng would have such a formidable class wind ability. Yes, I thought Xiao Chuan's class fire ability was already powerful, but Yifeng's class wind ability is even stronger. Many teachers couldn't help but express their amazement. Several of them had investigated Yifeng due to the special care he received from the Empress. Thus, some teachers couldn't help but say, "I heard that Yifeng has also awakened a top-tier lightning ability, and it's said that his lightning ability is on par with his wind ability. I heard that this Yifeng's awakened lightning ability is even more powerful than his wind ability." At once, the teachers and professors present at Shanghai Martial University became intrigued by Yifeng. Immediately many teachers and professors said, "This student named Yifeng has incredible potential. Not only is his battle prowess exceptionally high, but he has also awakened such strong top-tier abilities. I feel that Yifeng is destined to be my student." Nonsense. That Yifeng is clearly suited for me, he should be my student. None of you are suitable. Yifeng should be my student. Instantly many teachers and professors began to argue over wanting Yifeng as their student. Jianghai Martial University has a rule that after 2 weeks of enrollment, mentors can choose students based on their performance in the new student conference. In reality, not all students will necessarily have a mentor. However, for Yifeng the situation was reversed. After achieving 12 consecutive victories today, he had evidently become a student favored by many teachers and professors. And there were still 2 months and 2 weeks until the new student conference. Immediately many teachers and professors argued over Yifeng, even raising their voices. Meanwhile, Yifeng looked at the bewildered Xiao Chuan and said, "Senior Xiao Chuan, let's continue the competition." Xiao Chuan snapped back to reality upon hearing Yifeng's words. His mouth twitched slightly as he recalled Yifeng's 11 consecutive victories, reminding him of Yifeng's terrifying combat strength. Thus Xiao Chuan hurriedly said to Yifeng, "Wait, I concede." Xiao Chuan's trump card was his proudly held glass ability, Abyss Python Flame. But now this proud fourth-year senior had his trump card completely crushed by Yifeng. Furthermore, Xiao Chuan had witnessed Yifeng rapidly overpowering 11 geniuses from Jianghai Martial University with absolute strength and physical prowess. Xiao Chuan believed that he could not match Yifeng's physical strength and power. Although Xiao Chuan had more combat experience than Yifeng, he was certain that against Yifeng's absolute strength, any combat experience or technique would be useless. The referee immediately declared, "Xiao Chuan versus Yifeng, Yifeng wins." Instantly many students erupted in exclamations, "Wow! A high school graduate defeated so many students from Jianghai Martial University, achieving 12 consecutive victories. Is this reasonable? Is this normal?" Many students from Jianghai Martial University displayed looks of disbelief. Xiao Chuan's fans blushed, feeling embarrassed to look at Yifeng. One of Xiao Chuan's female fans quickly responded, looking up at the stage with a smile, "From now on, I will be Yifeng's fan." Xiao Chuan's male fans also reacted, laughing, "I will also be Yifeng's fan from now on." At this moment, the gathered students shared Yifeng's achievements on the campus forum. Unsurprisingly, Yifeng was about to become a sensation at Jianghai Martial University. Ouyang Jing approached Yifeng and smiled, "Well done." Yifeng nodded, looking at Ouyang Jing. "Teacher Ouyang, did the school arrange for some weaker seniors to compete with me to boost my confidence?" Xiao Chuan, the few talented seniors who lost to Yifeng while watching from the sidelines. At this moment, Xiao Chuan, Ouyang Chunxiao, Lu Suzhou, and the 12 of them felt a severe blow to their spirits. Jianghai Martial University seniors all around. Ouyang Jing was somewhat speechless. She looked around and seriously said to Yifeng, "The classmates you defeated today are already quite excellent. Don't worry, the school will arrange stronger opponents for you based on your performance today." Yifeng replied, "Good, I look forward to it." That night, Yifeng became a hot topic on Jianghai Martial University's campus forum. Not only that, several beautiful senior girls boldly confessed to Yifeng on the forum that night. "Yifeng, you are so strong, be my boyfriend." "Yifeng, you defeated 12 classmates in a row today, that's so cool." Yifeng also saw the confessions from several senior girls on the school forum, but he chose to ignore them. If it weren't for his display of strength, would those senior girls confess to him? The answer is no. Therefore, Yifeng understood that everything ultimately depends on strength. The stronger his current power becomes, the more women will like him in the future, and the higher their quality will be. Moving on, Yifeng reviewed the 12 matches he participated in today. After this review, however, he gained little insight as he dominated every match. However, he did gain a general understanding of the strength of some upperclassmen at Jianghai Martial University. Within Jianghai Martial University, Yifeng became famous, attracting the attention of several top talents. Inside a training room of the university's training hall, a student appearing more robust than his peers was watching videos of Yifeng's matches from today. This tall and strong student, nearly 2 meters in height, had clearly defined muscular arms, and was significantly larger than his classmates. His name was Chao Yao. Chao Yao was a senior graduating this year, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of martial spirit. He ranked third among all talented students at Jianghai Martial University. Chao Yao had already viewed Yifeng's personal information on the school forum. At this moment, Chao Yao stared at the video of Yifeng's match, his expression somewhat cold. A high school graduate, not even in his first year of university, possesses such strength, directly overwhelming Lu Shuzhou and the others' powers. However, a high school graduate daring to act so arrogantly at Jianghai Martial University must be taught a lesson, make him understand the reality of the world. Chao Yao looked at Yifeng, a fierce battle intent flickering in his eyes. At the same time at the villa of the top two in Jianghai Martial University, reviewing information about Yifeng. She was a junior female student at Jianghai Martial University. At the same time, she was the legitimate daughter of the richest family in Jianghai named Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan was slender and exquisitely beautiful, recognized as the school beauty with a cold demeanor. This cold beauty of Jianghai Martial University watched some information about Yifeng. She gazed out the window, and the image of Yifeng's figure, which seemed capable of sweeping everything away during his matches, surfaced in her mind. Today, during the school's final exams, she happened to be on site and watched several of Yifeng's matches. Especially the scene where Yifeng's hurricane annihilation crushed the abyss python flame of Shaochuan left a particularly deep impression on her. Su Qingyan also awakened and shrank ability, so she pondered whether her awakened shrank ability could rival Yifeng's shrank ability. At the same time, Su Qingyan looked again at Yifeng's information, which noted that Yifeng had awakened dual abilities. She contemplated whether Yifeng's second ability was as powerful as the shrank wind ability he displayed today. At this moment, Su Qingyan's father walked in. This richest man in Jianghai smiled and said, "So Qingyan, this young man named Yifeng is impressive, right?" Regarding this young man named Yifeng, we've put in considerable effort to gather his information. It is said that Yifeng awakened dual top-tier abilities and has a top-level understanding. What's astonishing is that he can quickly master the martial arts provided by the school to perfection. Saying this, the richest man in Jianghai joked with his daughter. This young man, named Yifeng, displays strength that is quite formidable, far surpassing his peers. One could say that Yifeng's potential is astonishing and his future achievements are very promising. Daughter, you are excellent, and that Yifeng is also outstanding. Why not pursue him? If Yifeng becomes my Su family's son-in-law, our Su family will surely rise even further. The richest man in Jianghai could not help but tease his daughter. Su Qingyan calmly replied to her father, "Father, I understand what you mean. I will pursue Yifeng. However, this Yifeng is incredibly impressive, and pursuing him will likely be quite challenging." Su Qingyan said. A vision of Yifeng's handsome face and his sweeping demeanor appeared in her mind. The richest man in Jianghai was taken aback by his daughter's words. He had merely made a joke. However, seeing his daughter's serious contemplation, he quickly said to Su Qingyan, "Xiaoyan, I was just joking. This Yifeng is so outstanding and has immense potential. I only hope you do not offend him. As for your choice of boyfriend, you can pursue whoever you like. The key is that you must like him most." Su Qingyan nodded at her father's words, saying, "Rest assured, father, I understand." Then shifting the topic, she added, "However, throughout my life, too many boys have pursued me, and I have no interest in them at all. This young man, named Yifeng, has piqued my interest quite a bit. This must be what it feels like to like someone." The richest man in Jianghai felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing his daughter's words. Time quickly passed, and 2 days had gone by. Today, Yifeng once again came to the arena for the final exams at Jianghai Martial University with Ouyang Jing. At this moment, he was no longer the nameless figure he had been 2 days prior. 2 days ago, when Yifeng arrived at the arena with Ouyang Jing, many classmates did not recognize him. At that time, he was like a stranger. However, today, after his 12 consecutive victories 2 days ago, Yifeng had become famous among the students at Jianghai Martial University, and most of his classmates recognized him. Immediately, many students' gazes in the arena of Jianghai Martial University turned towards Yifeng, discussing among themselves, "Look, that's the Yifeng senior who won 12 matches just 2 days ago. Before he appeared, I couldn't even imagine that a high school graduate could be so powerful. I must watch his match closely today, or it feels like he won too easily last time without even exerting his full strength." Immediately, many upperclassmen at Jianghai Martial University held high expectations for Yifeng's match. Soon, teacher Ouyang Jing brought Yifeng his match schedule for today. Today, Yifeng had only one match. Yifeng was somewhat surprised as he looked at teacher Ouyang Jing, asking, "Teacher Ouyang, is my match so few today?" Ouyang Jing, hearing Yifeng's words, looked at him seriously and said, "Student Yifeng, the reason you had 12 matches in 1 day before was because the school leadership wanted to test your strength. At the same time, the school's leaders wanted to see where your limits lie." Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately. Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, her expression filled with peculiarity, saying, "As a result, unexpectedly, the leadership thought they were testing your limits, but you easily passed, directly sweeping through with 12 victories. After your effortless 12 victories 2 days ago, the school's higher-ups reassessed your strength. So today you only need to compete in 1 match." That said, Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, her face becoming serious. "Student Yifeng, your opponent today is very strong. You may be in danger." Yifeng heard that his opponent today was very strong and that he was in danger, which piqued his interest. Mainly his previous opponents had been too weak, leaving him with little sensation. He glanced at Ouyang Jing and noticed a hint of worry in her eyes regarding him. This made Yifeng curious about who his opponent actually was. However, at this moment, Yifeng wanted to clarify one question. He looked at Ouyang Jing and asked Teacher Ouyang, "Is it the Empress' intention for me to compete in 12 matches with the seniors on the first day? Or is it someone else's?" Ouyang Jing was startled by Yifeng's words. She glanced around and then looked at a distance, her expression somewhat conflicted. Seeing this, Yifeng transmitted his voice to her saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Ouyang, I won't be in any trouble. I'm just a bit unhappy. Why should I, a new student just entering school, have to compete in 12 matches against those upperclassmen on the first day? What if I can't win? That would be extremely embarrassing." Ouyang Jing trembled upon hearing Yifeng's words. Looking at his sincere expression, she couldn't help but transmit her voice back, saying, "Yifeng, actually the 12 matches on your first day were proposed by the school leaders. This is because the reward given to you by the Empress is too generous and many school leaders and teachers opposed it. So they suggested testing your strength to see if you deserve such treatment." As she spoke, Ouyang Jing observed Yifeng's expression. When Ouyang Jing noticed that Yifeng showed no particular expression, she said to him, "However, those school leaders didn't expect that your strength would be so formidable that you effortlessly crushed and defeated those 12 students. Nevertheless, Yifeng, the strength you displayed during your 12 consecutive victories in the past 2 days made the school leaders feel that granting you such generous treatment was worthwhile." Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, a hint of satisfaction appearing in her eyes. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement of her. Next, Ouyang Jing spoke earnestly to Yifeng. "Yifeng, your next opponent is very strong. His name is Chao Yao, a senior graduating this year. His strength overwhelmingly surpasses that of many students in the school." Upon hearing this, flames of battle ignited in Yifeng's eyes. On the number 1 competition stage, Yifeng stood facing his opponent Chao Yao. The surrounding area was packed with spectators. On one hand, Yifeng had gained popularity at Zhonghai Martial University. On the other hand, Chao Yao was extremely well known. Many students in Zhonghai Martial University, upon seeing Yifeng's match against Chao Yao, widened their eyes in disbelief. "No way. Are you kidding me? Yifeng the freshman is facing senior Chao Yao. This matching mechanism is too outrageous. Can Yifeng really win against senior Chao Yao?" At this moment, many students were astonished that the school had arranged for Chao Yao to battle Yifeng. "I have high hopes for Yifeng after his 12 consecutive victories, but if his opponent is senior Chao Yao, then it could be disastrous." Exactly. Senior Chao Yao's overwhelming strength is no joke. Clearly, most of the surrounding students believed that Chao Yao would win against Yifeng. Yifeng also heard their voices, yet a smile of excitement appeared on his face, because Yifeng felt he could finally find a decent opponent to fight against. The tall Chao Yao sensed Yifeng's cultivation level and was suddenly taken aback. Mid-level martial spirit. A new student who hasn't even enrolled yet has reached the mid-level martial spirit. At this moment, Chao Yao was quite shocked by Yifeng's cultivation level. However, looking at the excited Yifeng across from him, he said faintly, "So you are Yifeng. You are quite arrogant. A student who has just graduated from high school dares to challenge us seniors. I will keep fighting until you submit." Yifeng, upon hearing Chao Yao's words, replied, without holding back, "To speak frankly, you are just a bit older and larger than me. I can easily crush you." Chao Yao's eyes filled with intense anger upon hearing Yifeng's words. The surrounding students felt the palpable tension between the two and immediately held their breath. The referee saw the situation and immediately announced Yifeng versus Chao Yao begin. Bang! As soon as the referee finished speaking, Chao Yao charged at Yifeng like a cannonball. Great accomplishment, mountain-splitting fist. With all his strength, Chao Yao unleashed a massive punch, like a mountain, directly smashing towards Yifeng. Without showing weakness, Yifeng immediately executed perfect bear, splitting earth fist. Boom! A punch imprint resembling a bear crashed towards Chao Yao's great accomplishment, mountain-splitting fist. Pong! Chao Yao's great accomplishment, mountain-splitting fist, was shattered by Yifeng's perfected bear, splitting earth fist. Bang! Not done yet. After Yifeng's perfected bear, splitting earth fist shattered Chao Yao's great accomplishment, mountain-splitting fist, it directly slammed onto Chao Yao's shoulder. Rip! Chao Yao's shoulder tore through his clothing as he staggered back 2 steps. However, despite being injured, Chao Yao showed no hesitation and charged at Yifeng again. Great accomplishment, frenzied mountain fist. Great accomplishment, frenzied mountain fist. Yifeng remained unyielding, perfect earth-splitting bear imprint. Pong pong. Chao Yao's recently unleashed frenzied mountain fist was again shattered by Yifeng's bear imprint. This time, Yifeng's perfected bear imprint directly struck Chao Yao. Puff puff, Chao Yao spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, exerting all his strength to punch Yifeng's body. Yifeng felt a twinge of pain, surprised by Chao Yao's reckless fighting style. What surprised Yifeng even more was that Chao Yao's power and physical strength far exceeded those of others at the same level. Boom! A great ability, Firestar Flame. Simultaneously, Chao Yao punched towards Yifeng with a strike that was unlike any before. This time, Chao Yao's punch carried his great ability, Firestar Flame. Boom! Perfect level Sun Flame Fist. Seeing this, Yi Feng exerted all his strength to unleash his perfected Sun Flame Fist, directly smashing towards Qiao Yao's Firestar Flame Fist. The two flame fists collided instantly, creating a deafening sound of impact. Pong! Qiao Yao's Firestar Flame Fist and Yi Feng's Sun Flame Fist collided, producing a dazzling blaze and an enormous commotion. The surrounding students, momentarily blinded, quickly covered their eyes. Bang bang bang. The ground beneath Yi Feng and Qiao Yao cracked layer upon layer. Next, Qiao Yao unleashed one Firestar Flame Fist after another, fiercely smashing towards Yi Feng. Boom 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 boom. Yi Feng showed no hesitation, either launching one Sun Flame Fist after another towards Qiao Yao. Bang 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 bang. The ground beneath them and the surrounding equipment shattered. The referee quickly instructed the students to step back, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid being caught in their fierce battle. Amidst swirling dust and flickering flames, the visibility was blurred as Yi Feng and Qiao Yao battled fiercely. As the light and dust settled, the competition stage had turned into a wasteland. Qiao Yao was covered in blood with numerous stains on his face, making him look like a blood-soaked figure. Yi Feng was also stained with blood, but it was Qiao Yao's blood, and he himself was unharmed. Oh! Qiao Yao roared, using all his strength to attack Yi Feng again. Smash! Yi Feng caught Qiao Yao's incoming fist with one hand and twisted it forcefully. Oh! Qiao Yao screamed in agony. Bang! Qiao Yao with all his might kicked towards Yi Feng. Bang! Crack! Yi Feng's elbow directly broke Qiao Yao's leg. Oh! Qiao Yao yelled in pain, glaring fiercely at Yi Feng. Qiao Yao, will you not admit defeat? Yi Feng frowned and asked. Qiao Yao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, coldly laughed and replied, unless I die, I will never admit defeat. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng said indifferently, you think I will be afraid of you just because you are acting tough? Since you said it like that, then go die. Boom. Yi Feng launched a sudden punch, the air exploded, and he struck fiercely towards Qiao Yao's vital point. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Qiao Yao, sensing the threat of death, hurriedly shouted in fear towards Yi Feng. Qiao Yao hurriedly shouted his surrender to Yi Feng. The surrounding air suddenly fell silent. The students watching nearby immediately ceased their discussions. At this moment, all the students around widened their eyes, staring at Yi Feng and Qiao Yao. Boom! Yi Feng's heavy punch stopped just 1 centimeter from Qiao Yao's forehead. Qiao Yao's face was covered in his own blood, his eyes bulging with rage as he looked at Yi Feng, revealing a deep sense of terror. Because in that fleeting moment, Qiao Yao clearly sensed Yi Feng's killing intent. Moreover, he had a premonition that if he did not loudly surrender immediately, Yi Feng's heavy punch might truly strike him hard on the forehead. At that moment, based on the sensation he experienced from colliding with Yi Feng, he realized that Yi Feng could indeed kill him. Bang! Huff huff. Qiao Yao quickly stepped back 2 paces, looking at Yi Feng while gasping heavily. Just a moment ago, he felt an overwhelming threat of death. He never expected that Yi Feng would dare to strike at him without mercy. All along, Qiao Yao had presented a fierce image embodying the mentality of, if you don't kill me, I'll kill you. It was precisely because of this ferocious persona that many students at school feared and kept their distance from him. Many students would deliberately keep their distance upon seeing Qiao Yao. Additionally, he had never shown fear in front of others. However, this time, looking at Yi Feng, Qiao Yao was afraid. He originally thought that in Jiang High Martial University, Yi Feng wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Yet, just as Yi Feng struck down with no expression, exerting all his strength, Qiao Yao felt that he might be facing death. In the distance, the referee, teacher, and other students suddenly came back to their senses. The referee hurried to Yi Feng and Qiao Yao's side, glancing at the battered and bloodied Qiao Yao, his heart jolting with shock. Then the referee sympathetically looked at Qiao Yao and announced to Yi Feng and the surrounding students, Yi Feng versus Qiao Yao. Yi Feng wins. Wow! Many students surrounding them suddenly snapped back to reality. They looked at Yi Feng and Qiao Yao, unable to contain their astonishment. I can't believe I saw Senior Qiao Yao scared. Yeah, he was just begging for mercy from Junior Yi Feng. Many students displayed an expression of disbelief. Qiao Yao, across from Yi Feng, heard the students' words, and despite being covered in blood, his face flushed with shame, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. At this moment, many students reminisced about the intense battle between Yi Feng and Qiao Yao, unable to help but say, just now Senior Qiao Yao and Junior Yi Feng's match was too fierce, with dust flying everywhere and bursts of flames. It was hard to see clearly. Indeed, I couldn't see anything either, just saw Senior Qiao Yao covered in injuries and blood. Many students from Jiang High Martial University looked at Qiao Yao's condition and then at Yi Feng, unable to help but remark, it seems like Junior Yi Feng wasn't injured at all. The blood on him is still from Senior Qiao Yao. Yes, Junior Yi Feng is indeed impressive, seemingly unharmed. It used to be Senior Qiao Yao beating people to a pulp, but now it's his turn to be battered by Junior Yi Feng. At this moment, many students looked at the injuries on Qiao Yao, their eyes filled with shock. Junior Yifeng defeated Senior Chao Yao, who is ranked 3rd in the school. His combat power is truly formidable. At this moment, many students looked at Yifeng with deep respect. Standing opposite Yifeng, Chao Yao, covered in wounds, only felt the adrenaline rush during the fight. He did not feel much pain, just wanted to clash with Yifeng Heaton. But now that the fight had stopped, Chao Yao felt an excruciating pain. He raised his head and happened to see Yifeng looking down at him, causing him to shudder all over. This Chao Yao, who had instilled fear in his classmates at school, now revealed a deep sense of fear towards Yifeng. Chao Yao looked at Yifeng wanting to say something, but was afraid Yifeng would hit him, so he remained silent. Seeing this, Yifeng frowned and asked, "What do you want to say?" After a moment of silence, Chao Yao responded, "The strongest in our school, Jitong, and Su Qingyan, they can definitely defeat you, Yifeng. My strength is indeed inferior to yours, but in my view you are no stronger than Su Qingyan and Jitong. Just wait to be defeated by Su Qingyan and Jitong." Upon hearing this, Yifeng looked at Chao Yao and smiled. "Just now, I only used a fraction of my strength against you, Chao Yao, that waste. You fought me with all your might, yet I hadn't even exerted myself fully before you couldn't handle it." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Chao Yao was shaken to his core. Originally, he thought Yifeng had exerted all his strength. Now, hearing Yifeng's words, he began to doubt his entire existence. At this moment, many students around shared the results of Yifeng's battle with Chao Yao. In some parts they could clearly see on the school forum, causing Yifeng to become popular again at Zhonghai Martial University. After finishing his meal satisfactorily, Yifeng found 2 senior sisters approaching him. These 2 senior sisters had dyed yellow hair styled in wavy curls, dressed rather lightly, and looked quite attractive. At this moment, these 2 fashionable and beautiful senior sisters holding flowers enthusiastically said to Yifeng Jr., "Yifeng, we are in our 2nd year. Ever since we saw your match at school, we think you're truly amazing. Junior Yifeng, you're so strong and handsome, could you be our boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng lifted his head and saw 3 more senior sisters approaching him. These 3 senior sisters had good figures, flowing hair, fair skin, and were quite pretty. The 3 senior sisters came to Yifeng and enthusiastically said, "Junior Yifeng, can we exchange contact information? We watched your match. You even defeated Chao Yao. That's impressive. Junior Yifeng, I have some questions about cultivation that I'd like to ask you. Could you teach me?" "Junior Yifeng, I also have some cultivation questions and would like to consult you privately." At once, many senior sisters from Zhonghai Martial University rushed over to surround Yifeng. It was evident that Yifeng's recent matches had been too strong, even defeating Chao Yao, which led many senior sisters to take an interest in him. Wow, so many classmates are pursuing Junior Yifeng. Those female classmates, usually aloof, why are they so proactive and enthusiastic around Junior Yifeng? Immediately, many male seniors couldn't help but scoff at this scene. One senior chuckled and couldn't help but say, "If you could achieve 12 consecutive victories and defeat a ruthless person like Senior Chao Yao, you'd have just as many pursuers. That Yifeng even defeated Chao Yao, which is indeed impressive. It's normal for someone with such strength to be liked by so many girls. He defeated so many talented seniors even before enrolling, and now he has even beaten the 3rd-ranked Senior Chao Yao. I can't imagine how enjoyable his time at school will be." At this moment, many seniors in the cafeteria looked at Yifeng surrounded by a crowd of senior sisters, their eyes filled with envy. Just then, the school beauty, Su Qingyan, walked over towards Yifeng, who was surrounded by a group of senior sisters, instantly capturing the attention of many classmates. Su Qingyan's target was Yifeng. At that moment, her entrance into the cafeteria drew the admiring gazes of numerous senior students. "Look, there she is. The campus beauty herself. Truly breathtaking. Indeed, so stunning in appearance, and yet so formidable in strength. She's nothing short of a goddess." Inside the cafeteria, many senior students stared spellbound as Su Qingyan stepped through the doorway. Within Zhonghai Wudao University's cafeteria, numerous senior female students also turned their heads upon seeing Su Qingyan and stood momentarily transfixed. Su Qingyan is truly exquisite. No wonder she reigns as the campus beauty. I wish I possessed even half her grace. Yes, how splendid it would be to possess such beauty. Across the cafeteria, female students gazed at Su Qingyan with open admiration and even envy. Yet Su Qingyan paid no heed to the glances cast her way or the murmurs swirling around her. She moved forward, calm, deliberate, toward Yifeng, who stood encircled by a cluster of the senior students surrounding. Yifeng instantly noticed Su Qingyan's approach and turned toward her, whispering in hushed astonishment, "What brings Su Qingyan here? She truly is radiant." Yifeng lifted his gaze, and his eyes lit up the moment he saw her. Today, Su Qingyan wore a crisp white shirt, sleek black jeans, and pristine white sneakers. That simple ensemble, paired with her delicate features and flawless figure, rendered her ethereally beautiful, beyond mortal description. Yifeng's eyes flickered with unmistakable awe. Su Qingyan met his gaze, her expression serene, her voice composed. Hello, Yifeng. I am Su Qingyan. Yifeng nodded politely. Hello, I am Yifeng. Truth be told, Yifeng had only recently enrolled at Jianhai Wudao University and knew virtually none of his peers. Thus, though Su Qingyan was renowned across campus, he had never heard of her. It was the first time Yifeng had ever heard her name. As Su Qingyan sensed Yifeng's cultivation realm, a subtle tremor ran through her. He has already reached the mid-stage of martial spirit, even before enrollment. He is no ordinary talent. She regarded him calmly and said, I watched your match against Chao Yao. Congratulations on your victory. Yifeng acknowledged her words with a quiet nod. Thank you. He glanced at her, then asked, Wait, Su Qingyan, are you stronger than Chao Yao? From the crowd, someone called out. Su Qingyan ranks second university-wide. Chao Yao ranks third. Yifeng immediately grasped the truth. This Su Qingyan was not only stunning, but vastly more powerful than Chao Yao. He looked directly at her and spoke with quiet intensity. Su Qingyan, shall we spar? The surrounding students fell silent. Su Qingyan paused, speechless. No one had anticipated such a bold proposition. Su Qingyan studied him for a beat, then replied, Let us exchange contact information first. Moments later, Yifeng added her to his contacts. Many students of Jianhai Wudao University watched the exchange stunned. Who would have imagined the campus beauty herself approaching Yifeng Jr. to add him as a friend? Indeed, I've seen countless others turned away when asking for her contact. I'd like to add Yifeng Jr. Nearby senior students watched with envious admiration, while female classmates gazed longingly at Su Qingyan, who had just secured Yifeng's contact. Su Qingyan fixed Yifeng with a faint, enigmatic smile. We shall meet again soon. Yifeng stiffened, instinctively wary. Then without another word she turned, and left behind a silhouette of arresting elegance. Back in his dormitory, Yifeng immediately searched for information about Su Qingyan. His search revealed she was fiercely independent, rarely socializing, declining all invitations to form hunting teams or confess romantic interest. Yet today she had approached him unbidden, raising his guard still higher. She must have investigated me thoroughly. She likely suspects I awakened 2 supreme abilities, and believes I possess a celestial artifact. Suddenly, Yifeng recalled Shun Yueshi, the campus beauty from his high school days in Zhengyang City. A thought struck him. Could Su Qingyan harbor the same motive as Shun Yueshi, to seize whatever artifact grants dual supreme awakenings? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Why else would such a radiant campus beauty seek him out? Simultaneously, he pulled up the profile of Ji Tong, the current top-ranked student at Jianhai Wudao University. Rumors claimed Ji Tong possessed extraordinary prowess, though he was currently off-campus honing his skills by hunting beasts in the wild. He had confessed to Su Qingyan several times, and each time been refused. Yifeng paused, contemplating whether their paths might cross. Truthfully, he yearned to test himself against the university's strongest Ji Tong. Just then, Ouyang Jing arrived once more. The Empress wishes to see you. Inside the Empress's villa, she regarded Yifeng with icy composure, her voice clear and resonant. Yifeng, you performed admirably in the recent match. This Empress is satisfied. Senior faculty and university leadership likewise commend your displayed strength. Given your aptitude, this Empress assigns you to hunt a demon king within Jianhai City's One Beast City, a trial designed to forge your power through fierce combat. Yifeng's eyes gleamed at the mention of beast hunting trials. In truth, he had long desired to slay a demon king. One day later, Yifeng stood before the entrance to Jianhai City's One Beast City, the very site of his trial. It was the largest beast hunting zone in Jianhai City, located deep in the outskirts some 60 kilometers from his university. Remote, desolate, yet its beasts were ferocious, swift, savage, untamed. Precisely the challenge Yifeng sought. Following the Empress's map, he entered the ruins and beheld skeletal skyscrapers overgrown with wild grass and tangled vines. It resembled a forgotten metropolis, once vibrant, now abandoned to silence and decay. Consulting historical records, Yifeng discovered to his astonishment that this wasteland had once been the downtown core of Jianhai Wudao University. He also learned the area teemed with beasts and abounded in rare resources. Suddenly, mere steps inside the ruins, a shadow erupted from the undergrowth. An umbral shadow leopard. The creature lunged at Yifeng. A martial, spirit-ranked beast, Yifeng stood in grave peril. Nearby explorers watched, chuckling. Never expected such a young lad to dare enter this place. He probably thinks he'll compete with us for treasures. Fine. Let the umbral shadow leopard teach. To these rivals, witnessing another's failure was cause for quiet delight. Yet Yifeng, facing the charging beast, remained utterly still, his expression untroubled. Roar. As the umbral shadow leopard closed in, jaws bared, Yifeng calmly raised his hand and seized its throat. Before the stunned onlookers, he tightened his grip. Snap! The leopard's neck twisted violently, snapped. System alert. Congratulations, host. You have effortlessly slain the ambush assaulting umbral shadow leopard. Reward 3000 enhancement points. Thud. Yifeng discarded the carcass aside, as casually as crushing an ant beneath his heel. Spectators froze, eyes wide mouths agape. That umbral shadow leopard was martial spirit rank, and yet he felled it with a single effortless motion. His strength is terrifying. Those who had come to witness Yifeng's humiliation now wore expressions of sober gravity. Then, she appeared. Su Qingyan materialized before Yifeng and asked simply, "Shall we hunt together?" Yifeng's pulse quickened, his instincts flared. Though she was undeniably beautiful, he declined without hesitation. "Thank you. I prefer to hunt alone." Su Qingyan blinked, genuinely taken aback. The aloof campus beauty stood momentarily unmoored. This was her first refusal. Yifeng regarded Su Qingyan with a considerable degree of vigilance. Currently, he was out hunting demonic beasts for training, and encountering Su Qingyan in this place made him even more cautious. Imagine this: you set out on a mission, and during your task, a stunningly beautiful woman wishes to team up with you. Wouldn't you feel apprehensive? Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the campus belle of Jianghai Martial University was somewhat taken aback. She did not expect that her initiative to team up with Yifeng would be met with outright rejection. In the past, it was always others who wanted to team up with her, and she had been the one to decline. Nearby, many who had come here for training also overheard Yifeng reject Su Qingyan, unable to suppress their astonishment for such a beautiful girl to be rejected just like that. This young man must have remarkable composure. Just now, he even directly killed the shadow beast, demonstrating great strength. This young man is not to be trifled with. We should keep our distance from him. Immediately, a strong sense of caution arose in many hearts towards Yifeng. After being rejected by Yifeng, Su Qingyan cast a deep glance at him and prepared to leave. At that moment, a few men who had reached the early stage of martial spirit hurried over to Su Qingyan enthusiastically, saying, "Beautiful lady, why not team up with us? We can explore together. Don't worry, we will definitely protect you from any beast attacks. Besides, most of the treasures we find will be yours. How does that sound?" The men gazed at Su Qingyan with a mix of admiration and ulterior motives. However, Su Qingyan looked at these eager men with a calm expression and said, "Get lost." The enthusiastic men froze instantly upon hearing Su Qingyan's words. The leader glared at her, his expression turning grim, and said, "Did you just tell us to get lost? Do you know what the consequence of rejecting us is?" The men surrounded Su Qingyan to prevent her from escaping. Slap. A loud slap echoed, and the entire area fell silent. Without a word, Su Qingyan directly slapped the leader, sending him flying. The other men who had surrounded her gasped in shock. Boss. Bang. The man who was slapped away crashed to the ground, his left cheek swelling instantly. He shot Su Qingyan a glare before losing consciousness. The other men at the martial spirit level, seeing this, prepared to attack Su Qingyan. Swish, swish, swish. However, just as those men were about to strike, Su Qingyan moved with incredible speed and at a very cunning angle, directly severing their tendons. Oh, so painful. The men clutched their hands, looking at Su Qingyan in terror. Su Qingyan was at the early stage of martial spirit, and so were they. Yet they were completely unprepared for Su Qingyan's attack. They didn't even see how she struck before they were in. They never imagined that Su Qingyan could be so formidable. They hadn't reacted in time, and hadn't even caught a glimpse of how she had attacked before being hurt. Not far away, many onlookers who had come to watch were wide-eyed at this scene. "Did you see how that beautiful lady—" "I didn't see. That lady was just too fast. What on earth is happening today?" A young man easily killed the shadow beast. Another young lady directly overwhelmed several men of similar cultivation. At this moment, many people looked at Su Qingyan with a trace of apprehension in their eyes. Those who had initially intended to approach her halted in their tracks. Su Qingyan's displayed strength was so impressive that many felt intimidated. Yifeng stood not far behind her, having just clearly seen Su Qingyan's moves. If Yifeng's guess was correct, Su Qingyan was using a type of movement martial technique, which was extraordinary. Moreover, Yifeng noticed the sword in Su Qingyan's hand. He had just clearly observed how she had struck, and her angles were extremely clever. This meant that Su Qingyan's swordsmanship was exceptionally refined. Seeing this, Yifeng realized that Su Qingyan's strength was indeed formidable, very formidable. No wonder she is the second at Jianghai Martial University. Yifeng's heart couldn't help but think. At that moment, Su Qingyan glanced back at him and said calmly, "I hope to see you in action later." With that, this cool campus belle of Jianghai Martial University, wielding her sharp sword, walked directly into the training area. Many people present made way for Su Qingyan. Her display of strength had instilled fear in many, and quite a few regarded her with awe. Yifeng gazed at Su Qingyan's perfect silhouette, lost in thought. Soon he arrived at the training ground known as Jianghai No. 1 Beast City. At the entrance, there was a hall where many people had gathered. To enter Jianghai No. 1B City, everyone must pass through this entrance. Before him, this entrance was controlled by the authorities, and to enter one had to pay 3,000 yuan. Inside Zhanghaino, 1B City, besides demonic beasts, there were also numerous resources. It was said that many had found various rare materials and treasures inside, becoming wealthy or enhancing their cultivation. Thus Zhanghaino, 1B City, attracted countless martial artists to explore. Yifeng observed that the entire hall was almost filled with martial artists. Inside, most were mid-stage martial artists, latest-stage martial artists, and there were also many martial generals. Naturally, there were quite a few at the martial spirit level, and Yifeng even spotted 3 martial kings. Many martial artists and generals looked at Yifeng with expressions of awe. Numerous martial spirits made way for him, as the earlier scene of him killing the shadow beast had already been witnessed by many powerful individuals. Thus Yifeng smoothly paid the 3,000 yuan and entered the exploration area of Zhanghaino. Yifeng saw that the surroundings were filled with collapsed buildings and numerous fallen stone pillars. Meanwhile, the concrete ground, eroded by the passage of time, was covered in weeds growing from the cracks. Of course, in some areas there were shards of glass on the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Yifeng immediately became alert. His teacher had previously explained to them that in such exploration areas one must be cautious of demonic beasts and humans. Swish! Yifeng drew out the Xuanxin Thunder Soul sword and cautiously moved forward. Suddenly, as he turned a corner near a damaged wall, he discovered a demonic beast. This demonic beast had lightning-like patterns all over its body, standing about shoulder height to most humans. Its pupils were filled with blue markings. This was a latest-stage martial spirit demonic beast, lightning beast. Surrounding the lightning beast were bloodstains and bones. At this moment, the lightning beast was crouched on the ground, gnawing on a human corpse. Yifeng glanced around and noticed numerous human bones nearby. Clearly, the lightning beast had killed several humans. Among them, the human corpse being devoured by the lightning beast, judging by its aura, had already reached the mid-stage of martial spirit. Such an aura was evidently similar to Yifeng's. However, at this moment, Yifeng showed no signs of fear. The lightning beast had the power to slay many human martial spirit level experts. Martial artists and generals encountering the lightning beast often didn't even have the chance to escape. Swish! Yifeng, wielding the Xuanxin Thunder Soul sword, charged toward the lightning beast. The lightning beast turned and noticed Yifeng. He brandished the Xuanxin Thunder Soul sword and swiftly struck at the lightning beast. The lightning beast turned its head to see Yifeng wielding the Xuanxin Leipa sword, striking down towards it. In an instant, just as the sword was an inch away, the lightning beast darted away like a flash of lightning. Bang! The Xuanxin Leipa sword that Yifeng had swung struck the ground directly. Even the lightning beast, caught off guard, managed to evade Yifeng's attack. One could see just how strong the lightning beast's speed truly was. Yifeng, witnessing his strike, displayed an expression of disbelief. He never expected to miss like this. Just moments ago, he had clearly used an incredibly fast speed, believing he could hit the lightning beast. Had this been any other beast from before, Yifeng would have struck it down with a single sword, potentially even killing it outright. Roar! The lightning beast let out a furious roar at Yifeng. Suddenly, Yifeng snapped back to reality, his eyes widening. Bang! Before he could react, the lightning beast charged directly into him. Instantly, Yifeng felt some pain. Fortunately, his own physical strength was formidable enough. With such speed and powerful force, if the lightning beast had collided with any other mid-stage martial spirit, it would have surely left them in ruins. However, Yifeng's physical strength surpassed that of his peers, preventing him from being smashed apart by the lightning beast. Bang! Before Yifeng could strike again, the lightning beast charged into him once more with tremendous force. Swish! Yifeng raised the Xuanxin Leipa sword and swung it fiercely at the lightning beast that had just collided with him. Bang! As a result, Yifeng only sliced through the lightning beast's afterimage, striking the ground instead. Yifeng never anticipated that the lightning beast could move so swiftly. Bang! Pain shot through his back as the lightning beast slammed into him from behind again. Swish! Yifeng turned around and launched a powerful punch at the lightning beast. Bang! This punch landed on the lightning beast's afterimage, sending him crashing to the ground. Once again, he failed to strike the lightning beast. In that moment, Yifeng finally understood just how crucial speed was. If I had trained in a technique for speed, wouldn't I be less helpless against the lightning beast? At this moment, Yifeng couldn't help but think to himself. He was now yearning for a technique that could enhance his speed. Bang bang! The lightning beast once again charged at Yifeng's abdomen and back with lightning speed. A surge of anger erupted within Yifeng. He was unable to land a hit on the lightning beast. If he used techniques, his speed would be no match for the lightning beast, leaving him to strike air. Thus, Yifeng immediately activated his SS level ability, SS level Devour. Swish! A powerful black hole of devouring force appeared behind Yifeng. As Yi Feng's cultivation continued to rise, the black hole behind him kept expanding. Roar! The lightning beast, which had been relentlessly attacking Yi Feng and evading his strikes, became anxious. Boom! The lightning beast attempted to attack Yi Feng, but was caught by the immense pull of the devouring black hole. In an instant, the lightning beast sought to flee, but the black hole's force was tugging at it. At this point, Yi Feng could clearly see the lightning beast, which was desperately resisting the attraction of his devouring black hole. Its limbs gripped the ground tightly, refusing to be pulled into Yi Feng's black hole. Clang! Observing this, Yi Feng struck down fiercely with his sword onto the lightning beast's body. Yi Feng's strength was immense, and the Xuanqin Leipa sword in his hand was incredibly sharp. Therefore, with this strike, he left the struggling lightning beast bleeding profusely. Roar! The lightning beast immediately turned its head and roared furiously at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng's previous powerful strike prevented the lightning beast from gripping the ground with all its might. As a result, the lightning beast was sucked into Yi Feng's devouring black hole. Roar, roar! Inside the devouring black hole, only the lightning beast was desperately struggling. However, once inside Yi Feng's endless dark devouring black hole, no matter how fast the lightning beast was, it was futile. Crack, crack! Soon the devouring force within Yi Feng's black hole completely crushed the lightning beast, which was as fast as lightning. In Yi Feng's mind, a notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have killed the lightning beast using your SS level devouring ability, rewarding you with 6,000 enhancement points. Swish! Suddenly a blue light ball emerged from the devouring black hole and entered his mind. Instantly, Yi Feng felt an unprecedented energy pouring into his consciousness. Thus, Yi Feng immediately sat cross-legged, carefully sensing the energy. Meanwhile, the school belle Su Qingyan on another side had slain quite a number of demon beasts. Upon entering this Zhenghai No. 1 beast city, she encountered numerous demon beasts one after another. Su Qingyan's luck paled in comparison to Yi Feng's. After Yi Feng entered this beast city, he faced hardly any obstacles, rarely encountering demon beasts. One could say that Yi Feng's luck was indeed quite fortunate. At this moment, the powerful school belle, after defeating the demon beasts, sat down to rest for a moment. Su Qingyan looked towards the northwest direction and murmured, "I wonder how Yi Feng is doing." At this moment, Su Qingyan surprisingly knew which direction Yi Feng was in. Many passers-by, upon seeing the piles of demon beast corpses and then looking at Su Qingyan, couldn't help but be taken aback. Even though Su Qingyan was extremely beautiful, those who entered did not dare to linger and quickly cupped their hands in respect to Su Qingyan before hurrying away. Su Qingyan faced the demon beasts and the adventurers with a calm expression. Her single purpose for entering Zhanghai Martial University Beast City was Yi Feng. On Yi Feng's side, after about an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. This time he had absorbed the energy from the devouring black hole for over an hour. However, the gains were substantial. Yi Feng stood up and found that his steps had become much lighter. Thus, he tried to move sideways and discovered that his speed had increased significantly. Indeed, after using his SS-level devouring ability on the lightning beast, he not only gained many enhancement points, but also significantly increased his speed. Yi Feng felt the changes in his body and began to understand that devouring not only allowed him to kill his opponents, but also to strengthen himself. At the same time, Yi Feng pondered that since he could gain some traits from demon beasts by using his SS-level devouring ability, what if he were to devour a human powerhouse? Would he not also be able to acquire their traits and strength? Yi Feng's thought was quite bold. Suddenly, he became vigilant. Before him stood a human Martial King powerhouse, eyeing Yi Feng with a greed. The Martial King powerhouse looked at Yi Feng and smiled, praising, "I have seen several martial spirits killed by the lightning beast, and you are the first martial spirit I have seen capable of killing a lightning beast. My combat power in the martial spirit phase is not even half of yours." The Martial King looked at Yi Feng with admiration, his tone filled with praise for Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng could sense a hint of murderous intent in the eyes of this suddenly appearing human powerhouse. Yi Feng frowned and asked, "Do we have a grudge?" Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, the Martial King powerhouse chuckled, saying, "I have no enmity with you, but a man without faults may still suffer due to treasure. You possess treasures, and thus have drawn great enmity from this king." Upon hearing the words, Yi Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent. He looked at the Martial King opposite him, who was about half a head shorter than him, appearing to be a middle-aged man dressed in a black jacket. At the same time, this Martial King was wearing a pair of glasses, looking quite refined. Little did he expect that this seemingly cultured Martial King would reveal such a greedy expression. Yi Feng gazed at the Martial King and asked, "Are you from Zhengyang City?" The Martial King, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, smiled and inquired, "Zhengyang City, where is that?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng understood that this Martial King was not the one from Zhengyang City who sought to assassinate him for the so-called treasure. Thus Yi Feng looked at the Martial King and asked, then how do you know that I possess treasures? The martial king smiled and said, I Zhang Biyuan have explored countless perilous places in my life. It only takes a little observation to see who has treasures and who does not. This martial king was named Zhang Beiyuan. Zhang Beiyuan looked at Yi Feng and remarked, young man, at your age reaching the mid-stage of martial spirit and effortlessly slaying the shadow demon leopard outside indicates that you must have a significant background. Just moments ago, Zhang Beiyuan had personally witnessed Yi Feng easily defeat the shadow demon leopard. To be frank, if you can kill the shadow demon leopard at the mid-stage of martial spirit, it shows that your foundation and cultivation is exceptionally solid. Most mid-stage martial spirits would be lucky to escape from the shadow demon leopard. Being so young and already at the mid-stage of martial spirit, and killing the shadow demon leopard so swiftly indicates that you come from a wealthy family, likely from a major power. As he spoke, Zhang Beiyuan couldn't help but deduce only those with wealth and resources from major powers could cultivate someone like you. Young with high cultivation, solid foundation, and immense combat strength. Yi Feng heard Zhang Beiyuan's words, and his expression turned peculiar. Clearly Zhang Beiyuan had mistaken him for someone from a major power. Then Zhang Beiyuan continued, that black hole you used to devour the lightning beast must be a treasure given to you by your family, right? Yi Feng upon hearing this responded, you just saw me use the devouring black hole to consume the lightning beast. Zhang Beiyuan laughed, I've been following you since you entered. As he spoke, Zhang Beiyuan licked his lips and said to Yi Feng, to reach the mid-stage of martial spirit at such a young age and easily slay the shadow demon leopard along with that treasure that can create a devouring black hole to kill the lightning beast, young man, you must come from one of the most powerful factions in Huaxia. Yi Feng heard this and looked at Zhang Beiyuan, saying, since you believe I come from a major power, why are you provoking me, trying to seize my treasures? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the major power behind me? Zhang Beiyuan chuckled and replied, fortune favors the bold. The more you come from a major power, the more I want to rob you. Because major powers have many treasures and I like them. Cultivating honestly does not improve as quickly as robbing. As he spoke, Zhang Beiyuan said to Yi Feng, you don't need to run, because I usually kill to silence witnesses. After all, I don't want to be hunted by a major power. Yi Feng looked at Zhang Beiyuan and smiled, Zhang Beiyuan, you want to kill me, but I don't think you have the qualifications. Zhang Beiyuan upon hearing Yi Feng's words laughed, I am mid-stage martial king, want to kill you, a mid-stage martial spirit. Even if you are a prodigy of a major power, you must die. Saying this, Zhang Beiyuan immediately formed seals with his hands, 5-star confinement killing formation. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At that moment, 5 beams of light shot up into the sky, centering on Yi Feng. Quickly, the 5 beams of light emitted a very strong radiance, completely enveloping Yi Feng in the center. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised to see that Zhang Beiyuan had prepared a formation. Zhang Beiyuan coldly said to Yi Feng, while you were battling the lightning beast, I set up the 5-star confinement killing formation around you. The purpose is to prevent your escape. Since I have started to rob, I won't let my prey escape. Yi Feng remained calm upon hearing this, and then said, who is the prey is yet to be determined. Boom. Zhang Beiyuan, hearing Yi Feng's words, suddenly rushed in front of him with a sharp blade striking towards him. Clang. Yi Feng did not show weakness and drew out the Xuanxin Lei Pai sword, blocking Zhang Beiyuan's incoming strike with the sword. The clash of blade and sword instantly sparked a flurry of sparks. Bang! Yi Feng kicked Zhang Beiyuan hard. Zhang Beiyuan was sent flying back. He was no match for Yi Feng's kick. Bang! Zhang Beiyuan crashed to the ground and looked at Yi Feng, unable to help, but sneer, good boy, no wonder you are a prodigy of a major power. Your martial spirit has reached the strength of a martial king. Whoosh! Zhang Beiyuan suddenly rose to his feet and immediately unleashed his proud martial technique. Earth Gang Dominance Fist. Suddenly, a somewhat massive fist imprint emerged from Zhang Beiyuan's fist. Zhang Beiyuan coldly laughed, executing this grade martial technique he had plundered and had already cultivated to minor completion, Earth Gang Dominance Fist. Yi Feng observed this, and seeing that Zhang Beiyuan had not utilized any martial techniques, calmly stated, you dare to attack me with a minor completion martial technique. You're simply seeking death. Boom. Yi Feng unleashed all his strength and struck out with a punch. Bang. Instantly, Yi Feng's fist slammed against Zhang Beiyuan's minor completion Earth Gang fist imprint. Bang bang bang. Yi Feng staggered back 3 steps, and Zhang Beiyuan was instantly shocked. You actually dared to take my fist imprint barehanded. Whoosh. Yi Feng did not respond to Zhang Beiyuan. Instead, he brandished the Xuanxin Lei Pai sword and charged at Zhang Beiyuan. At once, the roles of attack and defense reversed, with Yi Feng now on the offensive. Zhang Beiyuan, seeing Yi Feng approaching him, felt his pupils constrict and hurriedly held his sharp blade to defend. Clang 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 clang. Yi Feng unleashed several sword strikes towards Zhang Beiyuan, and his power was immense. Jiang Beiyuan struggled to defend. He knew that Yifeng's strength surpassed that of ordinary martial artists, but he never expected that Yifeng's strength would be this overwhelming. Minor completion, wind-breaking blade slash. Jiang Beiyuan immediately used his minor completion wind-breaking blade slash to counter Yifeng's attacks. Clang clang clang. Yifeng's strength was too strong, and the Xuanqin Lei Pai sword was too sharp. Even when Jiang Beiyuan executed his martial technique, he was still being pushed back relentlessly by Yifeng. He stared intently at Yifeng and said, "You are the strongest existence among the rich and powerful families. I have robbed a prodigy from a major power. I am merely a child from an ordinary family." Yifeng replied. Jiang Beiyuan sneered, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. With the foundation of a martial spirit possessing the strength of a martial king, an ordinary family could never produce someone like you." As he spoke, Jiang Beiyuan hurriedly unleashed his awakened ability, Great Ability, Earth Blade. Yifeng looked at this with some surprise and said to Jiang Beiyuan, "You, having awakened a great ability, managed to reach the level of martial king in middle age. That's impressive." Jiang Beiyuan, upon hearing Yifeng's words, bragged, "Hee. If I had cultivated honestly as a poor person, I might never reach such a level in my lifetime. However, I have continuously robbed many wealthy families and talented individuals from major powers, obtaining wealth and treasures from them, which allowed me to cultivate to martial king." Saying this, Jiang Beiyuan fixed his gaze on Yifeng, coldly laughing, "At your age, you are already so powerful. You must have even more treasures. I assume that after I kill you and obtain these treasures, I will become even stronger." Jiang Beiyuan looked at Yifeng, his eyes full of undisguised murderous intent and greed. Yifeng, upon hearing this, looked at Jiang Beiyuan, and the murderous intent in his eyes could not be suppressed. Grade Devouring power. Instantly, a devouring black hole appeared behind Yifeng. Jiang Beiyuan, upon hearing Yifeng's words, felt a shock as he sensed it up close. This is not a treasure, but an ability. An Grade 1. Whoosh! This martial king's ability, Earthblade, was instantly absorbed into the devouring black hole. Immediately after, before Jiang Beiyuan could react, he was also drawn in by a powerful suction. Thus, Jiang Beiyuan realized he needed to escape. However, his 5-star confinement killing formation did not trap Yifeng, but instead ensnared him. Whoosh! The martial king Jiang Beiyuan, struggling, was also devoured by Yifeng's black hole. Yifeng unleashed his SS-level Devour ability, directly engulfing the martial king, who thrived on robbing and killing others to amass wealth and treasures. At this moment, Jiang Beiyuan was swallowed by Yifeng's devouring black hole, utterly astonished. This martial king, who had long schemed and plundered the scions of affluent families and prodigies of great sects, never imagined he would be devoured by Yifeng's SS-level devouring power. Inside Yifeng's devouring black hole, Yifeng's power had already completely consumed Jiang Beiyuan's lower body. The martial king shouted loudly at Yifeng, "Who exactly are you? How could there possibly be a genius in the entire Huaxiao who awakens an SS-level ability? I've never even heard of an SS-level ability." At this moment, the martial king was filled with nothing but shock and disbelief upon sensing Yifeng's SS-level power. Those scions of wealthy families and great sects have had abundant resources since childhood, yet the best they can awaken isn't a level ability. At best, it's an S-level. I've never even seen an S-level ability rumored in legends. But why can you awaken the legendary SS-level ability? Jiang Beiyuan looked up at Yifeng's towering and mysterious silhouette in disbelief. Hearing this, Yifeng turned to Jiang Beiyuan and said calmly, "I am Yifeng, not from any wealthy family nor a prodigy of a great sect. I am just an ordinary person from a common household." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Jiang Beiyuan's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, nearly 2/3 of his body had been devoured. A wave of terror surged within Jiang Beiyuan. He sensed that the devouring black hole Yifeng created was filled with an overwhelming aura of destruction. Feeling this destructive intent, Jiang Beiyuan hurriedly begged Yifeng for mercy. "Young man, please spare me. I was wrong. I should not have sought to rob you. I truly did not know whether that was your ability or the legendary SS-level power. I thought it was a supreme treasure and wanted to seize it." Hearing Jiang Beiyuan's words, Yifeng's expression remained indifferent. In Yifeng's heart, Jiang Beiyuan had been dead the moment he harbored murderous intent and struck at him. Yifeng looked at Jiang Beiyuan, whose face was filled with fear and a trace of remorse. Jiang Beiyuan, seeing Yifeng's gaze, hastily pleaded aloud, "Young man, I was blinded by greed for wealth. I beg you, give me a chance. If you spare me, all the money, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures I have acquired before can be yours, young man. I beg you, please spare me." Yifeng calmly responded to Jiang Beiyuan, "I do not lack wealth. Since you dared to harbor murderous thoughts and attack me, I will certainly kill you. Your plea is not born of regret, but because you know you are about to die by my hands." Jiang Beiyuan's face dramatically changed as he prepared to curse Yifeng. As if sensing this, Yifeng focused his mind, and Jiang Beiyuan was completely engulfed by the overwhelming devouring force. Crackling sounds echoed within the devouring black hole, the crushing noises of the martial king Jiang Beiyuan being pulverized. Watching the devouring black hole he created, Yifeng was eager to see what would happen when such a force consumed a human powerhouse. Suddenly, soon a red glow appeared inside Yifeng's devouring black hole. This red cluster of light suddenly surged into Yifeng's body. Immediately, Yifeng felt a tremendous energy coursing rapidly through his limbs and bones. This energy startled him deeply. Without delay, Yifeng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and absorbed the energy. Meanwhile, in the #1 monster beast city of Jianghai City, many beasts began to stir restlessly for unknown reasons. At this time, numerous human powerhouses flooded into this monster beast city to explore. Naturally, many beasts were slain by these human powerhouses. However, many human powerhouses perished beneath the beasts. Some humans were fortunate enough to discover precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the city. Yet others, unlucky, found treasures guarded fiercely by beasts. The discovery of these treasures incited greed, causing fierce clashes among human powerhouses. Some humans even fought to the death over the treasures carried by their fellow powerhouses. An hour passed. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The energy within him had fully integrated throughout his body. At the same time, he realized his cultivation had advanced from mid-martial spirit to late martial spirit. Yifeng had only recently reached mid-martial spirit, yet he swiftly ascended to late martial spirit. If this spread, many would be utterly incredulous. It is well known that many warriors struggle for years to progress from mid to late martial spirit. In fact, many face a bottleneck at this minor realm for a decade without breakthrough. Cultivation becomes increasingly arduous with each higher realm. Even a slight advancement is tremendous. Yifeng's sudden breakthrough amazed all. He also found his power and physical strength had risen by, in other words, Yifeng's current strength had greatly surpassed before. He was eager to test his newfound power. Yifeng discovered his path to strength. Hunting monster beasts made him stronger. Likewise, devouring powerful humans with his SS-level devouring ability would also empower him. Soon Yifeng tidied himself and took out information about the demon king the Empress had tasked him to slay in the monster beast city, reading it carefully. The Empress had sent Yifeng to Jianghai's #1 monster beast city to locate and kill a demon king. Following the map the Empress provided, Yifeng headed toward the demon king's location. After about 20 minutes, Yifeng arrived at a crowded area. Upon closer inspection, many human powerhouses had surrounded a monster beast. More precisely, many had discovered a heavenly material guarded by the beast, preventing humans from approaching. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he saw the treasure. It was a plant with 9 black leaves, and even the stalk was black, the 9-spirit body tempering grass. This grass was extraordinarily capable of elevating a warrior's physique to a higher level, making it highly valuable. Many around stared at the 9-spirit body tempering grass with shining eyes. Yet no one dared approach, for many beasts guarding it had injured the humans who tried. Yifeng glanced at the beast, whose cultivation was at the late martial spirit stage, and a faint smile curved at the corner of his lips. Yifeng gazed at the 9-spirit body refining grass, determined to obtain it. Simultaneously, he noticed the guarding beast surrounding the grass. It was a towering beast nearly 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in gray scales with limbs so robust, it seemed one punch could kill a person. This was the latest stage martial spirit beast, Gray Peak Demon Ape. Its demonic eyes were a deep gray, and at this moment it scanned the crowd, causing everyone present to avoid making eye contact, because those present feared being brutally crushed by the Gray Peak Demon Ape. Yifeng looked at the individuals lying not far away and overheard the discussions around him. This Gray Peak Demon Ape is too powerful. Just now several latest stage martial spirit experts attacked together, yet they couldn't defeat it. Indeed, 2 latest stage martial spirit experts were killed outright by this Gray Peak Demon Ape. This Gray Peak Demon Ape is truly brutal. At this moment, many people present looked at the fallen human experts, then at the Gray Peak Demon Ape, revealing hints of fear on their faces. Upon hearing this, Yifeng glanced at the few individuals lying on the ground not far away. 2 of them had indeed lost their breath. Additionally, 3 others were injured. Moreover, although those 3 were also latest stage martial spirit experts, they were severely wounded. Despite being latest stage martial spirit experts themselves, the Gray Peak Demon Ape was able to kill 2 and injure 3, showcasing just how strong it truly was. Many people around, witnessing the injuries of those latest stage martial spirit experts at the hands of the Gray Peak Demon Ape, retreated, gazing at the 9-spirit body refining grass. It guarded with lament. What a pity for the 9-spirit body refining grass, such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Indeed, consuming that 9-spirit body refining grass could greatly enhance one's physical strength and significantly elevate one's power. It's such a shame. With the gray peak demon ape guarding the 9-spirit body, refining grass, none of us can obtain it. At this moment, many gazed greedily at the 9-spirit body refining grass, yet faced with the formidable gray peak demon ape, they showed signs of fear and retreated. Suddenly the gray peak demon ape roared angrily at the crowd. Instantly many were frightened to the point of paling, their faces losing color. At this time a young and beautiful girl looking barely of age hurriedly spoke to those around her. Please save my brother is with the gray peak demon ape and I fear it will go berserk and kill him. As she spoke, the beautiful girl pointed not far away at a chubby man who was already injured beside the gray peak demon ape. Yifeng observed this and felt it was strange. The chubby man looked around 30 while the beautiful girl appeared to be only 18 and quite slender. The two seemed completely unlike siblings. Hearing the beautiful girl's words, the people around quickly shook their heads and said, alas, little girl, it's not that we don't want to help, but we are powerless. Most of us are merely martial generals, a few have reached the martial spirit level, and there are even weaker martial artists. Our strength is less than your brother's. Many expressed helplessness. Indeed, Yifeng also observed the crowd. Most were martial generals with only a few martial artists and martial spirits. Moreover, among the 5 highest strength latest stage martial spirits, 2 had been killed by the gray peak demon ape, and 3 were severely injured. Under such circumstances, the others were even more reluctant to approach the gray peak demon ape. The beautiful girl, wanting to save her brother, turned pale upon hearing the words of those around her. At this point, Yifeng noticed that the girl was adorned with gold and silver along with a specially crafted spatial ring. Additionally, the clothing she wore was of exceptional quality, evidently very expensive. Yifeng then looked at the brother she spoke of. Indeed, the chubby man also wore a watch that gleamed with gold. Furthermore, he had a heavy-looking gold chain around his neck. Yifeng speculated, could it be that they are from some powerful faction out here to experience life? At that moment, the chubby man, not far away, shouted to the surrounding crowd, and his sister, hurry and find someone to save your brother. You only have one brother. If I die, you won't have a brother anymore. To all the heroes around, please lend your aid. My family has plenty of money. Whoever saves me, my family will definitely reward you handsomely. The surrounding onlookers. The chubby man's sister. Roar. The gray peak demon ape let out an angry roar, causing the chubby man to nearly cry out as he scrambled to flee. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward. Slowly, Yifeng walked out, heading towards the gray peak demon ape. The onlookers around were startled by Yifeng's actions. Sensing his latest stage martial spirit cultivation, their hearts trembled. Thus, a kind-hearted person shouted to Yifeng, little brother, even though you are at the latest stage martial spirit level, there's no need to confront the gray peak demon ape. 5 latest stage martial spirit experts are no match for the gray peak demon ape. Little brother, you are just one person, hurry back. If the gray peak demon ape kills you, it will be a loss. Upon hearing this, Yifeng slightly turned his face and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I can handle this gray peak demon ape. The onlookers were taken aback by Yifeng's words. Then someone earnestly shouted to Yifeng, little brother, everyone knows you mean well, and you want to save those 3 latest stage martial spirit experts. But you absolutely don't need to take the risk. 5 latest stage martial spirit experts cannot handle it, and you being a latest stage martial spirit are even less likely to succeed. At this moment, many did not believe that Yifeng, as a latest stage martial spirit, could defeat the gray peak. However, among the crowd, a very few couldn't help but say that latest stage martial spirit young man, so decisively going to battle the gray peak demon ape, what if he really has that strength? I also believe this little brother might indeed possess the ability to deal with the gray peak demon ape. At this time, very few believed in Yifeng, while the majority remained skeptical. Meanwhile, the beautiful girl wanting to save her brother watched Yifeng's back, unable to help but murmur, that young man is about my age. How can he really save my brother? That young man is truly courageous. He must have heard what I said earlier and is going to save my brother. He is such a brave person. If he can really defeat the gray peak demon ape, I will be his girlfriend, though that seems impossible. The wealthy chubby man, seeing Yifeng approaching, was taken aback and then moved to tears. Wow. This brother dares to face the gray peak demon ape at the latest stage martial spirit level. Could he be my sister's boyfriend? Truly courageous. Suddenly, roar. The gray peak demon ape suddenly lunged at Yifeng, who was approaching it, intent on killing him. Yifeng gazed calmly at the gray demon ape lunging toward him. No trace of fear stirred within his heart. Yet onlookers nearby clenched their fists in silent dread. Most assumed Yifeng stood no chance against the beast. In their eyes, even 5 latest stage martial spirit experts had failed to subdue it. How could a single latest stage martial spirit cultivator possibly prevail? Watch out, cried the beautiful younger sister of the stout man standing nearby. With a thunderous thud, the gray demon ape surged before Yifeng and hurled a colossal earth-shaking fist straight at him. Boom. Yifeng met it head-on. his own fist crashing forward without hesitation. The air around him detonated violently, the sonic blast louder and more piercing than before. Yifeng's physical strength had already ascended to the level of a martial king upon his breakthrough into the martial spirit realm. Now, as a late-stage martial spirit expert, his power had surged far beyond that. Thud! His fist collided with the ape's. To the eye, his was small, delicate, almost unassuming, while the ape's loomed monstrous and immense. Yet, thud 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 thud. The gray demon ape staggered backward, unable to withstand the sheer force behind Yifeng's strike. Crack! Worse still, the bones in the ape's fist splintered under the overwhelming pressure. The onlookers recoiled in shock. What in the heavens is happening? The gray demon ape was actually overpowered by that latest-stage martial spirit youth. By the heavens, he's astonishingly formidable. No wonder he dared face the beast alone. Faces across the crowd twisted in stunned disbelief. The stout man watched Yifeng, murmuring softly, such overwhelming strength. His latest-stage martial spirit power dwarfs mine by several-fold. How did he cultivate such might at this stage? His beautiful sister stared, eyes wide with awe. He drove back the gray demon ape with a single blow. He looked so refined, yet wielded such terrifying force. Suddenly the ape recoiled from the searing pain, and fury ignited within its core. Its gray demonic pupils blazed crimson, locking onto Yifeng with undisguised murderous roar. Its roar now shook the heavens, deeper, fiercer, saturated with raw, unbridled. The crowd recoiled further. Danger! It's gone berserk. Indeed, can that latest-stage martial spirit youth possibly endure it? We hope so. Many held their breath anew. The stout man's sister shouted urgently, "Young master, fight! Defeat the gray demon ape!" The stout man cast a worried glance toward Yifeng and called out, "Thank you for stepping forward to face it, but it's rage beyond control. If you cannot hold retreat at once, your life matters most." Yifeng heard them. His expression remained impassive. Eyes locked on the beast, he drew forth the Xuanxin Thunder Soul sword from his spatial ring. Thud thud thud. In 3 explosive strides the ape closed the distance, its arms swelling with corded, pulsing muscle. This time it would unleash every ounce of its being, determined to shatter Yifeng utterly. Boom. Its fist descended like a falling mountain charged with annihilating force. The air itself detonated beneath the blow, then riot. Torn apart as if slashed by an invisible, a lesser latest-stage martial spirit expert would have been pulverized into fragments. Spectators froze, breathless, hearts hammering. Yet Yifeng, facing that cataclysmic fist, prepared to wield a technique he had never before unleashed. His face serene, he executed perfected thunder flash severance. Ziziziki. Lightning crackled along the Xuanxin Thunder Soul sword, vibrant, alive, dancing like jubilant spirits. The arcs leapt and coiled across the blade, radiant and exultant. At that very instant, the ape's crushing fist neared his flesh. Yifeng hesitated no longer. Gripping the sword, he unleashed the perfected thunder flash severance. Ziziziki. A blinding arc of lightning-wreathed steel cleaved toward the ape's fist, so brilliant that distant onlookers shielded their eyes, blinded by its glare. Yifeng poured every fiber of his strength into the strike, amplified by the technique's innate devastating energy. Pong! The fist and the lightning-charged blade collided in an instant. Roar! The ape roared, not in triumph, but in mounting agony, its features twisting into grotesque fury. Schlick! The thunderflash severance sliced cleanly through the ape's hide. Simultaneously, jagged bolts of lightning lashed across its arm, burning, searing, relentless. And yet, it was not over. For Yifeng had infused this perfected technique with his entire being. Thud 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 thud. The ape reeled backward again, staggering. And then, the lightning erupted from its arms, surging across its body like living serpents. In moments, crackling venomous arcs coiled tightly around its frame. Roar, roar, roar. Its cries fused rage and torment. Ziziziki. Every inch of its body shimmered with the afterglow of Yifeng's perfected thunder flash severance. Thud thud thud. Mad with pain, it leapt and convulsed, until with one final crash it collapsed onto the ground, twitched feebly, and lay still. Yifeng did not relax. He stepped forward, prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, master. You have slain the latest-stage martial spirit grade demon beast gray demon ape using the perfected thunder flash severance. Reward, 1 of 0 enhancement points. Relief washed over him. He had mastered the thunder flash severance long ago, but had never tested it in combat. Its true power had remained unknown to him. Now, having unleashed it, he finally grasped its staggering might. Then, silence fell absolute. Onlookers stood frozen, eyes wide, breath suspended, staring at Yifeng in utter disbelief. None had imagined the gray demon ape would fall so swiftly, so decisively. Yet Yifeng's gaze drifted, not to the fallen beast, but to the nine-spirit body forging herb blooming quietly nearby. Yifeng gazed at the nine-spirit's body refining grass, while the eyes of many around him were fixed on him. After a brief silence, many suddenly came to their senses. These people looked at the gray mountain demon ape lying on the ground, its life force extinguished, then turned to Yifeng, who stood beside it wielding the Xuanxin Thunderblade, and couldn't help but gasp and shock hiss. At that moment, Yifeng's back seemed incredibly tall in the eyes of the crowd. Some couldn't help but exclaim as they watched Yifeng's silhouette. Holy cow! This young man at the late stage of martial spirit actually killed the gray mountain demon ape. This is the gray mountain demon ape. 5 latest-stage martial spirits were killed by it, and the other 3 were severely injured. This young man is also at the late stage of martial spirit, and he single-handedly killed the gray mountain demon ape. Isn't that just too strong? At this moment, many looked at Yifeng's figure and the corpse of the gray mountain demon ape, their expressions still filled with disbelief. The most crucial point is that this young man killed the gray mountain demon ape with such ease. I never imagined that this young man could repel the gray mountain demon ape with just one punch, and then directly unleashed a sword strike infused with intense lightning, easily killing the gray mountain demon ape. It's simply unbelievable. Many recalled the scene of Yifeng killing the gray mountain demon ape just moments ago, and found it hard to believe. Some looked at Yifeng and the corpse of the gray mountain demon ape and couldn't help but say, I thought this young man at the late stage of martial spirit would have a fierce battle with the gray mountain demon ape. But I never expected that this young man did not engage in a fierce battle. It was a one-sided crushing. The gray mountain demon ape had no chance to fight back under his hands. This young man at the late stage of martial spirit killed the gray mountain demon ape in just 2 moves. Many looked at Yifeng's figure, their eyes filled with shock. Some couldn't help but say earlier 5 latest-stage martial spirit experts couldn't handle the gray mountain demon ape, yet it was easily killed by this young man. Doesn't that mean this young man at the late stage of martial spirit is stronger than those 5 latest-stage martial spirit experts? No kidding, this young man at the late stage of martial spirit killed the gray mountain demon ape alone, so he must be stronger than those 5 latest-stage martial spirit experts combined. Indeed, even among the same realm, there can be significant differences. This young man at the late stage of martial spirit is far stronger than his peers. Nearby, many people looked at Yifeng's figure, their eyes filled with deep respect. At that moment, the other 3 severely injured latest-stage martial spirit experts looked at Yifeng, who had effortlessly killed the gray mountain demon ape, and their shock couldn't be contained. Is this really the late stage of martial spirit? How could he kill the gray mountain demon ape so quickly? Isn't he also at the late stage of martial spirit? How could his strength be so formidable? We have diligently trained to reach the late stage of martial spirit, but why is there such a vast gap between our strength and his? At this moment, the 3 injured latest-stage martial spirit experts looked at Yifeng, their astonishment unabated. Subsequently, they approached Yifeng with the support of those around them. One of the injured latest-stage martial spirit experts bowed in gratitude to Yifeng. Young man, thank you very much for your timely intervention in killing the gray mountain demon ape. Another injured latest-stage martial spirit expert also raised his injured arm with difficulty to thank Yifeng. If it weren't for you, we might have already been killed by the gray mountain demon ape. You saved our lives, and we are extremely grateful. The 3 severely injured latest-stage martial spirit experts looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with deep appreciation. Yifeng observed them, noticing that 2 of the latest-stage martial spirit experts appeared to be middle-aged. The other, who was a bit plumper, looked like a student. The chubby latest-stage martial spirit youth solemnly said to Yifeng, hello, I am Zheng Jian from the imperial capital Zheng family. Thank you very much for saving me today. Our Zheng family will certainly reward you generously. Yifeng replied, looking at Zheng Jian. I am Yifeng, a freshman from Jianghai Martial Arts University. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Zheng Jian and the others were taken aback. Jianghai Martial Arts University freshman. One of the latest-stage martial spirit experts thought he had misheard and couldn't help but ask Yifeng again. Zheng Jian and the others looked at Yifeng in disbelief. Yifeng nodded and said, I truly am a freshman at Jianghai Martial Arts University. The 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. The 2 latest-stage martial spirit experts, aside from Zheng Jian, looked at Yifeng with complex expressions and couldn't help but say, we have worked hard for most of our lives and only reached the late stage of martial spirit in middle age. Yet, young brother Yifeng, you achieved it as a freshman and are already far stronger than us. Indeed, the waves behind drive on the waves in front. We are truly getting old. The 2 looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with astonishment, but more so with respect and reverence for a stronger individual. Zheng Jian fell silent upon hearing Yifeng's words. After a moment, he looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say, Yifeng, I am already in my 4th year. With the resources from my family and school, reaching the late stage of martial spirit in my 4th year is already quite impressive. But I never expected that you, being just a freshman, not only have the same cultivation level as me, but are also far stronger. Even in the imperial capital you Yifeng are quite the genius. Yifeng smiled nonchalantly at this. At this moment Zheng Jian's beautiful sister approached Yifeng, and couldn't help but say, Yifeng, you were so impressive just now. My name is Zheng Tingting, and I just got accepted into the imperial capital Martial University. I am also a freshman. Yifeng, you are truly powerful, 1,000 times stronger than my brother. Yifeng. Zheng Tingting gazed at Yifeng, her eyes filled with admiration. Yifeng noticed that Zheng Tingting's cultivation aura was also formidable, having reached the late stage of martial general. Yifeng and Zheng Tingting were of similar age, and at this age most outstanding classmates were still at the late stage of martial artist or early stage of martial general. Zheng Jian shot a glare at his sister, and then took out a gold card, handing it to Yifeng. Yifeng, this card contains 5 million. I'll consider it your reward for saving my life. Also, when you come to the imperial capital, be sure to let me know, and I will treat you well. Yifeng took the gold card from Zheng Jian and asked, what's the password? There's no password, Zheng Jian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yifeng understood, and then added Zheng Jian's contact information. Zheng Tingting hurriedly pulled out a string of bracelets and handed it to Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, this is for you. It contains a valuable formation. Zheng Jian looked at his sister in shock. Sister, what are you doing? Yifeng shook his head, saying, I accepted your brother's money because I actually saved him. But Zheng Tingting, I did not save you, so you don't need to give me this formation. Thank you. Zheng Tingting, hearing Yifeng's words and seeing him refuse, rolled her eyes and quickly said, No, Yifeng, this is my gratitude for saving my brother. Zheng Jian rolled his eyes, as her brother Zheng Jian did not believe that his sister would gift Yifeng a precious bracelet engraved with a formation simply because of admiration after witnessing his overwhelming strength. It was likely that Zheng Tingting developed admiration for Yifeng after witnessing his formidable powers. Seeing this, Yifeng accepted the formation bracelet she offered. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Yifeng walked towards the 9 spirits' body refining grass. Many people around were gazing at Yifeng as he approached the 9 spirit body refining grass. Numerous onlookers showed signs of greed as they eyed the 9 spirit body refining grass. Others couldn't help but exclaim, are we really giving the 9 spirit body refining grass to that young man? How I dare say that young man could easily take you down. Some people couldn't help but mock those greedy individuals wanting the 9 spirit body refining grass, saying, don't forget that young man just killed the Grey Mountain Demon Ape with 2 strikes. You are all completely unworthy to compete with him for the 9 spirit body refining grass. If you have the courage to contest with him, then go ahead. Upon hearing these words, some in the crowd who desired the 9 spirit body refining grass fell silent. They recalled the scene of Yifeng killing the Grey Mountain Demon Ape, their previously restless hearts now calmed. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, Yifeng took the 9 spirit body refining grass and placed it into his storage ring. Many people observed him placing the 9 spirit body refining grass into his ring without objection. After all, in this high martial world, strength is paramount. The more powerful one is, the more qualified they are to possess precious heavenly materials and earth treasures. Many gazed at Yifeng with envious eyes. Even Zheng Jian, who came from the imperial capital, looked at Yifeng with envy, saying, I wish I had his strength. Earlier, Zheng Jian had wanted to take the 9 spirit body refining grass, but the other 4 latest martial spirits were wary of him taking it alone, so they rushed in together. Many onlookers were also tempted by this. However, when it came to Yifeng as he approached the 9 spirit body refining grass, many people dared not act rashly. This scene left Zheng Jian feeling envious. Beside him, Zheng Jian's sister Zheng Tingting gazed at Yifeng, her eyes filled with stars. Suddenly, 2 discordant voices called out, Martial Spirit Kid, hand over the 9 spirit body refining grass. You are merely a latest martial spirit kid. That 9 spirit body refining grass is ours. The crowd's expressions changed at the sound of these voices. Yifeng also heard these voices and frowned. He saw 2 martial kings suddenly appear before the crowd. One of the martial kings was a woman who appeared middle-aged and dressed elegantly, named Shui Rong. The other was a middle-aged man in a white suit named Sima Bo. Many people around stared at the 2 martial kings, their eyes wide with astonishment. Martial kings? Wow, they are really martial kings. How did this place attract even martial kings? The crowd looked at the suddenly arrived Sima Bo and Shui Rong with a hint of awe. The imposing aura radiating from Sima Bo and Shui Rong was overwhelmingly oppressive. As Sima Bo and Shui Rong heard the crowd's comments, they observed the shock and respect on the people's faces, and a hint of pride appeared on their faces. Yifeng narrowed his eyes at the unexpected appearance of Sima Bo and Shui Rong. At that moment, Sima Bo and Shui Rong turned their gaze to Yifeng, a sinister smile appearing on their faces. Sima Bo fixed his eyes on Yifeng and said casually, Kid, the 9 spirit body refining grass you just took is now of interest to us. Shui Rong immediately added, Kid, if you hand over the 9 spirit body refining grass, we won't hold it against you. What do you say? The crowd's expressions changed upon hearing the words of the two martial kings. These two martial kings have come for the 9-spirit body refining grass. That 9-spirit body refining grass rightfully belongs to that young man. Aren't these two martial kings being a bit excessive? At that moment some felt indignant for Yifeng. However, most people said, "Sigh, those are two martial kings. No matter how strong this latest martial spirit young man is, he can't possibly be a match for them." Exactly. A martial king fighting a martial spirit is like beating a child. This latest martial spirit young man is truly unfortunate. He just acquired the 9-spirit body refining grass, and now two martial kings want to take it away. At this moment many people looked at Yifeng with a trace of pity. Of course some even showed expressions of gloating, saying, "Hee, if we can't obtain the 9-spirit body refining grass, then neither can that latest martial spirit young man. He killed the Grey Mountain Demon Ape, but it was all for nothing." Indeed, who would have thought two martial kings would show up to snatch it? There are always some people who feel happy if they can't obtain something themselves, seeing others unable to do so as well. At this moment Zheng Tingting stepped forward and directly scolded the two martial kings. "You two martial kings have truly wasted your training. That 9-spirit body refining grass was obtained by handsome Yifeng after killing the Grey Mountain Demon Ape. Isn't it too excessive for you to show up and demand it right away?" Upon being scolded by Zheng Tingting, Sima Bo and Shui Rong's expressions instantly turned sour. Swish! Shui Rong immediately lunged at Zheng Tingting. "Humph! A mere martial general girl dares to teach me a lesson. Today you will pay the price." Seeing this, Yifeng was about to intervene when Zheng Jian quickly stepped in front of his sister and said, "Seniors, we come from the Zheng family in the imperial capital. We carry treasures bestowed upon us by our elders. If you harm us, the elders of the Zheng family will be informed." Upon hearing the words imperial capital Zheng family, Shui Rong immediately halted. Nearby Sima Bo's eyes revealed a deep wariness upon hearing imperial capital Zheng family. Yifeng also felt a hint of curiosity about the Zheng family. Sima Bo and Shui Rong exchanged a deep glance at Zheng Jian and Zheng Tingting, but said nothing further. At this moment Yifeng looked at the two martial kings and calmly stated, "The 9-spirit body refining grass will not be given to you. You may leave." The crowd, including the Zheng siblings, was stunned by Yifeng's words. They had not expected him to be so bold as to directly insult them. Yifeng is so handsome. Zheng Tingting's face revealed a starry-eyed smile upon hearing his words. Her brother, however, was worried for Yifeng, thinking, "Can Yifeng, a latest martial spirit, truly stand against two martial kings?" Shui Rong, hearing Yifeng's words, laughed in anger. "Haha! How dare a martial spirit be so arrogant? Today I will not only take the 9-spirit body refining grass, but also teach you a lesson." Swish! With that, Shui Rong launched a fierce attack on Yifeng. Clang! However, just as the martial king was about to strike, Yifeng's Su Qingyan appeared, blocking the attack. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan's figure in surprise. At that moment Su Qingyan turned to Yifeng and said, "I can help you fend off one martial king. For the rest, it's up to you, Yifeng." Yifeng was astonished that Su Qingyan would actively help him. Swish! Just then Sima Bo suddenly appeared behind Yifeng, unleashing the full power of a martial king intent on taking Yifeng's life. "Be careful, Yifeng, watch out!" Zheng Tingting and Su Qingyan called out in unison from not. The surrounding crowd failed to react in time. Boom! Yifeng turned around, unleashing a punch with all his might directly at Sima Bo. Bang! Crack! Sima Bo was struck by Yifeng's punch, and before he could react, two of his ribs at the same time swish. Yifeng's shoulder was slashed by Sima Bo's blade, tearing his clothes and causing a trickle of blood to flow. Yifeng kicked Sima Bo in the abdomen. Uff! Sima Bo spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh! At that moment, feeling the pain of his broken ribs and the intense agony in his abdomen, Sima Bo's eyes bulged bloodshot. Ugh! Yifeng suddenly seized Sima Bo, lifting the martial king off the ground by his neck. Sima Bo looked at Yifeng utterly shocked and in disbelief, questioning his own life. "Your strength cannot possibly be that of a martial spirit. Who exactly are you?" Crack! Before Sima Bo could finish his sentence, Yifeng, expressionless and merciless, snapped the martial king's neck. In an instant, Yifeng had slain a martial king. However, Yifeng's actions were so swift that no one had Yifeng's speed in killing Sima Bo was astonishingly swift. The martial king didn't even have time to plead for mercy before being slain by him. At this moment, the surrounding crowd was still in shock. Bang! Yifeng casually tossed aside the lifeless body of Sima Bo, whose neck he had just broken. The sound of Sima Bo's body hitting the ground immediately snapped many people out of their daze. They gasped at the sight of Sima Bo's unblinking corpse, unable to contain their astonishment. What the hell? That martial king was killed by that young man. Is this real? This seems too surreal. Indeed. How could a martial king be killed so easily? Many gazed at Sima Bo's body, which was carelessly discarded by Yifeng, their faces displaying disbelief. Then many turned to Yifeng, unable to help but exclaim a martial spirit defeating a martial king. Is this really true? Yes. To think a martial spirit could kill a martial king so quickly, this is simply incredible. At this moment, many looked at Yifeng and then at Sima Ba's corpse on the ground, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Even the deceased martial king, Sima Bo himself, found it hard to believe. Otherwise, Sima Bo wouldn't be staring blankly into space. He never anticipated that Yifeng's strength was so formidable. Crucially, Sima Bo had underestimated Yifeng's power. Had Sima Bo regarded Yifeng's strength from the beginning, he at least wouldn't have died so cleanly before. Yifeng's punch had inflicted immense pain on Sima Bo, and his subsequent kick had caused Sima Bo to spit blood. In that moment, Sima Bo was too focused on his suffering to react. Moreover, Yifeng had directly grasped his neck, giving Sima Bo no chance to plead for mercy, and with all his might, he snapped Sima Ba's neck. For Yifeng knew that when battling others, the greatest taboo was to speak excessively. As the saying goes, the villain dies due to excessive words. Of course, Yifeng himself was not a villain. Had Sima Bo taken Yifeng's strength seriously from the start, he could have unleashed martial techniques, extraordinary abilities, or even fled. However, he initially thought Yifeng was merely a martial spirit and believed he could easily defeat him with his martial king's cultivation, which led to his effortless demise at Yifeng's hands. Of course, even if Sima Bo had valued Yifeng from the outset, he would still have been defeated, as was the case with the other martial king Jiang Beiyuan, who had already used martial techniques and extraordinary abilities, yet was still killed by Yifeng. However, if he had respected Yifeng's strength, he could have died a little less quickly and with less humiliation. Now this martial king Sima Bo, due to his neglect of Yifeng's strength, died rather neatly. Yifeng glanced at the wound on his shoulder inflicted by Sima Ba's desperate strike. Originally, Sima Bo intended to pierce Yifeng's heart from behind. However, when Yifeng turned to attack him, the position shifted, resulting in Sima Bo merely striking Yifeng's shoulder. With Sima Ba's martial king power, that slash could have killed most martial spirits. Yet Yifeng's physical strength was overwhelmingly strong, surpassing the realm of a martial spirit. Thus, after enduring Sima Ba's slash, he only sustained a minor injury. At this moment, Su Qingyan and Shui Rong, another martial king, abruptly ceased their battle. Shui Rong was astonished. A martial spirit in the early stages like Su Qingyan could actually engage her in a back and forth. However, what shocked Shui Rong even more was that Sima Bo had been killed by Yifeng so swiftly. Shui Rong had originally planned to use martial techniques and extraordinary abilities against Su Qingyan. Yet with Yifeng's fight ending so quickly, neither Su Qingyan nor Shui Rong had the chance for an intense battle before Yifeng had already killed Sima Bo. At this moment, Shui Rong looked towards the ground, where Sima Bo lay, her pupils suddenly contracting. She understood Sima Ba's strength. Sima Bo was solved by that kid so quickly. Who is that kid? How could he have dealt with Sima Bo so swiftly? Is his cultivation really just at the late martial spirit level? Sima Ba's strength, after all, is that of a martial king. As she gazed at Sima Ba's corpse on the ground, her shock was only compounded when she looked back at Yifeng, her eyes reflecting not just astonishment, but sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, who had come to assist Yifeng, glanced at the lifeless martial king, and then at the unscathed Yifeng, her eyes widening in shock. Yifeng, he actually killed a martial king so quickly. Yifeng has his strength already surpassed that of... At this moment, the school beauty of Jianghai Martial University was taken aback by Yifeng's overwhelming strength. Just as everyone was in shock, Yifeng stepped forward, slowly approaching the still stunned Shui Rong. The martial king Shui Rong, noticing Yifeng walking towards her, abruptly snapped back to reality. Swish! Shui Rong, wielding a spear, immediately launched her martial technique at Yifeng, great accomplishmently kill spear technique. Instantly, several sharp spear shadows rushed towards Yifeng. Shui Rong, as a martial king, was completely different when facing Yifeng and Su Qingyan. When facing Su Qingyan, she believed she could easily handle her, so she didn't go all out initially. However, Yifeng was different. After Yifeng killed Sima Bo, Shui Rong took Yifeng's strength very seriously and immediately used her full power to confront him. Seeing this, Yifeng also unleashed his full strength, simultaneously executing perfect level Flame Sun Fiery Fist. Boom! Suddenly, a punch imbued with all of Yifeng's power, engulfed in raging flames, struck fiercely at Shui Rong's kill spear shadows. Pong! Shui Rong's kill spear shadows were utterly shattered by Yifeng's perfect level Flame Sun Fiery Fist. Seeing this, the martial king Shui Rong's expression changed. Thus, she hurriedly unleashed her extraordinary ability against Yifeng's S-Class Extraordinary Ability, Water Abyss Phoenix Ice. Roar! An ice phoenix suddenly appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng showed no hesitation and immediately executed his extraordinary ability, Chaotic Demon Thunder. Roar! A terrifying black thunder dragon suddenly emerged. The moment the chaotic demon Thunder Dragon appeared, many people's extraordinary abilities trembled. Su Qingyin, the school beauty of Jianghai Martial University, felt her own extraordinary ability quiver. Su Qingyin looked at the Thunder Dragon surrounding Yifeng, her heart jolting. Isn't Yifeng's lightning-type extraordinary ability classified as S-class in the records? Why is my S-class extraordinary ability nowhere near as powerful as his? At this moment, Su Qingyin was plunged into confusion. At this time, Shui Rong's extraordinary ability struck towards Yifeng, while Yifeng's extraordinary ability directly attacked Shui Rong. Water Abyss Phoenix Ice. Chaotic Demon Thunder. Instantly, the powerful Ice Phoenix clashed with the terrifying Thunder Dragon. The Ice Phoenix of Shui Rong began to show cracks, while Yifeng's Thunder Dragon grew even more formidable. Roar. Suddenly, Yifeng's Thunder Dragon opened its mouth wide, biting down on the Ice Phoenix. Pong. Shui Rong's S-class extraordinary ability Water Abyss Ice Phoenix exploded. Seeing this scene, Shui Rong's heart trembled violently, unable to believe her eyes. But it wasn't over yet. Yifeng's chaotic demon Thunder Dragon rushed towards Shui Rong, opening its massive mouth to swallow this Martial King whole. The Thunder Dragon of Yifeng devoured the Martial King Shui Rong. This scene was truly shocking. Su Qingyin, the campus belle of Jianghai Martial University, couldn't help but freeze in place. The crowd around was so stunned by this scene that they couldn't utter a word. At that moment, Martial King Shui Rong let out a painful scream. Ah! Shui Rong was being continuously electrocuted by black lightning. The more she struggled, the more painful it became. Of course, not struggling was equally tormenting. Shui Rong used all her strength, hoping to unleash her class supernatural ability once more. However, the energy contained within the Chaos Thunder Dragon was far too immense. No matter how Shui Rong struggled, it was completely futile. Soon she sensed the breath of death approaching. The female Martial King hurriedly pleaded with Yifeng, saying, "My lord, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy with Sima Bo for the 9 spirits body tempering herb that you desire." The female Martial King hurriedly pleaded with Yifeng, saying, "My lord, I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been greedy with Sima Bo for the 9 spirits body tempering herb. He deserved to die, my lord. You killed him. Please spare me. As long as you let me go, I am willing to serve under you." Nearby, the crowd was brought back to reality by the female Martial Kings, pleased to Yifeng. "I never expected that a Martial King would be willing to serve a guy at the peak of martial spirit. This is the first time I've heard of it. Of course, that guy at the peak of martial spirit can easily kill a Martial King. It's only normal to find a Martial King as a subordinate. How wonderful it would be if a Martial King served under me. Just thinking about it is impressive." Many people looked at Yifeng with awe. However, Yifeng looked at Shui Rong with an indifferent expression and said, "A Martial King. In my eyes, you are still too weak. A Martial King is weak as you does not qualify to be my subordinate." Shui Rong's face turned pale upon hearing Yifeng's words. The onlookers were shocked by Yifeng's words, unable to help but exclaim, "What a powerful statement." Shui Rong wanted to plead with Yifeng once more, but he waved his hand. The Chaos Thunder Dragon seemed to completely understand Yifeng's intention, instantly wrapping Shui Rong, the Martial King, in several strands of black lightning. Decisive. Soon Shui Rong was devoured entirely by the Chaos Thunder Dragon. A generation's Martial King was thus struck down by Yifeng's lightning. Yifeng looked at Sima Ba's corpse and noticed his storage ring. Thus he approached Sima Ba's corpse and took off his storage ring. Yifeng opened his divine sense and entered the space of Sima Ba's storage ring, instantly brightening his eyes. Inside Sima Ba's storage ring were numerous treasures, martial arts techniques, and other items. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel regret. Had he known this, he would have first taken the storage rings of the Martial King Jiang Beiyuan and the just killed Shui Rong before killing them. At this moment, Yifeng had an idea. When killing those powerful beings, he should first loot them. At this, Yifeng recalled what Jiang Beiyuan had said to him earlier, and for a moment, he felt it was somewhat true. In the distance, the crowd looked at Yifeng, their gazes not only filled with awe. Many people looked at Yifeng and said, "Today we witnessed a miracle. A martial spirit actually killed a Martial King. Moreover, just a martial spirit effortlessly killed 2 Martial Kings. Indeed, that guy is simply too powerful. That was a Martial King, yet he was killed by that guy." The crowd recalled the moment when Yifeng easily struck down the Martial King and felt a twinge of shock in their hearts. At the same time, many people looked at Yifeng with a hint of fear. When Sima Bo and Shui Rong, the 2 Martial Kings, had appeared, those who had been gloating over Yifeng being robbed quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yifeng. They feared that if they made eye contact, Yifeng would kill them too. At this moment, Yifeng approached Su Qingyin, who was also recovering from the shock of Yifeng killing the Martial King. Su Qingyian's expression was no longer as calm as before. On the contrary, this campus belle of Jianghai Martial University looked at Yifeng with 3 parts shock, 3 parts doubt, and 4 parts complexity. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyin and said earnestly, "Thank you." Earlier, Su Qingyan, a martial spirit in the early stage, had stood up to block a martial king for Yifeng when confronted by two martial kings. Honestly, Yifeng was somewhat moved. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have dared to stand up, or would have run away. After all, he was only at the early stage of martial spirit, and didn't seem like a match for a martial king. However, Su Qingyan bravely stood up to shield Yifeng from a martial king. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Then she shook her head, and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I didn't help you much. I think with your strength you could easily kill those two martial kings even without my help." Yifeng smiled and replied, "At the very least you bravely stood up for me just now, which made me feel warm." Hearing Yifeng's words, the campus bell of Zhanghai Martial University couldn't help but tremble internally. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan. Initially his impression of her was merely beautiful. Before entering Zhanghai City's one Monster Beast City, he had seen Su Qingyan make a move, hence his impression of her was that she was somewhat strong. However, Su Qingyan's act of standing up against the martial kings might made her seem brave. Moreover, her actions made Yifeng feel a sense of warmth. However, Su Qingyan's perception of Yifeng was mysterious. After witnessing Yifeng's strength firsthand, she regarded him as powerful. The words Yifeng had just said also made this campus bell of Zhanghai Martial University feel a touch of warmth. Su Qingyan looked at Yifeng and said seriously, "Yifeng, although I rank second on the student power list at Zhanghai Martial University, I feel I am not as strong as you. Just now I witnessed your battle. To be honest, the power you possess at the martial spirit level and your top-notch lightning supernatural ability make me feel inferior. I think if I were to fight you, I wouldn't be able to win." Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing Su Qingyan. Then he looked at Su Qingyan and smiled, saying, "Su Qingyan, isn't there still a first place at Zhanghai Martial University? I believe it's called Ji Tong. How do you think my strength compares to that Ji Tong?" Su Qingyan, without the slightest hesitation, replied to Yifeng, "Ji Tong's strength is far inferior to yours. In my eyes, you Yifeng are the first at Zhanghai Martial University." Yifeng couldn't help but smile slightly upon hearing the words of this campus bell. At this moment, Su Qingyan glanced inward with a grave expression and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, for now, let's not go in. There's a demon king inside. That demon king is incredibly powerful. I've heard from my father that several martial kings have died at its hands." Yifeng felt a stir in his heart upon hearing Su Qingyan's words. He took out the photo given by the Empress and handed it to Su Qingyan, asking, "Su Qingyan, is this the demon king you spoke of?" Su Qingyan was astonished upon seeing the photo Yifeng handed over and said, "How do you have its picture?" Yifeng's eyes lit up upon hearing the campus bell's words. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know this demon king?" Su Qingyan nodded at Yifeng's words and said, "I have heard my father mention that the beast in Beast City one is a demon king known as Yinma Fancher Demon King. The Yinma Fancher Demon King is extremely dangerous. It is said that many martial kings and even human powerhouses have been devoured by it." As she spoke, Su Qingyan's expression grew serious. She looked at Yifeng and earnestly said, "Yifeng, I do not recommend that you confront the Yinma Fancher Demon King, as it is truly perilous. Your current strength has indeed surpassed that of some martial kings. Yet facing the Yinma Fancher Demon King, you may not have a chance of victory." Yifeng looked at the campus bell of Zhanghai Martial University. At that moment, he surprisingly noticed a hint of concern on her otherwise cold face. Yifeng's heart warmed instantly. He looked at Su Qingyan and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If I cannot defeat the Yinma Fancher Demon King, I will escape." Su Qingyan's heart tightened upon hearing Yifeng's words. She wanted to persuade him further, but after Yifeng waved his hand, she refrained from insisting. Su Qingyan said to Yifeng, "Then I'll go with you. If you cannot defeat the Yinma Fancher Demon King, I can help you escape." Yifeng smiled at Su Qingyan's words and replied, "No need, Su Qingyan. Thank you for your kindness. Trust me, if I can't defeat the Yinma Fancher Demon King, I will escape on my own. You don't need to worry. If you follow me, I will have to divide my attention to protect you." Su Qingyan's heart trembled at Yifeng's words. After a moment of silence, the campus bell of Zhanghai Martial University nodded at Yifeng. Many people around, seeing that the 9-spirit refining grass had been taken by Yifeng, and having seen him kill 2 martial kings who sought the grass, lost all interest in it. They were afraid of death, and thus did not dare to ask Yifeng for it. Then many people looked at Yifeng with fear and respect before hurriedly leaving. Many knew that deeper inside lay a powerful demon king. Thus many rushed to explore other areas of Beast City. 1. The Zheng siblings also approached Yifeng, seemingly aware that further in was the Yinma Fancher Demon King. The young master of the Zheng family from the imperial capital glanced inside, a flicker of fear flashing in it. Zheng Jian reminded Yifeng, "Yifeng, do not go deeper. There is a terrifying demon king imprisoned inside. According to our Zheng family's information, that Demon King has already devoured several martial kings, and even seriously injured a martial emperor. Safety is paramount. Please keep your distance from that Demon King. Yifeng nodded at Zheng Jian's reminder, saying thank you for the warning. Zheng Jian nodded back, smiling, seeing your prowess today has broadened my horizons. I never imagined that a latest-stage martial spirit could so easily kill a martial king. Yifeng, a genius like you, would attract attention even in the imperial capital. Here, take my contact information. When you come to the imperial capital, look for me, Zheng Jian, and I will be sure to treat you well. Yifeng smiled upon hearing Zheng Jian's words, saying thank you. His sister Zheng Tingting watched Yifeng with starry eyes while casting a wary glance at Su Qingyan. Zheng Tingting looked at Su Qingyan and asked, pretty sister, are you Yifeng's girlfriend? Yifeng replied. Zheng Jian also looked at his sister. Su Qingyan, upon hearing Zheng Tingting's words, glanced at her, seemingly sensing her intentions. Then Su Qingyan directly told Zheng Tingting she will be in the future. Zheng Tingting smiled brightly upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, saying, so she isn't now. Zheng Tingting then gazed at Yifeng with admiration, exclaiming, Yifeng, I like you. You were so cool just now when you killed those two martial kings. Zheng Jian looked at his sister in shock, not expecting her to say such things. Su Qingyan was also somewhat taken aback, finding Zheng Tingting very direct and bold. Yifeng looked at Zheng Tingting, and after a brief moment of surprise, he slowly replied, sorry, I do not like you. Zheng Tingting shook her head and said, we just met, so it's normal that you don't like me, but I will make you like me. She winked at Yifeng, throwing an immature, flirtatious glance. Yifeng. Then Zheng Jian bid farewell to Zheng Tingting and Yifeng. Su Qingyan felt a sudden sense of crisis in her heart for some reason. Watching Zheng Tingting's figure, she felt that the girl was not simple. Afterwards, Su Qingyan also left, leaving Yifeng all alone. Yifeng walked to a secluded place. At that moment, he looked around, and finding no one, took out the 9-spirit refining grass and swallowed it. The 9-spirit refining grass melted in his mouth, and the rich medicinal power quickly swept through Yifeng's entire body. Crackling. Yifeng's bones kept cracking, and the strength of his body was continuously enhancing. Meanwhile, deep within Beast City No. 1, a demon king was wantonly slaughtering the innocent. This demon king was the Yinma Fanshi demon king that Yifeng was looking for. The Yinma Fanshi demon king was a massive creature nearly 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in orange scales, and even the scales were stained with blood. Its head was 2 to 3 times larger than that of other beasts. Simultaneously, the pupils of the Yinma Fanshi demon king revealed a strong bloodlust. Bang! 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 Just a few steps from the Yinma Fanshi demon king caused the ground to crack, and the stones were crushed to powder beneath its feet. At this moment, not far from the Yinma Fanshi demon king, there were many human corpses having been devoured by the demon king, leaving only bones and a pool of blood. Moreover, the Yinma Fanshi demon king did not just eat humans, it devoured its companions as well. Next to the human remains, there were many beast corpses. This illustrates just how brutal the Yinma Fanshi demon king truly was. An hour later, crackling Yifeng's physical condition slowly recovered. Although his shoulder garment was torn, the wound inflicted by the martial king had healed completely. He stood up and immediately felt that his body was much lighter. Moreover, Yifeng noticed that his muscles were now very well defined. Indeed, ever since Yifeng consumed the 9-spirit refining grass, the strength of his body had reached a new level. Feeling the changes in his physical strength, Yifeng thought, system, what level is my physical strength at now? Host, please allow me to assess your physical strength. Okay. Whoosh. After a while, the system replied to Yifeng, host, your current physical strength has exceeded that of a martial king and surpassed that of a martial emperor. Yifeng's heart shook violently upon hearing this. Such physical strength could be described as extremely powerful and astonishing. If he were to encounter the previous martial king, who ambushed him from behind with this level of strength, he would not have been injured at all. In other words, with his current physical strength, even if a martial king attacked him while standing still, they would not be able to break through his defenses. Indeed, Yifeng's physical strength was that formidable. Thus, Yifeng prepared everything, eager to face the feared Yinma Fanshi demon king. Yifeng arrived at the territory of the flame demon, Devouring demon king. He walked past some dilapidated buildings and came to a more ruined structure. Surrounding him were broken walls, their remnants scattered across the ground. Yifeng gazed at these fractured walls, feeling a sudden shock within. Previously, when Yifeng entered Beast City No. 1, he saw those cracked walls now overgrown with weed. At that time, the area was filled with wild grass. Moreover, lizards, earthworms, and birds could be seen scurrying about. Despite the decay, it was teeming with vitality. However, in this place, Yifeng arrived at the surrounding broken walls, and the clay beneath showed no sign of weeds. The ground was thick black and moist, appearing to be nutritious soil, yet devoid of any life. Yifeng observed this scene around him, feeling it was quite eerie. Between the originally broken walls there should be an abundance of green plants, such as moss. Yet in Yifeng's line of sight, there was not a single living creature amidst the ruins. The cracked ground had solidified into chunks of gray-brown hard soil, stained with patches of dried blood. And there was not a hint of green plant life anywhere. There were no signs of animal life on the ground either. In this oppressive environment, Yifeng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. When Yifeng saw the bloodstains on the ground and some of the broken walls, he became extremely vigilant. He continued to move inwards, suddenly widening his eyes. Not far ahead on the cracked ground, the black soil was covered in bloodstains. An even more horrifying scene was the piles of white bones surrounding the blood. Upon witnessing this scene, a chill surged through Yifeng's heart. He realized that most of those bones belonged to humans, with a few being demon beasts. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the ground beneath Yifeng trembled slightly. He looked up and saw the flame demon devouring demon king appearing not far from him. The flame demon devouring demon king stared at Yifeng, its crimson pupils shining with a bloodthirsty light. Yifeng looked at the flame demon devouring demon king, his expression turning grave. The overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from the flame demon devouring demon king was incredibly intense. Yifeng had hunted many demon beasts, encountering some extremely powerful ones. However, he had never faced a demon king as imposing and oppressive as the flame demon devouring demon. The flame demon devouring demon king fixed its gaze on Yifeng and spoke, "So a mere human martial spirit ant has intruded into my territory. Human martial spirit ant, kneel and self-destruct." Hearing the words of the flame demon devouring demon king, a flash of killing intent flickered in Yifeng's eyes as he replied bluntly, "Flame demon devouring demon king, you should kneel and self-destruct." Huh. The flame demon devouring demon king laughed heartily upon hearing Yifeng's words. "A human martial spirit ant dares to command me to self-destruct. It seems I haven't feasted on your kind strong ones for too long, losing much of my intimidating power." As it spoke, the flame demon devouring demon king stared at Yifeng, a flash of crimson light flickering in its blood-red pupils. Simultaneously, the killing intent revealed in the demon king's gaze was palpable. Yifeng felt the murderous aura from the flame demon devouring demon king, but felt little fear. The flame demon devouring demon king fixed its gaze on Yifeng, saying, "Do you know how many martial kings this king has slain among your kind? You, a mere martial spirit ant, are not even enough to be a snack for this king. So what if you've killed a few martial kings? It's as if no one has done that before. If you didn't know better, you'd think, when I just entered I casually killed 2 martial kings. What do you count as? You dare call me an ant? Flame demon ant, come and die." As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, extreme anger filled the eyes of the flame demon devouring demon king. Boom. The ground beneath them shattered instantly, and the flame demon devouring demon king lunged at Yifeng. Boom. As it reached Yifeng, a gigantic arm, several times larger than a human, swung down with a might. This punch from the flame demon devouring demon king seemed to compress the air, creating an explosive force. With its power transcending that of a martial king, a single punch could reduce a typical martial spirit to pulp. However, Yifeng was no ordinary martial spirit. Boom. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate, also throwing a punch with all his might to meet the descending fist of the flame demon devouring demon king. Pong. A tremendous sound resonated as Yifeng's fist collided with that of the flame demon devouring demon king. Bang, bang, bang. The floor around Yifeng shattered under the impact of their fists. Human martial spirit. Is this the kind of power a human martial spirit can possess? The flame demon devouring demon king roared in anger, feeling Yifeng's strength. To its surprise, Yifeng managed to withstand its powerful punch. In fact, he sustained no injuries at all. The flame demon devouring demon king narrowed its blood-red eyes at this scene. This king's punch would heavily injure a martial king, yet you, a martial spirit, remain unscathed. Boom, boom, boom. This demon king in disbelief unleashed punch after punch at Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. Yifeng was unaffected by the demon king's attacks, retaliating with punch after punch. Pong, 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 pong. The already cracked ground shattered further, and the surrounding remnants of walls collapsed completely. Yet after exchanging dozens of powerful strikes, neither Yifeng nor the demon king had sustained any injuries. Yifeng was astonished by the power of the flame demon devouring demon king. Honestly, this was the first time he had felt such immense strength. However, the flame demon devouring demon king was even more shocked. Looking at the unharmed Yifeng, it stated affirmatively, "So you are not a mere martial spirit ant. You are a latest-stage martial spirit cultivator, and in terms of strength you surpass your kind's martial kings by a significant margin. Kid, your power is exceptionally formidable even among our demon beast clan. You with such terrifying strength pose a greater threat than a martial king, so you cannot be left alive." Flame demon palm. Pong. Suddenly the surrounding air exploded, forming a massive red palm. This enormous red palm print radiated a bloodthirsty aura exuding not heat, but a chilling cold. This was the Flame Demon Devouring Demon King's ultimate technique, the Flame Demon Palm. Even your human martial king strong ones do not warrant this king to use the Flame Demon Palm. To die beneath my Flame Demon Palm is already a great honor. Without a word, Yifeng unleashed his own technique, S-grade Chaos Magic Thunder. Flame Sunfiery Fist. Boom. A fiery fist imprint formed entwined with a terrifying blue-black lightning dragon. Sizzle, 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 the Chaos Thunder Dragon and the Flame Sunfiery Fist collided, continuously erupting with immense energy that seemed capable of shattering everything. Boom. At that moment, the Flame Demon Palm surged toward Yifeng. Boom. Yifeng did not hold back, directly unleashing the Flame Sunfiery Fist and the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon against the Flame Demon Devouring Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. Pong. The Flame Demon Palm collided with the Flame Sunfiery Fist and the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon, unleashing a surge of blood-red light and fiery brilliance mixed with lightning radiance. Suddenly, a brilliant light engulfed the surroundings. The previously oppressive atmosphere of the Flame Demon Devouring Demon King's territory was replaced by a blinding display of light. Then 3 intense beams of light erupted, transforming into dazzling white brilliance. Pong sizzle. The stark white bones on the ground were completely evaporated by the immense energy generated from the collision of the Flame Demon Palm, the Flame Sunfiery Fist, and the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. Pong. With another thunderous sound, the red Flame Demon Palm ultimately exploded beneath the might of Yifeng's Flame Sunfiery Fist and Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. Yifeng's Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder struck the Flame Demon King, shattering its Flame Demon Palm. However, Yifeng had no prior experience successfully merging martial arts with supernatural powers. Last time he had attempted to fuse the Sunfire Fist with the Hurricane Annihilation Dragon, resulting in failure and an explosion. That time it was the wind-based supernatural power combined with fire-type martial arts, which was somewhat easier. But this time Yifeng was using a more powerful lightning-type supernatural ability. Moreover, this lightning ability was not only stronger, but also more ferocious. Fire-type martial arts are inherently fierce. Therefore, the combination of lightning-type supernatural powers and fire-type martial arts became exceedingly violent. As expected, after Yifeng's Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder shattered the Flame Demon Palm, the already ferocious energy became even more violent. Pong. Sure enough, after the Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder exploded the Flame Demon Palm, as soon as they approached the Flame Demon King, they detonated directly. A massive explosion of fire shot into the sky, completely obscuring visibility. It was not only the intense firelight, but also the eruption of a tremendously powerful energy. Bang! The immense energy struck Yifeng's body. In an instant, caught off guard, he was sent flying. The Flame Demon King, who had just battled Yifeng, felt even worse. Its Flame Demon Palm had been shattered by Yifeng, and the residual force of the explosion struck it directly. Not only that, the explosive power of Yifeng's Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder also slammed. The Flame Demon King roared in fury, human UTM. Immediately, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed its entire body. Roar. The Flame Demon King howled, gazing at the sky. However, no matter how furious it was futile. The Flame Demon King was knocked to the ground by the immense shockwave of the explosion, its massive form. After a while, the blinding light of the explosion dissipated, revealing a gigantic deep pit where Yifeng and the Flame Demon King had fought. Clearly, the power generated by the explosion was tremendously strong. At this moment, Yifeng lay far from the deep pit of the explosion, covered in ash. Moreover, Yifeng's clothes had been shredded to only a few tattered remnants. Realizing this, he quickly took out a set of clothes from his storage ring and put them on. Cough, cough. Yifeng coughed twice, his face covered in black dust, and his hair also had a fair amount of grime. He looked quite disheveled. He hurriedly brushed off the dust from his hair and face. Fortunately, Yifeng's physical strength had withstood the explosion caused by his perfected rank fire-type martial arts and S-rank lightning supernatural ability. If it were any other martial spirit, martial general, or martial artist caught in the explosion's power, they would have likely turned to ashes. Even a martial king would have been killed by the explosion triggered by Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng felt somewhat fortunate that before seeking out the Flame Demon King, he had refined the 9 spirits body refining herb he had obtained. Because of refining that 9 spirits body refining herb, Yifeng's physical strength had made a significant leap forward. Thus, it had allowed his physical strength to reach the level of a martial emperor. It was precisely because Yifeng's physical strength had reached the martial emperor level that he was unscathed in the recent explosion. At this time, Yifeng looked towards the distance where the Flame Demon King lay beside the deep pit. This was due to Yifeng's perfected Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder having shattered the Flame Demon King's Flame Demon Palm. Then Yifeng's Sunfire Fist and Chaos Thunder attacked the Flame Demon King, the explosion being even closer to it. Therefore, the explosive impact the Flame Demon King endured was even greater than Yifeng's. Moreover, this Flame Demon King was much larger than Yifeng, its weight several times greater. Thus, it was simply flipped over, being closer to the explosion center and bearing a greater force. Yifeng was flung away far from the explosion center. And there was one more important point. That was after being baptized by the precious heavenly material and earthly treasure, the Nine Spirits Body Refining Herb, Yifeng's physical strength had already surpassed that of the Flame Demon King. Therefore, while Yifeng was uninjured, the Flame Demon King was hurt, and significantly so. Swish! Yifeng took out the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword and slowly approached the Flame Demon King lying on the ground. At this moment, the Flame Demon King lay on the ground, its body and scales shattered in many places. Not only that, but the shattered body of the Flame Demon King was bleeding a substantial amount of blood that looked like molten lava. It seemed as if the entire body of the Flame Demon King was about to shatter. Yifeng stood before the massive deep pit, looking at the crater created by his martial arts and supernatural abilities. He couldn't help but exclaim internally, "I am truly impressive." At this time, the Flame Demon King lying on the ground also noticed Yifeng approaching it. It remained lying there, likely incapacitated due to the immense damage it had sustained. At this moment, the Flame Demon King's scarlet demon eye surprisingly became somewhat clear. Seeing this, Yifeng inferred that the Flame Demon King must have been stunned by his martial arts and supernatural abilities. The Flame Demon King looked at Yifeng hoarsely, saying, "You endured such a powerful explosion, yet you seem fine. Truly amazing. Well, that explosion was caused by you, so you naturally know how to avoid it." Yifeng. In truth, he had no idea there would be an explosion, nor how to evade it. He merely relied on his physical strength to endure it. The Flame Demon King stared at Yifeng, continuing, "Hee, I never expected that in my reign I would be severely injured by you, a mere human martial spirit cultivator. Human, can you tell me your name?" Upon hearing this, Yifeng wary replied, without hesitation, "Yifeng." Yifeng. Yifeng. What a strong name. Seeing this, Yifeng immediately unleashed SS rank Devouring supernatural ability. Swish! A massive devouring black hole appeared behind him, just like before. What is this? The Flame Demon King, seeing the devouring black hole behind Yifeng, had its demon eyes widen in shock. Swish! Before it could react, this Demon King, who had dominated in Beast City No. 1, was directly sucked into the devouring black hole. Yifeng not only wanted to kill the Flame Demon King, but he also wanted to see how much power he could gain from devouring a Flame Demon King. As Yifeng's voice fell, the Flame Demon fan sure the Demon King was suddenly shaken within. It had indeed intended to engage in conversation with Yifeng to buy time and regain some power. However, the Flame Demon fan sure never expected that Yifeng seemed to see through its intentions, not giving it any chance to speak further, and directly devoured it. At this moment, the Flame Demon fan sure, now engulfed in Yifeng's devouring black hole, sensed something was amiss. It realized that it could gradually restore its strength if it remained outside. Yet ever since it entered Yifeng's devouring black hole, the more it needed to recover its strength, the more it found itself unable to do so. Moreover, within this devouring black hole, there was an invisible force of absorption draining its vitality. The key was that the destructive power within Yifeng's devouring black hole filled it with dread. At this moment, the Flame Demon fan sure felt its power weakening continuously, and a force was incessantly destroying its body. Sensing all this, the Flame Demon fan sure was greatly alarmed, and hurriedly said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, is this devouring black hole your special ability?" Yifeng looked at the shocked Flame Demon fan sure in his devouring black hole, and nodded slightly. "Yes, it is my special ability." Hearing Yifeng's words, the Flame Demon fan sure's heart suddenly jolted with shock. It stared at Yifeng incredulously, saying, "How is this possible? How could a human have such a devouring black hole as a special ability? I have encountered many human powerhouses' abilities before, but whether they were Class A or S-Class powerful abilities, none could compare to the might of your current devouring black hole." Yifeng gazed at the astonished Flame Demon fan sure and calmly said, "Do you know what level my devouring ability is?" The Flame Demon fan sure's heart trembled suddenly as it looked at Yifeng and uncertainly asked, "Could it be that your ability is S level?" Yifeng shook his head and replied to the Flame Demon fan sure, "This is an SS level ability." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the Flame Demon fan sure's eyes quivered. SS level. The legendary SS level. How is this possible? How could a human awaken such a legendary SS level ability? That is a legendary SS level ability. In my lifetime, I have seen and heard things beyond imagination. Suddenly, the Flame Demon fan sure felt its lower half being devoured and destroyed by this devouring black hole. In an instant, it was greatly alarmed and couldn't help but mutter, Is this what the legendary SS level ability is like? The Flame Demon fan sure suddenly raised its head, and its expression slowly recovered from shock. It looked at Yifeng and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I never expected that in my lifetime I would witness the legendary SS level ability. Even more unexpectedly, this SS level ability is about to kill me. As it spoke, the Flame Demon fan sure looked at Yifeng with serious eyes. Yifeng, I previously thought it was too humiliating to die at the hands of a human martial spirit latestitch. But I never anticipated that Yifeng would actually awaken the legendary SS level ability. He to die under the rumored SS level ability, I can say I have died without regrets. After saying this, the Flame Demon fan sure closed its eyes and stopped struggling. Yifeng, hearing this, acted quickly to prevent any further mishaps. Kill. At that moment, within the devouring black hole behind Yifeng, the devouring power grew even stronger. This destructive force suddenly completely devoured and annihilated the Flame Demon fan sure within the devouring black hole. Crack, crack, crack. In no time, the Flame Demon fan sure, who dominated the No. 1 Monster Beast City, was utterly crushed. Meanwhile, inside the No. 1 Monster Beast City, chaos ensued. The commotion caused by Yifeng and the Flame Demon fan sure was too great. Especially the explosion caused by Yifeng using the perfected level Flame Yang Fist combined with the S-level Chaos Demon Thunder was overwhelmingly powerful. Thus at that moment, not only did Yifeng injure the Flame Demon fan sure, but the ground of No. 1 Monster Beast City was also directly shaken. At this moment, many people in No. 1 Monster Beast City were dazed. What the hell? What's happening? Did an earthquake occur in No. 1 Monster Beast City? But just now it only shook once. Did you hear that? That Demon King's side caused an exceptionally loud. Not only did we hear it, but we saw it. The dazzling light from the Demon King's side was blinding. I couldn't open my eyes for a moment. I wonder what that Demon King is up to. It mustn't come out. At this moment, many people still mentioned the Flame Demon fan sure, their eyes flashing with intense fear. Those who had previously witnessed Yifeng kill 2 martial kings with the 9 spirits refining body grass looked towards the direction of the Flame Demon fan sure, unable to help but speculate. That powerful martial spirit, who could slay martial kings, must be fighting the Flame Demon fan sure now. Indeed, that explosion and the blinding light were truly astonishing. It seems the young man and the Flame Demon fan sure are indeed battling. I hope the young man can win, and after all, he is the one who could kill 2 martial kings. At this moment among the crowd, Su Qingyan looked in the direction where Yifeng was glancing worryingly. I hope Yifeng is okay. Outside No. 1 Monster Beast City, the officials, sensing the tremors from the battle explosion between Yifeng and the Flame Demon fan sure, quickly issued an emergency order. Everyone do not approach the vicinity of the Flame Demon fan sure's territory. Of course, the nearby officials did not approach either. They feared that drawing the Flame Demon fan sure out would cause even greater casualties. However, what no one expected was that the Flame Demon fan sure, which had instilled fear in No. 1 Monster Beast City, had already been devoured and killed by Yifeng. Meanwhile, on Yifeng's side, after he had just devoured and killed the Flame Demon fan sure, a voice from the system rewards echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have just used the SS level devouring ability to devour and kill the Flame Demon fan sure, rewarding you with 300 enhancement points. Yifeng heard this and looked at the enhancement points on his attribute panel, which had surprisingly exceeded 100. But it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, a crimson energy orb filled with energy appeared in the devouring black. Before Yifeng could react much, this crimson energy orb suddenly entered his body. Boom! Yifeng almost lost his balance as this red energy orb was much stronger than the energies he had absorbed before. Instantly, the red energy orb from the Flame Demon fan sure feedback through Yifeng's devouring black hole rapidly spread within his body. Feeling this, Yifeng quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Time passed second by second. After about 3 hours, Yifeng opened his eyes. His cultivation had risen from the late martial spirit stage to martial king. Yifeng's cultivation has officially advanced to the level of martial king. With about 2 months remaining until the beginning of his first year in college, his speed of advancement can be described as extraordinarily rapid. However, such a rapid advancement speed made even Yifeng himself somewhat worried about the instability. Yifeng opened his attribute panel name. Yifeng cultivation level early stage martial king, awakened talent and abilities S-Class Hurricane, Devouring Dragon SS-Class, Chaotic Demon, Thunder SSS Class, Devour, Physical Characteristics, Ordinary Strength, 0 Body, Strength, 0 Martial Arts, D-Class, Leopard Fist Perfect, B-Class, Explosive Thunder, Flash, /Perfect, B-Class Flame Sun Fiery Fist Perfect, A-Class, Heavenly Gang, Furious Thunder Seal, not yet entered. Appearance Handsome Enhancement Points 10200. Yifeng looked at his attribute panel, feeling a shock in his heart. At this moment his strength had already broken through to 100,000. However, Yifeng's body strength was even more formidable, reaching a full 15,000. It should be noted that a typical martial king has a strength ranging from about 1,000 to 3,000. Yet Yifeng had just advanced to martial king and his strength had already reached a full 1,000. Such formidable strength renders the notion of an unstable foundation non-existent. If he were to face the Flame Demon Fan, Yifeng was confident that even without using martial skills and abilities, he could directly defeat the Flame Demon with sheer strength. This is the formidable power that Yifeng possesses now. His body strength, in fact, was even more terrifying than his strength. A typical early-stage martial king has a body strength ranging from 8,000 to 1,000. However, Yifeng's body strength has now reached 5,000. Even martial emperor-level experts only have body strengths ranging from 2,000 to 3,000. In other words, after advancing to martial king, Yifeng's body strength has completely surpassed that of typical martial emperor experts, and his body strength is even double that of an average martial emperor. If the Flame Demon Fan C were still around, Yifeng could stand still and attack this Demon King, and this Demon King would be unable to break through Yifeng's body strength. Yifeng looked at his attribute panel, feeling the power and body strength he gained from becoming stronger, and he felt very satisfied. This rapid advancement not only solidified his foundation, but made it exceptionally robust. If those familiar with Yifeng outside were to know about his current strength and cultivation, they would likely question their own lives. However, Yifeng's journey this time not only improved his strength, but he also learned many methods to become stronger. For instance, the martial king Jiangbei Yuan he devoured made him realize that seizing opportunities can lead to faster growth. At the same time, he also understood that by devouring human experts, he could become stronger. The Flame Demon Fan C further demonstrated to Yifeng that devouring a demon king could lead to exceptionally rapid growth. The news of Shuirong's death from the Shui family in Zhonghai was transmitted back. As one of the only 5 martial kings in the Shui family, Shuirong held a significant position. The Shui family is also a very famous family in Zhonghai City, rich and resourceful. At this time in the main hall of the Shui family, the family head and the elders sat in high positions. The expressions of the Shui family's high-ranking members were quite grim due to Shuirong's death. The family head looked around and spoke to the elders of the Shui family. According to reports from spies in B City No. 1, Elder Shuirong discovered a rare treasure known as the 9-spirit body refining grass. However, she was ambushed by a greedy young martial spirit practitioner, leading to her downfall. That young martial spirit practitioner is named Yifeng, a freshman entering Zhonghai Martial University this year, reportedly from an ordinary family. The Grand Elder of the Shui family stood up and said, "Family head, we must take revenge for this grudge. That young one, named Yifeng, must be killed. Otherwise, in the future, who would take our Shui family seriously when we go out to carry out tasks?" As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, the other elders of the Shui family nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we must avenge Elder Shuirong." The family head nodded and said, "Then next we need to plan carefully." Meanwhile, in the Sima family of Zhang, as the second-ranked family in Zhonghai City, they are also known for their cunning. The news of Sima Bo's death and the circumstances surrounding it had already spread. Sima Bo was the 6th elder of the Sima family. In the Sima family's conference hall, the head of the Sima family looked at the elders and slowly said, "The 6th elder has now been killed, and the one who killed him is a student from Zhonghai Martial University in the late stage of martial spirit." As soon as the head of the Sima family finished speaking, the conference hall was filled with murmurs. "The 6th elder is dead and was killed by a martial spirit student. Isn't it true? Are martial spirit students that strong?" Hearing the discussions, the head of the Sima family spoke up. "The student is named Yifeng, who just entered Zhonghai Martial University this year and is a freshman in 2 months. Our family's 6th elder was directly killed by this student Yifeng with thunderous means. Based on my calculations, although this student is a martial spirit, his strength is already among the strong in Martial King." Upon hearing the head's words, the Sima family's hall fell silent. The head of the Sima family looked at the elders and asked, "What do you think? Should we seek revenge for the 6th elder? Go kill that Yifeng?" The Grand Elder of the Sima family pondered for a moment before standing up and saying, "Family head, we cannot provoke this student named Yifeng." The other elders looked at the Grand Elder, and the head of the Sima family also turned to him. The Grand Elder, seeing everyone looking at him, analyzed, "This student, Yifeng, is only a freshman, yet possesses the strength to kill a martial king, which indicates his extraordinary talent. Such an extraordinarily talented student, I estimate that the higher-ups of Zhonghai Martial University have long noticed him and are protecting him. If we act against him, we will be facing Zhonghai Martial University." Hearing the words, Zhonghai Martial University, Even the head of the Sima family showed a strong sense of trepidation. The other elders of the Sima family also displayed traces of fear. The head of the Sima family nodded at the Grand Elder. My thoughts align with those of the Grand Elder. We cannot act against Yi Feng for the time being. Additionally, I have already instructed someone to bribe the Shui family's informant to distort the events to the higher-ups of the Shui family. With Shui Rong dead on the Shui family's side, let them probe the situation first. The other elders of the Sima family hurriedly said upon hearing the head's words, the head is wise. Meanwhile, Yi Feng returned to Zhanghai Martial University under the cover of night. Upon returning to his residence, he eagerly opened the storage ring he had obtained from Sima Bo. First, Yi Feng took out a long spear, Nine Abyss Flame Spear. Yi Feng looked at the Nine Abyss Fire Spear. This Nine Abyss Fire Spear was crafted from mysterious iron, with a layer of red matte finish coating the spear. The entire spear shaft was intricately engraved with lifelike dragon patterns. Holding the Nine Abyss Fire Spear in his hand, a killing aura capable of breaking through thousands of troops surged within him. What a fine spear! He exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the Nine Abyss Fire Spear in his hand. Then Yi Feng discovered a bundle of cash in Sima Ba's storage ring. He glanced at the cash and couldn't help but count. There was over 3 million in total. Finally, Yi Feng found a martial arts manual for spear techniques, which was classified as a grade martial art, wind-shattering cloud-piercing spear technique. Yi Feng stared at the scroll containing the spear technique momentarily entranced. After consecutively perfecting several martial arts manuals, his comprehension had surpassed that of most people. Many martial arts that others found incomprehensible could now be understood by Yi Feng thanks to his current level of comprehension. This was Yi Feng's first encounter with a spear technique, so he naturally spent more time on it. After a while, Yi Feng came back to his senses. He realized that if he intended to cultivate step by step with his understanding mastering the wind-shattering cloud-piercing spear technique, would take approximately 2 years. Thus, Yi Feng decided to use enhancement points to cultivate this wind-shattering cloud-piercing spear technique. Next, he first went to the cafeteria to eat something, then returned to take a shower and have a good sleep. Early the next morning, Su Qingyan, the cold beauty of Zhanghai Martial University, came looking for him. Yi Feng was somewhat surprised to see Su Qingyan standing outside the door, and asked Su Qingyan, how did you know I was back? Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng and replied, last night you went to the school cafeteria for a meal, and quite a few infatuated girls took pictures of you and posted them on the school's forum. Yi Feng had already become a celebrity at Zhanghai Martial University. After all, he had defeated the third-ranked Chao Yao before officially enrolling, a feat unprecedented in the history of Zhanghai Martial University. Previously, the strongest freshman in the first year only ranked as high as 100 on the Zhanghai Martial University strength list. Now Yi Feng had directly shattered that record. Within Zhanghai Martial University's campus, many people wanted to see Yi Feng battle against Su Qingyan, who was ranked second, and many others wanted to see him fight against Su Tong, who was ranked third. Now the strength Yi Feng displayed at Zhanghai Martial University, along with his handsome face, had made him quite popular. In fact, many girls within Zhanghai Martial University wished to become Yi Feng's girlfriend. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Yi Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly. It was too much to even eat without being photographed and discussed. Suddenly, Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng, wanting to say something more, but she sensed his aura. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. This campus beauty of Zhanghai Martial University looked at Yi Feng and couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Feng, have you already reached the Martial King level? She gazed at Yi Feng, unable to hide the astonishment in her eyes. Su Qingyan never expected that Yi Feng would reach the Martial King level so quickly. The reason she could sense that Yi Feng had reached the Martial King level was that there were quite a few professors and teachers at Zhanghai Martial University who were also at that level. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Yi Feng nodded and said, just lucky I reached the Martial King. The campus beauty of Zhanghai Martial University felt a jolt in her heart at Yi Feng's affirmative response. Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng, although she was usually a very calm and composed girl. At this moment, however, the campus beauty felt the aura of Yi Feng as a martial king and couldn't hide her shock at his confirmed answer. After all, this was a martial king. Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng and said, Yi Feng, I really don't know how you cultivated so quickly. I have access to various rich resources from my family and school since I was young, yet I am now in my 3rd year, and only at the early stage of martial spirit. Yi Feng, you are 3 years younger than me, and you reached the late stage of martial spirit before. Now you have even become a martial king. She recalled Yi Feng's previous performance in the No. 1 Monster Beast City in Zhanghai, saying, Yi Feng, you could easily kill a martial king even when you were at the late stage of martial spirit. Now that you are a martial king, how strong must your combat power be? Hearing this, Yi Feng shook his head. He was also curious about the strength he had gained after advancing to martial king. At this moment, he looked at Su Qingyan, whose face was filled with shock, and asked, Su Qingyan, what brings you here? Su Qingyan, coming back to her senses from the shock of Yi Feng's advancement to Martial King, looked at him and slowly said, I came specifically to see if you were injured after fighting that flame demon fan, Sea Demon King. Hearing Su Qingyan's words, Yi Feng felt warmth in his heart. He looked at Su Qingyan and said seriously, Thank you for your concern. I am uninjured. Su Qingyan nodded at Yi Feng's words. However, Yi Feng's advancement to Martial King had a profound impact on this powerful campus beauty. Soon Yi Feng tidied himself up and went with Su Qingyan to the school cafeteria for a meal. In the Zhanghai Martial University cafeteria. Look, isn't that Su the campus beauty and Yi Feng the junior? Wow, it's the first time I've seen Su the campus beauty having a meal with a male student in the cafeteria. The key is this person is still Yi Feng. Immediately, Yi Feng and Su Qingyan eating together quickly attracted the attention of most students at Zhanghai Martial University. Many students posted photos of the two on the campus network, and soon this matter made it to the Zhanghai Martial University's hot search. Wow, I really envy Su the campus beauty for having a meal with Yi Feng. I actually envy Yi Feng for being able to have a meal with Su the campus beauty. I've never seen Su the campus beauty so close to any male student before. Could it be that Su the campus beauty and Yi Feng are dating? However, soon many students in the cafeteria were shocked by Yi Feng's cultivation level. While Yi Feng's cultivation level is actually on par with many teachers. Yi Feng has already reached the Martial King level. A senior girl mustered her courage and approached Yi Feng cautiously asking, Yi Feng, have you really reached the Martial King level now? Yi Feng nodded, and the senior girl along with the surrounding seniors gasped in astonishment. Wow. A freshman who hasn't even enrolled yet has reached the Martial King level. What does that make my 3 years of diligent cultivation in school, which only brought me to the mid-stage of Martial General? When I was the same age as Yi Feng, I could only reach the Martial General level. Yi Feng has already reached the Martial King level. This is too outrageous. Immediately, many seniors were left speechless by Yi Feng's advancement to Martial King. That day, Yi Feng becomes a Martial King, quickly topped the Zhanghai Martial University's hot list. Meanwhile, the Empress ordered the school leaders to find Yi Feng. Zhanghai Martial University is trending first. Yi Feng has advanced to Martial King. When Yi Feng was cultivating his martial spirit, his combat power was already enough to easily defeat senior brother Chao Yao. Indeed, senior brother Chao Yao's combat power is ranked among the top 3 in the entire school. Now that Yi Feng has advanced to Martial King, how much has his combat power increased? In an instant, the entire Zhanghai Martial University was abuzz with discussions about how much stronger Yi Feng had become as a Martial King. I used to think that Su Das Campus Flower and senior brother Jitong could defeat Yi Feng. But now I feel that Su Das Campus Flower and senior brother Jitong can't compete with Yi Feng. Throughout Zhanghai Martial University, many students were pondering how Yi Feng would compare to the top 2 in the campus, Su Qingyan and Jitong. In fact, quite a few students believed that Su Qingyan and Jitong were no match for Yi Feng. However, without having faced off, many students did not draw any conclusions. Many seniors in Zhanghai Martial University could not help but feel envious of Yi Feng. Yi Feng, he hasn't even started school yet, and has already reached Martial King. The next batch of freshmen is doomed when they find out that their classmate Yi Feng from their freshman year has become a Martial King. I wonder what their expressions will be like. Haha, I also look forward to the freshman enrollment ceremony in 2 months. Yi Feng has now become the only student who is already famous throughout the school without having even enrolled yet. In the cafeteria of Zhanghai Martial University, Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng sitting opposite her and said, Yi Feng, our school's final exams end tomorrow. After that, there will be a long summer break lasting 2 months. Su Qingyan looked at Yi Feng with a hint of expectation in her eyes and asked, Yi Feng, would you like to come to my house and live with me? Yi Feng nearly spat out his food when he heard Su Qingyan's words. Wasn't she being a bit too direct? Looking at Su Qingyan, Yi Feng said, Senior sister Su, it seems we are just friends for now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to stay at your house? Su Qingyan, hearing Yi Feng's words, looked at him seriously and said, What's wrong with that? Yi Feng, you are going to be my boyfriend. Yi Feng. Su Qingyan's straightforwardness left him somewhat speechless. He looked at Su Qingyan and asked, Senior sister Su, what do you like about me? Yi Feng looked at Su Qingyan across from him. She was truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Yet at that moment, such a stunning Su Qingyan had her gaze solely fixed on Yi Feng. At that moment, the sunlight outside the cafeteria spilled onto the table, casting warm rays on the profiles of Su Qingyan and Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at Su Qingyan across from him. She was truly beautiful, breathtakingly so. Yet at that moment, such a stunning Su Qingyan had her gaze solely fixed on Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned to Su Qingyan and said, Senior sister Su, I actually don't know if you really like me. I feel that you are too direct without a hint of hesitation. This makes it hard for me to handle. I'm afraid you might just be flirting with me without any serious intentions. Su Qingjian's heart trembled upon hearing Yifeng's words. The very beautiful campus flower with her delicate features and lively eyes looked at Yifeng earnestly and said, Yifeng, I have always rejected other suitors and their confessions. That is because I can be sure that I do not like them. However, you are different. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I believed you were my destiny. Yifeng felt a sudden tremor in his heart upon hearing Su Qingjian's words. He then looked at her and said, Senior Sister Su, but I have always felt you are too composed, almost devoid of emotions. When Yifeng first saw Su Qingyan, he was stunned by her beautiful and exquisite face. However, he felt that this campus flower of Zhanghai Martial University was far too calm, lacking any sign of emotion. Su Qingyan trembled at Yifeng's words. For some reason, hearing him say that made her a bit flustered. So Su Qingyan hurriedly said to Yifeng, Actually, from the first moment I saw you, I felt a fluttering sensation in my heart, but I didn't want to show it, so I pretended to be calm. I have looked up your information and I became curious about you, but when I saw you for the first time I realized I had fallen in the past there were too many who liked me, but I didn't know how to express love as I used to scoff at it. However, after meeting you, Yifeng, I have been searching online for ways to express my feelings to the person I am. As she spoke, Su Qingyan quickly took out her phone, handed it to Yifeng, and opened her browsing history. What is love? How to express feelings to the one you admire. How to express your feelings to someone you like. Yifeng felt a sudden jolt in his heart upon seeing Su Qingyan's browsing history. He never expected that the seemingly aloof Su Qingyan would search for such things for him. Looking at Su Qingyan, he saw that her pretty face was already tinged with a hint of blush. Yifeng was momentarily entranced. Clang. Suddenly Su Qingyan stood up abruptly, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the cafeteria of Zhanghai Martial University. Especially as Su Qingyan just stood up, all eyes were drawn to her. Yifeng looked up at Su Qingyan, his pupils suddenly widening in shock. Su Qingyan's pretty face was turning increasingly red. She glanced at Yifeng, her expression suddenly panicked. Then looking at the students around her, she exclaimed loudly, I Su Qingyan like classmate Yifeng very much. The surrounding students at Zhanghai Martial University were momentarily stunned upon hearing Su Qingyan's words. Yifeng was startled and extremely shocked upon hearing her confession. At that moment, Su Qingyan's beautiful face resembled a ripe apple, blushing profusely. Her lovely features were visibly flustered. Yifeng stood up and looked at Su Qingyan. At this moment, he felt his ears burning and his face was extremely hot. Unbeknownst to him, his cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. Looking at Su Qingyan's flustered expression, he saw that her regal face, usually composed, now resembled a child who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Yifeng extended his hand, and looking at the stunned students around him, mustered his courage and declared loudly, I Yifeng like Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan, would you be my girlfriend? Yifeng's confession echoed through every corner of the cafeteria, just like Su Qingyan's earlier confession. The students who had just snapped out of their shock were stunned once again. In that moment, all the students at Zhanghai Martial University held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation, yet no one made a sound. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop. It was utterly silent. Su Qingyan's face was flushed as she nervously reached out her hand to hold Yifeng's, declaring firmly, I am Yifeng's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Yifeng revealed an incredibly radiant smile. Applause erupted among the students of Zhanghai Martial University, the sound of clapping resounding throughout the venue. Su Qingyan officially became Yifeng's girlfriend, and the campus network of Zhanghai Martial Arts University exploded with excitement. Is it true? Yifeng, a freshman, is dating the most popular beauty Suda. Many students at Zhanghai Martial Arts University instinctively felt it was impossible. They debated, no way, absolutely impossible. Suda has rejected countless suitors. Exactly, I remember, even the top-ranking senior Jitong was coldly rejected by Su De last month. Clearly, news of Yifeng and Su Qingyan confirming their relationship was met with disbelief among many students at Zhanghai Martial Arts University. However, at that moment, many students in the cafeteria had already recorded the confession. They captured Su Qingyan and Yifeng's confession in the cafeteria and posted it on the campus network. Many seniors who witnessed the event quickly spoke up. This is real. Su Qingyan confessed to Yifeng, and then Yifeng confessed back. Oh my, you wouldn't believe how amazing it was. We were all so shocked we didn't know what to say. Seeing this, many seniors at Zhanghai Martial Arts University hurriedly paused their training, studying, watching dramas, and dating. They rushed to watch the videos of Yifeng and Su Qingyan confessing to each other in the cafeteria. After watching, many seniors widened their eyes in shock, unable to close their mouths. No way. Suda and Yifeng are really together. The key is that it was Suda who confessed to Yifeng. I thought Suda wouldn't date anyone. I thought so too. I thought Suda wouldn't date anyone. After all, Suda has rejected so many people, even the strongest senior Jitong. But who would have thought Suda would confess to the freshman Yifeng? Back then, many students didn't even know about Yi, but now many students at the school already knew about Yifeng. Moreover, Yifeng had already made a name for himself at Zhanghai Martial Arts University. In the past few days, the discussions about Yifeng were the hottest topic in the entire university. Many seniors and juniors at Zhanghai Martial Arts University, after regaining their senses, discussed how Yifeng and Su Qingyan were together, and the heat of discussion exploded on the campus network. Actually, if you think about it, I really believe Yifeng is excellent. Think about the strength he showed before, it's truly formidable. Yeah, except for not defeating Su Qingyan and Jitong, he's basically invincible in school. Not to mention, don't forget, he's just a freshman. A freshman with that kind of power is unbeatable. And let's not forget, Yifeng just advanced to Martial King. That's a Martial King. Even after graduation, we couldn't surpass him, and he's just starting school. Instantly, many students at Zhanghai Martial Arts University felt it was reasonable for Yifeng and Su Qingyan to be together. With Yifeng's strength, it's normal for Su Qingyan to like him. If I were Su Qingyan, I would like Yifeng too. Haha, I'm not Su Qingyan, but I even like Yifeng. After all, he's so powerful. Many seniors at Zhanghai Martial Arts University couldn't help but express their thoughts about Yifeng's incredible strength. At this moment, many seniors who secretly admired Su Qingyan expressed online, "Sigh, I've lost my love today. Oh, Su Da has a boyfriend. Why can't her boyfriend be me? Because you're ugly and weak. I admit I lost to Yifeng, but you're uglier than me. Oh, why are you criticizing me? My ugliness doesn't stop me from saying you are. You're so ugly it scares me. Of course I have to say something." Immediately, many seniors started arguing online. Many juniors who had just developed feelings for Yifeng due to his strong abilities couldn't help but lament, "Ooh, I just liked Yifeng, and now I've lost my love." Me too. Yifeng is handsome, and he has such strong abilities. Even though he's just a freshman, he deserves more admiration. Exactly that detestable Su Qingyan. I originally thought she wouldn't date anyone, but she ended up with the most outstanding junior. Yifeng looked at the key to the seaside villa gifted to him by the Empress, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. He knew about the seaside villa of Zhanghai Wuda. When he first entered Zhanghai Wuda, he had seen the largest inner-city lake. At the same time, Yifeng had also spotted a row of seaside villas, wondering when he might be able to live in one. Unexpectedly, before the new semester had even begun, the Empress had gifted him a set. He remembered that those seaside villas were prepared by the school for distinguished professors and some powerful individuals. At that time, teacher Ouyang Jing had mentioned that they were not qualified to live there. Yifeng took the key to the seaside villa from the Empress. The Empress seemed to notice the surprise in Yifeng's eyes, and calmly said, "Yifeng, your cultivation speed is beyond my expectations. Originally, I thought that with your talent, it would take at least 3 years for you to advance to the Martial King level. Generally, it takes an average person at least 10 to 20 years, or even a lifetime to go from Martial Spirit to Martial King. Yet you, Yifeng, have advanced to Martial King in such a short time, since enrolling far exceeding my expectations." Yifeng nodded at the Empress' words, feeling a sense of vigilance rising within. He wondered if his rapid advancement would provoke any thoughts from the Empress. The Empress looked at Yifeng and calmly said, "Yifeng, you need not worry, I will not do anything to you. As I have said, I need your help." Upon hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then the Empress said to Yifeng, "For the next 2 months you should stay at the school. First, cultivate the rank martial technique, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal, thoroughly. If you have any questions regarding the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal in these 2 months, you can ask the professors at the school or come to find me. I have already spoken to them, and they will certainly guide you." Yifeng recalled the rank martial technique Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal that he had acquired earlier. Indeed, during the past period, Yifeng had not practiced the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal. He should start cultivating that rank martial technique. Yifeng still remembered the last time he asked the system how many enhancement points he would need to fully cultivate the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal. At that time, the system had informed Yifeng that he would need 500 enhancement points to fully cultivate the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal. Now Yifeng already possessed 100 enhancement points. In other words, he could use enhancement points to cultivate the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal next. At this moment, the Empress said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I hope you can cultivate the Heaven's Wrath Thunder Seal to the entry level in these 2 months. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this. The Empress, noticing his reaction, slowly continued, "For an average student, it may take 1 or 2 years to reach the entry level, but you, Yifeng, are different. I know that not only is your cultivation speed rapid, but your comprehension is also far beyond that of ordinary people. Thus, I hope you can cultivate that rank martial technique to the great success level within 2 years." Yifeng was surprised by the Empress' demand. For many martial artists, it might take a decade to reach the minor success level of a rank martial technique. However, the Empress' expectations for Yifeng were different. She hoped he would reach the great success level within 2 years because she believed Yifeng was far superior to ordinary martial artists. Yet the Empress felt she might have overestimated Yifeng, but in reality, she still underestimated him. At the seaside villa number 66 by the Jianghai Wuda Lake. This was the seaside villa given to Yifeng by the Empress. At this moment, Yifeng looked at this beautiful 3-story villa by the lake, the entrance already filled with vibrant flowers. Beside Yifeng stood Su Qingyan and Ouyang Jing. Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng's seaside villa, her beautiful eyes revealing a deep sense of envy. Unable to help herself, Ouyang Jing said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I truly envy you. I fear it will take me another 10 years of teaching at Jianghai Wuda to qualify to live here." "Not necessarily, teacher Ouyang. You are so outstanding you will surely be able to live here soon," Yifeng replied with a smile upon hearing Ouyang Jing's words. Ouyang Jing was taken aback by Yifeng's response, then smiled at him. "Then I will take your good wishes, Yifeng." At that moment, Su Qingyan said to Yifeng, "Indeed, Yifeng, you are too outstanding. Many students in the school dream of living in this seaside villa at Jianghai Wuda. However, in my 3 years at Jianghai Wuda, I have never heard of any student living in the seaside villa. I didn't expect you, Yifeng, to be the first student to live in this seaside villa." Yifeng was somewhat surprised to hear Su Qingyan's words. Ouyang Jing beside him nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Yifeng, you are the first student to live in this seaside villa at Jianghai Wuda. The key is that you have not yet officially enrolled." Ouyang Jing looked at Yifeng, her eyes filled with shock. Yifeng nodded, realizing at that moment that he was the first student to live in the seaside villa at Jianghai Wuda. At this time, Su Qingyan said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, let me buy you some furniture. Then I will also buy you some daily." Yifeng was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that Su Qingyan was now his girlfriend, so he didn't voice his refusal. Soon, Su Qingyan directly purchased a batch of very expensive furniture. Even the daily necessities were of the best kind. Moreover, Yifeng keenly noticed that many of the daily necessities Su Qingyan ordered were couple sets. Su Qingyan, seeing Yifeng's surprise, unabashedly said to him, "Yifeng, I will occasionally come here to live with you." "Yifeng," Ouyang Jing teased from the side, "youth is wonderful, but you still need to take care of your health." Su Qingyan returned home, and her father immediately called her to the study. At this moment, Su Qingyan's father had a very serious expression. Seeing this, Su Qingyan couldn't help but ask, "Father, what's wrong?" Su Qingyan's father looked at her and said seriously, "Xiao Yan, are you really together with that student Yifeng?" Su Qingyan nodded and said, "Yes, father, what's wrong?" Su Qingyan's father earnestly told her, "Xiao Yan, you don't need to be with Yifeng for the sake of our Su family. That student named Yifeng is very outstanding. One could say he has great potential. As long as one isn't blind, it's clear he will become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future." Saying this, Su Qingyan's father patted her shoulder and said earnestly, "But Xiao Yan, our Su family does not need you to be with that student Yifeng to enhance our family's strength. Father just hopes you can find a man you love, who loves you wholeheartedly." Su Qingyan felt warmth in her heart at her father's words, and she said earnestly, "Father, I know you truly care for me. But father, my being with Yifeng is not because of our Su family, but because I really like Yifeng." Upon hearing his daughter's words, Su Qingyan's father was suddenly shaken. Then he said seriously to his daughter, "Xiao Yan, you should not fall for Yifeng." Su Qingyan, why? Su Qingyan's father said seriously, "Because he is too outstanding, and the number of girls who will like him will only increase." Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback by her father's evaluation of Yifeng. She looked at her father earnestly and said, "Father, many girls like Yifeng, yet that does not affect my feelings for him." Her father, upon hearing his daughter's words, spoke slowly, "Xiao Yan, what I mean is that classmate Yifeng has awakened dual abilities and has already advanced to the rank of martial king at such a young age. It can be said that in all my years I have never seen a young genius as extraordinary as Yifeng." He added, "With someone as outstanding as Yifeng, the number of excellent girls who like him will only increase." Saying this, Su Qingyan's father earnestly told her, "Xiao Yan, I hope you find someone who will truly treat you well. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle someone as excellent as Yifeng." Su Qingyan, upon hearing her father's words, immediately responded seriously, "Father, you can rest assured. I trust Yifeng. He is not the kind of person who will like anyone just because they like him. Moreover, father, I have observed Yifeng, and he is not the type of person who is easily enamored by women. In my view, Yifeng is an excellent young man who remains unaffected by romantic advances." Su Qingyan's father, hearing his daughter's words again, stated seriously, "Xiao Yan, our family possesses endless wealth. If you want a boyfriend, I can find someone who will only love you and treat you well. As for Yifeng, given his immense potential and excellence, as long as we do not offend him and maintain a good relationship, that should suffice." Su Qingyan looked at her father seriously and said, "Father, I only like Yifeng. I love no one else." Su Qingyan's father was suddenly shaken by her words. After returning to her room, the campus belle of Jianghai Martial University took off the necklace she was wearing. It was a necklace that looked quite ancient. Su Qingyan gazed at the necklace and thought to herself, Yifeng is becoming stronger and more outstanding. I cannot fall too far behind. Therefore she addressed the necklace, I must quickly improve myself and elevate my strength to become even stronger. Suddenly a soul entity appeared from within the necklace. This soul entity was the spirit of the necklace, resembling neither a human nor an animal. The spirit spoke to Su Qingyan saying, do not worry, Master. Master the spirit will help you become increasingly powerful. The next day, Jianghai Martial University began its summer break. Students from the first to third year returned, with joy finally going home. I've missed home so much after being away for so long. Yes, I miss home very much too. I can finally go back. I must bring back a lot of books to read during the summer. I want to overtake my peers during the break. During the break, I mustn't sleep in. I need to study and cultivate diligently so that when classes resume, I can surprise everyone. Many students secretly vowed to astonish their classmates during the vacation. They pledged to work hard on self-improvement during the break. However, often things do not go as planned. Many students return home during the break and create perfect plans to work hard and become stronger and better. Yet after returning home for the break, they set aside their plans for self-improvement. A laziness often takes over. When classes resume, they will regret not having improved themselves during the break, vowing not to be as dispirited as last semester, yet they often find themselves in the same predicament. Many fourth-year students felt a tinge of sadness as graduation approached, knowing they would leave the campus that had accompanied them for 4 years. At the same time, many fourth-year students were filled with anticipation, looking forward to entering society and showcasing their talents. Yifeng was different from the other students. He chose to stay at school and focus on improving his strength. Thus, Yifeng resided in his seaside villa, taking out the martial arts scroll for Sky Gang Thunder Seal. He immediately concentrated his thought system, spend 500 reinforcement points to cultivate this rank martial skill to perfection. Received host. Whoosh. Instantly, a burst of blue light erupted from the martial arts scroll of Sky Gang Thunder Seal. This blue light suddenly entered Yifeng's mind. Time flew by, and in a month and a half, Yifeng had cultivated the Sky Gang Thunder Seal to perfection. During this month and a half, this was Yifeng's first rank martial skill. The Empress believed she had overestimated Yifeng's speed of cultivating martial skills. She hoped he would master it within 2 months and achieve great success in 2 years. However, the Empress still underestimated Yifeng's speed of cultivation. Yifeng had only taken a month and a half, not only mastering the Sky Gang Thunder Seal, but also achieving perfection. If the Empress knew that Yifeng had perfected the Sky Gang Thunder Seal so quickly, she would surely be astonished. However, Yifeng looked at the reinforcement points he had, and to achieve perfection in the Sky Gang Thunder Seal in a month and a half, he had used 500 reinforcement points. Originally, he had over 100 reinforcement points, and now Yifeng had over 500. Yifeng then took out the martial skill he obtained from Yuanbo Wind-Breaking, Cloud-Rending Spear Technique. Although it was only a brank martial skill, it was Yifeng's first spear technique. Moreover, he had received the Jiyuan Liuhua spear from Yuanbo. Therefore, with half a month left before classes resumed, Yifeng planned to cultivate the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique. After studying the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique for a while, Yifeng realized that after perfecting the Sky Gang Thunder Seal, his comprehension had significantly increased. If I rely solely on my comprehension, I estimate that it will only take 1.5 years to seriously cultivate the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique. Yifeng looked at the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique and couldn't help but mutter to himself. As he mastered more martial skills, his comprehension was rapidly increasing. He estimated that in the future, once he mastered enough perfected martial skills, the commonalities between them would elevate his comprehension to an extraordinary level. At that time, perhaps he wouldn't even need reinforcement points to quickly master them. However, Yifeng still opted to use reinforcement points as time was of the essence. System. How many reinforcement points do I need to cultivate the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique to perfection? Host, you need 3000 reinforcement points. Upon hearing this, Yifeng immediately said, use 300 reinforcement points to cultivate the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique to perfection. Received host. Whoosh. Suddenly a red light burst forth from the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique scroll and swiftly entered Yifeng's mind. Half a month later, Yifeng had completely perfected the wind-breaking, cloud-rending spear technique. In 2 months, Yifeng had perfected both in a rank martial skill scroll and a brank martial skill scroll. If others knew, they would likely question their own lives. Yifeng arrived at the place where the Empress resided. The Empress looked at Yifeng with a calm expression, yet her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Yifeng, in these 2 months you did not consult anyone about the Sky Gang Thunder Seal, nor did you come to ask me. Do you mean to say you understand it all? This Empress asks you, have you now mastered the Sky Gang Thunder Seal? Upon hearing the Empress' words, a hint of a smile appeared on Yifeng's handsome face. Empress, I have perfected the Sky Gang Thunder Seal. The Empress' heart trembled at his words. Her beautiful eyes lifted sharply to look at Yifeng. The Empress said to Yifeng, Yifeng, say that again. She had just heard him clearly, yet she found it hard. Upon hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle, then said earnestly, Empress, I have perfected the Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal in these 2 months. It's not just entry-level or major accomplishment, but I have directly reached perfection. After hearing Yifeng's words, the Empress maintained her calm exterior, yet her heart surged with waves of emotion. Swish! The Empress extended her jade hand and swiped across the space ahead. Suddenly, Yifeng felt his vision blur, and a dizzying sensation washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. Once Yifeng's vision cleared, he opened his eyes, and immediately his pupils constricted. All around him was blank. He was in a sealed space. Yifeng looked around this space and immediately heightened his vigilance. At that moment, the Empress' melodious voice sounded beside Yifeng. Yifeng, don't worry, this is a space that I have just established. You are within this sealed space. Yifeng turned to see the Empress not far away, and his heart trembled. He examined this sealed space, feeling a sense of awe. Indeed, as a martial emperor, she could directly create a space. For a moment, Yifeng deeply yearned for the realm of the martial emperor. At this time, the Empress looked at Yifeng and said slowly, Yifeng, show me the perfected Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal you have cultivated. The Empress still did not believe that Yifeng could perfect the Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal within 2 months. To her it seemed impossible. Thus she wanted to see for herself if Yifeng truly had perfected the Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal. Yifeng nodded upon hearing the Empress' words, and without a moment's hesitation he immediately performed perfected Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal. Boom! Suddenly strands of thunder appeared within this sealed space. Crackle! Soon the thunder gathered more and more densely. Boom! The thunders intertwined with each other, forming a massive thunder seal in front of Yifeng. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder seal grew larger, and the surrounding thunder became increasingly violent. Within this thunder seal, a surge of violent energy erupted. Yifeng gazed at the thunder seal before him with a premonition that if he used this violent thunder seal against an enemy, it could smash them to bits. The Empress looked at the perfected Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal. Yifeng had unleashed her heart, startled. Swish! With a wave of her jade hand, Yifeng's perfected Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal instantly vanished. Before Yifeng could be shocked, his vision blurred again, feeling dizzy once more. When he regained his vision, he had left the space created by the Empress and returned to reality. Thus Yifeng looked at the Empress, unable to discern any expression on her face. All he saw was her exquisite and stunning beauty. At that moment the Empress also noticed Yifeng's gaze. She turned her face towards him and slowly said, Congratulations, Yifeng, you have truly perfected the Heavenly Gang Thunder Seal. Yifeng nodded, Thank you, Empress. The Empress said, You should go prepare for school. As for your future training, I need to rethink. After hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng bid her farewell and left. The Empress watched Yifeng's departing figure, reminiscing about his progress at Shanghai Martial University, and couldn't help but murmur, This Yifeng is far more outstanding than I imagined. It seems I need to devise a new plan for his strengthening. During his time at Shanghai Martial University, Yifeng's comprehension and rate of improvement had already surpassed the Empress' expectations. Therefore, the Empress now needed to create a new plan for him based on Yifeng's performance during this period. Upon returning, Yifeng saw Su Qingyan sitting at the table along with a large spread of delicious dishes. Naturally, these sumptuous and appetizing dishes were neither cooked by Su Qingyan nor by Yifeng. These dishes were all specially ordered by Su Qingyan, who had been doing so for the past 2 months at Shanghai Martial University. Moreover, she often came over to do some couple activities with Yifeng. Thus, during these 2 months, the relationship between Yifeng and Su Qingyan had also grown closer. Seeing Yifeng enter, Su Qingyan's face lit up with a charming smile. Xiaofeng, you're back. Saying this, Su Qingyan quickly ran over and gave Yifeng a warm hug. Yifeng felt her warmth and smiled. Qingyan, you smell really good. Su Qingyan's pretty face flushed with a hint of red. You're so annoying. Since becoming a couple with Yifeng, this Shanghai Martial University belle had started to dress up. Previously, Su Qingyan hardly used perfume, but after becoming Yifeng's girlfriend, she began to wear it. Thus, Yifeng was enveloped in a fragrant aura. At this moment, Su Qingyan said to Yifeng, Xiaofeng, I reserved a table at the most popular restaurant at Shanghai Martial University today. I'll try it and see if it suits your taste. Yifeng, upon hearing this, looked at Su Qingyan and smiled. As long as it's what you bought for me, I like it all. Su Qingyan felt satisfied upon hearing Yifeng's words. Her mind was constantly thinking about how to spend more money on Yifeng. After finishing their meal, Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan astonished. Qingyan, in just 2 months you've progressed from early martial spirit to late martial spirit. You're too outstanding. Su Qingyan smiled at Yifeng and said, "Xiao Feng, you've reached the martial king realm. Compared to you, I'm not that excellent." Yi Feng chuckled at Su Qingyan's words and said, "Qingyan, you don't need to compare yourself to me. I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that compared to others, they fall far behind." Su Qingyan was taken aback by Yi Feng's words and then gave him a charming side-eye. After dinner, Yi Feng and Su Qingyan arrived at the new student registration area at Jianghai Martial University. Su Qingyan mainly came to accompany Yi Feng for his new student registration. At this moment, many seniors nearby noticed Su Qingyan and Yi Feng. Many seniors were surprised to see Yi Feng and Su Qingyan. A rather elegant senior girl approached, looking at Yi Feng curiously, and asked, "Yi Feng, Su, what are you here for?" Su Qingyan turned to Yi Feng, her eyes showing a hint of tenderness, and said, "I'm here to accompany our little Feng for registration." Many seniors were suddenly taken aback. It was at this moment they remembered that the shocking Yi Feng from 2 months ago was only just a new student today. Yes, Junior Yi Feng is also a new student. His performance 2 months ago was so stunning that we all forgot he is still a freshman. Many senior students suddenly regained their senses from the shock. Immediately, several seniors looked at Yi Feng with complex expressions. On campus, Su Qingyan linked her arm with Yi Feng, making many nearby seniors quite envious. "I really envy Junior Yi Feng. He just enrolled, and the school beauty has already become his girlfriend." "Exactly, I remember Su. The school beauty has never been in a relationship before." Indeed, many who pursued Su the school beauty did not catch her attention. As they spoke, the seniors began to discuss. Didn't expect that Su the school beauty would confess to Junior Yi Feng and succeed. Mainly Junior Yi Feng is also outstanding. He just enrolled and already became a martial king 2 months. Junior Yi Feng is truly enjoying himself with such strong abilities, just enrolled, and has such a beautiful and outstanding girlfriend like Su the school beauty. At this moment, many nearby seniors looked at Yi Feng, and their envy was hard to contain. Soon the seniors enthusiastically assisted Yi Feng with the enrollment procedures. The guidance teacher beside them also nodded to Yi Feng and Su Qingyan. At this time, more and more new students arrived at Jianghai Martial University, none carrying large bags. Because Jianghai Martial University is one of the top 4 martial arts universities in China, the students coming here are all geniuses from various places. Thus, these students almost all have relatively expensive storage rings. They packed their luggage directly and stored it in the rings. At this moment, many new students arrived at Jianghai Martial University holding their acceptance letters and were instantly attracted by the school gate. Wow, Jianghai Martial University truly lives up to its reputation as the top martial arts university in China. Even the school gate is so imposing. Haha, it seems I made the right choice. Jianghai Martial University is the martial university I have longed for. Many new students stood at the school gate, gazing at it, their faces revealing a hint of naivety. Some new students filled with ambition came here. Jianghai Martial University, this is the top martial arts university in China, rumored to gather the best geniuses across the country. Hee, I am also a genius. I wonder how I compare to them. I was the absolute top student in Puyuan City, now arriving at Jianghai Martial University. Oh, I will surely suppress all the other prodigies and reach the peak of my life. Many new students believe themselves to be geniuses from various places, and Jianghai Martial University is one of the top martial arts universities nationwide. Thus, when these top geniuses from various regions came to Jianghai Martial University, they wanted to showcase their skills and outshine all the talented individuals. However, having ideals is good, but Jianghai Martial University is filled with geniuses from various places. Some new students looked at the school gate of Jianghai Martial University, observing many attractive senior girls and boys, and couldn't help but think, I must find a life partner and enjoy this life. Of course, many new students are rather greedy, believing they are special and will attract many opposite-sex admirers. In short, there are new students with various thoughts, but all of them revealed a strong sense of anticipation. It was clear that these new students were filled with excitement for their upcoming life at Jianghai Martial University. Thus, the new students eagerly took their acceptance letters to find seniors and guidance teachers to check in. Many new students noticed Yi Feng and Su Qingyan. These new students were directly captivated by Su Qingyan's stunning beauty. I can't believe it. Which senior is this? So beautiful. Indeed, how can there be such a beautiful senior? It seems that the quality of beautiful senior girls at Jianghai Martial University is indeed high. Many new students, regardless of gender, were mesmerized by Su Qingyan's exceptional beauty. Immediately, many new students shifted their gaze to Yi Feng. While these new students were drawn to Su Qingyan's stunning appearance, they also noticed Yi Feng, who she was linked with. In broad daylight, such an intimate gesture clearly indicated that Su Qingyan and Yi Feng were in a romantic relationship. Instantly, many new students felt the pressure emanating from Yi Feng and widened their eyes. Wow, why does this senior's aura feel similar to my uncle? Has he reached Martial King? Some new students question Martial King. Impossible, we are just at the early stage of Martial General. Even if the senior is a few years older than us, he couldn't possibly have reached Martial King. Some new students looked at Yifeng, their expressions turning grave. He is indeed a Martial King. His aura is just like my dad's. My dad is a Martial King. I also feel that his aura is like my mother's, and my mother is also a Martial King. The new students gazed at Yifeng marveling. Jianghai Martial University is truly impressive. The senior has actually cultivated to Martial King. No wonder such a beautiful senior girl would be with that Martial King senior. Exactly, Martial King. This is a truly powerful being. That senior should be a fourth-year student. After all, he has reached Martial. Consequently, some new students looked at Yifeng with a hint of reverence. Some new students who wanted to achieve great things and defeat all the geniuses at Jianghai Martial University restrained their own auras when gazing at Martial King Yifeng. Yifeng also glanced at the increasing number of new students. He noticed that most new students were at the early stages of Martial General, a few were at the late stages of Martial General, and there were a couple who had reached the mid to late stages of Martial General. These new students were indeed quite far from the current Martial King Yifeng. At this moment, several seniors heard the new students discussing Yifeng and Su Qingyan and couldn't help but laugh. Some new students, seeing the smiles of the seniors, were puzzled. Then the enthusiastic seniors pointed to Yifeng's back and told the new students checking in. That is not a senior. His name is Yifeng, and he is also a new student this year like you. Although Junior Yifeng is about the same age as you, and in the same class, he has indeed already reached Martial. Upon hearing this, the new students' hearts shook violently. A new student in our class. He is a Martial King. At this moment, some new students hearing this news suddenly looked at Yifeng, shocked to the point of being speechless. The seniors, seeing this, chuckled. Your shock is just like ours. 2 months ago, we were equally stunned to learn that Junior Yifeng reached Martial King before even enrolling. At this time, another senior teased the astonished new students with a grin. That beautiful girl beside Yifeng is our senior Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan is our school beauty at Jianghai Martial University, and also Junior Yifeng's girlfriend among this year's new students. The new students, upon hearing the seniors' words, looked at Yifeng with eyes wide like copper bells. At this moment, the new students stared at Yifeng and Su Qingyan, frozen in place. The senior students beside them exchanged glances, revealing a hint of inexplicable smiles. Some senior students, seeing the bewildered new students, couldn't help but laugh. I knew that talking to these new students about Junior Yifeng and his relationship with the school beauty, Su, would shock them immensely. Of course, I still remember 2 months ago we were all astonished by Junior Yifeng's strength. I remember when the news of Junior Yifeng's promotion to Martial King reached us, my roommates and I questioned our life. Indeed, the shock Junior Yifeng brought us during our final exams 2 months ago is unforgettable. At that time, the strength Junior Yifeng displayed was truly breathtaking, and we couldn't react in time. The key point was that Junior Yifeng was also with the school beauty Su. We were all completely stunned. Exactly. It took us a while to process everything after returning home during these 2 months. Many senior students sighed. At this moment, many new students also snapped back to reality from their shock. Some new students, still in disbelief, looked towards the senior students and said, "Seniors, your cultivation is only at the mid-level of Martial General or late level. You must be joking about that Junior Yifeng, a Martial King, being a freshman this year." Exactly, Junior Yifeng's cultivation is so much stronger than yours. He should be your senior. The faces of many senior students darkened upon hearing the new student's words. A senior said seriously, "Junior Yifeng just enrolled today. He's about the same age as you. As for why there's such a big difference in strength between you and Junior Yifeng, it's simply because he is exceptionally talented and we cannot compare to him." Then some senior students had many new students log into the campus forum where the content from 2 months ago. Outside Jianghai Martial University, a remarkably poised young man stood there. He gazed at the school gate with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This student, dressed in a casual light yellow outfit, was tall and upright. He was none other than Jitong, the previous #1 on the strength ranking of Jianghai Martial University. Jitong had returned from his training. This time he planned to pack his bags and leave. After all, Jitong had already graduated 2 months ago. He had returned late because of his training. As Jitong walked into the school, several senior students immediately recognized him. "Look, that's Senior Jitong. Strange, isn't Senior Jitong supposed to have graduated? Right, why is he here at school at this time?" Some senior students expressed their confusion. At this moment, those who knew the situation explained, "Senior Jitong has indeed graduated, but he was out training before. I heard that Senior Jitong's mentor assigned him a training mission to make him even stronger. He probably just finished that mission and returned." At this time, a couple of senior students who were familiar with Jitong originally in their 3rd year came forward to greet him. "Senior Jitong, you're back from your mission. I feel like you've become much stronger. It seems your training this time was fruitful." Several third-year senior students enthusiastically spoke to Ji-tong. Hearing their words, Ji-tong smiled and replied warmly, "It's all right, I encountered some troubles during this training, but they have all been resolved. Congratulations to you all, you are now fourth-year students, and if nothing unexpected happens, you should be the strongest in the school now," Ji-tong said with a smile while looking at them. The few senior students couldn't help but smile bitterly at Ji-tong's words. Originally, they believed the same. However, the emergence of Yi-feng had completely shattered their hopes of becoming the strongest students in the school. Ji-tong noticed the bitter expressions on their faces and felt somewhat puzzled. Before he could ask, he looked up and saw Su Qingyan in the distance, and his eyes brightened. However, when Ji-tong saw Yi-feng, who was with Su Qingyan, his pupils suddenly contracted. The senior students in front of Ji-tong also noticed his gaze and exchanged glances, bewildered. They saw that the former #1 on Shanghai Martial University's strength ranking, Ji-tong, turned cold upon seeing how close Su Qingyan and Yi-feng were. At this time, a senior in front of Ji-tong said, "Senior Ji-tong, the school beauty, Su now has a boyfriend, gets the freshman, Yi-feng, who just enrolled this year." Another senior also stepped forward and said to Ji-tong, "Yes, Senior Ji-tong, that Yi-feng is exceptionally talented, and many people in the school are his admirers. Moreover, Junior Yi-feng is already a martial king, isn't that impressive?" Upon hearing this, Ji-tong's heart filled with anger, but when he heard that Yi-feng was already a martial king, his heart shook violently. For Ji-tong, after his training, his strength had already surpassed that of most latest-stage martial spirits. However, Ji-tong still had quite a distance to cover before he could become a martial king. He looked at the few people in front of him, struggling to believe. A freshman. Martial king. Are you sure? The others nodded at Ji-tong, saying, "Junior Yi-feng is indeed a martial king, and even before he reached that level, he easily defeated Senior Cao Yao." Upon hearing this, Ji-tong was once again taken aback. He was very clear about Cao Yao's strength, as Cao Yao was his good friend. He never expected that this freshman could easily defeat Cao Yao and become the boyfriend of his beloved goddess Su Qingyan. In an instant, Ji-tong's mind felt somewhat chaotic. What was going on? This once #1 genius student of Shanghai Martial University was now wondering why the world had changed so much during his training. Ji-tong gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much. I just went out to train, and this new student named Yi-feng not only defeated my good brother, but also stole my goddess." The senior students beside him were stunned by Ji-tong's words. Suddenly, Ji-tong strode straight towards Yi-feng and Su Qingyan, staring intently at Su Qingyan. Yi-feng frowned upon seeing this. "Who are you?" Su Qingyan remained calm upon seeing Ji-tong, as if he didn't exist at all. Ji-tong forced a smile towards Su Qingyan. "Qingyan, you have a boyfriend now." Su Qingyan nodded and said, "I confess to Yi-feng, I am his girlfriend." "Ji-tong, please don't bother me anymore. I'm afraid Yi-feng might misunderstand." Yi-feng gazed at Ji-tong standing before him, startled to realize this was Ji-tong, the top-ranked martial artist on Shanghai Martial Arts University's strength ranking. In an instant, Ji-tong's last vestige of rationality shattered beneath Su Qingyan's words, leaving his mind utterly blank. Moments later, Ji-tong abruptly snapped back to awareness. His face, once composed and dignified, now contorted with shock, disbelief, and seething resentment. He whirled towards Su Qingyan, pointing fiercely at Yi-feng and roaring, "Qingyan, why? Why him, and not me?" His voice thundered across the courtyard, instantly drawing the attention of students nearby, freshmen and seniors alike. Many upperclassmen gasped in astonishment. So Ji-tong just found out Yi-feng and Senior Su have become— Indeed. I'd been wondering why Ji-tong hadn't stepped forward earlier. True, but no matter how outstanding Ji-tong is, Senior Su simply doesn't love him. Eyes softening with pity, many upperclassmen watched Ji-tong. Meanwhile, bewildered freshmen turned to their seniors. "Senior, what's going on here? Who is Ji-tong? Does he have feelings for Senior Su Qingyan? Isn't Senior Su's boyfriend Yi-feng?" Hearing the freshmen's questions, a kind-hearted senior girl offered clarification. "Ji-tong tops Shanghai Martial Arts University's strength ranking. Though he's already a fourth-year senior about to graduate, the university's ranking will soon be recalibrated. Still, there's no denying Ji-tong's extraordinary strength." Upon learning Ji-tong ranked first, the freshmen's initial shock gave way to quiet admiration. After all, humanity instinctively reveres power. The senior girl continued, "Ji-tong has pursued Senior Su Qingyan for 3 full years. At that, the freshmen finally understood. One freshman blurted, "So Ji-tong's been a hopeless suitor." A senior quickly hushed him, "Don't say that." The freshmen fell silent, yet their glances toward Ji-tong deepened with sympathy. Meanwhile, Yi-feng stood still as Ji-tong fixed his burning gaze upon Su Qingyan, desperate for an answer. Su Qingyan met Ji-tong's stare with calm detachment. "Ji-tong, I've rejected you countless times. I've told you plainly, repeatedly, I do not love you. Yet you persistently pursued me." Ji-tong's composure faltered. He pleaded, voice trembling, "Qingyan, I've courted you for 3 whole years. Have you felt nothing?" Su Qingyan shook her head. I refused you every year, never stringing you along. Stop indulging in self-deception, Jitong. Jitong whirled toward Yifeng, eyes blazing crimson. I pursued you for 3 years. Yet this boy Yifeng entered the university only weeks ago and already stands beside you. What right does he possess? At Jitong's words, Su Qingyan's icy expression softened as she turned to Yifeng, her gaze radiant with tenderness. Then before Jitong's very eyes, she took Yifeng's hand and declared, because I love Yifeng. Oh! A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. Jitong's eyes burned fiercer still as he snarled at Yifeng, dare you face me in single combat? Yifeng regarded Jitong's fury with serene composure and replied slowly, even if we fight, you still won't win Qingyan's heart. Jitong recoiled as if struck. Su Qingyan nodded firmly, I love only Xiaofeng. Oh! The crowd murmured again. Su Qingyan then gently shook her head at Jitong, there's no need to challenge Yifeng. You wouldn't stand a chance against him. No sooner had her words faded than another wave of "oh" rippled through the crowd. Jitong's face twisted with incandescent rage. He glared at Yifeng, voice raw with fury, will you fight me? Or are you too cowardly? I refuse to believe I can't defeat you. Yifeng accepted without hesitation with pleasure. Inside Zhanghai Martial Arts University's martial arena, Yifeng and Jitong stood poised on Ring 1, surrounded by a dense throng of spectators. Among them were freshmen and far more numerous upperclassmen. Someone exclaimed, unbelievable. Jitong, the top-ranked freshman, and Yifeng are actually fighting. Who do you think will win? Instantly voices erupted in debate. Jitong, surely. He's number 1 on our I agree, but something feels deeply unfair about this match. A graduating senior, the strongest martial artist on campus, challenging a freshman just days in, it feels like bullying Yifeng. Several senior girls voiced their indignation. Exactly. Senior Su confessed to Yifeng, they love each other truly. Jitong may be mighty, but he remains merely a tragic figure consumed by unrequited love. He's redirecting his humiliation onto Yifeng. That's despicable. Yes, he hides behind his rank and senior status to intimidate Yifeng. Even if he wins, he'll forever remain a pitiful hollow victor. Across campus, students rallied behind Yifeng. To most observers, Jitong's superior strength and senior standing made victory seem inevitable. Yifeng stood little chance. Yet one person remained unwaveringly steadfast in Yifeng's corner, his girlfriend Su Qingyan, the university's reigning beauty and the very woman Jitong had pursued for 3 futile years. Gazing up at Yifeng upon the ring, Su Qingyan's eyes shimmered with absolute faith. My Xiaofeng is the strongest of all. Jitong paid no heed to whispers accusing him of bullying Yifeng, until he saw Su Qingyan's tender, loving gaze settle upon Yifeng. Then white-hot fury ignited within him. Before the referee could utter begin, Jitong, top-ranked martialist of Zhanghai Martial Arts University, could contain himself no longer. With a roar, he lunged forward and hurled a devastating fist at Yifeng. That blow carried the full weight of his wrath, a desperate attempt to prove to Su Qingyan the chasm between Yifeng and himself. Yifeng met it with unnerving calm. Boom. With only 1/3 of his strength, Yifeng countered, his fist cleaving the air so violently it detonated like thunder. Their fists collided, and Jitong, unable even to register the impact, was flung backward like a broken puppet crashing to the floor in stunned silence. Yifeng only used 1/3 of his strength. Even after advancing to the Martial King, he had never unleashed his full power. However, Yifeng knew that his strength after advancing to the Martial King was formidable and terrifying. He had only used 1/3 of his strength at a critical moment because Jitong had not shown any murderous intent towards him. Even when Jitong had unleashed his full power against Yifeng, Yifeng only felt Jitong's anger. Jitong knew that Yifeng was a Martial King, which was why he had exerted all his strength against him. Yifeng had sensed Jitong's cultivation. Although Jitong ranked first on the Zhanghai Martial University strength list, his cultivation had not yet reached Yifeng's level as a Martial King. Jitong's cultivation had not yet reached the Martial King level. He was merely close, which could be described as half a step to Martial King. If Yifeng had used all his strength to punch Jitong, he knew that with his current power, Jitong would be obliterated with a single strike. However, he did not do so, for he felt not a hint of murderous intent from Jitong. For Yifeng, he would only strike down those who harbored intent to kill him without hesitation. Crack! Jitong could not withstand the impact of Yifeng's 1/3 punch and was sent flying off the first competition stage with his right arm's bone broken. Bang! This first-ranked student of Zhanghai Martial University fell directly to the ground below the competition stage in disbelief. With just one punch, Yifeng decisively determined the outcome using only 1/3 of his strength. Silence. The area around the first competition stage where Yifeng was located fell completely quiet. All the surrounding students, including many new and old students of Zhanghai Martial University, stared wide-eyed at Yifeng, unable to utter a word. After a moment, many students came back to their senses and could not help but gasp in shock. Many students from Zhanghai Martial University exclaimed in surprise Senior Jitong was actually knocked out of the competition stage by Junior Yifeng with a single punch. In the match between Senior Jitong and Junior Yifeng, neither of them had used any supernatural abilities or martial skills, yet Junior Yifeng defeated Senior Jitong purely with physical strength. Is this even possible? Senior Jitong is the top of Zhanghai Martial University. Many students showed expressions of disbelief. Senior Jitong, ranked first in Zhanghai Martial University, could not even withstand a punch from Junior Yifeng. Wow! How powerful must Junior Yifeng be? What on earth is his strength? He defeated Senior Jitong with a... At that moment, many students of Zhanghai Martial University developed a deep sense of trepidation regarding Yifeng's strength. Simultaneously, many students could not help but exclaim, I never expected Junior Yifeng to defeat Senior Jitong, the top of the strength rankings, with just one punch. I thought Junior Yifeng wouldn't be able to win against Senior Jitong. After all, Senior Jitong is the first on the strength ranking. Now it seems I was wrong. Junior Yifeng easily defeated Senior Jitong, the top of the strength rankings. This is incredible. Immediately, many students looked at Yifeng with respect and admiration. At this moment, a senior could not help but sigh, indeed our vision is not as sharp as Zus beauty. Exactly, Junior Yifeng is simply much stronger than Senior Jitong. No wonder Su likes Junior Yifeng, being so powerful, I like him too. At this moment, many seniors looked at Su Qingyan, thinking her choice of Yifeng was truly remarkable. Su Qingyan also noticed the gaze of many classmates around her, but did not pay much attention. Su Qingyan's affection for Yifeng was not initially because of his strength. Rather, it was simply love at first sight when she saw him. Many new students looking at Yifeng on the stage could not help but exclaim, is this the first of our cohort? To defeat Senior Jitong, the top of the strength rankings, with one punch is truly impressive. It's hard to imagine that Yifeng is in the same cohort as us. I feel like he could easily defeat me with a single punch. No need to feel, he can not only defeat you with one punch, but could also take me down with just one hit. Many new students gazing at Yifeng on the stage showed intense admiration. Some students nearby had already recorded the video of the rapid duel between Yifeng and Jitong. Subsequently, many seniors posted the video of their duel on the campus forum, accompanied by a very eye-catching title. Shocking. This year's new student Junior Yifeng easily defeated Senior Jitong, the first on the strength ranking, with one punch. Instantly, many students at Zhanghai Martial University rushed to watch. As many students at Zhanghai Martial University were eating, cultivating, or dating. Upon seeing the video of Yifeng and Jitong's duel, they were left utterly speechless in shock. Yifeng once again became a sensation at Zhanghai Martial University. This time as a newly enrolled student, he defeated Senior Jitong, the first on the strength ranking, which made many new students aware of Yifeng's name. Jitong slowly rose from the ground beneath the first competition stage, and the previously exclaiming students immediately fell silent, all eyes fixated on him. Before them stood the first-ranked student of Zhanghai Martial University, clutching his injured arm as he slowly walked up to the competition stage, approaching Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Jitong, who now had no eyes for Su Qingyan. All his focus was on Yifeng. Jitong's expression shifted from anger to pain after being punched off the competition stage, and now standing before Yifeng, he revealed a sense of relief. Looking at Yifeng, Jitong said earnestly, I understand now that you held back just now. Thank you, Yifeng. I truly am not your match. To possess such formidable strength as a freshman, you are truly remarkable, Yifeng. Jitong gazed at Yifeng, his expression quite complex. At this moment, Su Qingyan stepped onto the competition stage, hurriedly approaching Yifeng. She grasped Yifeng's right hand that had just sent Jitong flying, and asked with concern, Xiao Feng, did your hand hurt just now? Jitong observed Su Qingyan's concern for Yifeng. He clutched his own fractured right hand, feeling great pain, but his heart felt even more struck. This first-ranked student of Zhanghai Martial University felt as if his heart had been hit with 10,000 critical blows. The video of the newly enrolled Yifeng defeating the first-ranked Jitong soon spread to every corner of Zhanghai Martial University. Quickly, the strength ranking at Zhanghai Martial University was updated. Unsurprisingly, Yifeng became the new number 1 on the strength list. Yifeng's emergence instilled a sense of despair in many incoming freshmen. After Yifeng became the first on the strength ranking, many students from Zhanghai Martial University erupted into heated discussions. Look, quickly, the school has officially announced that Junior Yifeng has become the new top of the strength ranking. Of course, the previous senior of the last graduating class, Senior Ji Tong, who was originally the first on the strength ranking, was defeated by Junior Yi Feng with a single punch. Moreover, the second on the strength ranking, Senior Su Qingyan, has become Junior Yi Feng's girlfriend. The third on the strength ranking, Chao Yao, was easily defeated by Junior Yi Feng 2 months ago. If Junior Yi Feng is not first, then who is he? I believe that Junior Yi Feng rightfully deserves to be the first on our Jiang Hai Martial University's strength. Many students at Jiang Hai Martial University felt that Yi Feng becoming the top of the strength ranking was well-deserved. But many seniors felt a bit uncomfortable looking at Yi Feng, who had already claimed the top spot. Why does it feel like Junior Yi Feng's arrival makes us seniors look so incompetent? Just think about it, a freshman who just enrolled has taken the top spot on the school's strength ranking. Will students from other schools think that our Jiang Hai Martial University has second, third, and fourth-year students who are incompetent? Some seniors from the second, third, and fourth years looked at the first-ranked Yi Feng feeling quite helpless. Of course, most seniors still thought it was only natural for Yi Feng to be the first on the strength ranking. In the high martial world we live in, strength has always been respected. Although Junior Yi Feng is younger than us, he is stronger than us. Therefore, the first on the strength ranking should naturally belong to Junior Yi Feng. If you don't agree with Junior Yi Feng, why not just challenge him and defeat him? Upon hearing this, many disgruntled seniors fell silent. What a joke. If they could defeat Yi Feng, they would have done it long ago. It was precisely because they couldn't win against Yi Feng that they felt so frustrated. On Yi Feng's side, he looked at the strength ranking of Jiang Hai Martial University, but he couldn't feel happy about it. Next to him, Su Qingyan saw Yi Feng staring at the ranking in a daze, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Our little Feng is truly amazing. He just enrolled and has directly become the top student in Jiang Hai Martial University. Upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, Yi Feng came back to his senses and smiled at her. Yi Feng couldn't help but say seriously to Su Qingyan, "Qingyan, to be honest, I don't feel very happy about becoming the top freshman at Jiang Hai Martial University right after enrolling." Su Qingyan was taken aback upon hearing Yi Feng's words. She looked at him and asked why little. Yi Feng thought for a moment and replied earnestly, "I came to Jiang Hai Martial University to become stronger, but just after enrolling, I have become the strongest freshman in the school. What is the meaning of my coming to Jiang Hai Martial University?" Su Qingyan felt a tremor in her heart upon hearing Yi Feng's words. Soon 3 days passed, and the registration for new students was completed. Now it's time for the new students to begin the freshman competition. The competition was not held in the gymnasium, but directly on the outdoor playground. This is because there are 200 competition platforms on the outdoor playground, which makes the matches proceed more quickly. This freshman competition is extremely important for the new students. The freshman competition at Jiang Hai Martial University is a new ranking for the new students who have just arrived. This new ranking will allow these freshmen to be chosen by various powerful mentors. The stronger the mentor that selects a freshman, the brighter their future will be. Therefore, many new students are gearing up, planning to showcase their strength in the freshman competition at Jiang Hai Martial University. Many new students arrived early and eagerly at the school playground. At this moment, these new students were filled with excitement. Many new students discussed among themselves, "I heard that this freshman competition is extremely important, and we must perform well. Those who perform well in the freshman competition can receive numerous rewards. Moreover, the most important thing is that those who perform well will attract the attention of powerful mentors." After hearing this, many new students felt invigorated. "In this freshman competition, I must perform well. Me too. I must showcase all my strength during the freshman competition so that those powerful mentors can..." Many new students were eagerly preparing to show all their strength in the freshman competition to catch the attention of the powerful mentors at Jiang Hai Martial University. However, at that moment, Yi Feng also arrived at the playground. His arrival instantly made the previously vibrant atmosphere on the playground freeze. Many new students widened their eyes, staring at the arriving Yi Feng. Their eyes reflected disbelief. At this moment, a brave new student approached Yi Feng and nervously asked, "Junior Yi Feng, are you also going to participate in the freshman competition?" Yi Feng smiled and replied, "I am also a freshman who enrolled this year, and according to school rules I have to participate." His words immediately dropped a bombshell among the surrounding new students. In an instant, many new students looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. "Wait, someone as powerful as Junior Yi Feng is also participating in our freshman competition?" Exactly. In the past few days I logged into the campus website and read about events concerning Junior Yi Feng. I checked Senior Ji Tong's strength, and he is far stronger than us. But even someone as strong as Senior Ji Tong couldn't withstand a single blow from Junior Yi Feng. We who are far inferior to Senior Ji Tong are even less of a match for Junior Yi Feng. I found that Junior Yi Feng's strength is terrifyingly powerful, far exceeding ours. At this moment, many new students looked at Yi Feng with a mix of fear and awe. Soon the competition began, and Yi Feng arrived at platform 99 according to his student ID information. At this time, Yi Feng saw his opponent, a late-stage warrior girl. This girl was named Wang Zhao, who looked quite cute and had a hint of beauty. Seeing that her opponent was a martial king and the first on the strength ranking, Wang Zhao's face turned pale with fear. Wang Zhao looked at the referee teacher with confusion and asked, "Teacher, am I really going to fight against Junior Yi Feng? Do you think I can defeat him?" Junior Wang Zhao pointed at herself, her face filled with doubt. The referee teacher, upon hearing Wang Zhao's words, checked the school's matching mechanism. After confirming there was no mistake, he nodded and said, "Wang Zhao, you are indeed set to battle Junior Yi Feng." Wang Zhao, upon hearing the referee's words, couldn't help but scold with a fierce expression. What kind of ridiculous matching mechanism is this? Why should a latest-stage warrior like me fight against Martial King, the first on the strength ranking, Junior Yi Feng? Shouldn't you just send me to heaven? Yi Feng regarded his opponent Wang Zhao, his expression oddly perplexed. She possessed an endearing appearance, yet her cultivation level was undeniably feeble in comparison to his current might. Numerous freshmen who had yet to commence their matches gathered around, brimming with anticipation for Yi Feng's bout. Yet the moment they glimpsed his opponent, stifled laughter rippled through the crowd. Has there been some mistake? How could Yi Feng be matched against a latest-stage martial artist? Oh heavens, what kind of pairing algorithm is this? Sending a latest-stage martial artist to face a martial king? No, surely this is excessively unfair to Wang Zhao, the latest-stage martial artist. At that moment, many onlookers, faces flushed crimson, struggled desperately to suppress their mirth. Wang Zhao, overhearing the murmurs, felt heat rise to her cheeks. Just then the presiding instructor declared firmly, match commencing. Wang Zhao versus Yi Feng. The instant the instructor's words faded, Wang Zhao raised her voice. Without hesitation, I forfeit. I cannot possibly defeat Yi Feng. She stole a fleeting glance at Yi Feng, her face burning deeper upon meeting his astonished gaze. Then, flustered, she quickly lowered her head. The surrounding students, though amused, offered no mockery, only quiet understanding. Several nodded approvingly and remarked Wang Zhao made the wisest choice, surrendering gracefully to Yi Feng. Yes, indeed. Were I in Wang Zhao's place, I would likewise yield to Yi Feng without hesitation. Truly, the gulf between Wang Zhao and Yi Feng is simply insurmountable. Even at her absolute peak, she stands no chance against him. Many first-year students affirmed earnestly, precisely, since victory is impossible, why waste strength? Better to conserve energy for matches against peers. Exactly. Yi Feng is a martial king. Refusing to surrender would be sheer folly. The presiding instructor glanced at the bashful Wang Zhao, then at Yi Feng beside her, and sighed resignedly. Wang Zhao versus Yi Feng. Wang Zhao concedes voluntarily. Yi Feng wins. Later, after roughly 2 hours, Yi Feng stepped onto the arena for his second freshman tournament match. This time his opponent was a male student. Tall and powerfully built, the young man had cultivated to the rank of martial general. His name was Shi Wei. Shi Wei approached the arena brimming with confidence, until his eyes fell upon Yi Feng. His face instantly drained of color. He turned to the instructor, pointing emphatically at himself. Bewildered, "Sir, am I truly expected to fight Yi Feng, a martial king? Me? Has the school's automated pairing system overestimated me so greatly?" The instructor, weary of the question, waved dismissively. "Do not question the system. It pairs deliberately for reasons beyond your perception." Yi Feng observed Shi Wei across the ring, imposing in stature, yet utterly unable to meet his gaze. What reason could possibly justify pitting a martial general against a martial king? Try it yourself, if you dare. The instructor glanced once more at Shi Wei, then nodded to Yi Feng. Match commencing. Shi Wei versus Yi Feng. Yi Feng lifted his foot to advance, only for Shi Wei to blurt out, panicked Yi Feng, "Please don't strike me. I yield." Yi Feng fell silent. The instructor grimaced, pressing a hand to his brow. Shi Wei versus Yi Feng. Shi Wei concedes voluntarily. Yi Feng wins. Spectators atop the stands exchanged knowing glances, as expected, and thus Yi Feng claimed victory without lifting a finger. Thereafter, throughout the day's successive matches, every opponent surrendered before Yi Feng even raised a hand. Back at his residence, Su Qingyan had arranged an elaborate feast and smiled warmly. How did today's freshman? Yi Feng chuckled wryly, far too smoothly, if anything. Su Qingyan tilted her head, puzzled. Yi Feng laughed softly to himself. Every opponent today yielded outright. No one dared challenge me. A gentle smile curved Su Qingyan's lips. Little Feng, if I were any other freshman, I'd refuse to spar with you too. Your strength simply dwarfs ours. Yi Feng nodded, acknowledging her words, yet a quiet discomfort settled within him. He found himself pondering whether to withdraw from Jianghai Martial Arts University, for he had already become invincible within its walls. That very day, campus forums erupted with fervent discussion. Who could have imagined Yi Feng, the top-ranked cultivator, a martial king, would compete in the freshman tournament? Indeed, Forcing Yifeng into this tournament is absurd. Many freshmen felt his overwhelming strength rendered the contest meaningless. Granted, Yifeng is technically this year's freshman, but just days ago he effortlessly defeated Ji Tong, the former top-ranked cultivator, ascending unchallenged to the summit of the school's strength rankings. And crucially, he wields the power of a martial king. Who among us could possibly stand against him? Precisely, none of this year's freshmen cracked the top 100 on the school's strength rankings, save Yifeng alone. Many voiced aloud, Yifeng competing alongside us isn't competition, it's mere slaughter. I propose awarding him first place outright. I agree. Yifeng operates on an entirely different plane of existence. Yifeng himself scrolled through these online exchanges. So did Shanghai Martial Arts University's network administrators, and they promptly escalated the matter to senior leadership. The next morning, Yifeng received official notification from university leadership. Yifeng, your exceptional performance and extraordinary prowess have led all freshmen to unanimously agree. You need not continue competing. First place is yours by right. Following urgent deliberation by our senior council, we hereby confer upon you the title of champion of the Shanghai Martial Arts University Freshman Tournament. Yifeng blinked, genuinely startled. Yet he accepted the honor without hesitation. Immediately afterward, he sought out the university official overseeing the freshman tournament to claim his champion's prize. The official sighed inwardly, but recognizing Yifeng's rare brilliance and immense potential, swiftly presented his reward, a scholarship of 300,000 yuan. A grade B martial technique, torrential rainforest palm. Yifeng accepted both prize and manual without delay. At that moment, a martial emperor-level professor approached, his demeanor warm and paternal. Yifeng, I wish to take you as my disciple. Suddenly, a martial saint-level professor scoffed coldly. With talent like Yifeng's, your tutelage would only... Yifeng looked at the unexpected appearance of the martial emperor and the martial professor, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At that moment, the martial emperor introduced himself to Yifeng, saying, Yifeng, my name is Xie Yanghao. Beside him, the martial professor was Xie Tianhao. Indeed, Xie Yanghao and Xie Tianhao were not only professors at Shanghai Martial University, but they were also brothers. At this moment, upon hearing Xie Tianhao's words, Xie Yanghao glanced at him and could not help but say, studying under me, Yifeng will not stray onto the wrong path. I am willing to impart all my lifelong knowledge to Yifeng as long as he becomes my student. Unlike some people who couldn't even teach their last student well, possessing the strength of a martial professor does not make one a qualified teacher. Upon hearing Xie Yanghao's words, martial professor Xie Tianhao immediately glared at him. Xie Tianhao looked at Yifeng, pointed to Xie Yanghao, and said, Yifeng, that Xie Yanghao is the martial emperor, while I am the martial professor. I am much stronger than him. Yifeng, as long as you are willing to become my student, I will teach you everything I know. Moreover, I will value you more than any other student before. Upon hearing this, Yifeng understood that Professors Xie Yanghao and Xie Tianhao were competing to become his mentor. Just as Yifeng was about to speak, another female professor appeared. This female professor was very beautiful, standing around 1.7 meters tall, and her aura had already reached that of a martial professor. She looked at Yifeng and warmly said, Yifeng, my name is Zhang Wanyan. In our school, many of the top geniuses in strength rankings have been taught by me. As she spoke, Zhang Wanqing looked at Yifeng and unabashedly praised him. Yifeng, over the years at Shanghai Martial University, you are the most outstanding student I have ever seen without exception. To be honest, seeing you has ignited my desire for talent. Are you willing to become my student? If you become my student, I will give you whatever you want. Zhang Wanqing had never made such a promise to a student, but Yifeng's outstanding performance made her, as an excellent mentor, unwilling to miss the opportunity. It should be noted that usually it was Zhang Wanqing who chose students, and many students wished to be taught by her. Meanwhile, Xie Yanghao and Xie Tianhao looked at Zhang Wanqing competing for Yifeng, and their expressions suddenly changed. However, at this moment, many professors from Shanghai Martial University arrived, all coming to Yifeng. Most of them were martial emperors and martial professors. The martial king's teachers did not come because they knew Yifeng's performance was too remarkable, and he was a martial king. Thus, many martial king teachers believed they could not compete with those of martial emperor and martial professor levels, and chose not to come. At this time, Yifeng was surrounded by powerful professors at the level of martial emperor and martial professor, who looked at him with eager eyes. Yifeng is my student, I will give you whatever you need. Yifeng, if you become my student, I will give you 10 million right away. Yifeng, if you become my student, I will give you 20 million. Damn it, if Yifeng becomes my student, I will give him 50 million. Immediately, many professors at Shanghai Martial University started arguing over Yifeng. These professors all wanted to take him as a student because of the potential and strength Yifeng displayed. At this moment, several professors from Shanghai Martial University could not help but say, if Yifeng becomes my student, I will give him 2 volumes of level martial skills. If Yifeng becomes my student, I will give him 2 sets of level battle armor. If Yifeng can become my student, I will directly give him 3 sets of level martial skills. At this moment, many martial emperors and martial professors were presenting their long-cherished treasures in hopes of having Yifeng as their student. Yifeng, please become my student. I will give you 2 sets of level battle armor and 1 volume of a level martial skills. Yifeng, I sincerely invite you to become my student. I will give you 1 set of level battle armor and 2 volumes of a level martial skills. Damn, if Yifeng can become my student, I will directly give him 1 set of a level battle armor and 1 volume of a level martial skills. Yifeng felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing the conditions offered by these professors from Jianghai Martial University. Because the conditions these professors had presented to him were valued at over 100 million and perhaps even more. Clearly these professors were pulling out all the stops to have Yifeng become their student. At this moment, 3 martial sovereign professors appeared. They were the directors of the Academic Affairs Office, the Senior Year Department, and the Junior Year Department. The first of the 3 martial sovereigns was a middle-aged man with somewhat handsome features dressed in a gray suit. He was Zhang Juanming, the director of the Junior Year Department. The second was an older man, but still standing tall, dressed comfortably. He was Wang Weiqiang, the director of the Senior Year Department. The last was a refined and handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He was Yu Wenjie, the director of the Academic Affairs Office at Jianghai Martial University. The arrival of the 3 instantly silenced the scene, and the previously noisy professors stopped there. Zhang Juanming looked at Yifeng with a smile. Yifeng, are you willing to be my student? If you are, I can provide you with all the conditions they mentioned. Wang Weiqiang also refused to be outdone, immediately saying to Yifeng, Yifeng, your performance is too outstanding. I also want to take you as my student. You can propose any conditions. Yu Wenjie immediately said, Yifeng, as long as you are willing to become my student, I will meet the highest conditions they just offered you, and you can also propose conditions to me. At this moment, Yifeng's excellence made the 3 martial sovereign school leaders very eager. The professors beside them widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. Clearly, the professors at Jianghai Martial University were extremely surprised that martial sovereign leaders wanted to take Yifeng as a student. These professors never expected that Yifeng would attract martial sovereign leaders to recruit students. It had never happened before. Yifeng was also somewhat astonished. After all, the 3 individuals in front of him were martial sovereigns, beings capable of establishing great forces wherever they went. The level of popularity that Yifeng currently enjoys has never been seen before at Jianghai Martial University. In the past, after new students showcased their strengths in the freshman competition, they would be approached by martial king teachers and martial emperor professors to take them as students. Basically, at that time, most students at Jianghai Martial University would become students of martial king teachers. Meanwhile, a select few outstanding students would catch the eye of martial emperor professors and be taken under their wing. Ultimately, an extremely small number of students who performed exceptionally well in the freshman competition would be noticed by martial sect professors and accepted as their students. It is worth noting that in the past, professors were the ones selecting students, and many would be eliminated. However, everything changed with Yifeng. Here, it wasn't the professors selecting students, it was Yifeng selecting professors. Moreover, a multitude of professors offered Yifeng various generous conditions, hoping that he would choose them. Previously, many students at Jianghai Martial University, even when they gifted these professors, were still disregarded. But now it had completely reversed. At Yifeng's side, many professors were competing to offer him generous treatments, hoping he would come to their classes. The key point was that it wasn't just professors competing for Yifeng. There were also school leaders of martial respect level. It is important to note that in the past, martial respect level leaders would disdain to accept a newly enrolled student. One could say that previously those martial respect level leaders would not accept a student who had just enrolled. This was because the leaders had such high standards that even talented students from various regions could not meet their expectations. Even among the talented students, those who performed better and were even more gifted might not catch their attention. However, this time, 3 martial respect leaders had the thought of accepting students due to Yifeng's exceptional performance. Moreover, these 3 martial respect professors were willing to offer Yifeng generous conditions. Yifeng had just enrolled and easily defeated the top-ranked student in the school's strength rankings. The crucial point was that in the eyes of the secular world, Yifeng had awakened 2 top-tier abilities. Furthermore, powerful individuals within the school calculated that Yifeng was hiding a significant amount of strength. To the supreme beings of Jianghai Martial University, a student as outstanding as Yifeng was worth competing for, thus offering him extremely generous treatment. At this moment, Yifeng had already been called away by the Empress, leaving a group of professors and school leaders stunned in place. Not far from those school leaders, a figure of extraordinary strength stood atop the roof. He stood tall, dressed in a highly refined white suit, appearing quite young with deep-set eyes and strikingly handsome features. This was by Hao Ian, the vice president of Jianghai Martial University. Do not be fooled by Haoshan's youthful appearance, as he had profound cultivation and had already reached the realm of martial saint. Upon reaching this realm, age differences are almost imperceptible. Bai Haoyan gazed at Yifeng's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh. This little fellow Yifeng is performing so brilliantly, I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse for Jianghai Martial University. After Yifeng entered Jianghai Martial University, the higher-ups of the school were almost fully aware of his various outstanding performances. Especially Bai Haoyan, even as a martial saint, he held Yifeng in high regard. Furthermore, Bai Haoyan even wanted to take Yifeng as his sole student. However, just as he had this thought and planned to approach Yifeng, he was stopped by the Empress. The Empress seemed to hold Yifeng in extremely high regard, not trusting others with him. Bai Haoyan stood on the rooftop surrounded by raging winds, yet not even the corners of his clothes were disturbed. This martial saint stood there reflecting on Yifeng's various outstanding performances during his time at Jianghai Martial University and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. Alas, if only this Yifeng so remarkable could become my only student. Meanwhile, Yifeng looked at the Empress in front of him, his eyes sparkling with surprise. The Empress was still extraordinarily beautiful. Today she was not wearing the usual white dress, but instead donned a red gown. Yifeng gazed at the Empress in the red gown somewhat awestruck. It seemed the Empress noticed Yifeng's gaze, but she did not seem displeased, because the Empress only saw admiration in Yifeng's eyes. She looked at Yifeng calmly and said, Yifeng, during this time I have contemplated a lot. Your rate of progress far exceeds what I had anticipated. You are much more outstanding than I had imagined. Yifeng, upon hearing the Empress' words, replied, thank you. At that moment the Empress said to Yifeng, I have observed you for a long time. It seems that you do not need a mentor for your martial arts training and cultivation. Hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng's heart suddenly trembled. Instantly he became highly alert. Seeing Yifeng's reaction, the Empress spoke calmly, you need not worry, I will not do anything to you. Moreover, the opportunities of heaven and earth should belong to those fated to receive them. The great opportunities you have obtained are solely for you. Even if I were to obtain them, they would be of no use to me. Upon hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief, yet he still did not relax his vigilance. At this moment the Empress continued, Yifeng, since you do not require a mentor's assistance for your martial arts training and cultivation, I believe there is no need for you to remain at the school. Hearing the Empress' words, Yifeng's heart jolted. He looked at the Empress and slowly said, actually, Empress, I just entered Jianghai Martial University and have already become the top student. To be honest, I am not sure what more I could learn by staying at Jianghai Martial University. I believe I should go out and experience the world, that way my progress will be even faster. The Empress nodded, seemingly not surprised by Yifeng's words. I think so too. As she spoke, the Empress looked at Yifeng and said, you need not take anyone as your teacher. In my view, you do not need any strong individuals to guide you. Yifeng, I have said before that I need your assistance, and of course I will also provide you with other aid. Yifeng, upon hearing the Empress' words, was startled. Thank you, Empress. The Empress looked at him seriously and said, you should prepare to return. I will send you to a place suitable for your training, and I will also provide you with some things that will be beneficial to you. When Yifeng returned to his villa, he saw the already prepared meal waiting for him. The campus belle, Su Qi. Upon seeing Yifeng, Su Qingjian's face immediately revealed a hint of joy. Xiaofeng, you're back. Congratulations on being first in the freshman competition. I specially ordered the most expensive feast for today. Let's have a good meal this year. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan, smiling slightly, feeling warmth in his heart. Just then a system notification sound rang in Yifeng's mind. Congratulations, host, you are about to awaken your 4th top-tier ability. SSS level Invisibility. Yifeng was shaken to the core upon hearing this. The 4th top-tier ability. Is it the legendary SSS level Invisibility? Yifeng did not expect that he could awaken his 4th superpower so quickly. Moreover, this 4th superpower is the legendary SS grade ability, Invisibility. Su Qingyan noticed Yifeng was somewhat distracted and couldn't help but speak up. Xiaofeng, what's wrong? Upon hearing Su Qingjian's words, Yifeng immediately came to his senses. With Su Qingyan right in front of him, it was not a good time to awaken. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan seriously and said, Qingyan, I might not be at school for a while. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Su Qingjian's heart tightened. Then, as if recalling something Yifeng had said before, she asked, Xiaofeng, I remember you told me that you are already the strongest at school, and it's hard to become stronger there. Xiaofeng, are you going out to train? That way you can become stronger. Su Qingyan, being quite smart, guessed it direct. Yifeng looked at Su Qingyan with some surprise and said, Qingyan, you are really smart. That is indeed. Moreover, the Empress has just tacitly approved my actions. Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Su Qingjian's eyes. However, she then asked Yifeng with great concern, Xiaofeng, since you are going out to train, did the Empress give you anything for self-defense? I'm worried about you encountering any danger while training. The school beauty of Jianghai Martial University looked at Yi Feng with a worried expression. Looking at the worried Su Qingyan, Yi Feng felt a warmth in his heart. He stepped in front of Su Qingyan and smiled. Qingyan, don't worry. The Empress said she prepared something for me. I guess it should be for self-defense. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Su Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. Then Su Qingyan repeatedly urged Yi Feng. Xiao Feng, when you go out to train, your safety is the most important. If you encounter a powerful enemy that you can't handle, or a powerful monster, you must run. Never try to be brave, safety is the priority. Yi Feng smiled upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, and said, Qingyan, rest assured I will. Suddenly Su Qingyan hugged Yi Feng and said gently, I will miss you, Xiao Feng, I will miss you too. At that moment Yi Feng received a message from his high school friend Zhang. How bro, I've arrived here. Today's new student competition, I got eliminated. Bro, how about you? You're at Jianghai Martial University, one of the top 4 martial arts universities in the country. There should be many talents there. How did the new student competition go? Bro, you must have made it into the top 10, right? Yi Feng smiled as he read Zhang Hao's message. He hadn't received a message from Zhang Hao in a long time, and for some reason, he felt warm in his heart upon receiving. He then replied to Zhang Hao's message, how's he doing well here? The new student competition hasn't ended yet, but I've already secured first place. Zhang Hao's eyes widened as he read Yi Feng's message, and he instantly replied, bro, you're amazing. Yi Feng smiled and replied to Zhang Hao, how's he? Not only did I take first place in the new student competition, but I'm also currently ranked first on the Jianghai Martial University student strength list. I have become the strongest student in Jianghai Martial University. Zhang Hao stared at Yi Feng's message for a few seconds stunned. Then Zhang Hao sent a message to Yi Feng, bro, stop boasting. How could a student just enter university and become the top of the school? Bro, you're at Jianghai Martial University, one of the top 4 martial arts universities in the country. To be honest, I don't believe that you became the top student right after starting school. Yi Feng was taken aback by Zhang Hao's words. Then Yi Feng recalled his performance at Jianghai Martial University, which was indeed extraordinary. Any normal student who had not witnessed it firsthand would find it hard to believe. At that moment Zhang Hao sent another message, bro, although I got eliminated in this new student competition, I performed well and should be able to get into the top 100. With this performance, the Professor Wu Wang at my school should choose me. Zhang Hao's school is different from Yi Feng. Zhang Hao's school ranks a few hundred in China. However, Jianghai Martial University, where Yi Feng is, has already reached 3rd place in the country. Thus in Zhang Hao's school, a martial king could already be a professor. Coincidentally, Yi Feng's current cultivation level had already reached that of a martial king. If Zhang Hao were to see how Yi Feng looks as a martial king now, he would probably be shocked beyond words. Of course, given that Zhang Hao didn't believe Yi Feng had already become Jianghai Martial University's top student, Yi Feng wouldn't say much. After all, Zhang Hao is still at the late stage of a martial artist, and there is quite a gap between him and a martial general. It can be said that the gap between Zhang Hao and Yi Feng has become quite large. However, Yi Feng would not distance himself from Zhang Hao or look down on him. To Yi Feng, Zhang Hao is still a very good brother. At that moment, Zhang Hao sent another message, so how is it? Bro, I performed awesomely in the new student competition, right? Cool sunglasses emoji. Yi Feng smiled and replied, awesome. How's he? Keep it up motivational emoji. Zhang Hao also sent a message to Yi Feng, bro, you keep it up too. Believe in yourself, and I hope we can achieve good results at our martial arts university. Yi Feng smiled and sent him a message. Okay, let's both do our best. Cool sunglasses emoji. After replying to Zhang Hao, Yi Feng noticed messages from Shun Yueshi and Jin Yuan. However, Yi Feng did not reply. He already has a girlfriend now. Moreover, his current girlfriend Su Qingyan treats him very well, and Yi Feng can easily sense her love for him. However, he always remembered the help he received from Jin Yuan's father, and would repay it in the future. So moving on. Yi Feng stopped looking at his phone messages, and thought, System, will the awakening of this superpower I am about to have attract any phenomena from heaven and earth? After all, this is an SS-grade superpower. Yi Feng clearly remembered that when he awakened the S-grade Chaos Thunder and the SS-grade Devouring power, he had already attracted a massive phenomenon from heaven and earth. Moreover, Yi Feng distinctly remembered that he attracted quite a few monsters at that time, causing some destruction. After hearing Yi Feng's words, the system replied, Host, the SS-grade superpower you are about to awaken is very special. Please rest assured it will not attract any so-called phenomena from heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Su Qingyan. After seeing that she was asleep, he returned to his bedroom and closed the door. Then Yi Feng immediately said, System, awaken my 4th superpower, Invisibility. Received, host. Whoosh. A transparent light sphere suddenly appeared before Yi Feng, enveloping him. Soon Yi Feng noticed that his body was gradually becoming transparent, and soon his entire body, including his head, started to turn transparent. He had truly become invisible. Yifeng looked at his completely transparent body and felt it was truly unbelievable. He walked to the mirror in his bedroom and suddenly widened his eyes. In the mirror it seemed as if there was nothing at all. Indeed, Yifeng's entire figure had vanished into the air. At this moment, Yifeng seemed to merge completely with the surrounding air. As he watched this scene, his heart. This invisibility ability was simply extraordinary. It was crucial to understand that when battling an opponent, they would face an invisible self within the air. Just imagine fighting against an unseen adversary, how terrifying that would be. Then with a thought, Yifeng reappeared, and he could see himself in the mirror. Then Yifeng activated it again, invisibility. Thus his figure merged with the transparent air, once more becoming completely invisible. Yifeng was extremely satisfied with this ability, and he couldn't wait to try out this invisibility power. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. After waking up, Yifeng received a notification from the Empress. Therefore he had breakfast with the school belle Su Qingyan before heading to see the Empress. The Empress remained calm as she looked at Yifeng and said, "Yifeng, I want to send you to the Longyuan secret realm for training." Yifeng was surprised by her words, Longyuan secret realm. The Empress noticed Yifeng's confusion and explained the Longyuan secret realm is located at the junction of Xinjiang province and Lingyun province in Erhuaxia. The Longyuan secret realm is not accessible to students. Only those who have reached the martial king level are qualified. Inside this secret realm, there are many demon beasts as well as numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. As she spoke, the Empress looked at Yifeng seriously and said, "The main reason I want you to go to this secret realm is that there are many demon beasts inside. I have observed that when you hunt demon beasts, you seem to be able to grow stronger quickly." Hearing this, Yifeng's heart couldn't help but tremble. He hadn't expected that the Empress would observe so closely, and more importantly, she was correct. The Empress looked at Yifeng meaningfully and said, "I hope the demon beasts in the Longyuan secret realm can help you grow stronger quickly." Yifeng nodded in agreement and said to the Empress, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Empress nodded and casually took out a treasure. Yifeng looked over. It was a pendant carved with very unique dragon scales emanating a powerful aura. This is the Chaos Dragon Scale pendant. At the same time, this Chaos Dragon Scale pendant carried a very powerful dragon scale aura. The Empress waved her jade hand, and the pendant instantly floated before Yifeng. She said to him, "This Chaos Dragon Scale pendant contains 3 full power strikes sealed by me. Yifeng, if you wear it and encounter an enemy or demon beast that you cannot defeat, the power contained within this pendant will save you. Drop your blood on the pendant, and when your life is in danger, it will activate the attack contained within the Chaos Dragon Scale pendant." Yifeng's eyes lit up at her words. Whoosh! He quickly put the pendant around his neck and dripped a drop of his blood on it. As soon as his blood touched the Chaos Dragon Scale pendant, it disappeared without a trace. In an instant, Yifeng felt a subtle connection established between him and the pendant. This pendant was a great treasure containing 3 attacks from the Empress, meaning it could save him 3 times. With this, Yifeng felt much more confident about training in the Longyuan secret realm. At the same time, he was very much looking forward to seeing how the effect of his invisibility ability would manifest in the Longyuan secret realm. At his residence, he bid farewell to Su Qingyan. "I am going to the Longyuan secret realm for training." Su Qingyan looked at Yifeng, and her beautiful face showed deep reluctance. She reminded him, "Xiaofeng, make sure to pay attention to safety. Your safety is the most important." Yifeng felt warmth in his heart as he looked at the worried Su Qingyan. "Don't worry. Longyuan secret realm." Every weekend, the Longyuan secret realm would open. Yifeng happened to arrive at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm on the opening weekend. At this moment, many powerful individuals had gathered at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm. Most of these powerful individuals were martial kings, and there were also martial lords. This is because the requirement to enter the Longyuan secret realm is at least the martial king level. Of course, there was another requirement to enter the Longyuan secret realm. One must be under 50 years old. Yifeng naturally met both conditions, which is why the Empress suggested he come to this Longyuan secret realm. Yifeng's arrival immediately attracted many gazes. This martial king looks quite young. He seems like a student. Impossible, how could a student be a martial king? Moreover, what student would have the qualifications to come to the Longyuan secret realm? I have practiced for so many years and have never seen a student of martial king level. Many martial kings present couldn't help but laugh. Most of the martial kings in the area were middle-aged men around 40 years old. Even the younger martial kings were 36 or 37. As many of the martial kings looked at the remarkably young Yifeng, they couldn't help but take an interest in him. At this time, a chubby martial king approached Yifeng with a smile and said, "Little brother, you look so young. Reaching martial king at such a young age is truly impressive." Yifeng looked at this chubby martial king who appeared quite amiable and approachable, but he still raised his. At this moment, the chubby martial king smiled at Yifeng and said, "My name is Wang Chao. Oh, everyone likes to call me Fei Chao. I'm 39 years old, and from the Battle Eagle group." Hearing this, Yifeng was somewhat surprised. He had heard of the Battle Eagle Group, a well-known company in Huaxiao that hunts demon beasts, and it was also a very reputable security company. Moreover, Yifeng could sense that Fey Chaos cultivation had clearly reached the late Martial King stage. Yifeng, hearing this, looked at this Martial King Wang Chao and said with a smile, "I am Yifeng. I come from Jianghai Martial University, and I am a first-year student, probably around 19 years old." Wang Chao was taken aback by Yifeng's words. 19 years old. Martial King. First-year student. Is that really true? Fei Chao looked at Yifeng, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, a mid-level Martial King with an imposing demeanor sneered coldly at Yifeng. Hee, how could a first-year student be a Martial King? Don't mention Jianghai Martial University. Even at the imperial capital Martial University, there hasn't been a Martial King level student, even among the fourth-year students. You a Martial King pretending to be a student here is just ridiculous. This Martial King's loud voice instantly attracted the attention of many Martial Kings around. Yifeng turned to look at the Martial King who had just spoken. He saw a man dressed in a pink suit wearing sunglasses with a fair complexion. The man was quite tall and appeared slim. Yifeng looked at him calmly and asked, "What is your name?" Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the Martial King sneered and said, "I am Sima Lin from the Crazy Tiger Group." As soon as Sima Lin finished speaking, several other Martial Kings nearby showed signs of apprehension towards him. The majority of the Martial Kings present were not afraid of Sima Lin himself, but rather the Crazy Tiger Group behind him. The Crazy Tiger Group is one of the three major security groups in Huaxiao, and also one of the key groups hunting. It is said that the Crazy Tiger Group is filled with experts. At that moment, Sima Lin looked down at Yifeng and said, "Kid, even though you seem young, don't pretend to be a student." Damn it, a Martial King pretending to be a student, you have no shame. When has there ever been a student in the Dragon Abyss secret realms? What I dislike the most is people like you pretending. If you keep pretending to be a student, every time I see you will beat you. As soon as Sima Lin's words fell the scene, many of the Martial Kings present began to develop feelings of unease towards Sima Lin. Of course, some Martial Emperors and Martial sects were merely watching the drama. Similarly, many Martial Kings were watching the show, but due to Sima Lin's words, many of them started to harbor disdain towards Yifeng. Many Martial Kings felt that Yifeng was indeed pretending to be young, especially pretending to be a student, which made more people present dislike him even more. At that moment, Wang Chao hurriedly stepped in to mediate, smiling and saying, "It's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Brother Yifeng is new here and doesn't quite understand." As he spoke, Wang Chao quickly sent a voice transmission to Yifeng. "Brother, bear with it for now. This Sima Lin is from the Crazy Tiger Group, it's best not to provoke him. The Crazy Tiger Group is filled with people who seek vengeance for the slightest grievance." Hearing this, Yifeng patted Wang Chao on the shoulder, knowing that Wang Chao meant well. However, being so young, he felt it was a waste of youth to not act recklessly. Yifeng walked up to Sima Lin and said, "Listen carefully, Sima Lin, I am Yifeng, a freshman from Jianghai Martial University. If you don't believe that a student can be a Martial King, it's because you're a waste. Students can't reach the level of a Martial." When Yifeng said this, the expressions of many Martial Kings and Martial sects around him turned sour. This was because none of them had reached the level of a Martial King during their student years. At this moment, many Martial Kings and Martial sects looked at Yifeng with unfriendly eyes. Sima Lin looked at Yifeng furious, yet laughing. "Ha! You a waste, an early Martial King phase, dare to insult me while pretending to be a student. Today I will teach you a lesson. Don't think that just because you've reached the Martial King level you can act invincible and disrespect everyone." Surrounding Martial Kings and Martial sects saw Yifeng and Sima Lin engage in a fierce argument. No one stepped in to say anything. On the contrary, the surrounding Martial Kings and Martial Emperors stood by, planning to watch a good show. Some Martial Kings couldn't help but laugh and said that kid named Yifeng is in trouble. He actually dared to offend someone from the Crazy Tiger Group. Exactly, that kid named Yifeng, his cultivation is probably only early Martial King, yet he dares to offend Sima Lin, who is mid-Martial King from the Crazy Tiger Group. No way, how could he dare? I guess he will be taught a lesson by Sima Lin soon. Haha, I can't wait for the Dragon Abyss secret realm to open. It'll be a good show. Many Martial Kings and Martial Emperors believed that Yifeng couldn't beat Sima Lin and looked at him with increased contempt. Suddenly, Sima Lin threw a powerful punch directly at Yifeng's face. Bang! Yifeng, seeing this, expressionless, casually punched out, and his punch made even the surrounding air explode. Bang! Sima Lin and Yifeng's fists collided. With a loud bang, Sima Lin's right fist along with his entire right arm exploded. Oh! A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig rang out. It was Sima Lin's voice, his face twisted with pain, turning red as his entire demeanor contorted with agony from his exploded right arm. The events unfolded so quickly that the surrounding Martial Kings and Martial sects had no time to react. Yifeng looked at the grimacing Sima Lin and said calmly, "This is a lesson for you. Remember, I am Yifeng, a freshman at Jianghai Martial University. As soon as Yifeng's words fell, the onlookers who had not yet reacted suddenly snapped back to reality. The surrounding martial kings looked at Sima Lin's pained expression and his missing right arm, unable to swallow The surrounding martial kings couldn't help but speak up. What just happened? It was just a brief encounter, and that guy from the crazy tiger group Sima Lin had his right arm blown off by that kid named Yifeng. I can't believe it. Wasn't that Yifeng just early martial king? How could he have such strength? Sima Lin is mid-martial king and from the crazy tiger group, yet he was so easily defeated by that kid named Yifeng. At this moment, many martial kings looked at Yifeng, their expressions showing shock. At the same time, many of them retracted their earlier contempt towards Yifeng. Suddenly at this moment, 3 martial kings and 2 martial emperors stood beside Sima Lin. These 3 martial kings and 2 martial emperors were all strong members of the crazy tiger group, just like Sima Lin. However, Yifeng merely glanced at the 5 of them, his expression still calm, without a hint of disturbance. The 5 members of the crazy tiger group stared at Yifeng with malicious intent in their eyes. Sima Lin, the mid-martial king who had his right arm blown off by Yifeng, finally regained a bit of his sanity. He glared at Yifeng and shouted furiously, "You dare to blow off my right arm? You're finished. I will Sima Lin's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yifeng. Yifeng sensed this murderous intent and felt a surge of strong killing intent within him. Without regard for the intimidation from the other 5 members of the crazy tiger group, he rushed in front of Sima Lin, using all his strength to strike. Bang! Yifeng's punch, fueled by all his strength, made the air explode. "Kid, how dare you?" One of the martial emperors from the crazy tiger group glared at Yifeng, but Yifeng remained unfazed. Bang! Yifeng's full-force punch landed directly on Sima Lin's chest. The Sima Lin from the crazy tiger group had not even reacted. Of course, he would never have a chance to react again. This was Yifeng's first time using his full strength since advancing to the martial king level. With a loud bang, an enormous sound erupted in the arena. The martial king who had insulted Yifeng, Sima Lin from the crazy tiger group, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yifeng unleashed a powerful punch, directly obliterating a mid-stage martial king, who was stronger than him, into a mist of blood. This moment of action transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving many powerful individuals stunned and unable to react. Instantly, the entire scene at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm fell into silence. Nearby, numerous martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects had their pupils suddenly quiver. Some martial kings and martial emperors regained their senses and exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" That mid-stage martial king Sima Lin was actually obliterated by a single punch. Moreover, the one who turned Sima Lin into a mist of blood is just a little brother in the early stage of martial king. That early stage martial king, Yifeng, his strength is simply too formidable. Many martial kings present looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with astonishment. How did that early-stage martial king Yifeng manage to turn a mid-stage martial king into mist with just one punch? Even a later-stage martial king shouldn't be able to obliterate a mid-stage martial king with a single punch. Indeed, this little brother, named Yifeng, possesses terrifying strength. At this moment, many surrounding martial kings and several martial emperors gazed at Yifeng with intense trepidation. The few martial kings and martial emperors who had previously underestimated Yifeng looked at him and couldn't help but say, "I thought he wouldn't be a match for Sima Lin, and now he's in for trouble." Unexpectedly, this little brother, named Yifeng, even as an early-stage martial king, is so fearsome. Indeed, he obliterated mid-stage martial king Sima Lin with just one punch. His strength is truly horrifying. At this point, the martial kings and martial emperors who had previously looked down on Yifeng revealed solemn expressions as they regarded him. Meanwhile, the 5 strong members of the Mad Tiger group also abruptly regained their composure. Swish, 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 swish. Subsequently, these 5 members of the Mad Tiger group surrounded Yifeng. One of the martial emperors from the Mad Tiger group, dressed in a black suit with slightly graying hair, stared coldly at Yifeng and said, "Kid, you actually killed Sima Lin. You have some guts. At the start, Sima Lin told you he was from the Mad Tiger group, and you dared to openly kill someone from the Mad Tiger group. You are truly audacious." This martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group coldly fixed his gaze on Yifeng. At this moment, another strong member of the Mad Tiger group, dressed in a striking red leather outfit with wavy hair, looked at Yifeng and spoke coldly. "You are Yifeng, right? You just obliterated Sima Lin with a punch. Your strength is impressive. To be honest, even as a latest-stage martial king, if I were to face mid-stage martial king Sima Lin, I couldn't do it with a single punch. However, you as an early-stage martial king managed to accomplish this." As she spoke, this female martial king from the Mad Tiger group fixed her cold gaze on Yifeng and continued, "But you absolutely should not have killed Sima Lin, who represented our Mad Tiger group. Since you killed Sima Lin, your strength is formidable, and even an early-stage martial king can possess such power. Regardless, we will still kill you." Yi Feng, you have offended our Mad Tiger group, and you can only pay for it with your life. At this time, the other 3 members of the Mad Tiger group also drew their weapons. Seeing this, Yi Feng looked at the 2 members of the Mad Tiger group who had just spoken and let out a cold chuckle. Hey, you guys from the Mad Tiger group want to kill me, Yi Feng, and you don't allow me to fight back. You guys from the Mad Tiger group are truly tyrannical. The previously speaking martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group, hearing Yi Feng's words, replied coldly. This high martial world is like this. The strong are respected, and the rules are set for the weak. Our Mad Tiger group is powerful, so you have no right to provoke us. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's eyes grew colder. The surrounding martial kings and martial emperors quickly retreated, fully aware of the Mad Tiger group's might, and they hurriedly distanced themselves. This little brother named Yi Feng is quite strong. He directly obliterated a mid-stage martial king as an early-stage martial king. What a pity. He has provoked the people of the Mad Tiger group, and the Mad Tiger group not only is powerful, but also holds grudges. Alas, what a pity for this little brother named Yi Feng. At this moment, many martial kings and martial emperors couldn't help but sigh, feeling that Yi Feng had provoked the Mad Tiger group, and this time, he was likely to face grave danger. Even Fat Chow, who had just spoken up for Yi Feng, dared not step forward. Fat Chow knew that Yi Feng had just killed a member of the Mad Tiger group, and the group would certainly not let him go. Although Fat Chow had a good heart, he would never offend such a colossal entity as the Mad Tiger group for a stranger he had just met. However, at this time, a group of people stepped forward consisting of 3 martial emperors and 3 martial kings. They wore black formal attire, and their outfits were adorned with a red wolf totem. The leader, a latest-stage martial emperor named Jiang Lanxuan, stepped forward and scolded the 5 members of the Mad Tiger group surrounding Yi Feng. You guys from the Mad Tiger group have no shame. 5 strong individuals, including 2 martial emperors, are ganging up on an early-stage martial king youth. Seriously, don't you guys from the Mad Tiger group have any dignity? The onlookers were somewhat shocked that someone dared to insult the Mad Tiger group like this. Everyone turned to look, and upon seeing the red wolf totem on Jiang Lanxuan and the others' clothing, they immediately understood. The members of the Mad Tiger group became enraged upon hearing this and glared at Jiang Lanxuan coldly, saying, "This is our Mad Tiger group's matter. You Blood Wolf group should not interfere." The Blood Wolf group, like the Mad Tiger group, is also one of the 3 major groups in Huaxiao that hunt demon beasts. The Blood Wolf group, like the Mad Tiger group, boasts many experts. Interestingly, the Mad Tiger group and Blood Wolf group have always been at odds. Jiang Lanxuan and the strong members of the Blood Wolf group laughed upon hearing the words of the Mad Tiger group. Our Blood Wolf group and your Mad Tiger group have always been at odds. You don't want us to interfere, yet we must. This little brother Yi Feng hasn't done anything wrong. It's that Sima Lin from your Mad Tiger group who deserves to die for taunting Yi Feng right from the start. Now look, because of his own reckless words, he ended up dead. It's primarily Sima Lin's fault. Why are you blaming this little brother Yi Feng? Some martial kings and martial emperors around couldn't help but nod in agreement. The 5 members of the Mad Tiger group surrounding Yi Feng had very ugly expressions. The leading martial emperor of the Mad Tiger group looked at Yi Feng with a glimmer of killing intent. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the Mad Tiger group also displayed a hint of murderous aura. Yi Feng sensed the murderous intent of the 5 members of the Mad Tiger group, and his own killing intent surged. However, at that moment, Jiang Lanxuan extended an invitation to Yi Feng. Little brother, Yi Feng, your strength is impressive. Would you be willing to join our Blood Wolf group? The Blood Wolf group actually invited someone named Yi Feng. But that's the Blood Wolf group. Ordinary martial kings are simply not qualified to enter. The interviews at the Blood Wolf group are extremely rigorous. Many martial artists can't even get in. I tried interviewing at the Blood Wolf group a few months ago, but they didn't want me. Me too, I interviewed at the Blood Wolf group last month, and they didn't want me either. Many martial kings and martial emperors around, upon hearing that the Blood Wolf group had personally invited Yi Feng, couldn't help but show expressions of shock. Mainly because the Blood Wolf group is very powerful and incredibly hard to get into. The strong members of the Mad Tiger group surrounding Yi Feng revealed unpleasant expressions upon hearing that Jiang Lanxuan from the Blood Wolf group invited Yi Feng. At this moment, Jiang Lanxuan from the Blood Wolf group looked at Yi Feng and smiled. Brother Yi Feng, the strength you just displayed proves that you are extraordinary. With the power to blow up a mid-level martial king with a single punch at the early stage of martial king, such strength is enough to enter our Blood Wolf group. The other members of the Blood Wolf group looked at Yi Feng with approving eyes. Yi Feng, hearing the invitation from the Blood Wolf group, showed surprise. He then shook his head, saying, "Thank you, but I don't want to join any organization." The surrounding martial kings and martial emperors expressed shock upon hearing Yi Feng's rejection. Wow, this brother Yi Feng just rejected the invitation from the Blood Wolf group like that. But that's the Blood Wolf group, one of the 3 strongest organizations in China for hunting demonic beasts, as well as one of the 3 strongest security companies in China. If the Blood Wolf group invited me, I would definitely join. Oh, why would this brother Yifeng refuse? Many martial kings and martial emperors around displayed expressions of astonishment due to Yifeng's outright rejection of the Blood Wolf group's invitation. Jiang Lanxuan and the other strong members of the Blood Wolf group were suddenly taken aback by Yifeng's rejection. They never expected that in this day and age someone would actually refuse the Blood Wolf group. You must know the Blood Wolf group is incredibly powerful. Jiang Lanxuan looked at Yifeng with regret and said, Brother Yifeng, if you do not join our Blood Wolf group, we have no reason to interfere in your matters with the Mad Tiger group. Yifeng nodded, saying, it's fine. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lanxuan led the other strong members of the Blood Wolf group back into the crowd. Yifeng observed this with a calm gaze. He was not afraid of the so-called Mad Tiger group. However, at this moment, a strong martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group sneered coldly. Heck kid, we originally thought you would join the Blood Wolf group, making it difficult for us from the Mad Tiger group to act against you. However, now no one can save you. We from the Mad Tiger group will kill you today. We need to show others that the Mad Tiger group's authority cannot be insulted. Whoever kills our Mad Tiger group's members, we will certainly kill them. The leading martial emperor of the Mad Tiger group said this while glancing around, and the surrounding martial kings and martial lords lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Some martial kings and martial emperors looked at Yifeng, their eyes reflecting a hint of pity. Only when Yifeng heard the words of the Mad Tiger group's martial emperor, he let out a cold laugh. Is the Mad Tiger group really that strong? Stop talking nonsense. With a whoosh before Yifeng finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the martial emperor of the Mad Tiger group, who had just spoken. Bang! The martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group, who had just spoken, intended to intimidate others with his words, but he never expected Yifeng to attack directly. Crack! Caught off guard, the martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group had 2 of his bones broken by Yifeng's puff. This martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, having not expected that Yifeng's strength would be so great. He raised his head to look at Yifeng, his pupils suddenly constricting. Perfect level Sunfire Fist. Yifeng showed no mercy. Before anyone could react, he directly delivered a punch of the perfect level Sunfire Fist to the forehead of the martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group. Pong! With a loud bang, the forehead of this martial lord from the Mad Tiger group took Yifeng's powerful perfect level Sunfire Fist heating. The martial lord let out a scream akin to a pig being slaughtered. Bang! The head of this martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group burst open. He then collapsed to the ground lifeless. Just like that, Yifeng killed a martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group at an incredibly rapid speed. The surrounding martial emperors and martial kings were taken aback. No one expected that Yifeng would take action directly and at such a speed kill a martial emperor from the Mad. The other strong members of the Mad Tiger group were suddenly alarmed. Boom! Yifeng directly kicked towards the nearest martial king. Bang! That martial king, still dazed from Yifeng's overwhelming attack that killed a martial emperor, was caught completely off guard and was directly kicked by Yifeng. Pong! Yifeng's strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary martial king. With one kick, he exploded this martial king from the Mad Tiger group into a mist of blood. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The remaining 3 strong members of the Mad Tiger group could not react at all. Yifeng kicked one martial king from the Mad Tiger group into a mist of blood, and only then did the other 3 martial kings finally react. The red-clad female martial king from the Mad Tiger group suddenly snapped back to reality from her shock, and hurriedly said to the other 2 strong members of the Mad Tiger group, "Let's all attack together. This kid's individual strength is too strong for us to handle." The other 2 strong members of the Mad Tiger group, seeing their 2 companions killed by Yifeng with thunderous force, did not dare to be careless in the slightest. A level ability, Furious Fire. A level ability, Sky Ice Blade. Great achievement, martial skill, Bloodlight Slash. Immediately the remaining 2 martial kings and 1 martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group unleashed their abilities and martial skills. In an instant, a raging inferno erupted, accompanied by an ice blade suffused with a chilling aura, and a blood-red blade appeared. They aimed to slay Yifeng. Yifeng, seeing this, showed no fear. He wanted to see how powerful his martial king's strength and abilities had become after advancing. Thus Yifeng immediately unleashed S-level ability, Chaotic Demon Thunder. Roar! A huge chaotic demon thunder dragon, even larger than before, suddenly appeared. Yifeng could feel that with the increase in his cultivation strength, the S-level ability Chaotic Demon Thunder had become twice as powerful. As Yifeng's Chaotic Demon Thunder Dragon appeared, the abilities of the numerous martial kings, martial emperors, and martial lords present trembled. Yifeng focused his mind, and the Chaotic Demon Thunder Dragon charged towards the 3 strong members of the Mad Tiger group. Pong pong pong. The fiery flames, ice blades, and blood blades unleashed by the three strong members of the Mad Tiger group exploded under Yifeng's chaotic demon thunder. The three strong members of the Mad Tiger group, who had just been so arrogant, looked at Yifeng's chaotic demon thunder dragon with expressions of deep fear. "You can't kill us, so we are from the Mad Tiger group." The martial emperor from the Mad Tiger group shouted in fear at Yifeng, but before he could finish he was devoured by Yifeng's chaotic demon thunder dragon. The other two martial kings from the Mad Tiger group were too terrified to even shout, and they were completely devoured by Yifeng's chaotic demon thunder dragon. Yifeng single-handedly killed 5 powerful members of the Guanghu group. Instantly the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm fell into a deathly silence. Many martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial sects present widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in shock. Yifeng also gained some insights from just having killed the 5 powerful members of the Guanghu group. To be honest, if it weren't for the crowd, he truly wanted to test his invisibility ability. However, now that Yifeng had exerted his full strength, he had a better understanding of his own power. That is, although Yifeng was only a martial king, his strength had already surpassed that of a martial king and even a martial emperor. Moreover, Yifeng also discovered that as his strength increased, his awakened abilities became even more formidable. At this moment, many martial kings and martial emperors snapped back to reality, staring at Yifeng with wide eyes and dropped mouths. What the hell? What did I just see? That guy named Yifeng actually killed 5 strong members of the Guanghu group with his own. Among the strong members of the Guanghu group, 2 of them are martial emperors. Saying this, many martial emperors and martial kings present felt Yifeng's aura of cultivation, and their expressions changed. This guy named Yifeng is only at the early stage of martial king. No way. A martial king at the early stage actually killed 2 martial emperors and 3 martial kings so quickly. The key is that the strong members of the Guanghu group that he killed are all much stronger than him. At this moment, the surrounding martial kings, martial emperors, and even martial sects looked at Yifeng, unable to hide their shock. Did you all just feel that? The thunder that guy Yifeng unleashed was terrifying, and my abilities even trembled. Yeah, my abilities also trembled before that guy Yifeng's abilities. Is that guy Yifeng's ability really that terrifying? At this moment, many strong individuals present recalled the abilities Yifeng had just showcased, causing their hearts to tremble. Many strong individuals around came back to their senses and began to analyze what had just happened. That guy named Yifeng, with early-stage martial king strength, could kill martial emperors, indicating his deep foundation. The key is that he killed his opponents with ease and swiftness without even a scratch, which indicates that this guy named Yifeng is much stronger than this. Previously, I thought this guy named Yifeng was just a slightly stronger early-stage martial king, but now I realize I was wrong. The fact that he can quickly kill martial emperors is simply terrifying. Saying this, many martial kings and martial emperors continued to analyze Yifeng. Did you notice? From beginning to end, this guy named Yifeng showed no signs of fear towards the Guanghu group, not even a trace. In other words, Yifeng is not afraid of the Guanghu group at all. Of course, being able to kill martial emperors with early-stage martial king strength, this guy named Yifeng's profound foundation must come from a powerful force. At this moment, a martial king couldn't help but say he just claimed to be the top student of Jianhai Martial University. Other martial kings and martial emperors couldn't help but laugh. Haha, that's absolutely impossible. A freshman cannot possess the strength of a martial king and the capability to slay martial emperors. I think this guy named Yifeng is trying to keep a low profile and doesn't want others to know which powerful force he comes from, so he deliberately fabricated a false identity. At this moment, many strong individuals present looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say to the surrounding strong individuals, in any case, this guy named Yifeng must not be provoked. He looks so young, yet his profound foundation comes from a powerful force. The key is that he quickly killed 5 strong members of the Guanghu group. It's too brutal. As we enter the Longyuan secret realm, we should try to avoid him and not get into conflicts with him. At this moment, many martial kings and martial emperors around looked at Yifeng, their eyes revealing deep fear. Many martial sects looked at Yifeng, their eyes showing deep caution. Many strong individuals present looked at Yifeng, their faces revealing a great deal of respect. Next, Yifeng turned to see the martial emperor of the Guanghu group he had just killed lying on the ground. Of course, what he saw was the spatial ring on the hand of the fallen martial emperor. So Yifeng walked over and collected the spatial ring from the first martial emperor of the Guanghu group he had killed. No strong individual came forward to stop this scene, or rather no one dared to. Because after Yifeng's battle with the Guanghu group, having slain 6 members of the Guanghu group, many strong individuals now held fear and caution towards him. A few members of the Blood Wolf group approached Yifeng with the leader Zhang Lanxuan looking at Yifeng, and then at the fallen martial emperor of the Guanghu group, recalling Yifeng's earlier actions, fell into silence. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lanxuan spoke. Brother, Yifeng, you must be from a powerful force. The strength you displayed just now made even us feel a bit frightened. Please don't hold a grudge against us for not standing up to help you earlier. Yifeng shook his head and replied, I have no reason to bear a grudge against you. You did not speak rudely to me, nor did you take action against me. The members of the Blood Wolf group sighed in relief upon hearing Yifeng's words. Soon a few powerful latest-stage martial emperors and martial sects came to Yifeng's side. These powerful latest-stage martial emperors approached, Yifeng smiling, as they said, Brother, Yifeng's earlier display was truly powerful. I didn't expect an early-stage martial king could swiftly slay martial emperors. It shows a strong foundation. Brother Yifeng, would you like to join us in the Longyuan secret realm to seek treasure? We can split the treasures 50-50. Yes. The Longyuan secret realm is filled with countless treasures, but it is also fraught with danger. We can team up. Several powerful martial emperors and even stronger martial sects invited Yifeng. Many martial kings and martial emperors nearby were envious upon seeing this. They wanted to team up with those strong individuals, but they were overlooked. Now those strong individuals were all eager to invite Yifeng. The reason these strong individuals invited Yifeng was simple. The strength and profound foundation Yifeng displayed made them want to befriend him. However, Yifeng shook his head at the invitations from the strong individuals, saying, I prefer to be alone. Suddenly at that moment, a very intense light appeared at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm. Someone filled with excitement shouted, the Longyuan secret realm has opened. Yifeng saw the open Longyuan secret realm and immediately prepared to set off. The surrounding powerful individuals upon seeing Yifeng's refusal ceased their words and turned to enter the Longyuan secret realm first. Next, Yifeng also planned to be among the first batch to enter the Longyuan secret realm. Because Yifeng had just single-handedly killed 6 powerful members of the Mad Tiger group, he now held considerable intimidation among the powerful figures at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm. Thus, the surrounding powerful individuals made way for Yifeng, allowing him to reach the forefront. At this moment, many martial kings and some martial emperors at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm looked at Yifeng with awe and fear. This was exactly the effect Yifeng desired. Otherwise, being at the early stage of martial king would place him at the bottom among these powerful beings, forcing him to enter last. In the Longyuan secret realm, those with stronger cultivation levels could enter first, while those with weaker powers could only enter later. This is the rule at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm, a principle almost universal to all secret realms in China. Yifeng's recently displayed strength allowed him to be among the first to enter. Bang! At this moment, a barrier gate opened at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm, with 2 stone dragons flanking the door. Instantly, the 2 stone dragons guarding beside the gate emitted a strong radiance from their eyes. This intense and dazzling light instantly enveloped the first row of powerful individuals. Of course, Yifeng was also among the first row. Moreover, he was the only martial king among the powerful individuals in the front row. Standing alongside Yifeng were 7 martial sect experts and 15 latest-stage martial emperor experts. However, the strength Yifeng had just displayed led to no objections from the martial sect and martial emperor experts regarding him standing in the same row as them. The powerful individuals wishing to enter the Longyuan secret realm were quite envious, as they too wanted to be among the first batch to enter. Being in the first batch meant seizing the initiative. Yifeng was enveloped by the white light at the entrance of the Longyuan secret realm. In an instant, he felt a gentle force lifting him forward. Soon Yifeng, along with the first batch of powerful individuals, was transported into the Longyuan secret realm. The powerful individuals outside would send in a batch every 30 minutes, meaning Yifeng and his group were at least 30 minutes ahead of the others. Upon entering the Longyuan secret realm, Yifeng found himself surrounded by martial sect experts and latest-stage martial emperor experts. At this moment, 3 martial sect experts partnered together and headed southeast. The other 4 martial sect experts chose to act alone, departing from 4 different directions. Meanwhile, the 15 latest-stage martial emperor experts formed 5 groups, with 2 martial emperor experts in each group. Among them, 5 latest-stage martial emperor experts chose to act independently. Yifeng also opted for solo action, heading directly towards the northwest. However, what Yifeng did not know was that shortly after he left, a martial sect expert turned back, looking in Yifeng's direction with a cold smile, saying, "A martial king at the early stage can kill a martial emperor. Such formidable backing must come from a major force. These geniuses from major forces surely carry treasures. If I obtain them, my strength will surely." This is the Longyuan secret realm, isolated from the outside world. Fortune favors the bold. This young man must be killed to obtain the treasures he carries. A martial sect expert immediately followed Yifeng's direction, intent on seizing the treasures on him. Outside the Longyuan secret realm after Yi Feng entered, several martial kings quickly changed direction toward the nearby branch of the Mad Tiger group. Earlier, these martial kings did not dare to act recklessly outside the Longyuan secret realm for fear that Yi Feng would notice and eliminate them. Now that Yi Feng had entered the Longyuan secret realm, these martial kings hurried to report to the Mad Tiger group to claim their generous rewards. Because the Mad Tiger group has a rule, if their experts are ambushed and killed outside, the informers will receive a substantial reward. As Yi Feng walked within the Longyuan secret realm, he gazed at the towering trees and lush grass around him, feeling astonished. What does this mean? The trees here appeared to be several times larger than those outside. Furthermore, these trees were remarkably sturdy and upright. Walking on the ground, Yi Feng felt a softness beneath his feet caused by a thick layer of fallen leaves. At the same time, he observed the grass was still lush and vibrant, appearing strikingly green. Moreover, as he walked through the forest, the air he breathed felt fresher than that of the outside world. In short, Yi Feng felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility within the Longyuan secret realm. Soon he arrived at a pond. However, the water in this pond appeared murky, almost entirely green. Yi Feng looked at the green water that seemed unclean and was quite surprised. He did not expect to find such murky water inside the Longyuan secret realm. Yi Feng realized that the environment of the Longyuan secret realm was far better than that of the outside world. Yet the water before him was not as clear as the ponds in the outside world. Suddenly, just as Yi Feng was about to leave, he noticed a rare treasure in the center of the pond. It was a black plant with a massive black flower. That black flower had petals of deep black, and intricate patterns of qilin and dragons were engraved on. This is a very famous treasure known as the Yuming Longland flower. The value of this treasure is over 100 million, and its effects are indeed extraordinary. Yi Feng's eyes widened as he saw the Yuming Longland flower, feeling both astonished and delighted. To encounter the Yuming Longland flower so soon after entering, my luck is truly remarkable. Yi Feng murmured to himself. He then decided to pick the Yuming Longland flower growing in the pond. However, just as he took a few steps out, he was ambushed by a martial sect expert. Bang! The martial sect expert who had been tracking Yi Feng struck him directly on the back. Bang! Caught off guard, Yi Feng fell into the pond. He was extremely furious. Upon falling into the pond, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and saw a flood dragon at the bottom of the pond. On the pond's shore, the martial sect expert who had just ambushed Yi Feng appeared, looking at Yi Feng, who had fallen into the pond, with a cold smile, saying, "Hee, with my full force ambush you won't die, but will surely be severely injured. I will first take the Yuming Longland flower, then come back to claim the treasures on you." Furious after being ambushed by the martial sect, Yi Feng fell to the bottom of the pool. Upon seeing the dragon lurking below, his eyes cleared somewhat. The dragon, after all, was a formidable presence even in the realm of demon beasts. It is important to note that the strength of a dragon is nearly comparable to that of a martial sovereign. Yi Feng gazed at the dragon before him, his breathing quickening. This dragon appeared massive, stretching several dozen meters in length, its body incredibly thick-looking, as if it could effortlessly swallow a human whole. Moreover, it was covered in sharp black scales. At the same time, the aura emanating from the dragon was palpable, and Yi Feng could feel a sense of oppression. In the green waters, the dragon fixed its gaze on Yi Feng, and for a moment Yi Feng did not dare to act recklessly. For some reason, Yi Feng had a premonition that if he dared to make any sudden moves, the dragon at the bottom of the pool would unhesitatingly rush over and devour him. Suddenly, Yi Feng saw the dragon that was staring at him move, but it did not attack him. Its target was the serpent. At that moment, the martial sect expert who had ambushed Yi Feng rushed toward the pool, aiming for the ghostly dragon. He glanced at the flower, which was within arm's reach, and did not forget to taunt Yi Feng with a few words. "I initially only planned to follow that martial king early stage brat and find an opportunity to kill him and seize his treasure. I never expected that the lad named Yi Feng would be so fortunate as to encounter such a precious treasure as the ghostly dragon scale flower." However, that Yi Feng lad would never imagine that everything he has done would become a dowry for our sect. As he spoke, the martial sect expert grinned widely. "Ha ha, I will claim the ghostly dragon scale flower, and after that I will kill that martial king early stage lad and seize the treasures on him. Everything will be mine this time. This trip to the Dragon Abyss secret realm is a big score." Soon the martial sect expert reached above the ghostly dragon scale flower. Just as he was about to reach out to take the ghostly dragon scale flower, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! The surface of the green water suddenly exploded. The martial sect expert took it lightly, thinking it was Yi Feng, and laughed. "Yi Feng lad, my name is Kai Sima, a mid-stage martial sovereign. Although your cultivation is formidable, having slain even a martial emperor, I am a martial sovereign. Are you sure you want to be my enemy?" Yi Feng did not respond, for it was not he who had caused the explosion on the lake. Kai Sima, the mid-stage martial sovereign, soon sensed something was amiss. He turned around and nearly lost his soul in fright. What the hell? A dragon! Kaisima saw the dragon on the surface of the water, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. He could see a strong intent to kill in those eyes. Kaisima was startled, his whole body shivering. He hurriedly withdrew his hand that was reaching for the ghostly dragon scale flower. What bad luck to encounter a dragon. Of course, the rarer the treasure, the stronger the beasts guarding it. How could a precious treasure like the ghostly dragon scale flower be without a powerful demon beast protecting it? I was careless, only thinking of ambushing that lad named Yifeng to obtain the ghostly dragon scale flower, without considering the consequences. Kaisima looked at the dragon that was still staring at him, his expression extremely grave. Boom. Suddenly the entire pool exploded, revealing the dragon's massive form. Bang. The dragon's tail struck, sending Yifeng flying from the bottom of the pool. The force behind that tail was immense, intended to eliminate Yifeng completely. The dragon feared that when it fought Kaisima, Yifeng would be there to take advantage. Thus the power the dragon used against Yifeng was sufficient to kill any martial king. Bang! Yifeng was sent flying far away by the dragon's tail. He crashed into a tall tree. Rip! Yifeng broke the tree upon impact, falling to the ground with his claw. However, not a single scratch marred his body. If it were any other martial king, that tail strike would have turned them to. Nonetheless, the dragon had vastly underestimated Yifeng's current physical strength. Yifeng's physical strength surpassed that of a martial king and even a martial emperor. As a result, the power capable of annihilating any martial king did not harm Yifeng. Cough cough, Yifeng couldn't help but cough twice as he rose from the ground. He took out a completely new outfit from his storage ring and changed into it. At that moment, a fierce, killing intent flickered in Yifeng's eyes. The earlier dragon had fully intended to kill him. Had it been any other martial king, they would have long since perished. Therefore, Yifeng sought revenge against the dragon. Simultaneously, he was particularly furious about the ambush from the martial king. That martial king had ambushed Yifeng, prompting him to wish to retaliate. Yifeng stood up and headed toward the locations of the dragon and the martial sect. Kaisima, upon seeing the dragon send Yifeng flying with its tail, felt a jolt in his heart. The lad named Yifeng is probably dead. The power of the dragon is so great, he as a martial king early stage simply cannot withstand it. I'm afraid that lad has been turned into mush by the dragon's tail. Upon thinking this, a wave of regret surged within Kaisima. What a pity, truly a pity. That lad named Yifeng, the treasures on him are likely gone with the dragon. As Kaisima pondered, the dragon, having dealt with Yifeng, suddenly charged toward him. Seeing this, Kaisima quickly regained his composure and hastily reached for the ghostly dragon scale flower. Roar! The dragon, seeing this, opened its mouth wide and lunged at Kaisima to swallow him whole. Kaisima, witnessing this, had no time to grab the ghostly dragon scale flower and hurriedly drew his weapon to unleash his martial technique, grand completion martial technique, exploding wind split. Instantly, Kaisima wielded two large iron hammers, striking them together. Bang! The massive sound of the hammers colliding resonated, creating a gigantic vortex formed by the raging wind. This was Kaisima's grade grand completion martial technique, exploding wind split. Boom! Kaisima struck the dragon's massive mouth that was suddenly attacking him. However, the dragon's strength and physical resilience were exceptionally formidable. Boom! The dragon's head was struck, and it was pushed back several meters. Yet, even with Kaisima unleashing an grade perfected martial technique with the strength of a mid-stage martial sovereign, he did not inflict serious injury on the dragon. Roar! The dragon, infuriated to the extreme, charged at Kaisima, intent on devouring him. Exploding wind split. Kaisima continued to unleash the grade perfected martial technique. Swish! Having gained experience from the first encounter, the dragon deftly dodged Kaisima's exploding wind split. Bang! Kaisima, seeing this, quickly evaded the dragon's mouth and crashed into the dragon's head, being sent flying back. Roar! The dragon let out a long howl and charged directly at Kaisima, not intending to let him escape. At this moment, Yifeng returned to the vicinity of the pool, quickly approaching the ghostly dragon scale flower, while the dragon was still pursuing Kaisima. He did not need to face the powerful dragon or the cunning Kaisima. He could obtain the ghostly dragon scale flower right in front of him. Yifeng had now arrived before the spectral dragon scale flower. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the nearby woods. Bang! Rip! The sound of trees continually crashing to the ground could be heard. It was evident that the battle between Kaisima and the dragon was extremely fierce. As a mid-stage martial sovereign, Kaisima was currently suffering from multiple injuries. His hair was disheveled and his clothes had been torn in several places. Moreover, Kaisima had several scratches on his arms and body. One could imagine how desperately he had to dodge the dragon's attacks. In contrast, the dragon had lost a few scales from its head and body. However, despite many scratches, it was only slightly injured. Bang! The dragon continued to fiercely attack Kaisima. Towering trees were being knocked down one after another by the dragon's brute force. Kaisima kept dodging the dragon, and even as a mid-stage martial sovereign the continuous evasion was wearing him down. Thus at this moment the mid-stage martial sovereign Kai Sima was not only in a dire situation, but also somewhat exhausted. Huff huff Kai Sima gasped for breath as he ran pursued by the dragon behind him. Seeing the dragon chasing him relentlessly Kai Sima couldn't help but curse loudly, damn it. The spectral dragon scale flower is indeed not easy to obtain. This foolish dragon, why is it chasing me when I haven't even gotten the spectral dragon scale flower? At that moment the dragon spoke, fixating its gaze on Kai Sima's back. Humph. A mere mid-stage martial sovereign human dares to covet the spectral dragon scale flower. If I don't kill you, you'll dare to come again in the future. Kai Sima, hearing the dragon's words, quickly assured, I guarantee that I will never come for the spectral dragon scale flower again. However, the dragon, upon hearing Kai Sima's guarantee, sneered coldly. You, who pushed a companion at the early martial king stage into a water pit to attract my attention, give me a guarantee for going after the spectral dragon scale flower. You even betrayed your companion. I do not trust the guarantee of someone like you. Kai Sima was shocked upon hearing the dragon's words. Clearly he had never expected that the dragon had taken Yi Feng, whom he ambushed, as his companion. Kai Sima, while running hurriedly, explained to the dragon, No, that person has nothing to do with me. It was he who wanted to go for the spectral dragon scale flower, and I only punched him into the water pit to stop him. The dragon, upon hearing Kai Sima's words, couldn't help but sneer. You are a mid-stage martial sovereign, while he is at the early martial king stage. If you ambushed him with a punch, you could easily kill an early martial king. But the person you pushed into the water pit was unharmed. Aren't you just putting on a show for me? Despicable human die. As it spoke, the dragon suddenly accelerated its tail, striking Kai Sima. Bang! Kai Sima was sent flying by the dragon's tail, but he was in a state of shock. That guy, after being ambushed by me, actually wasn't hurt. What is going on? I clearly ambushed him, and my strength should have been enough to kill most early martial kings. Could it be that he really wasn't injured? If it had been an ordinary early martial king, or even a mid-stage or late-stage martial king, being ambushed by Kai Sima would have undoubtedly resulted in serious injury. However, although Yi Feng was at the early martial king stage, his physical strength had already surpassed that of a martial king, even entering the realm of the martial emperor, which is why he was unscathed from Kai Sima's ambush. Roar! The dragon continued its assault on Kai Sima, who was knocked back. Seeing this, a surge of anger rose in Kai Sima's heart. Humph. If you don't want me to have it easy, then don't expect to have it easy either. With that, Kai Sima activated his martial sovereign power and unleashed his special ability, S-class ability, Dark Hammer. Immediately, a shadowy giant hammer appeared before Kai Sima. This black-silver shadowy hammer emanated a chilling aura that made one's heart race. Moreover, Kai Sima's dark hammer was not only larger than an ordinary iron hammer, but also much heavier. It wasn't just that. His dark hammer contained a dark-type power, and its might was so great that even Yi Feng felt a sense of dread. Roar! The dragon suddenly appeared before Kai Sima, opening its massive jaws to bite down. Go! Kai Sima seized the moment, channeling his martial sovereign power and unleashing his ability, the dark hammer, directly towards the dragon. Pong! Waves of dark power surged towards the dragon. Bang 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 bang. Several of the dragon's sharp scales fell off. Following that, where the scales had fallen, the dragon was left bloodied. Roar! The dragon became furious, its pupils turning a deep red as it opened its massive mouth and shot a blood arrow that pierced through Kai Sima's shoulder at lightning speed. Bang! In an instant after the dragon's blood arrow pierced through Kai Sima's shoulder, it was gone. Puff! Kai Sima spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon's blood arrow had severely injured him. This is bad. Kai Sima felt a chill in his heart. He sensed he might not make it out alive today. Suddenly the dragon didn't kill him, but instead turned abruptly towards the direction of the water pit. Kai Sima, seeing this, was left dumbfounded. At the water pit, Yi Feng directly uprooted the spectral dragon scale flower. The moment Yi Feng pulled the flower up, a miraculous scene occurred. Originally a green water pit suddenly became clear. Soon the green within the water pit vanished furthermore the entire water pit became crystal clear. Roar! Before Yi Feng could react further, a familiar dragon's roar snapped him back to reality. As soon as he uprooted the spectral dragon scale flower, the dragon in the distance sensed everything. Thus it chose not to kill Kai Sima and swiftly returned. Yi Feng heard the dragon's roar and quickly ran to the shore. At that moment the dragon also appeared by the water pit. When it saw Yi Feng at the water's edge, its pupils suddenly narrowed. You actually didn't die? Why would I die when your power isn't strong enough? The dragon glared at the spectral dragon scale flower in Yi Feng's hand, its anger soaring, its murderous intent palpable, and said, Human brat daring to take the spectral dragon scale flower, you will surely die today. Upon hearing this, Yifeng directly placed the spectral dragon scale flower into his storage ring right in front of the dragon. The dragon, seeing this, lunged at Yifeng. "You're seeking death. No one can save you today." Boom. Yifeng struck the dragon's head with a punch as it attacked, sending it flying. At that moment, Yifeng immediately focused his mind, SSS class ability, Invisibility. In an instant, Yifeng merged completely with the air. Bang! He landed on the ground, and the bewildered dragon looked around. Where did that human go? How did he suddenly disappear? Is this dragon seeing things? Yifeng suddenly went invisible right before the dragon. It was completely lost. Yifeng was now only 5 meters away from the flood dragon, which could reach him in just 1 second with its speed. Yet the flood dragon could not see Yifeng. After using his invisibility ability, Yifeng had merged with the surrounding air. The flood dragon searched everywhere for Yifeng, finally enraged, shouting, "Where are you? You were just here? How could you suddenly disappear?" The flood dragon was furious at this moment because Yifeng had taken the precious treasure, the nether dragon scale flower, while it was chasing after Kaizima. The key was that the flood dragon needed the nether dragon scale flower. Roar! The flood dragon searched for a long time and still did not see Yifeng, letting out a howl to the sky. "Kid, I know you were nearby. Come out if you dare and fight me." The flood dragon shouted angrily at the surroundings. It could sense Yifeng's aura, but it just couldn't see him, which made it extremely furious. Yifeng heard the flood dragon's words, but he temporarily ignored it because there were more important matters awaiting him. Moreover, the flood dragon was at the martial sovereign level, its strength nearly that of a martial sovereign. Some flood dragons had already reached the level of martial sovereign. Adult flood dragons that had undergone evolution had strength that even surpassed that of martial sovereigns. Yifeng was not yet fully confident that he could kill the flood dragon. Additionally, he had already obtained the most crucial opportunity, which was the nether dragon scale flower. Thus, Yifeng headed in the direction where the flood dragon. Additionally, he had already obtained the most crucial opportunity, which was the nether dragon scale flower. Thus, Yifeng headed in the direction where the flood dragon had chased after Kaizima. He was still using his invisibility ability, but it was quite exhausting for him. This legendary SS level ability consumed a lot of energy once activated. Not long after, Yifeng spotted Kaizima resting against a tree. Instantly, a strong killing intent flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Kaizima had attempted to ambush him, which had already sparked Yifeng's desire to kill. Moreover, the force Kaizima had used during the ambush was clearly intended to severely injure or kill him. However, Yifeng's bodily strength was far beyond his own cultivation level, which was why he had not been severely wounded by Kaizima's ambush. If he had been severely wounded by Kaizima's ambush, and then struck by the flood dragon's tail, he would definitely not have a place to be buried. With this thought, Yifeng's killing intent towards Kaizima intensified. He saw Kaizima gasping for breath against a massive tree. Although he was at the mid-level of martial master, he appeared extremely disheveled. The chase by the flood dragon had caused him a lot of suffering. At this moment, Kaizima's clothes were torn, and there were multiple scratches on his body. These scratches were bleeding profusely, a result of being clawed by the flood dragon. To be honest, Kaizima was somewhat surprised that he had been able to evade the flood dragon's pursuit. At this moment, Yifeng saw Kaizima continuously taking out herbs to apply on his wounds. Kaizima repeatedly looked up in Yifeng's direction. However, the more he looked, the more confused he became. Strange, I can clearly sense a person's aura, but why is there no one here? It turned out that Kaizima had sensed Yifeng's aura of cultivation, but when he looked up at Yifeng's position, because Yifeng was still using his invisibility ability, Kaizima saw nothing. Could it be that I am hallucinating due to the intense pressure from the flood dragon? Kaizima thought to himself. After looking again at the direction where Yifeng was, he still saw nothing and lowered his head to treat his wounds. While treating his injuries, Kaizima cursed under his breath. Damn it, I really suffered a huge loss this time. I neither obtained that treasure from the low-level Martial King Kid, nor the nether dragon scale flower. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Kaizima muttered angrily. That low-level Martial King Kid must come from some major power. The treasure on him must be extraordinary. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Kaizima muttered angrily. That low-level Martial King Kid must come from some major power. The treasure on him must be extraordinary. At this moment, Yifeng had arrived within 3 meters of Kaizima. At the same time, Yifeng also heard Kaizima's angry mutterings. Upon hearing this, Yifeng realized that this mid-level martial master Kaizima had been tracking him for some time, all for the so-called treasure he possessed. Kaizima thought Yifeng had a treasure. In an instant, Yifeng's killing intent grew stronger. However, more importantly, it made Yifeng vigilant. Kaizima was tracking him without realizing it. Yifeng began to think if he had been too careless. At this moment, Kaizima, who was less than 3 meters away from Yifeng, continued to curse. It's all that damn flood dragon's fault. If it hadn't shown up, I could have obtained the treasure from that kid and the nether dragon scale flower. After I ambushed that kid, I thought he would be severely injured if he didn't die. Instead, he ended up being thrown away by the flood dragon. He probably doesn't even know where he has died. That flood dragon is at the level of a martial sovereign, and its power would definitely kill that kid on impact. With this thought, Kazima looked toward the southeast, muttering to himself, that kid might have already been killed by the flood. If I hurry over now, that kid's treasure might still be intact. I can't beat the flood dragon. The nether dragon scale flower is out of the question. However, that kid's treasure might not have been destroyed by the flood dragon, which means I still have a chance. Thinking of this, Kazima struggled to stand up, preparing to adjust himself. He wanted to check on the Yifeng who was supposedly killed by the flood dragon, to see if his treasure was still there. Boom. What? Kazima sensed a massive airflow coming from behind him. He turned around, but bang! Yifeng appeared behind Kazima and struck him with a sudden punch, just like how Kazima had ambushed Yifeng before. Puff! Kazima's pupils dilated as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Subsequently, Kazima was sent flying, crashing to the ground. What just happened? The mid-level martial master Kazima was stunned. He had received a punch without seeing anything. Did I just get hit by air? At this moment, Kazima doubted his entire existence. Bang 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 bang. Yifeng utilized his SS-level invisibility ability to immediately reach the fallen Kazima and rain down a series of punches upon him. Kazima screamed in pain. The strength of a typical martial king or martial emperor indeed couldn't cause much harm to him as a martial master. However, Yifeng's strength had long surpassed that of a martial king or martial emperor. The series of punches directly struck Kazima, who was evidently in immense pain. Kazima shouted in agony, "What the hell? How could I be hit by air?" Kazima was unaware that it was Yifeng who had ambushed him. He was even more oblivious that the series of punches striking his body just moments ago were also from Yifeng. Yifeng had employed an SS-level invisibility ability, thus Kazima could not see him. Just under Yifeng's relentless attacks, the bones in Kazima's body began to fracture. Crack, crack, crack. Yifeng's power had already surpassed that of a martial king, exceeding even that of a martial emperor. Consequently, Kazima could not withstand the overwhelming force of Yifeng's assault. What's happening? Why is the air attacking me? Kazima roared in anger, not knowing how to retaliate. From his perspective, he could see nothing, not even Yifeng. Even as a mid-level martial sovereign, Kazima could only see the air compressing before him, even exploding. However, he could not see Yifeng's punches or their trajectories, leaving him clueless on how to defend. This was why Kazima felt both furious and powerless. However, as soon as his words fell, Yifeng, using the SS-level invisibility ability, delivered a sudden punch to his face. Pong! Kazima's face distorted as he fell backward, the back of his head striking a rock. Whoosh! Yifeng did not relent. He swiftly closed the distance to Kazima and kicked him squarely in the face. Bang! Kazima's face instantly bore the imprint of Yifeng's shoe. Why does it feel like someone is kicking my face? Damn it, why can't I see anything? Kazima looked around, still surrounded by empty air, seeing nothing. Yet the invisible Yifeng continued to kick his face one after another. Bang 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 bang. Soon Kazima's face was nearly covered in Yifeng's shoe prints and his face had begun to swell. This mid-level martial sovereign Kazima had already had his nose broken directly by Yifeng. At this moment, his entire face appeared utterly disfigured from Yifeng's kicks. The worst part was that Kazima had no idea that it was Yifeng who was kicking him. Even though Yifeng was right in front of him, Kazima could see nothing. The invisible Yifeng observed Kazima, who was on the ground covering his face and waist, and at this moment Kazima curled up on the ground, his left hand covering his waist and his right hand covering his face. He bore no semblance of a mid-level martial sovereign. Yifeng looked at Kazima in this state, a strange expression emerging on his face. The dignified mid-level martial sovereign now appeared utterly pitiful. There lay the mid-level martial sovereign Kazima, curled up on the ground, his face disfigured and swollen like a pig's head. Many bones in his waist and body had also been broken by Yifeng. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly said, "Oh heavens, I was wrong. I should not have done so many heinous deeds. I beg you, do not punish me anymore." Kazima hurriedly got up, facing the heavens and earth, bowing his head repeatedly in apology. Clearly, Kazima had just thought that this was the heavens punishing him. Yifeng watched Kazima repeatedly bowing in apology, an exceptionally strange look on his face. Kazima was bowing in the direction of Yifeng. Yifeng stood right before him, yet Kazima could not see Yifeng and was bowing in apology to him. Whoosh! Just as Kazima was bowing, Yifeng swiftly drew out the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword. Swish! At the moment Kazima lowered his head to kneel, Yifeng, wielding the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword, pierced it directly through Kazima's body. Kazima looked down at the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword piercing through his body, his pupils suddenly constricting. Swish! Yifeng withdrew the sword, and Kai Zima shouted, "Ah!" Then Kai Zima suddenly stood up, gazing ahead, his pupils narrowing in shock. He saw the Xuanqin Thunder Soul sword that had just pierced through his body, hovering in midair. The sword dripped with blood, but Kai Zima could not see the one holding the sword. What? What is happening? Kai Zima's lips trembled in fear as he stared blankly ahead. At this moment, Yifeng concentrated his thoughts, causing his invisibility ability to dissipate. Sweat began to drip from his face, clearly indicating that using the SS-level invisibility ability had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Kai Zima looked at the suddenly revealed Yifeng, who held a sword stained with his blood. Instantly, the mid-level martial sovereign felt an overwhelming shock in his heart as he gazed at Yifeng. Kai Zima looked at Yifeng, raised his hand, trembling in disbelief, and said, "Are you human or ghost?" At this moment, Kai Zima looked up at Yifeng, his face filled with intense fear. Yifeng looked down at the prostrate Kai Zima, calmly saying, "What do you think?" Upon hearing Yifeng's voice, Kai Zima's heart trembled violently. He quickly came to his senses, stared at Yifeng, and could not help but ask, "Why couldn't I see you just now? Where did you come from? Weren't you blasted away by that dragon?" Yifeng, hearing Kai Zima's words, confirmed that he had indeed been severely injured and was now unable to recover. He slowly replied, "That dragon couldn't harm me, and your ambush is weak enough to be laughable." Kai Zima's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing Yifeng's words. He hastily replied, "Impossible. The power of my ambush clearly exceeds that of a martial king, surpassing even a martial emperor. You, a martial king, should have been severely injured. Moreover, the dragon's power has reached that of a martial venerable. As a mid-level martial king, you could not possibly escape its might." Yifeng, upon hearing this, looked at the incredulous Kai Zima and smiled faintly. "My Buddhist strength has long surpassed that of a martial emperor." Kai Zima's pupils constricted sharply upon hearing Yifeng's words. Subsequently, this mid-level martial sovereign gazed at Yifeng in disbelief and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yifeng replied casually, "I am Yifeng, a new student at Jianghai Martial University." Kai Zima quickly shook his head. "A mere student cannot achieve such accomplishments as yours." Yifeng replied, "Believe it or not, that's up to you." Kai Zima hurriedly asked, "How did you attack me just now when I couldn't see you?" Yifeng replied calmly, "Because I awakened the SS-level ability Invisibility." Kai Zima's pupils suddenly shook, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. SS level. The legendary Invisibility ability. Immediately, Kai Zima was filled with extreme fear. He hastily got up and bowed repeatedly to Yifeng, saying, "I beg you, spare me. I beg you to spare me, but it was my fault to ambush you." As he spoke, Kai Zima quickly removed his storage ring, trembling as he offered it to Yifeng. "I am willing to give you all my treasures, just please grant me a chance to live." Yifeng, upon hearing this, replied indifferently, "If I kill you, your treasures will also be mine." Kai Zima's expression changed drastically upon hearing Yifeng's words. Swish! Yifeng thrust the Xuanqin Thunder Soul sword straight through his heart. A mid-stage martial saint was pierced through the heart by Yifeng's merciless sword strike. Yifeng gazed upon Kai Zima and spoke calmly, "You are a mid-stage martial saint. Yet one sword through your heart grants you but a fleeting reprieve." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Kai Zima's pupils contracted sharply. With great effort, he rasped, "What do you truly intend?" Yifeng looked down upon the kneeling Kai Zima and said coolly, "Earlier you ambushed me. So I retaliated with my SS rank invisibility ability, letting you taste the terror of being ambushed yourself." As he spoke, Yifeng held aloft Kai Zima's spatial storage ring and added, "You coveted what you believed to be a supreme treasure upon my person. Now I hold your treasures." Kai Zima's eyes widened further, and mounting dread, regret, surged within him. He should never have crossed Yifeng. Then Yifeng stood towering over the prostrate man and declared indifferently, "Next, your entire cultivation shall serve as bridal attire for my own ascension." Kai Zima fell silent. The mid-stage martial saint stared at Yifeng, bewildered. What did those words mean? Suddenly, Kai Zima lifted his head, and his pupils shrank violently. Before his eyes, a devouring black hole materialized behind Yifeng. Stunned, Kai Zima cried out, "What is this? What is happening? Do you possess another ability? A martial cultivator possessing two abilities?" Moreover, Kai Zima sensed unmistakably the black hole's annihilating aura, a chilling primordial force that sent tremors through his very soul. Yifeng replied serenely, "This too is an SS rank ability, my ability." Kai Zima's heart recoiled violently at those words. Can a single martial cultivator awaken two abilities simultaneously, and both legendary SS rank? Such a cultivator cannot possibly belong to any major faction. He must be the prophesied sovereign prodigy. I have dared to provoke him. At that moment, despair flooded the mid-stage martial saint's being. Simultaneously, he recalled Yifeng's earlier SS rank invisibility ability. and now beheld this second SS rank Devouring ability. Within him arose this thought, two abilities of such terrifying magnitude coalescing in one body. His future ascension to supreme sovereignty is inevitable. I provoked a being of such boundless potential. I am truly blind. Profound remorse now consumed Kai Sima's heart. Swiftly, before Kai Sima could even think the black hole behind, Yi Feng engulfed him entirely. Once drawn inside, Kai Sima recoiled in utter shock. He immediately pleaded, "Young master, I erred. I should never have ambushed you. Lord, spare me. I will serve you as ox or horse. I beg to become your sworn servant." A mid-stage martial saint, kneeling low, begging mercy from a mere early-stage martial king offering servitude. Were other masters to witness this, they would doubt the very fabric of reality. After all, a mid-stage martial saint commands immense power, capable of founding multiple martial academies with ease. Yet here he knelt before Yi Feng, a spectacle of staggering dissonance. Yet Yi Feng shook his head and replied, "A mere mid-stage martial saint deigning to serve this sovereign king. You are unworthy." Hearing those words, Kai Sima's spirit shattered utterly. Yi Feng willed it, and the black hole behind him intensified its devouring force, unleashing waves of annihilation that utterly consumed Kai Sima, a mid-stage martial saint. Moments later, a swirling orb of obsidian energy emerged from the black hole. The distilled essence of Kai Sima's lifelong cultivation fused into pure concentrated power. In a flash, the orb surged into Yi Feng's body. Instantly, a torrent of overwhelming energy flooded his limbs and mind, raw, potent, and searing. Yi Feng immediately assumed the lotus position to absorb this mid-stage martial saint's energy. Meanwhile, beyond the Lonyuan secret realm, news had already reached the Kuanghu group. Yi Feng had slain 6 of their elite warriors. Inside an opulent conference chamber, senior executives of the Kuanghu group sat in grim silence. The gravity of the meeting centered entirely on Yi Feng. At the head of the table loomed a massive, muscle-bound man in a tailored suit. He swept his gaze across the room and declared, "1 mid-stage martial king, 2 latest-stage martial kings, and 2 mid-stage martial emperors, all slain by a single individual named Yi Feng." His words hung heavy. Several executives rose, faces dark with fury. This man openly defies the Kuanghu group. He acts with utter lawlessness. The Kuanghu group must dispatch elite forces and make Yi Feng pay dearly. A senior executive who had investigated Yi Feng stepped forward. "We've traced his identity from battlefield remnants and his own statements. Yi Feng is indeed a freshman at Jianghai Martial Academy, yet he has already attained the rank of Martial King and stands unchallenged atop the campus's strength rankings." The assembled executives gasped. A student, a freshman, reaching Martial King. Surely students today aren't this formidable. Many stood stunned, not just shocked, but deeply. The investigator nodded gravely. Moreover, during his martial aptitude exam, Yi Feng awakened 2 top-tier rank abilities. His potential is extraordinary. The executives recoiled anew. Yi Feng's brilliance left them speechless. The 2 executives who had demanded vengeance fell silent. Their leader asked coolly, "Your thoughts?" The others, once eager for retribution, now remained mute, confronted by Yi Feng's staggering profile. Back with Yi Feng. Within half a day, he had fully absorbed Kai Sima's cultivation. To his astonishment, his realm surged past 2 stages, leaping from early-stage Martial King directly to latest-stage Martial King. Yi Feng felt the cultivation of his latest-stage Martial King realm, and he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It is known that many strong practitioners take at least 5 years to advance from early to latest-stage Martial King. Moreover, even more powerful individuals require 10 years or even longer to transition from early stage to latest-stage Martial King. Some strong practitioners might take over 10 years just to advance from early to mid-stage Martial King, and as for reaching latest-stage Martial King, it seems like a distant dream. Thus one can see just how difficult it is to improve one's cultivation. However, Yi Feng advanced from early stage to latest-stage Martial King in less than a day. If those outside were to learn of such a rapid advancement, they would likely question their lives. Currently, Yi Feng devoured a mid-stage martial zone, successfully advancing 2 realms, marking the first surprise since entering the Lonyuan secret realm. Having gained plenty of experience beforehand, Yi Feng knew how to maximize his benefits this time. He did not directly obliterate Kai Sima. Instead, he first took his storage ring to obtain the treasures within. Then Yi Feng did not immediately kill Kai Sima, but rather used his SS grade devouring ability to absorb him for maximum energy. This also allowed Yi Feng to determine how to kill enemies for maximum benefit. With a thought, Yi Feng checked his storage ring, where 2 more storage rings were lying, one belonging to Kai Sima and the other belonging to another martial emperor he had slain outside the Lonyuan secret realm. Both of these storage rings contained the precious wealth collected by those 2 powerful individuals. Yifeng had yet to check them. He planned to do so after exiting the Lonyuan secret realm. At this moment he was still within the Lonyuan secret realm, which was only open for 3 days. The Lonyuan secret realm is a fantastic place, and Yifeng only hoped to gather as many resources as possible within these 3 days to aid his strength improvement. Yifeng looked at the nether dragon scale flower in his storage ring, a tremendously precious natural treasure. Thus he immediately thought, system, how long will it take to refine this nether dragon scale flower? Upon hearing Yifeng's inquiry, the system promptly replied, host, the nether dragon scale flower is extremely precious and the energy contained within is exceptionally pure. Refining it will take 10 days. Yifeng understood immediately. Therefore he decided to store the nether dragon scale flower for later refinement. Otherwise, if he attempted to refine it now, he might not finish before the Lonyuan secret realm closed. In a location filled with natural treasures and abundant beasts, Yifeng planned to seize many opportunities. Yifeng headed directly to the spot where the previous dragon had been, intending to try and deal with that dragon after finishing off Kaisima. He pondered how much energy he would gain if he could devour and refine a dragon. Meanwhile, at the headquarters conference room of the Wild Tiger Group outside the Lonyuan secret realm. At this moment, when the person responsible for the investigation at the Wild Tiger Group presented information about the conference room of the Wild Tiger Group, fell into an extreme silence. After a while, a high-ranking member of the Wild Tiger Group stood up and spoke to others. This young man, named Yifeng, must not be touched by our Wild Tiger Group. He has awakened 2 top-level abilities, and this year, he just entered Jianghai Martial University, yet he has become a martial king. It is worth noting that he is still only just coming of age. Most students of his age are merely martial artists or martial generals. It is evident just how talented Yifeng truly is. This Yifeng is indeed a prodigy. His future looks terrifying, and it is best we do not provoke him. Many high-ranking members of the Wild Tiger Group nodded in agreement. At this time, a burly bald man stood up and said fiercely, are we just going to let this slide? Our Wild Tiger Group is one of the top 3 forces in China. Our Wild Tiger Group's powerful members have been killed by a student, 6 of them. Do you not fear that if we do not retaliate this time, others will dare to bully our Wild Tiger Group, making us a laugh? This bald man is named Sima Kai. The moment his words fell, the faces of the high-ranking members in the conference room of the Wild Tiger Group turned unsightly. At this time, a high-ranking member of the Wild Tiger Group, who usually did not get along with Sima Kai, sneered and said, Sima Kai, are you really concerned about our Wild Tiger Group's reputation? I would feel embarrassed to expose you. Are you not just seeking to use the company's power to take revenge for your brother? Sima Kai snorted coldly in response, I do indeed have such thoughts, but my brother is also a member of the Wild Tiger Group. Is there anything wrong with that? Sima Kai looked at the leading man and said, boss, we should directly confront Yifeng. On one hand, it can avenge my brother, but more importantly, it can establish our Wild Tiger Group's prestige. The leading man waved his hand at Sima Kai, indicating him to think it over. At this moment, the investigator responsible for the Wild Tiger Group added, additionally, according to our investigation, the Empress of Jianghai Martial University places great importance on Yifeng. The Empress' regard for Yifeng far exceeds that of an ordinary student. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the high-ranking members of the Wild Tiger Group changed. The Empress' killing name had once struck fear into the strong across China and even the world. Immediately, many high-ranking members of the Wild Tiger Group stood up and said, it was indeed our mistake. We are not in the right. There is no need to hold a grudge against that young man Yifeng. He has so much potential that the Empress will surely value him. What good does it do to offend the Empress? At this moment, a company executive also advised Sima Kai, let's let this matter go. We will give your brother a grand burial. Your brother has done so many immoral things, surviving until now is already a blessing. Upon hearing this, Sima Kai glared angrily at the high-ranking member of the Wild Tiger Group, who spoke. At this time, the leading figure of the Wild Tiger Group said to Sima Kai, hey Kai, let's drop this matter. That student named Yifeng is not only exceptionally talented, but also has boundless potential. He is backed by the Empress, and such a person should not be made an enemy. We must consider the bigger picture. Sima Kai, seeing that the group's high-ranking members and their leader did not support him, said nothing more, but his heart was filled with anger. Humph. That is my only biological brother. Blood is thicker than water. If you do not avenge me, I will do it myself. I refuse to believe that I, a latest-stage martial zone, cannot kill a mere student. Yifeng quickly arrived at the water pool where the Jiao dragon resided within the Lonyuan secret realm. At this moment, the pool was so clear that it seemed devoid of any life. The water was crystal clear, and there was not a single fish inside. The originally green water pool became exceptionally clear after Yifeng took the Yuming dragon scale flower. Yifeng walked around the shore, but found nothing. He frowned as he gazed at the transparent water. Indeed, the terrifying Jiao dragon was not here. Yifeng observed the traces left by the Jiao dragon around him, and couldn't help but follow the path. He needed to find that Jiao dragon and devour it. Following the traces of the dragon, he arrived at a waterfall. The waterfall broke free from the shackles of the clouds like a dragon ready to soar, suddenly plunging down, creating a thunderous sound that was deafening. However, after searching the surroundings for a while, Yifeng did not find any trace of the Jiao dragon. Moreover, the traces of the dragon had completely disappeared beneath this waterfall. Suddenly at this moment a cry for help rang out. Help! Someone please save me! Yifeng turned to look and saw a woman in the water downstream of the waterfall calling for help. It was a well-proportioned woman, her cultivation having reached the initial stage of the martial emperor. However, she appeared quite distressed at this moment. Opposite the woman was a powerful demon beast. The beast's body only revealed 1/3 above the water surface, yet it was already twice the size of an average person. It had a massive shell adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. This was a demon beast at the initial stage of the martial emperor, an amphibious beast, the Jiao turtle demon. At this moment, the female martial emperor had several abrasions on her body, and a trickle of blood was even visible. Her name was Situyu. Situyu had already spotted Yifeng on the shore, and her expression instantly brightened. She quickly swam towards him with the Jiao turtle demon in pursuit behind her. Situyu urgently called out to Yifeng, "Yifeng, help!" Previously outside the Longyuan secret realm, she had witnessed the conflict between Yifeng and the Quanghu group. Thus Situyu knew Yifeng. Moreover, she was well aware of Yifeng's individual strength. Although she was at the initial stage of the martial emperor and had a higher cultivation level than Yifeng, she knew she would not be a match for him. After all, Yifeng had previously slain 2 martial emperors outside the secret realm. Something Situyu could hardly achieve herself. Seeing Situyu swimming towards him and glancing at the Jiao turtle demon behind her, Yifeng couldn't help but frown. Yifeng was not afraid of the Jiao turtle demon. However, Situyu bringing the demon towards him displeased him greatly. Yifeng did not want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. Thus Yifeng planned to leave, but as Situyu saw him about to go, she became anxious. "Yifeng, don't go. Yifeng, I beg you to save me. I will definitely repay you." Upon hearing Situyu's promise of repayment, Yifeng paused in his steps. He was not coveting Situyu's beauty, though her figure was indeed stunning. One could say it was extraordinary. Even from across the pool, Yifeng was struck by her graceful form. The reason Yifeng stopped was due to Situyu's promise of repayment. To Yifeng, saving her was merely an easy task. If he could have a beautiful martial emperor at the initial stage repay him, it would be quite a bargain. Thus Yifeng halted his steps. Seeing this, Situyu was overjoyed. However, the Jiao turtle demon behind her was quickly closing in. Splash! The water surface was disturbed by the Jiao turtle demon, creating a huge splash. The Jiao turtle demon was mere inches away from Situyu, opening its massive mouth and lunging towards her. Moo! Situyu sensed the impending danger, and as she turned around to see the Jiao turtle demon attacking her, her face turned pale with fear. Yifeng on the shore witnessed this scene. Without hesitation, he casually unleashed a wind dragon hurricane annihilation dragon. Roar! A hurricane dragon appeared several times larger than the one Yifeng had summoned earlier. After Yifeng's cultivation strength increased, his abilities had greatly enhanced. Yifeng pointed at the Jiao turtle demon not far away, and the massive hurricane annihilation dragon coiled around him immediately understood. The hurricane dragon surrounding him with a surge of green light in its pupils darted towards the Jiao turtle demon that was about to swallow Situyu. Roar! The hurricane annihilation dragon opened its mouth. Splash! The surrounding water along with the Jiao turtle demon was directly consumed by the hurricane annihilation dragon. Seeing this scene, Situyu, the martial emperor at the initial stage, was wide-eyed in disbelief. The water level around her dropped significantly as the hurricane annihilation dragon devoured the Jiao turtle demon. Situyu felt this change and suddenly snapped back to reality. Moo! The Jiao turtle demon struggled violently within the body of the hurricane annihilation dragon. Situyu turned to look at Yifeng. She saw Yifeng simply raise his hand and then grip it firmly. Pong! A loud sound erupted from within the body of the hurricane annihilation dragon. Situyu turned back in shock and was left speechless. The Jiao turtle demon, which had nearly killed her, was torn to shreds by Yifeng's hurricane annihilation dragon in an instant. Yifeng also received a considerable reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have just slain the martial emperor level demon beast Jiao turtle demon with a single blow. You are rewarded with 2000 enhancement points. Situyu was still in disbelief. She never imagined that the Jiao turtle demon, which had posed such a significant threat to her and nearly cost her life, could be so easily eliminated by Yifeng. After a moment, Situyu finally came to her senses. She looked at Yifeng, who appeared calm on the shore, and her heart trembled. This strong martial emperor at the initial stage looked at Yifeng and murmured to herself, "This Jiao turtle demon nearly took my life." Even martial emperors at the mid and late stages would find it difficult to deal with the Jiu turtle demon. Yet it was annihilated in a single strike by Yifeng. Situ couldn't help but recall the incident at the entrance of the Lonyuan secret realm, where Yifeng had confronted the Quanghu group, and she sighed. I previously thought that Yifeng's actions against the Quanghu group were his limit. I didn't expect that he had concealed so much strength before. Oh my, how could someone as young, handsome, and powerful as Yifeng cross my path? Situ quickly swam to the shore and climbed out. Instantly, without the cover of the water, her stunning figure was fully revealed to Yifeng. Yifeng was taken aback at the sight of Situ before him. This Situ had a figure that was simply breathtaking. Suddenly Situ approached Yifeng, and as she slipped she fell directly into Yifeng's warm embrace. Yifeng was caught off guard by Situ's actions, unable to react in time. Immediately Yifeng caught a faint whiff of a delicate fragrance. He looked down at Situ, and perhaps it was her outstanding figure that caused him to see a glimpse of something. His face involuntarily turned red. He asked Situ, "Are you alright?" Situ, hearing Yifeng's words, gently nodded in response. Then looking at Yifeng with profound gratitude, she said, "Thank you, Yifeng, for saving me just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by the 9 nether turtle demon just now." As she spoke, the beautiful woman looked at Yifeng, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Yifeng shook his head and said, "It's nothing." At that moment, Situ recalled how Yifeng had slain the 9 nether turtle demon and couldn't help but ask Yifeng, "I remember you used a top-tier lightning ability outside the Lonyuan secret realm. But just now the ability you used was a powerful wind ability. Yifeng, do you actually have 2 abilities?" Yifeng nodded. "That indeed is my second ability, a top-tier wind ability." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Situ, who was at the early stage of Martial King, was taken aback. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Yifeng, unable to contain her surprise. "You actually awakened 2 top-tier abilities? That's simply incredible." "Oh my, those are 2 top-tier abilities. After so many years of cultivation, this is the first time I've seen a martial artist possess 2 top-tier abilities." Yifeng observed Situ's shocked expression and chose not to say much. If she were to find out that he had actually awakened 4 top-tier abilities, she would probably be left in disbelief. Then Situ felt the aura of Yifeng at the later stage of Martial King, and her heart jolted. "Yifeng, I remember your aura was at the early stage of Martial King outside the Lonyuan secret realm. Have you already reached the later stage now? Or had you been hiding your true power all along?" Yifeng, seeing Situ's astonished and disbelieving expression, slowly replied, "I was indeed at the early stage of Martial King before, but after entering the Lonyuan secret realm, I had an unexpected opportunity to advance to the later stage." Situ exclaimed, "In such a short time, you went from the early stage of Martial King to the later stage?" "No way. It took me a whole 6 years to advance from the early stage of Martial King to the later stage. Among my peers, my advancement speed is already exceptional. Yifeng, you must have taken less than a day to go from the early stage of Martial King to the later stage. Is this speed of advancement even human?" At this moment, Yifeng's rapid advancement made Situ at the early stage of Martial Emperor question reality. Yifeng smiled, but did not speak. Situ gazed at Yifeng, her thoughts racing. This Yifeng has awakened 2 top-tier abilities. Outside the Lonyuan secret realm, he could slay martial emperors at the early stage. Now, having entered the Lonyuan secret realm, his luck is extraordinary, allowing him to advance from the early stage of Martial King to the later stage. All these signs indicate that this Yifeng is undoubtedly the child of destiny. Situ looked at Yifeng, her eyes glimmering. Yifeng said, "Since I just saved you, what do you plan to offer as compensation?" Situ was abruptly brought back to reality by Yifeng's words. She looked at Yifeng and asked, "Yifeng, are you asking for compensation for saving my life?" Yifeng replied earnestly, "Of course, I don't save people for free. You definitely owe me a compensation." Situ's face lit up upon hearing Yifeng's words. Initially, she planned to offer him money as compensation. However, now she had changed her mind. Situ licked her vibrant red lips and said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, you saved me, and this is a life-saving grace, a tremendous kindness. I have no way to repay you except to offer myself to you." As she spoke, Situ suddenly embraced Yifeng. Yifeng's pupils quivered violently upon hearing her word. Immediately, Yifeng pushed Situ away, saying, "That's unnecessary. Just give me money or rare Situ, if you want to take advantage of me, that's a different price." Situ said. She gazed at Yifeng, her eyes filled with affection. "Yifeng, from the first moment I saw you outside the Lonyuan secret realm, I fell in love with you. You were so handsome. Then when I saw you in action, I fell in love with you even more. You are truly powerful. Just now you saved me, which made me even surer that you are the child of destiny for Situ." Yifeng looked at Situ, who was gazing at him with affection, and said, "Situ, I saved you, yet you want to repay kindness with enmity. How can you do this?" Situ replied. She quickly said to Yifeng, "Yifeng, I am incredibly popular outside. Many martial emperors, even martial sovereigns have pursued me, but I did not pay any attention to them. Yifeng, I truly like you, be with me. Yifeng shook his head and said, no, I have a girlfriend, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be with you. Situ Yue, upon hearing Yifeng's words, showed no signs of surprise. She looked at Yifeng and said earnestly, Yifeng, you are so handsome and have so much potential and strength, it's only normal that you have a girlfriend, isn't it? Yifeng, you are so outstanding, if you didn't have a girlfriend, I would even suspect you are G. Yifeng. As she spoke, Situ Yu asked Yifeng seriously, Yifeng, how many girlfriends do you have? Can I be one of them? Situ Yu looked at Yifeng, the highly sought-after female martial emperor, gazing at him with deep feelings. Yifeng replied seriously, I only have one girlfriend. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Situ Yu was taken aback. She couldn't help but ask Yifeng, you're so outstanding, and yet only have one girlfriend. Yifeng replied calmly, of course, isn't love supposed to be sincere and devoted? Situ Yu's pupils trembled violently upon hearing his words. She looked at Yifeng, her affection for him growing even more. Thus Situ Yu hurriedly said to Yifeng, Yifeng, I am a very traditional girl. Yifeng, hearing Situ Yu's words, looked at her earnestly and said, Situ Yu, it's clear to me that you are not the kind of person who would disrupt someone else's relationship. Situ Yu looked at Yifeng seriously and said, Yifeng, don't worry, I won't disrupt your relationship with your girlfriend. Yifeng nodded and Situ Yu quickly stepped forward, linking her arm with Yifeng's, gazing at him affectionately. I can be your little, or I can keep it a secret from your girlfriend. Yifeng. Pong. Suddenly the lake water behind Yifeng and Situ Yu exploded. The splashes of water surged in all directions, and Situ Yu quickly shielded Yifeng, taking all the splashes herself. Then Yifeng took a few steps back, with Situ Yu cautiously watching the erupting water surface. Boom. A colorful beam of light shot up into the sky, surging from the water surface, creating a magnificent spectacle. Yifeng and Situ Yu were taken aback. There was great fortune in this place. Yifeng gazed at the soaring multicolored pillars of light, unable to contain his astonishment. At this moment, he noticed that the remnants of the Geo turtle demon on the water's surface had vanished without. Beside Yifeng, Situ Yu became excited and said to him, Brother Yifeng, it seems we've encountered a great opportunity within the Longyuan secret realm. Situ Yu gazed at the multicolored pillars, her eyes filled with uncontainable anticipation. In the Longyuan secret realm, the radiant pillars quickly attracted numerous powerful individuals who had entered. Immediately, many of the powerful figures in the Longyuan secret realm looked up toward Yifeng's direction. Look, that's a multicolored pillar of light. According to legend, it only appears when a great opportunity descends. This is great, we won't have to search for opportunities ourselves. The direction of that multicolored pillar must lead to a major opportunity. Many powerful beings in the Longyuan secret realm looked greedily towards the multicolored pillar where Yifeng stood. Soon many of the powerful figures hastily rushed towards the direction of Yifeng's multicolored pillar. Hurry over there, the multicolored pillar reaching the sky, that major opportunity must be extraordinary. We must hurry, we can't let this major opportunity fall into someone else's hands. Swish, 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 many martial kings and martial emperors within the Longyuan secret realm rushed toward the multicolored pillar where Yifeng was located. Some martial zone also hurried towards Yifeng's direction. At this moment, all the powerful figures in the Longyuan secret realm became fervently excited due to the presence of that multicolored pillar. Most of the powerful figures entering the Longyuan secret realm had come for that major opportunity. Near Yifeng, the multicolored pillar had only risen for a short while when nearby powerful figures began to arrive. Several powerful individuals had gathered around Yifeng. Among them were a few martial kings and martial emperors, but no martial zone had yet appeared. However, the few powerful individuals that had appeared looked at Yifeng and Situ Yu with peculiar expressions, thinking, damn. A girl as stunning as Situ Yu had been battered and bruised by this guy named Yifeng. This guy named Yifeng is truly abnormal. He killed the experts of the Crazy Tiger group outside, and now he has mistreated the female martial emperor Situ Yu like this. We should keep our distance from this guy named Yifeng, he's too terrifying. The arriving powerful figures looked at the miserable state of Situ Yu beside Yifeng and quickly took a few steps back. In their eyes was a flicker of sympathy for Situ Yu along with a hint of wariness towards Yifeng. Boom. At that moment, the water's surface suddenly dropped several meters, revealing a massive underwater palace. Instantly, the powerful figures present were astonished. This truly is a major opportunity. There's even an underwater palace here. This underwater palace must hide incredible opportunities. Yes. This time we entered the Longyuan secret realm, we struck it rich. In an instant, all the powerful figures present gazed at the suddenly appeared underwater palace with shining eyes. Yifeng, looking at the underwater palace that had appeared not far away, was also seriously pondering what opportunities might lie within. Rumbling, the underwater palace continued to rise, causing the ground nearby to shake slightly. However, the surrounding powerful figures did not appear nervous due to the shaking ground. Each of them revealed expressions of excitement. Soon the palace stopped rising. It was an imposing structure standing a full 6 meters tall. The entire palace seemed to be made of bronze, with the tiles above giving off a splendid golden hue. Above the main gate of the palace was a massive plaque inscribed with several dazzling golden characters, Longyuan Palace. The surrounding powerful figures looked at the palace with greedy eyes. Soon more and more powerful figures gathered around, including several martial zones. Seeing that more and more powerful figures were arriving, Yifeng couldn't help but frown. There were quite a few contenders for this opportunity. At this moment among the crowd, 2 latest-stage martial emperors noticed Situ Yu next to Yifeng and were suddenly filled with excitement. The two were dressed in well-fitted suits, one with longer bangs and the other styled in a slicked-back look. However, both latest-stage martial emperors were quite handsome. One was named Wei Chao and the other Ji Bo. Wei Chao and Ji Bo hurried over to greet Situ Yue. Great. Little Yue, we found you. Yes. Little Yue, earlier we thought you had fallen off a cliff and were being chased by the Jiuyou turtle demon, facing certain doom. Thankfully you are alive. Situ Yu's expression turned cold as she looked at Wei Chao and Ji Bo, nodding slightly. Fortunately, Situ Yu had previously been in a team with Wei Chao and Ji Bo. Moreover, both latest-stage martial emperors had secretly harbored feelings for Situ Yu. Not only that, but these two had been pursuing her for several years. Wei Chao and Ji Bo, accustomed to Situ Yu's cold attitude, knew she had always been this way towards them. At this moment, Wei Chao and Ji Bo noticed the scratches on Situ Yu and saw her clothes were wet, causing them. Then the two powerful figures exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they looked at Yifeng next to Situ Yu, saying, "What did you do to little Yu? Did you mistreat her?" Yifeng, upon hearing this, looked at the two and replied indifferently, "Are you blind? Those are scratches from being chased by the Jiuyou turtle demon." Situ Yu also stepped forward to face Yifeng, looking at Wei Chao and Ji Bo, frowning as she said, "Brother Yifeng is my savior. How could you speak to him like that?" Hearing Situ Yu's words, Ji Bo and Wei Chao quickly reacted, and then they both bowed deeply to Yifeng, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yifeng, for saving little Yu. We are extremely grateful to you for saving little Yu." Yifeng, hearing this, looked at the two powerful individuals bowing before him and said lightly, "Don't mention such empty words. Give me something substantial instead. Since Situ Yu cannot provide a reward for saving her, she is willing to be given to me." Situ Yu's eyes widened in shock at Yifeng's words. Wei Chao and Ji Bo were stunned by Yifeng. "Yifeng Yu." Situ Yu pointed at Yifeng, her fingers trembling slightly. The two men promptly handed over several million in cash to Yifeng. "Sorry, this is our thank you gift." Yifeng was somewhat surprised to see the two of them offering several million in cash for Situ Yu. He hadn't expected these latest-stage martial emperors to care so much for her. Suddenly, rumbling, the palace doors swung open and a beam of golden light appeared. The surrounding powerful figures instantly became excited. "The Longyuan Palace has opened. The major opportunity is here, ha." Yifeng unceremoniously accepted the several million cash handed over by Wei Chao and Ji Bo. Wei Chao and Ji Bo then turned to look at Situ Yu beside Yifeng. It is evident how deeply these two latest-stage martial emperors feel for Situ Yu. Their actions are all to make a good impression in front of her. Seeing this scene, Situ Yu was somewhat moved. However, her heart had already been completely captured by Yifeng, who had just ruthlessly slain the 9 nether turtle demon with overwhelming force. At this moment, the grand door of the Longyuan Palace opened, and almost all the strong practitioners' gazes were drawn towards it. The moment the door opened, a golden light appeared, which then slowly dissipated. As the golden light faded, a hint of resplendent brilliance emanated from within the Longyuan Palace. The crowd of powerful practitioners outside couldn't conceal their greed any longer as they exclaimed, "The Longyuan Palace is open. That golden light must be the treasures inside. I think it should be heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Wow, it looks so glittering and enticing. This Longyuan Palace is clearly extraordinary." At this moment, many powerful practitioners were itching to enter the Longyuan Palace and explore its depths. However, Yifeng chose not to enter the Longyuan Palace immediately. Previously, he had discovered that the Yingming dragon scale flower was not only ambushed by a martial sect expert, but also guarded by a flood dragon nearby. This means that the better the treasures within the Longyuan secret realm, the stronger the guarding beasts would be. Nevertheless, while Yifeng could restrain himself, many of the surrounding powerful practitioners could not. Even Wei Chao and Ji Bo, who had just expressed their gratitude to Yifeng for saving Situ Yue, quickly turned to Situ Yue. "Xiao Yue, let's go together and explore the Longyuan Palace. There must be many treasures inside the Longyuan Palace. We need to hurry and not let those people seize the opportunity." The two spoke urgently to Situ Yu. Hearing their words, Situ Yu looked at Yifeng and asked, "Brother Yifeng, what do you think? Yifeng shook his head saying, upon hearing Yifeng's words Situ nodded, and said, just as I thought there must be danger. Wei Chao and Ji Bo were taken aback by their conversation. At this point several martial kings, and even martial emperors could no longer restrain their greed, and rushed directly towards the entrance of the Longyuan Palace. Ah! The treasures of the Longyuan Palace are ours. Yes, those glittering heavenly materials and earthly treasures I'm coming. Suddenly the pond in front of the Longyuan Palace erupted, and a flood dragon appeared. Roar humans, your time has come. The flood dragon roared, opened its massive jaws, and instantly swallowed several martial kings and martial emperors who had just flown in. I can't exert any strength. What the hell? A flood dragon. The martial kings and martial emperors tried to resist, but the flood dragon's aura instantly suppressed them. The ones devoured by the flood dragon, unable to exert strength, felt a slight sense of fear and cried out for help. Someone save me. However, before they could struggle or call for help any further, the flood dragon simply crushed them and swallowed them. In just a few seconds, that flood dragon directly killed those several martial kings and martial emperors. The others who had been itching to move widened their eyes and gaped, what the hell? A flood dragon. Oh my god, there's actually a flood dragon here. A flood dragon, that's a being close to the legendary martial lord level. Indeed, how could we encounter a flood dragon? This is simply too unfortunate. At this moment, many martial kings and martial emperors, even martial sect experts, showed expressions of deep shock. Even many of the martial kings and martial emperors present turned pale with fear upon seeing the flood dragon. Situ US standing beside Yifeng turned pale upon seeing the flood dragon, a flood dragon that can rival a martial lord. This is troublesome. Wei Chao and Ji Bo, two latest-stage martial emperors, looked at the flood dragon in the distance, with fear visible on their faces. However, unlike most of the practitioners present, Yifeng's eyes revealed a trace of excitement upon seeing the flood dragon. He had previously wanted to devour the flood dragon and see how much energy he could gain. Just then the flood dragon roared, roar. Humans, you all shall die. The flood dragon roared at the group of human practitioners on the shore and then charged directly at them. The group of martial kings and martial emperors on the shore were startled. Most of them quickly retreated and ran. Bang, bang, bang. Several martial kings were directly sent flying by the flood dragon's tail or body. The flood dragon. So terrifying. Several martial kings could not withstand the flood dragon's terrifying power and were crushed, directly falling. Yifeng recalled the previous flood dragon that had guarded the Yingming dragon scale flower upon witnessing this scene. That flood dragon had also tried to crush Yifeng with its power, thinking it could kill him. Yet it didn't realize that Yifeng's physical strength had already surpassed the realm of martial kings and martial emperors. However, many of those martial kings crushed by the flood dragon were of normal martial king strength and could not compare to Yifeng, or rather could not be mentioned in the same breath. As the flood dragon rampaged, many martial kings and martial emperors fled in all directions. Run. The flood dragon is too terrifying. Who would have thought that the martial kings and martial emperors who could dominate a region outside and were revered by thousands would be reduced to fleeing like ants before the flood dragon? Even several martial sect experts looked at the flood dragon with a hint of fear, retreating repeatedly. Wei Chao and Ji Bo hurriedly said to Situ Yue, Xiao Yue, we must run. This flood dragon is too powerful. If we don't run, we will die. Situ Yue nodded immediately, saying, indeed, we should run. We are simply no match for that flood dragon. Saying this, Situ Yue quickly pulled Yifeng, saying, let's run together. At that moment, the flood dragon spotted Yifeng amid the fleeing practitioners, and its eyes turned blood red. Kid, you took my Yingming dragon scale flower. Return it. Boom. The flood dragon charged towards Yifeng, leaving the gathered practitioners stunned. Seeing this, Yifeng pushed Situ Yue, Wei Chao, and Ji Bo aside, and calmly said, you all step aside, it's coming for me. Yifeng recognized the flood dragon before him. It was indeed the one that had guarded the Yingming dragon scale flower. Chaotic Thunder Dragon. Roar. A massive black-purple thunder dragon suddenly appeared behind Yifeng. This enormous black thunder dragon's power had grown even more formidable after Yifeng advanced to the latest stage martial king. Facing the attacking flood dragon, he controlled the thunder dragon behind him and immediately shouted, Chaotic Thunder Dragon, kill it. Roar. In an instant, the Chaotic Thunder Dragon collided with the flood dragon. The earth shook and Yifeng was determined to slay the dragon. Yifeng. Situ Yue watched anxiously from a distance as Yifeng battled the flood dragon. On Yifeng's side, he unleashed the Chaos Thunder Dragon, directly colliding head-on with the flood dragon. Pong. The clash between one man and the flood dragon created a great commotion, shaking the ground. The fleeing martial kings, martial emperors, and the retreating martial sects all paused, shocked by this scene. That martial king Yifeng is incredibly fierce. He actually collided head-on with the flood dragon. Indeed, he has such courage, daring to confront the flood dragon directly. It is truly impressive. Many martial kings and martial emperors couldn't help but feel admiration for Yifeng. If it were them facing this flood dragon, they would have fled long ago. Who would have the courage to confront it directly? Yifeng's chaos magic thunder dragon slammed violently into the flood dragon. Sizzle! Instantly, the black-purple chaos magic thunder coiled around the flood dragon's body. Clang, clang, clang. Not only that, several scales from the flood dragon fell off. Blood streamed from the flood. Is this a human's supernatural ability? I have never encountered such a formidable power. How can this human, who is clearly just a martial king, possess such a powerful ability? What on earth has this human done? The flood dragon stared intently at Yifeng not far away, its demonic eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Roar! The flood dragon exerted all its strength, unleashing its martial sovereign-level aura. Bang, bang, bang. The nearby martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects could not withstand the overwhelming aura released by the flood dragon and collapsed to the ground. This flood dragon is terrifying. At that moment, the kneeling martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects felt a wave of fear wash over them from the flood dragon's overwhelming aura. Yifeng was also somewhat intimidated by the flood dragon's aura, his legs slightly bent, but he did not kneel like the others. Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. With a thought, Yifeng summoned another incredibly powerful Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon, launching a fierce attack on the flood dragon. Seeing this, the flood dragon's demonic eyes suddenly narrowed. Roar! Human, this is self-inflicted. Clang, clang, clang. The flood dragon's scales emitted strange glimmers. Boom. Suddenly, the flood dragon's body swelled to double its size. Roar. The flood dragon's power reached the level of a martial sovereign, and it unleashed its claw with ferocious force. Pong. Pong. The two Chaos Magic Thunder Dragons, summoned by Yifeng, were suddenly torn apart by the flood dragon. Seeing this, Yifeng glanced at the kneeling martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sovereigns not far away, due to the pressure from the flood dragon. After pondering for a moment, he turned and entered the forest. Yifeng wanted to kill the flood dragon and devour it, but he could not let the martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects see his hidden cards. Seeing Yifeng turn and rush into the forest, the flood dragon roared into the sky, not looking back at the Dragon Abyss Palace, and directly chased after Yifeng. Human brat, you took my nether dragon scale flower and wounded me. I will not let you off, I must kill you. In an instant, the flood dragon charged into the forest, seeking to find and kill Yifeng. Who? The nearby martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects breathed a sigh of relief as the flood dragon left. At the same time, the martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects present quickly stood up from the ground where they had been kneeling. Many martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects looked in the direction of Yifeng and the flood dragon, feeling anxious that guy named Yifeng is in grave danger. Indeed, that is a flood dragon, a being with power close to a martial sovereign, or even one that has reached the level of a martial sovereign. That guy named Yifeng is just a martial king who, for him to confront the flood dragon heathen and even injure it is already remarkable. A martial sect powerhouse stepped forward, looking towards Yifeng and the flood dragon's direction. Inside, the flood dragon is chasing that Yifeng brat. He is likely to be eaten. I think that Yifeng brat intentionally lured the flood dragon away to save all of us. Other martial sect powerhouses also stood up, looking towards Yifeng, expressing their thoughts. Indeed, Yifeng is a hero with great righteousness. Yifeng sacrificed himself to save us all. Yifeng is truly great. I admire him greatly. Many martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sects looked toward the direction of Yifeng and the flood dragon, feeling even more admiration for Yifeng. Among them, Situ Yu gazed at Yifeng, a look of sadness on her face. Yifeng, I never expected that just as I started to like you, you would be pursued by the flood dragon. That is a flood dragon equivalent to a human martial sovereign level powerhouse. Alas, you are likely to be killed by the flood dragon this time. Thinking of this, the beautiful martial empress couldn't help but feel even sadder. Yifeng, I can no longer avenge you against the flood dragon. However, I can build a grand tombstone to honor you. Situ Yu looked in the direction of Yifeng, thinking he would be killed by the flood dragon, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Bang, bang, bang. The flood dragon was chasing Yifeng, knocking down one tree after another. It was now frantically searching for Yifeng, roaring, where are you? Why have you disappeared again like last time? Indeed, Yifeng had used his SS-level invisibility ability once again. After entering the forest and traveling some distance, seeing the flood dragon chasing him, he directly activated the SS-level invisibility ability. The flood dragon searched everywhere for Yifeng's trace. It could sense Yifeng's aura, but it just couldn't find him. The flood dragon grew anxious. Human brat, do you dare to come out and fight me? The flood dragon couldn't see him while Yifeng stood right in front of it. However, Yifeng was invisible, and the flood dragon had no idea. Bang! Yifeng leaped into the air, just as the flood dragon swiped a claw at the spot where he had been standing. Bang! Yifeng soared into the air, fists clenched, positioning himself above the flood dragon's head. The flood dragon felt a sudden heaviness on its head, and before it could react, Yifeng unleashed a barrage of punches. Bang, 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 bang. The flood dragon was dazed, feeling its head buzzing. Yet it still could not see Yifeng. Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword. Chaos Magic Thunder. Taking advantage of the flood dragon's momentary confusion, Yifeng immediately drew the Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword, with Chaos Magic Thunder swirling around it. Slice. Yifeng unleashed over 100,000 units of power, thrusting an SS-level Thunder Sword directly into the flood dragon's head. Roar. The flood dragon was in immense pain, its demonic eyes bloodshot as it opened its mouth to let out a pained roar towards the sky. Yifeng immediately summoned the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. Roar. Bind it. The massive black-purple Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon ensnared the flood dragon. Yifeng gave it no chance to resist, and unhesitatingly unleashed SS-level Devour. A devouring black hole appeared behind the flood dragon, which was still engulfed in immense pain and the attacks of the Chaos Magic Thunder Dragon. Pong. With a thought, Yifeng devoured the giant flood dragon, a martial sovereign-level beast, directly into his devouring black hole. After the flood dragon was engulfed by Yifeng's devouring black hole, its figure emerged. One cannot deny that this top-tier invisibility ability is incredibly useful. He had just used the invisibility ability to catch the flood dragon completely off guard. The flood dragon had no time to react before being directly consumed by Yifeng into the devouring black hole. It can be said that this invisibility ability brings Yifeng a lot of surprises. At this moment, the flood dragon that was being drawn into Yifeng's devouring black hole looked at him, its demonic eyes filled with intense shock. It stared at Yifeng and coldly said, "Human brat, what trick did you just use to blind me? Why can't I see?" Just now the flood dragon searched for Yifeng for quite a while, but couldn't find him at all. Yifeng's attack had completely caught the flood dragon off guard. One could say that the flood dragon was utterly lost after being struck by Yifeng. Hearing the flood dragon's words, Yifeng turned to look at the flood dragon in his devouring black hole and said indifferently, "A dying flood dragon, you have no right to know my secrets." The flood dragon, upon hearing Yifeng's words, sneered, "You, a mere martial king human brat, actually want to kill me? Haha, I admit, as a martial king your strength has far surpassed that of a typical martial king. But human brat, you think you can kill me, a mere martial king? You think too highly of yourself." As it spoke, the flood dragon tried with all its strength to break free from Yifeng's devouring black hole. However, no matter how hard the flood dragon tried to escape from Yifeng's devouring black hole, it could not break free. With a thought, Yifeng increased the devouring power within the black hole. Moreover, the destructive power inside his devouring black hole became even more terrifying. Hiss! The flood dragon's tail began to be erased and obliterated by that destructive power. At this moment, the flood dragon finally realized fear. It quickly looked at Yifeng and said, "Human brat, let me out and I promise I can give you treasures from the Dragon Abyss Palace." Yifeng glanced at it and said indifferently, "I led you away, and I'm afraid many human powerhouses have already entered the Dragon Abyss Palace. If I rush back now, I probably won't be able to obtain the treasures inside." Hearing Yifeng's words, the flood dragon couldn't help but glance in the direction of the Dragon Abyss Palace, showing a hint of a cold smile. Haha, they won't be able to obtain the treasures inside the Dragon Abyss Palace. That group of humans is so afraid of me that they dare not attack. The monsters inside the Dragon Abyss Palace are even less their match. Yifeng was taken aback by the flood dragon's words. He had not expected that there were monsters inside the Dragon Abyss Palace. Originally, Yifeng thought that the flood dragon was the last line of defense guarding the Dragon Abyss Palace. He had never imagined that the true barrier was not the flood dragon, but the monsters within the Dragon Abyss Palace. The flood dragon sensed that a large part of its body had already been swallowed by the destructive power within Yifeng's devouring black hole, and it became even more anxious. Thus the flood dragon quickly said to Yifeng, "Human martial king brat, as long as you can let me out of this devouring black hole, I will definitely help you obtain the treasures inside the Dragon Abyss Palace, I swear. I guarantee, with the reputation of the Flood Dragon clan, that if you can release me from the devouring black hole, I will negotiate with the monsters in the Dragon Abyss Palace to ensure you receive the treasures inside." Upon hearing this, Yifeng looked at the Flood Dragon and said indifferently, "This king does not need it. I want to see how much power I can gain from devouring a Flood Dragon." As he spoke, he increased the devouring power within the devouring black hole again, and the Flood Dragon felt the will of destruction becoming increasingly apparent. Its body was continuously being devoured, obliterated. The flood dragon stared at Yifeng incredulously, saying, "Who exactly are you? Are you really human? Why can you unleash such a terrifying black hole? You can become stronger by devouring me. Humans have never possessed such abilities. Who are you really?" Yifeng, hearing the flood dragon's words, looked at it and said indifferently, "My name is Yifeng, just an ordinary human." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the flood dragon's demonic eyes suddenly widened. Yifeng. Soon the flood dragon's body was devoured by more than 90%. The flood dragon glared at Yifeng, its eyes filled with hatred, fear, and a trace of regret. "If I hadn't come to hunt this Yifeng human, would I not have died? A martial king human could actually kill me who was close to martial sovereign. This human named Yifeng is truly terrifying." The flood dragon muttered to itself as it was gradually consumed entirely by Yifeng's devouring blast. Immediately a reward notification sounded in Yifeng's ears. "Ding, congratulations host, you have killed the flood dragon, rewarding you with 100 enhancement points." Yifeng's heart shook upon hearing this. After killing the flood dragon, he suddenly gained 100,000 enhancement points. However, it was not over yet. After just swallowing the flood dragon, a golden light sphere appeared in Yifeng's devouring black hole. This golden sphere was dazzling, and as Yifeng looked at it, he felt an incredibly pure energy within. In an instant, this dazzling golden sphere, after killing the flood dragon, rushed into Yifeng's body. In that moment, Yifeng felt a scorching mass of energy suddenly surge into his body. This energy was several times larger than any energy he had felt before. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Abyss Palace, after the flood dragon was lured away by Yifeng, many martial king powerhouses, martial emperor powerhouses, and a few martial sovereign powerhouses rushed into the Dragon Abyss Palace. The faces of these martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sovereigns revealed a greedy expression. However, these worldly powerhouses, upon entering the Dragon Abyss Palace, not only failed to obtain treasures, but also faced an attack from a group of monsters. This group of monsters consisted of ice flame poison birds. These ice flame poison birds were very small, only the size of a human palm. They were half cold and half hot, possessing deadly poison, hence being named ice flame poison birds. The ice flame poison birds moved extremely quickly and were very agile. Though small, the ice flame poison birds possessed the strength and combat power of a martial emperor. Moreover, there were over 100 ice flame poison birds inside the Dragon Abyss Palace. Immediately, many ice flame poison birds attacked those who had entered the Dragon Abyss Palace. "Help! Damn! So many ice flame poison birds, run! Why are there so many ice flame poison birds? Run!" However, many martial kings and martial emperors had barely run a few steps before being struck by the deadly poison of the ice flame poison birds, collapsing to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Soon even the martial sovereigns fell down one after another. 2 hours later, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, immediately sensing his cultivation realm. Suddenly, Yifeng was shocked by his cultivation realm. For at that moment, Yifeng's cultivation had surpassed the late martial king stage and reached the martial emperor stage. Moreover, Yifeng's cultivation had directly reached the late martial emperor stage. Yifeng's cultivation directly crossed a major realm. He did not expect that his current cultivation had ascended from the late martial king stage to the late martial emperor stage. It is known that many martial kings spend their entire lives without advancing from martial king to martial emperor. Many martial emperors take several years or even decades to progress from the early to the late martial emperor stage. In fact, many martial emperors remain stuck at the early or mid-martial emperor stage their entire lives. Yifeng's current rate of cultivation growth can only be described as faster than riding a rocket. If those who were familiar with Yifeng knew that he had already progressed from martial king to late martial emperor, they would undoubtedly question their own lives. Yifeng got up and brushed the dust off his clothes. This time, Yifeng was extremely satisfied with the enhancement brought about by devouring the flood dragon. To be honest, he felt incredibly pleased with the progress made from devouring the flood dragon. Yifeng looked around, and for some reason felt an urge to devour another flood dragon. However, a flood dragon is a beast that is just a step away from transforming into a true dragon. Such beasts, although many strong individuals avoid them, are also nearly impossible to encounter. Nevertheless, Yifeng's current goal remained the Lonyuan Palace. Soon Yifeng arrived once again at the Lonyuan Palace. As he looked at the scene before him, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Before the Lonyuan Palace, many strong individuals were already lying on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Yifeng noticed that the flesh and blood of these strong individuals seemed to have been gnawed on by something. At the same time, he discovered that their bodies appeared to have been scorched by some force. Some human strong individuals lay on the ground, their faces unrecognizable. He approached and found that many of them had already lost their breath. This meant that the majority of the strong individuals were already dead. Of course, some were severely injured and temporarily incapacitated. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's heart involuntarily trembled. He looked toward the Lonyuan Palace in the distance, where a very eerie aura was emanating. At that moment, Yifeng realized that what the flood dragon had said was true. There were beings within that Lonyuan Palace that were even more terrifying than the flood dragon itself. Just then a voice couldn't help but exclaim, Yifeng, you're still alive. Suddenly among the crowd lying on the ground a figure stood up. It was Situyu. Seeing Situyu, Yifeng immediately walked over and asked Situyu, are you okay? Upon hearing Yifeng's concern, a warm current flowed through Situyu's heart. Situyu looked at Yifeng, her astonishment evident in her eyes. She quickly asked, Yifeng, you were being chased by the flood dragon, yet you managed to survive. That is a flood dragon. You actually escaped its pursuit. Truly impressive. I did not escape the flood dragon's pursuit. I simply killed it, Yifeng replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Situyu was taken aback. Yifeng, you killed the flood dragon. That beast possesses combat power close to that of a martial sovereign. Situyu couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Suddenly feeling Yifeng's cultivation level, her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. Yifeng, you have already reached the martial emperor stage. No, wait. Your cultivation aura is even higher than mine. You have reached the late martial emperor stage. Situyu exclaimed in astonishment. Yifeng nodded and said, thanks to that flood dragon, after killing it, I obtained a rare treasure from its body, which allowed me to become a late martial emperor. Situyu listened, her mouth agape in shock, completely at a loss for words. After a moment, Situyu suddenly came to her senses and looked at Yifeng, unable to help but say, Yifeng, how terrifying must your strength be to have killed the flood dragon. Moreover, you have advanced to the late martial emperor stage so quickly. Your strength at the early and late martial king stages was already so formidable. Just how powerful must you be now at the late martial emperor stage? Yifeng calmly shook his head. He himself was uncertain. To be honest, Yifeng held great expectations for his current strength at the late martial emperor stage. At that moment, he looked around and asked Situyu, what exactly happened just now that led to this situation. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Situyu's expression turned sorrowful, as if she had lost her former brilliance. Seeing this, Yifeng asked what happened. Bang! Situyu suddenly hugged Yifeng tightly. Yifeng, on high alert and ready to react, then heard Situyu's voice filled with tears. Yifeng asked what happened. Did something happen? Situyu couldn't help but sob. Wei Chao and Ji Bo were eaten by that terrifying bird while trying to protect me. Whoa. Yifeng, terrifying bird. Situyu nodded and immediately informed Yifeng, I researched that bird. It is a poisonous beast only the size of a human palm, yet its combat power reached that of a martial emperor. This poisonous beast is called the ice flame poison bird. Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. He had seen the beast classification, and the ice flame poison bird was one of the most fearsome beasts. Though the ice flame poison bird's combat power is only that of a martial emperor, its actual strength is far superior to that of human martial emperors. It is too small, making it difficult to track, and its attacks are incredibly powerful. Not only can human martial emperors not handle it, but even many martial sovereign beasts have been slaughtered by it. Looking at Situyu, Yifeng couldn't help but ask, are there any other terrifying places within this Longyuan? Situyu pondered for a moment and replied, the flow of time inside is very fast. We spent less than 10 seconds inside, yet 2 hours passed outside. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart trembled. Situyu quickly grabbed Yifeng's hand, warning, we should escape quickly. We won't take any treasures from the Longyuan Palace. We need to get out of the Longyuan secret realm. I want to take a look inside the Longyuan Palace. Yifeng replied slowly. Bang! Situyu suddenly hugged Yifeng. No. Yifeng, you can't go in, but it's too dangerous. Several martial sovereign experts have already died. Bang! Yifeng struck Situyu with a chop and knocked her unconscious. Sorry, Situyu, since I've come, I want to take a look inside. They'll bring you out of the secret realm when I come back. He placed Situyu aside, stood up, and walked directly into the Longyuan Palace. Humans have come again to kill them. As soon as he entered, before he could take a good look around, a group of ice flame poison birds launched an attack on him. SS level invisibility. Yifeng immediately turned invisible and moved to the side. The ice flame poison birds in the Longyuan Palace lost track of Yifeng. However, Yifeng had barely taken a few steps before he saw a precious treasure placed in the center of the Longyuan Palace, Dragon Blood Ice Lotus. Yifeng gazed upon the Dragon Blood Ice Lotus at the center of the Longyuan Palace, his breath catching in his throat. This was the fabled blossom coveted by countless martial cultivators across the realms. Legend held that the Dragon Blood Ice Lotus grew only when nourished by true dragon blood. Its essence could grant a martial practitioner the mythical Dragon Blood War body, a peerless physique forged in draconic vitality and icy resilience. At the heart of the Longyuan Palace stood the Dragon Blood Ice Lotus, serene and resplendent. Its petals shimmered like crimson ice crystals, its entire form suffused with a deep pulsing scarlet hue. A faint crimson mist coiled around its stem, ethereal, eerie, and unsettling. Yet within the palace halls, a vast flock of frost flame venom birds scoured every shadow, hunting relentlessly for Yifeng's trace. Where did that human who entered the palace vanish? How could he disappear without a trace? He must be hiding somewhere inside. Find him now. A mere human cannot simply cease to exist. The frost flame venom birds had indeed seen Yi Feng enter, but he instantly activated his steer invisibility ability, rendering himself utterly imperceptible to their senses. Watching the venomous flock scour the halls in furious pursuit, Yi Feng felt a tightening in his chest. These birds were terrifying, especially in such overwhelming numbers. Thus he advanced with painstaking caution toward the palace's core, the very sanctum where the dragon blood ice lotus bloomed. A sudden metallic clang echoed through the silence. Yi Feng had accidentally kicked a bleached bone across the floor. Instantly the flock surged forward in unison, crushing the bone into dust with thunderous shuddering impacts. Yi Feng's expression hardened as he surveyed the grim, seen human skeletons littered the floor, some charred, some shattered, alongside the massive twisted remains of monstrous beasts. These were the fallen remains of elite martial cultivators and apex demonic beasts alike, stripped bare by the frost flame venom birds, not a shred of flesh or sinew left behind. Their bones had turned jet black, not from age but from the birds' virulent toxin, which had corroded marrow and matrix alike into obsidian fragility. Yi Feng's face tightened with grim resolve as he beheld the ossuary stretching before him. Yet moments later, cloaked in invisibility, he reached the exact center of the Longyuan Palace. Recalling the chaos just witnessed, he knew seizing the dragon blood ice lotus would unleash the full fury of the flock upon him. Without hesitation, he unleashed his unique ability, Hurricane Annihilation Dragon. A deafening roar tore through the air as a colossal emerald wind dragon materialized, its aura far more oppressive than before. His cultivation had ascended to the latestage martial emperor realm, vastly surpassing his former latestage martial king strength. So this Hurricane Annihilation Dragon bore correspondingly greater might. The moment the wind dragon manifested, the frost flame venom birds converged en masse, hurling themselves headlong into its storm-wreathed form. Yi Feng willed the dragon to hover 10 meters away, drawing the flock's undivided attention. As predicted, the birds collided violently with the spectral beast, ignoring his hidden presence entirely. Crack, crack, crack. Several frost flame venom birds shattered midair under the wind dragon's devastating impact, reduced to ash and splintered feathers. Yet even as the hurricane dragon's power waned, Yi Feng, still veiled in invisibility, allowed a faint knowing smile to curl at the edge of his lips. He immediately channeled another technique, Chaos Demon Thunder. Another guttural roar split the air, this time birthing a thunder dragon wreathed in primordial chaos, its aura eclipsing even the hurricane dragons. The frost flame venom birds recoiled in panic. What is happening? A fearsome wind dragon appeared out of nowhere just moments ago. And now a thunder dragon, even more terrifying, has manifested from thin air. Stunned, the flock abandoned their assault on the wind dragon, staring in disbelief at the newly summoned Leviathan. They had barely begun to subdue the first dragon, yet now faced a second, infinitely more dreadful. Chaos Demon Thunder Dragon, strike! Yi Feng commanded, and the Thunder Dragon lunged forward with cataclysmic speed. Thunder Dragon incoming. Half of you engage it now. The flock split, half diverted to confront the Thunder Dragon, while the rest continued battling the Wind Dragon. Had they perceived Yi Feng's invisible form, they surely would have redirected their assault toward him instead. Veiled in invisibility, Yi Feng fixed his gaze upon the dragon blood ice lotus, his eyes gleaming with quiet, burning avarice. All around him, the frost flame venom birds were locked in desperate combat with his two summoned dragons. Without delay, he drew forth his Xuanxin Thunder Soul Sword and carefully lifted the dragon blood ice lotus from its aqueous pedestal. Cradling it in his palm, a rare, triumphant smile lit his face. Boom! A violent tremor shook the Longyuan Palace the instant Yi Feng withdrew the lotus. The entire structure convulsed as if awakened from ancient slumber. The frost flame venom birds shrieked in alarm. The lotus now hovered midair, suspended in emptiness. Still invisible, Yi Feng remained unseen to them. It was as though the blossom had levitated of its own will. Yi Feng wasted no time. He sealed the priceless dragon blood ice lotus within his spatial ring. The flock, still locked in ferocious battle with both dragons, watched in utter horror as the lotus vanished into thin air. The dragon blood ice lotus, it disappeared. What sorcery is this? Shock and terror flooded their avian pupils, wide, unblinking, and deeply unnerved. Suddenly, Yi Feng sensed time itself accelerating, its flow surging past him at tenfold velocity, then faster still. Startled, he bolted toward the palace entrance. The flock did not pursue. He remained invisible, a phantom beyond their perception. Meanwhile, the frost flame venom birds continued their desperate struggle against the two dragons, until with a deafening detonation, the Longyuan Palace exploded outward as Yi Feng cleared its threshold. The shattered remnants collapsed instantly into the abyssal waters below, vanishing without a ripple. Yifeng dispelled his invisibility and watched the ruins sink, his thoughts profound and still. To their dying breath, the frost flame venom birds guarding the dragon blood ice lotus believed it had simply ceased to exist, erased by some unfathomable cosmic law. Yifeng glanced outward, then checked the time on his device. His breath caught the Longyuan's secret realm's closure was imminent. Within the palace, time had dilated hundreds-fold. Each second stretched into minutes, each minute into hours, compressing an eternity into mere heartbeats. His gaze swept over the fallen elites strewn across the floor. A quiet, resonant murmur escaped his lips. All that you fought and died for has finally come into my hands. Yifeng gazed at the dragon blood ice lotus within his storage ring, filled with anticipation about what would happen if he were to awaken the dragon blood battle body. Yifeng frowned slightly. C2U should have already woken up and left. He then looked around for any storage rings on the bodies of the powerful figures present. To his dismay, he found that all the storage rings of the fallen human powerhouses were gone. Yifeng speculated that these rings must have been taken by C2U. Suddenly, before Yifeng could think much further, he was enveloped by a white light and vanished from the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Outside the Dragon Abyss secret realm, a figure lingered. This figure was the beautiful C2U at the early stage of the martial emperor realm, standing at the entrance of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, peering inside. She gazed at the entrance and muttered repeatedly that young man, Yifeng, must still be inside the Dragon Abyss. When I woke up, he should have already entered the Dragon Abyss Palace. The Dragon Abyss Palace is very dangerous, extremely dangerous, but for someone like Yifeng it absolutely won't threaten his life, for he is the child of destiny. After spending some time with Yifeng in the Dragon Abyss secret realm, C2U felt that he was indeed the child of destiny. At the same time, although she knew the Dragon Abyss Palace was perilous, she couldn't shake the feeling that Yifeng would be fine. Thus C2U did not leave. She stood at the entrance of the secret realm, waiting for Yifeng. Suddenly, a strong man, a martial zone powerhouse, appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Abyss secret realm. This man was the brother of Sima Lin from the Crazy Tiger group, whom Yifeng had killed. Upon seeing the man's attire, C2U was taken aback. This martial zone from the Crazy Tiger group. He isn't here to take revenge on Yifeng, is he? However, Yifeng can easily defeat a martial emperor at the late stage. C2U couldn't help but feel curious about Yifeng's strength. In fact, she even pondered whether Yifeng could kill a martial zone. Just then a white light appeared at the entrance of the Dragon Abyss secret realm, and Yifeng emerged. Seeing Yifeng, C2U's face lit up with joy. She hurriedly approached him and smiled. Great. Yifeng, you didn't run into any trouble in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Yifeng heard her words and smiled back. Of course I wouldn't run into trouble. He then expressed his surprise. I didn't expect to see you here at the entrance, C2U. C2U replied, if it weren't for waiting for you at the entrance, I would have left long ago, Yifeng. You need to be careful. There's a martial zone from the Crazy Tiger group over there, and I feel he's here for you. Yifeng was surprised to hear this. The Crazy Tiger group really dared to come looking for him. He glanced at the martial zone from the Crazy Tiger group, who also noticed Yifeng's gaze. Then the martial zone took out a photograph, glanced at it, and looked at Yifeng, confirming his thoughts. The martial zone approached Yifeng and disdainfully asked, are you TM Yifeng? Yifeng, not holding back, retorted, who the TM are you? The martial zone glared at Yifeng coldly, stating, I am Sima Lin's brother. Yifeng, you dared to attack Sima Lin and even killed him. I am here to avenge my brother. Yifeng recalled that he had indeed killed a martial king named Sima Lin before entering the Dragon Abyss secret realm. Yifeng sensed that Sima Lin's brother was at the mid-stage of martial zone. Upon sensing Yifeng's cultivation, Sima Lin's brother was taken aback. Isn't this kid supposed to be at the early stage of martial king? How come he is now at the late stage of martial emperor? I knew it, my brother couldn't have been killed by an early stage martial king. So this kid has been hiding his strength. How treacherous. In an instant, Sima Lin's brother regarded Yifeng with a gaze full of murderous intent. Yifeng also felt the murderous intent from Sima Lin's brother, and a sense of killing surged within him. At this moment, Sima Lin's brother coldly stated, I need you to repent for my brother, and then I can let you die a good death. C2U, hearing the martial zone's words, couldn't help but feel anxious for Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Sima Lin's brother and coldly replied, do you really think that reaching the martial zone level means you can kill me? He is the martial zone really that strong? I have killed before. Sima Lin's brother sneered at Yifeng. You, a mere martial emperor, dare to boast so arrogantly. Yifeng, seeing this, urged C2U to step back a little and warned the martial zone before him. I advise you to use all your strength from the start. It's best to use martial skills and extraordinary abilities. If it's just a pure test of strength, you, a martial zone, are not enough to compare with me. C2U, hearing Yifeng's words and seeing his confident demeanor, began to question her life. This was the first time she had ever heard a martial emperor say that a martial zone was not strong enough. As expected, Sima Lin's brother coldly laughed. Hee. After being a martial zone for decades, this is the first time I've heard a martial emperor say that my strength is lacking. Today I will let you know the absolute power gap between a martial zone and a martial emperor. With that, Sima Lin's brother, the martial zone powerhouse, suddenly swung his fist at Yifeng. Situ Yu's eyes widened at this sight, and she hurriedly warned, Yifeng, be careful, that's a martial zone. Yifeng suddenly threw a punch using all his strength. He wanted to see how powerful his full-strength punch would be after advancing to the late stage of martial emperor. Yifeng's punch caused the air around them to explode. Bang! The martial zone Sima Lin's brother landed a punch on Yifeng's body. Yifeng winced in pain, but after advancing to the late stage of martial emperor, his physical strength had tripled compared to before. Thus, this heavy punch from the martial zone did not severely injure him. On the contrary, bang! Yifeng's punch struck Sima Lin's brother. Oh! The martial zone let out a pong. Before the martial zone could react, he could not withstand all of Yifeng's power and exploded. Yifeng unleashed a powerful punch, directly obliterating a martial sect master. Sima Lin's brother never anticipated that he would be shattered by a single blow. It should be noted that Sima Lin's brother was indeed a genuine martial sect master, while Yifeng was still a martial king at this moment. Seeing this scene, Situ Yu gasped in shock. Hiss! The beautiful martial emperor stared wide-eyed at Yifeng, unable to help but exclaim, Yifeng, you actually shattered a martial sect master with just one punch. That was a martial sect master. Yifeng was somewhat astonished to hear Situ Yu's words. He had only recently advanced to the late martial emperor stage, and frankly he himself was unsure how his strength compared to an average martial sect master. Yifeng had merely wanted to see how his full power punch would measure up against the martial sect master opposite him. Yet he never expected that with all his strength he would directly obliterate the martial sect master. Situ Yu looked at Yifeng and couldn't help but say, Yifeng, I thought you could defeat a martial sect master from the very beginning, but I assumed it would take you a long battle to do so. I thought that you would need to use all your trump cards to defeat a martial sect master. However, I never imagined that you could accomplish such a feat with just one punch. Yifeng, you must be a celestial. Your combat power is simply invincible. Situ Yu gazed at the bloody mist where Sima Lin's brother had been, her astonishment uncontainable. Yifeng chuckled at Situ Yu's words, remaining silent. At this moment, Situ Yu turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, I confessed my feelings to you earlier, did you? Yifeng recalled her previous confession and replied without hesitation, Miss Situ, I have a girlfriend, so please refrain from discussing matters of partners in the future. Situ Yu was taken aback by Yifeng's words. Immediately, the beautiful martial emperor felt her fondness for Yifeng growing. Thus Situ Yu looked at Yifeng earnestly and said, Yifeng, the path should not be so narrow and partners should not be so few. Yifeng, you don't have multiple partners, do you? Situ Yu immediately denied, no, not even one. There might have been a few before, but those who pursued me for years like Wei Chao and Qinbo have been killed by the ice flame poison bird. So right now I don't have any at all. Yifeng scrutinized Situ Yu and remarked, with your cultivation level and beauty, you certainly wouldn't lack a partner in the mundane world. Situ Yu replied, indeed many strong individuals pursue me, but I don't fancy them. As she spoke, the beautiful martial emperor could not help but declare to Yifeng, Yifeng, you are the first strong individual I actively pursued and confessed to. Yifeng was quite surprised by Situ Yu's words. Coming to his senses, he responded, thank you, it's a great honor. Situ Yu looked at his handsome face and quickly said, Yifeng, please stop exuding your charm, I'm afraid I might lose control. Yifeng. Then Situ Yu presented several storage rings to Yifeng, saying, these were obtained from the bodies of the fallen strong ones in the Dragon Abyss secret realm. I have divided these storage rings into two portions, one for you and one for me. Yifeng gazed at the storage rings Situ Yu handed him, astonishment shining in his eyes. Within the Dragon Abyss secret realm, Yifeng had already suspected that Situ Yu had taken all the storage rings from the corpses outside the Dragon Abyss palace. Indeed, as Yifeng had suspected, Situ Yu had indeed retrieved them. However, what surprised Yifeng was that after collecting so many storage rings, Situ Yu chose not to leave immediately, but to wait for him instead. After all, Situ Yu was a martial emperor at the initial stage, appearing so young and full of potential. Moreover, with so many people in Huaxia and such vast lands, if Situ Yu left with those storage rings, it would be unlikely for Yifeng to find her. Unconsciously, Yifeng looked at Situ Yu, pondering.